Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 224. Hacked. Making Hollywood movies had never been this easy or fun for creative directors before. All thanks to the mutants, or gifted ones as they were called kindly. Since Hector had so much pull over Hollywood and the fact that so many celebrities had social justice stick up their asses all the time, it was really easy. The mutants were not employed in acting, however. Instead, they were employed to help with various special effects and tricky shots. The one making the biggest bucks was none other than Magneto. He was the greatest set artist. Then there was also Raven, the most sought-after stunt person because she can take the shape of any actor. Currently, much of this talent was being utilized in one of the most expensive movies of all time, simply called The President. Its production was quick as the director had envisioned this project for years now. And since money was not a problem with the help of Hector's deep pocket, the production was fast. Heck, Stark Industries and PIM Technologies also invested in the movie. With so much room to move around, Steven Spielberg went into full creative mode, wishing to show the best work of his life this time. And thanks to Hector's gifted supplements, Harrison Ford stayed in top physical health. Since there was going to be heavy CGI involved, Harrison was also going to play the young Hector's role. Only the child actor needed to be selected. Even Hector would be in the movie, but that would only be at the end. When the news of the movie reached the public, the general excitement and the buzz by default ensured that it was going to be a super hit worldwide. But then Hector told the production studio that all earnings would go to charity since he was the one paying for it. Begrudgingly they had to agree, as they were not dumb enough to defy the president. However, not everyone was happy about the American president. Russia. General, are you sure you want to go ahead? Do it, Dmitri. We don't have a choice in this matter. The president wants revenge from him. But General, what will hacking his phone prove? The general smiled sinisterly. Haha, we may get his nude photos. Or, even better, the nudes of his woman. Then we shall humiliate him in front of the world. Okay then. We have already sent the exploits to his phone. All we need to do is activate it and start copying everything. But they will most likely know the phone is being hacked very quickly, the expert hacker warned. Just do it, only copy the texts and images. Don't worry about the consequences. When we will have them, we can easily blackmail him. Here goes nothing. The hacker pressed the button and sent the activate command. Thousands of miles away in Mount Vernon, the phone used much more data than usual. But it was the middle of the night, so nobody noticed it. Hector was also sleeping silently. Slowly, all texts and photos got copied, and even the videos were taken. Then silently, as if nothing had occurred, the exploit also self-destructed itself and vanished. Back in the command room, the hacker was shocked. This was too easy. Why does he not have security on his phone? Haha, overconfidence, comrade. Now show me what we got. The young hacker quickly opened multiple images on the wall full of smaller screens. There were dozens of images, all different from the others but still the same. What is this? Change to the next batch. The general frantically ordered. The images changed, and yet the scenes were similar again. The general threw away his hat and pushed the hacker away, taking his seat. He pressed the keys repeatedly and looked for something juicy. Yet, there was the only disappointment. No. Why are there only images of a dog? Where are the nudes? The juice? Yes. The text, I need to check the text. He quickly opened the chats. To hot wife, look, Mooney is playing with a butterfly. Attachment, Mooney 1169.jpg. To Natasha, Mooney just woke up. Attachment, Mooney 1199.jpg. To Yelena, look, Mooney and Fenris are going on a date. Attachment, Mooney 1420.jpg. To Tony Stark, look how Mooney is humping the pillow. Attachment Mooney 6969.mp. Reply, ugh, why are you sending this in the morning, you senile old man? To Tony Stark, this is what Obadiah did to your company. LOL. To Fury, I want my Medal of Honor back. Reply. To Fury, haha, just joking. To Russia, your address is 2001, DB 8:0:1234:0:567:8:1. You've been hacked. To get your system unlocked, pay 10 million bitcoins to the following address. 3FSB29CPJQ2, DWV8EYHUJJNKLTKTZC5. _. Comrade Dmitri, why does the black screen appear? General could not change the pages anymore. The hacker boy quickly tapped a few keys and quickly understood everything. Sir, the hunter has become the hunted. I'm afraid we have been hacked. Ring. Ring, the phone rang. The general picked it up quickly and heard the loud scolding from his superiors. General Nikolai, what is this? Why are your toe-sucking fetish videos and photos on the internet? What? I don't understand. General Nikolai, open Twitter and look. The committee has also decided to stop your promotion and keep you out of duty for the time being. You have questions to answer. Take care. General Nikolai fell to the floor in disbelief. His eyes seemed hazy, and his breath louder. We have been fooled so bad. If this goes out in public, I will be hanged for hurting national pride. Dmitri, the hacker, quickly moved away. I had nothing to do with this. You ordered me despite my warnings. I got all that on the recording. Ah. General Nikolai felt pain in his chest. Even my own has betrayed. Back in the United States, Hector had no idea what the AI security system Adam had set up had done to Russia. He was just sleeping merrily with his beautiful girl in his arms. The truth was that he does not use a normal phone to talk about anything sensitive, and he was not foolish enough to take his or Diana's nudes and store them on the phone. Heck, as the president, he was not allowed to use a smartphone, but he did it anyway since he never talked about anything serious on it. Instead, he uses it to live stream and interact with fans. However, just because Russia didn't mean nobody could spy on Hector. In fact, one single guy that spied on every being on Earth. A certain big bald-headed man on the moon. But even though it had a big head didn't mean he had a sound mind. Instead, he was shocked, depressed, and confused to the core. Moon. What is happening? Why is this happening? This does not make sense. This isn't supposed to happen. Who is he? Why is he? Everything has changed. Should I kill him? Can I kill him? Thousands of questions revolved around the bald man's mind. He, an omniscient being that observes the multiverse, had no answers to anything. He knew that anything could exist in the multiverse, but he had seen this world's future in the year 1920. Then everything changed when Hector appeared. He was like a bomb that spread its ripples everywhere. Should I speak with him? Maybe I should. Moran. The United Galactic Federation was a hit. The various planetary civilizations under it loved it because they got to keep their autonomy as long as they followed the laws and behaved responsibly. But behind all that peace and stability was the hard work of a group called Oath Keepers. Whenever there is mutiny or a planet refuses to follow the laws of the Federation, commit crimes such as slavery, these people are sent to deal with it and do regime change. Of course, the whole planet's population would sometimes be brainwashed to go bad. When that happens, Hector is called to use the stones and fix the rotten minds. When a society feels it's okay to enslave, even Hector was happy to mess with their minds, take away their free will for a second, and give them a new life. But in typical cases, just killing the king or president of a planet was enough. And currently, the best Oathkeeper was a certain Balsac Jin Purple ex-warlord. I am inevitable. These words were the nightmares of all corrupt leaders around the 3 galaxies. Because whenever these were spoken, they tended to be the last. Running 3 galaxies was not easy. Ideals could not help Hector always, so sometimes ruthless violence was appreciated. As long as a large part of the Federation was happy, it didn't matter. Chapter 225, 225. Mr. and Mrs. Washington. New York City. The city was not complete, but the first priority was to build the housing locations again. However, this time Hector had hired the best city planners to turn New York City into a city of towers, sidewalks, bicycles, and public transport rather than jammed streets. The underground sewers, water drainage, and subway lines were fully replanned and made. Heck, the major highways were supposed to pass under the city. The iconic bridges were to be rebuilt, however. One of the first people to get new apartments assigned was May Riley Parker. She, of course, had some hidden help from some people in the government without her knowing. This is so amazing. They really went overboard with the whole city planning. Every building has a green terrace and some level of vertical gardens. And our building is now just 5 minutes away from the subway. Our home changed from being in a cheap location to a prime location. This is amazing. May was happy with the new building. Peter was happy that he got a bigger room now. Did they charge us extra for the bigger house? No, Peter. They said that the newer designs used in the building allowed for more space. I love it, honestly. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Peter quickly walked to check who it was. Turns out it was just the mailman. But, Peter felt somewhat suspicious because the mailman had shiny formal shoes under his dress. When he looked at the envelope, he knew why. The President of the United States was stamped on it. His heart raced, and his mind worked fast. Just a letter from a quiz contest. I will go set up my room, Aunt May. He quickly went to his room and locked the door. Then, like an excited teenage schoolgirl in a Justin Bieber concert, he tore the letter open and read it. Peter Parker, you are invited to the wedding of Hector King Washington and Diana Prince. It is to be held on December 25th, 11 a.m. at Mount Vernon. You can bring your aunt and one extra member. The dress code is formal. Peter was just a 13-year-old kid. To be invited to the wedding of the men he admires to the core was a dream come true. He ran outside and shoved the letter in May's face. Aunt May. Look, I got a letter from the president. We are invited to his wedding. May didn't take him seriously, thinking he got scammed or something. However, when she noticed that there was no address written telling them to send money to get the actual entry passes, the possibility of them being real increased. How did you get this? That. I won a competition once, and Mr. President was a guest. He was impressed by my talent, and we became friends. I thought he forgot, but apparently not. Can we go there? Please. May looked at the paper and then Peter, dear, we need to go shopping. In a bar in a random alleyway in a new section of New York City. A devilishly handsome man was serving drinks behind the counter, talking seductively to folks of all genders. Oh dear, what are you going to do by keeping those desires hidden inside? Let them come out. Tell me what's on your mind. I want to kill my wife. She's cheating on me. I know it. She comes home late, often drunk. She talks loud and stays angry at me. I know she's cheating, the man complained. The devilishly handsome bartender poured him another drink. Oh poor you, I hope you have gotten all the evidence first. The laws of this world don't run on hunches. Who needs proof? I just know it, the man grunted. Then why do you not tell me your other desires? I wonder how good Laura in the office is at blowing you. She's married, right? Oh, don't look at me like that now. You made a deal with me. If you are innocent, I will kill your wife. By the way, fun fact, your wife is not cheating on you. She's working extra shifts because you don't make enough money to keep the kids happy. Well, at least they will get a fat check from your life insurance. $500,000 should be enough to get your son and daughter to college and start a business. Who are you? How do you know that? The drunk man stood up and angrily pointed. The bartender smiled. I am Lucifer Morningstar. And there goes your heart. Without wasting a minute, Lucifer called 911. However, since he was here, death was a guarantee. I should head to Hector now. He needs a good friend for his wedding day. Before anyone knew it, the day finally arrived. December 25th of 2013, the day the most wanted bachelor would get married. For Hector and Diana, it was not really something special, but it would make them official in front of everyone's eyes. They were already living like a married couple anyway up until now. And since both lacked parents, they decided to walk down the aisle together. So, Hector, dressed in his nice black suit, went to Diana's room to get her. He whistled at her sight. Oh boy, how do you look so hot in everything you wear? She giggled, hee hee, the same can be said about you. How do you look so badass in everything you wear? It feels like you're going to war even in a normal suit. Haha, the real war shall start tonight in the bed, my love. He cheekily replied. Diana walked close to him and fixed his tie. Are you ready? There is no going back after this. Amazonians can be very clingy sometimes. Haha, then I want you to stick to me like a koala on its favorite tree. Also, I've been ready for years. The fact that so many things happened that had unimaginably low odds and brought us together is all the proof necessary to know that it's meant to be. Let's go now, my dear wife. Mooney and Fenris must be waiting for us. By the way. I just want to warn you that some bombs might go off during the ceremony. I know who planned it, but I need those bombs to go off so I can openly destroy them with public support. Our ceremony won't stop, though. He extended his arm for her to hold. She just sighed and moved. Who is it this time? Just some fools angry because lobbying does not work anymore in this nation. The one to officiate the marriage was Steve. Since in his marriage, Hector did it. The lawn of Mount Vernon was decorated with flowers and some pretty furniture, but there were not too many guests. Hector did not invite more people than necessary. Yay! Kiss her fast, Grandpa. Jean shouted excitedly. But the ring had not been put on yet. So Hector whistled to signal the two cute ring bearers. Mooney and Fenris soon walked in with two small baskets in their jaws. Mooney had a small bow tie around his neck, while Fenris had a cute red headband on her head. They looked more like a couple nowadays and were mostly inseparable. Hector held Diana's hand and placed the ring on her finger. Then she did the same. Both stared into each other's eyes the whole time while keeping a big smile. Mr. President, do you promise to be a good man and always take care of this beautiful lady? cherish her, keep her happy and be by her side whenever she needs you. Steve read. Hector laughed loudly at that. Haha, that's exactly what I said during your vows. I'm amazed you still remember it. Yes, I promise. Lady Diana, do you promise to be a good lady and always take care of this old ex-virgin god, care for him, keep him happy and be by his side? A laugh escaped Diana's mouth despite trying to control it. Pfft, yes, I promise. I believe I don't have to tell you what to do next. Hector didn't wait and scooped Diana by her waist and kissed her on the lips. However, it was not too intimate, and the kiss only lasted a few seconds. They were instead talking in whispers. What happened to the bombs? She asked. They detonated in a few cities. You thought they would detonate here? Haha, this is the most protected place on the planet. Odin and Yao are here too. Boom, something fell off from the sky. It created a lot of sounds but not that big of an impact. Who dares? Odin's armor appeared on his body. I know him, Yao muttered but also activated her magic. Hector King Washington, I wish to talk to you urgently. Hector stared at the uninvited guest angrily. Who the hell are you? I observe all that transpires here, but I do not, cannot, will not interfere. For I am the watch. Bam, a chair hit the bald giant alien on the head. Following that, an angry warning came from Jean. Buzz off, you bald bitch. You are spoiling my grandpa's wedding. The Watcher looked at Hector for his reaction. Bam, he got a chair to his face from him as well. She's right. You are uninvited here, so leave and come to my office tomorrow if you wish to talk, you sick-peeping pervert. I wish to talk about the multiverse. Puffed. Lucifer, did you hear that? This mofo wants to talk about multiverse. Beelzebub laughed heartily while sitting on Lucifer's shoulder. Devilishly smiling, Lucifer walked to the Watcher and introduced himself. Good morning, my big-headed friend. I suppose you don't know about the Omniverse. How can you, after all, you're just a mortal. Underscore. I am immortal. I am the Watcher. Lucifer patted the bald man's side. Oh, you pure child, so naive. Come with me. I will introduce you to my religion. Everyone. Let's party. Seeing them leave, Peter Quill shouted and turned on the music system. His choice of song was shit, however. Just the two of us. Chapter 226. How to deal with protesters. News, we apologize for stopping the news about Mr. President's wedding. The breaking news has come that multiple bomb blasts have been reported across the nation. 2 blasts in Washington, D.C., 1 blast in Chicago, 4 in L.A., 6 in San Francisco, 2 in Houston, and 3 dozen more blasts around the nation. No deaths have been reported so far, but some injured ones have been taken to hospitals. It's sad that we had such an attack on the day of Christmas and the president's wedding. It is unknown who did it since all terrorist organizations have been wiped out. We will connect with the defense spokesperson and try to understand what happens. Pump it, louder. Pump it, louder. Turn up the radio. Blast your stereo. Music was blasting, and everyone was dancing. Be it Odin and Frigga, Yao and Fury, Mooney and Fenris, Lucifer and Beelzebub, or Tony and Pepper. Some new couples were appearing there, though. Thor and Jane, Natasha and John Wick, and Happy with Aunt May. There was also Jean, but she was simply throwing Loki around. Hector also danced as his heart desired with everyone. He would randomly grab Agent Hill, Yelena, Natasha, or even Peggy. He was the grandpa of the whole world, so he didn't need to be reserved. Soon, Tony found himself dancing around him. Hector noticed dark veins popping near his neck. Son, why didn't you tell me about the palladium poisoning? Tony replied loudly due to the blasting music. God damn, can anything stay a secret from you? And I didn't tell you because the fear of dying keeps me on edge and pushes me to innovate. Bwahaha. I guess Fury didn't hand you the suitcase yet. Boy, your father had theorized a new element years ago but couldn't make it due to technological restraints. Also. Hector snapped his finger after bringing his hand to Tony's face. There you go. You have no poisoning anymore. But be quick and make that a new element. Bam, Tony suddenly jumped forward and hugged Hector. Yeah, savor this moment when you can. I rarely hug other men. Hector chuckled and patted Tony on the head. It's okay, kid. I'd rather have Diana hug me as well. Tony released him. Haha, I knew you'd say that. By the way, why do you help me so much? My father was an asshole to you. I wasn't really the most likable kid on the block either. Well, Kennedy told me that Howard was regretful for his actions and tried to make amends, albeit too late. And you, when I see you, I just see a lost kid who needs some help. When I was young, my parents were like Spartans. They believed in throwing the kid into the most hostile, messed up environment and hoping the child would come out well and stronger. It's messed up logic. You needed a helping hand and a few lessons taught, I just helped. Now, look at you, the men who revolutionized the electrical energy sector. I must say, I am proud of you. Tony suddenly stopped dancing and hugged him again. Okay, this is the last one. I will head to Pepper now. Tony was embarrassed no matter how much he tried to hide it. But he was also appreciative of everything Hector had done to help him. Sir, I want to thank you for inviting me to this party. Peter Parker appeared in front of Hector with his chubby friend. How are you, Peter? I hope you did not misuse the gift I gave you. And who is this lad here? This is Ned, my best friend from school. He wanted to make a wish since it's Christmas. Peter pushed the nervous Ned to the front. Hector waited for the boy to say it loud. Yes, sir. I want a toy Death Star that actually floats in the air. Done. Hector took out a big box out of nowhere. However, the miniature Death Star was just a kid's toy, nothing dangerous like Peter's lightsaber. Seeing Peter and Ned busy with the toy, Hector went back to dancing again and just enjoyed the day. Jean, come here and dance with Grandpa. He and Jean then went crazy and became the spotlight. R.A. Rasputin. Lover of the Russian queen. There was a cat that really was gone. R.A. Rasputin. Meanwhile, the world was panicking. Only after the dinner was done in the evening did Hector decide to head to his office and finally give a statement. He would also resolve the whole situation on live television. He even wished that there would be more attacks on him, so he used a motorcade this time to move to the White House from Mount Vernon. It was not a very long ride, but the motorcade would attract a lot of attention. So, how are you going to fix this? They have been asking for words from you. The military does not even know who did it. Kennedy asked him. Hector was still relaxing. I know who did it and why they did it. I will simply expose them to the world soon. Just calm down and let me stay happy. I still wish to go home and spend the night with my wife. Maybe I should get married as well. Hector dumbly looked at Kennedy in disbelief. You. Stop joking, boy. You may look old, but I know you're still one horny bastard. I know you're into MILFs. Hey, I'm into them because I believe going after college girls or girls of that age group is too much. I'm not a pedo. Besides, MILFs come with a lot of experience. Hector seemed disgusted. Man, sometimes I think it was the wrong decision to make you a politician. Thank God you have me as your boss, or else who knows how many sex scandals you'd have by now. Come on, that was just one TI-. Their little talk came to a sudden halt when the driver pressed the brakes hard, and the car beast came to a halt. Annoyed, he looked out and found a group of protesters had created an uproar. They were trying to jump and sit in the car. Ah, the youth of this nation. Too much good time has turned them into bad workers. You sit inside, I will see what their problem is. Hector got out. What's the commotion about? What do you want, kids? The protesters quickly surrounded him and chanted at the same time. Thanos was right. Thanos was right. Why do you all think so? He questioned them. Because what he said was true. We are polluting and overpopulated. And you're promoting the exploitation of nature. We want justice, the leader of the protesters said. Hector facepalmed. Didn't I tell you I will reset our atmosphere in 2020 to what it was in the 1700s? By the way, how many of you have a sibling or parents? Nearly all of them raised their hands. So Hector continued, okay, so if you think Thanos was right, then you should face the consequences too. I will order the secret services to randomly kill half of your family members. You should be happy after that. Right. The protesters had a surprised, shocked face now. Then one of them screeched. You can't do that. That's murder. Now Hector knew that these banshees had nothing to do with their life but scream. Their argument didn't make any sense. So now it's murder. When Thanos wished to kill half of the life across the universe, was it fine? Do you hear yourself talking? He was not going to go any easier on them. So he took out his phone and searched for a few things with the help of the AI. Okay, so you folks spent the baby bonds on buying cars, expensive jewelry, and clothes at the age of 18 instead of college or starting a business. This is a direct violation of the baby bonds policy. Return the money to the federal government, or auditors will have to take and seize your property. By the way, if I ever hear of you or anyone in this country fetishizing Thanos, I will send you to a mental asylum. Now move or be thrown into jail. I did my best to provide quality life and education to all, and you still turned out like this. America does not need imbecile fools like you. He moved back to his car, and the motorcade moved again. The screaming protesters had their faces fallen, appearing as if on the verge of crying. They didn't only get scolded but also had debts of tens of thousands of dollars. Ha, you did great. Unfortunately, there are always some rotten seeds in every generation. Kennedy laughed. But Hector was serious. The problem arises when all these rotten seeds start joining hands and form a group that then pressurizes politics. Or worse, the rotten ones select a boss among them and get that person into politics. So we need to be careful that retards don't have the ability to make laws. Anyway, let's get ready for the main show. Soon the car arrived at the White House, and Hector walked to the lawn. The stage was set, and dozens of reporters were waiting for him there. "Congratulations on your marriage, sir," they wished him. Hector kept an angry face. "Thank you, but sadly my big day was ruined. Now, I know what you all have been waiting for. You want to know what happened, who did it, and why? Well, the answer might shock you and also disappoint you. The culprits who planted these bombs were none other than the U.S. Armed Services Committee and Lockheed Martin." There he dropped the verbal bomb. In an instant, all journalists jumped onto their feet and started blabbering questions madly. Hector raised his hand and shut them up. "Calm down. I am not done. I will bring them here and let you all hear their confession. My thirst increases." Chapter 227. Wild Nights. The military-industrial complex was a thing of the past after Hector decreased the defense budget by half and put a heavier oversight on weapons manufacturing and selling. But what was the military-industrial complex? The word gets thrown around everywhere in the modern world, yet nobody really knows much about it. The simple dictionary definition was the relationship between a country's military and the defense industry that supplies it, seen together as a vested interest which influences public policy. But in simple words, it could be described as the government and weapons manufacturers coming together to f***ck the people. Where do you think officers who worked at the Pentagon go after retiring? They go to Lockheed Martin. They go to Hammer Industries. They go to Boeing. They go to Raytheon Technologies and whatnot. They get a fat signing bonus too. Why? Because these officers knew the ins and outs, they got the contacts in the right places. As a result, they can influence the senators who work in the Defense Committee, who manage and plan the defense budget every year. And guess what? These senators had stocks in these defense companies. And this, folks, was the military-industrial complex. However, what happens when the president tells the Senate Committee, the Army, the Air Force, the Navy, and the weapons manufacturers to go and eat a fat piece of dog shit? And what happens when he decides to decrease the military budget? And stops a majority of $70 billion that was given to Lockheed every year? The answer is simple: they decide to be dumbass and fight. Their target was to make America feel unsafe again and force the president to reinvest money in defense due to public outcry. But they forgot that Hector had been in politics for longer than all of them had been alive. Outsmarting him was like an ant trying to outsmart a human. They can fake all they want, but if humans want to, they are going to get smushed under their feet. Amidst the constant flashes of the cameras, Hector lifted his hand up and snapped his fingers. The space stones and the mind stones worked there to find the culprits on the planet and make them appear in front of him. Then a light brighter than the flashes of the cameras appeared behind Hector and took human shapes. Soon after, the light vanished and left behind 68 people, all appearing shocked. Some were even naked because they were taking a bath, and some had their dicks popped out, rock hard because they were in the middle of their debauchery session. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the traitors of the United States of America. Please give them a big round of applause for being the stupidest donkeys alive. Let's start with their introduction. I will go from the highest rank to the lowest. First of all, we have Lieutenant General Wally. Then, Senator Punata, Lee, Arnold, Alina, and finally, we have Captain Bishop. Look at their beautiful, treacherous faces. Aren't they lovely folks? The cameras clicked on their faces, and the nation watched them live. But most people were just shocked, unable to understand why these people would do such a thing. Hector used the Mind Stone and made them come forward one by one and speak the truth. Eventually, it became clear why they did it. Since Hector decreased the military budget and wished to destroy the military-industrial complex, these companies and officers felt their money and future in dark clouds. Since they had no pull on Hector and lobbying didn't work, they tried to bomb the cities and put the blame on some new terrorist organization. There were enough nations in the Middle East and Africa to be invaded. Yemen was being bombed anyway. Sending troops there would have kept the military consumption moving on. By the end, their heads were hanging and looking at the ground. Being so openly shown to the world, they had lost all respect and hope for a future. Hector spoke on the mic again. These folks will face actual treason charges and will be prosecuted under U.S. Code Title 18. Some of them will face death, and some will face life in prison, but none of them shall breathe the fresh air as a free man. And Lockheed Martin is banned from doing any business, and their production shall stop, and their bank accounts will freeze. All of their executives will also face treason charges. Once everything is clear, the company will return to work as a government entity. Hector then looked directly into the camera and used his powers to make it take a close-up shot of his face. Then, he stoically started, I am trying to unite the planet so that we can join the space civilizations. But I am also a big supporter of free market capitalism. But what these donkeys did was criminal capitalism. There is a significant fine line between the two. It is my humble warning to all companies of the world. Stop playing with human lives for money. Because if you don't stop, then I will play with your stocks. Also, a warning to Russia. You hacked my mobile phone a few days ago so foolishly. I hope you're having fun with the counter virus I sent you. That was a warning from me. Do not mess with me. Or else I will march to you and let me warn you, your nukes won't save you. Anyway. I just got married today and wish to spend the evening with my beautiful wife. To all those people who were injured in the blasts, I hope you have a speedy recovery. Thankfully no deaths or serious injuries were observed. Good night, may God bless you all. He was not going to answer any questions tonight since he had already proved everything he wished to. He said good night and flew home. Mount Vernon. The silence around Hector's home was something he longed for. There was no traffic nearby, no flashing lamps. Only the sound of insects and the water in the river. It was soothing to the mind. As he entered his home, he was greeted by two excited wolves. Haha, my wolfies want kisses. Come here then. Even Fenris had changed entirely and had adjusted to this warm life. Hector was her safety umbrella, so she never had to worry about her safety. All that was expected from her was that she plays with Mooney, eats, sleep and enjoy life. After getting kisses on their foreheads, the two wolves ran back to the living room and sat on the couches again, snuggling together. An action movie called Predator was running on the television. Hector changed into his night pajamas and walked to the kitchen. Diana was making something while humming some song and shaking her body. Damn, I love this woman, he couldn't help but think that. She was wearing a long, slightly see-through red negligee, looking absolutely hot. He hugged her from behind and looked at what she was cooking. Oh, fried vegetable rice and meatballs. I like it. It's simple and tasty. She turned her face towards her left shoulder and pecked on Hector's cheek, leaving a red lipstick mark. I reckon you'd not want to spend too much time eating. He giggled, you will be delighted to know that I have cleared my schedule for the next 3 days, and Jean will be coming in an hour to take the two furballs to her home. A faint blush remained on Diana's face. She never in her life expected that such a day would come. She was madly in love and very horny. She knew that to some folks, Hector might appear old and unpalatable. But since she had been by his side for more than a decade now, she knew he was more of a man than anyone she had met in both worlds. And he only had an old-looking face. His body was more toned than the Greek gods. Besides, his face didn't even have wrinkles. Only his beard made him look old. Hector didn't leave her and instead started caressing her toned midriff. But when his one hand started to go lower, he felt a tap from the spatula. She groaned, Hector, it's damn hard to focus on cooking already, don't make it harder. You're not the only one that's feeling the heat. Hector had never expected the great Wonder Woman to be speaking such words in his life. But now that he did hear that, he felt even more turned on. But everything had a time and place. He was not a sex fiend. Indeed, you have made me very hard. But anyway, I will gather the plates. Let's eat in the living room, can't spoil the movie for our furballs. He kissed her on the neck and walked away. Feeling he was gone, Diana let out a long warm breath. He's such a tease. I guess I will take the payback on the bed tonight. 11 a.m., 2 days later. The house at Mount Vernon was not in very good shape from the inside anymore. There were broken walls, furniture, beds torn apart, and simple destruction everywhere. While on a thick mattress on the floor, two naked bodies slept while cuddled together, the man spooning the woman. Their mating session had gone a bit wilder than usual this time, animalistic would have been the right word. But this was normal for beings of their power level. After all, super pricks and depths also needed super thrusts to feel satisfied. But they were not planning to have a child anytime soon. Instead, both were immortal and wanted to first enjoy their life as a married couple for a few thousand years. Ring. Ring, all of a sudden, Hector's phone rang. It was the first in 2 days as he had told folks not to disturb him. Hector hovered it to himself and accepted. What is it, Kennedy? Let me sleep. What? All the sleep vanished from Hector's eyes as he sat up. Diana, too, got up after hearing him being serious and listening silently. Who claimed responsibility for the blasts? He inquired. Soon he put the phone down and took a long breath. Diana caressed his shoulder and asked what had happened. I don't know. This is out of my calculation. Some stupid organization called NZT has bombed various places around the world at the same time. Kennedy ran the scans on all AI databases, but nothing could be found. What do they demand? She asked. My dead body. Chapter 228, 228. Outside threat. Your body. Why would they? Ah, they want to see if they can harvest your powers from your blood. Diana guessed. That's most likely the case. But first, I am going to have to find information on them. Sad for them, I can have it all with a snap of my finger. He said. But first, he looked around at the house that lay in ruins. We went overboard, didn't we? He muttered. Diana took a big yawn and threw her head on his lap. That was the best night ever. I could have gone even harder actually, but then the whole house would have fallen. Haha, then let's rebuild it to be strong enough to handle both of us. He raised his hand and snapped the fingers. In an instant, like magic in Harry Potter movies, the furniture and everything else moved back to its place and fixed itself. Then everything shined for a split second and turned into something stronger. Here, fixed it for tonight. Now I must leave for the office. This time the explosions have killed a few people, but thankfully none occurred here. See you tonight, bye. He kissed her lips and quickly rushed out after summoning his uniform. White House, War Room. How many casualties? Hector asked for the report. The room was filled to the brim, to the point that the seats were lacking, and some had to stay standing. Every single security department was here. Not just from the US but also from other friendly nations. The CIA director handed him the report. 3,000 people have died. At least 15,000 people have been reported injured. From what we understand, the terrorists wanted to damage the high-intensity buildings in the world's megacities. We quickly launched an investigation and discovered that these crimes were not nation-sponsored because all those nations that had this ability were also hit by it. As of now, we don't know anything about NZT organization either. Hal laid back on his chair and looked at the ceiling. To others, it appeared that he was frustrated, but in reality, he was just using the Infinity Stones and getting the information about NZT into his mind. Cough, Kennedy interrupted Hector's line of thought. The only clue we have is that there has been a new drug in the market that is called NZT. It is supposed to be a miracle drug that can boost people's minds. We don't know where it came from, however. Fuck. Hector cursed suddenly. Why can't the stones answer my question? I know the organization is using a better version of this drug, but why can't I find where it came from? He wondered silently. But since he had the names of the people responsible for the attacks, he wrote them down on a piece of paper. These are the people responsible for the attacks, and yes, they are using the drug. Normal police cannot catch these by themselves. I will do it, but first, we need a cage where I can summon them with my powers. This way, we won't have to bother with arresting them. Director Fury, what happened to the special prison I asked you to build? We have it ready, Mr. President. It can easily hold any being as long as they are below Omega level. Since these ones are just smart, normal people, it won't be a problem. Fury briefed. Hector got up and looked at the security executives from other nations. Do not worry. You can tell your governments that I will be handling this case myself. You can release the news that a new world terrorist organization is behind this, and it uses a drug to overdose their brains. But also reveal that the drugs rot one's brain. Saying that, he followed Fury and went to a secret base under the Nevada desert. The location was far from the United States Air Force Base. It was popularly called Area 51, but nobody really cared about this place anymore since aliens were common knowledge. The secret prison was created a kilometer deep underground with a sorcerer acting as its gatekeeper. There was only one entrance and exit to the prison, but the sorcerer was to serve as the emergency exit if needed. I think these cells will be good enough. Even vibranium could not break these glasses, thanks to the help of Wakandon. Fury pointed him to a few concrete cells with a small glass window to look inside. Hector didn't wait and summoned the 3 leaders behind the bombings. These were the ones who initially distributed the drug and hatched a plan to get Hector's blood and body to derive some sort of superpower serum to make themselves strong. Ah, one of them looks like Bradley Cooper, Hector muttered at first sight. Now that you all are here, it's time to tell me how and why you planted the bombs. He ordered them. They all remained silent even then. It was unacceptable for Hector, and he was going to treat them the same as he did with Osama and his homies. Even worse, because he needed information from them. If that is your wish, then enjoy this pain. He raised his hands and used the reality stone to tear apart their skin layer by layer. At the same time, he kept asking them questions. Where did you find the NZT? Who is the main culprit behind all this? However, while he was in the middle of torturing them, he remembered something. Wait. Why the fuck am I torturing them when I can just read their minds? Ah, this is so embarrassing. Without wasting a minute, he put them back in one piece and used the mind stones to read them like an open book. He slowly discovered that all of them were junkies or just unsuccessful in their lives. Then one day, a package came with their name and the pill. They took it and felt amazing. The letter simply told them to do as instructed if they wanted the pills on a regular basis. So they did and planted the bombs. They had never seen or directly contacted the mastermind behind it. And the bigger problem was that he could not find the mastermind with the help of the stones. Now, only a few beings were truly immune from the effects of the stones. Unfortunately, no human was on that list. This is going to be a tough one, I think. He rubbed his beard. Fury was hoping the problem would be solved in a minute, as always. So he felt troubled now. Even you can't solve it. We're doomed. Sush, nothing is lost. I have already killed all the drug users associated with the snap. I will keep doing that every 10 minutes to ensure no new blasts happen. But to get to the mastermind, I will have to speak to a bigger-minded person. One who is proud of watching everything, not just in this reality but in all of them. You wait for me here. I need to go to the moon. Without wasting a moment, he made a portal for himself and crossed it. He appeared directly on the moon, the dark side of it. A whole city was present there, and the Watcher lived in it. Big Baldy, come out, my friend. You wanted to talk to me. Hector entered Watcher's palace without knocking. Watcher appeared out of thin air, hovering as well. Welcome, visitor from another multiverse. That's what you are, right? I looked for your trace across the multiverse and the time. But there was nothing that makes you a one-of-a-kind. Hector laughed, haha, well, thanks for the compliment. Let's talk now. Yes, let's talk. You have caused so much confusion in my mind that I cannot focus on watching anymore. Who are you, what are you, and why are you here? Watcher asked him, his expressionless face showing a change as his brows furrowed. Hector just shrugged, I'm just on a long vacation. Chapter 229. Abduction. Vacation. I am not from this multiverse or any other multiverse. I am from outside the Omniverse and work as somewhat similar to what death is in this universe. So, I am here only for a vacation, and I will leave once I am bored. The Watcher accepted whatever he said in a jiffy. Indeed, that would explain why you don't exist in any other universe. But what will happen after you leave? You have not just changed this universe but have also made it dependent on you. Do you truly believe the Federation can run without you? When you leave, there will be so much chaos that everything might be destroyed. Fuck, I didn't take that into account. But don't worry, buddy. I will ask the Old Man God to make the changes permanent. He's a sucker for peace, so he will agree, I think. If he does not, then I will just live here until the natural destruction of the universe. Anyway, I have a question to ask you. Tell me about this NZT drug. I am unable to find its origin even with the help of the Infinity Stones. Watcher rubbed his bald head in similar confusion. That should not be possible unless the drug came out of another universe. I need to make a list of beings who can travel the multiverse, it seems, and interview them one by one. Well, I hope that clears your doubts about me. Also, what's with your introverted head? Come down to earth every once in a while. I'm sure we can find a hot woman with big-headed kinks for you. America is a land of opportunities, after all. See you later. Once again, Hector just vanished from his seat. The Watcher looked at the blank air and frowned. Are there such kinks? Earth. I was not lying, Jean. I am truly into you. Like. I have never felt as attached to a woman as I do to you. I don't know why but now I can't even feel attracted to other women anymore. Oh, buzz off, Loki. What trick are you thinking of playing now? Playing with emotions is a no-no here. If Grandpa finds out, he will erase you. Jean scoffed and continued working on the muscle car she got on her birthday from Hector. Loki sweated, as terrifying as that sounds, I will stand by my words. I am truly interested in you and would like to date you. Not buying it. At least let me take you to dinner. If I do anything funny, you can have me erased, he insisted. Jean glanced at Loki's face to discern if he was lying. I don't believe you. But since even I can beat your ass, I got nothing to worry about. So fine, let's go for dinner. But I don't want it to be on this planet, nor on Asgard. Sigh, Loki felt at ease finally. I will go and plan some things up. See you this evening. Loki used his magic and vanished from there. As he left, Raven appeared, having a smirk on her face. So our Jean now has a god going mad for her. He's just playing with me, Raven. I understand Loki. He's more a man of mischief than a god. But I wanted to eat something nice, so I agreed. Raven walked beside her and started helping with the car engine. It's okay. There is nothing wrong with opening up to others. So what if Scott cheated on you? Now, look at him, how his own wife cheated on him. Jean scoffed, I knew that Emma Frost was a hoe from the start. I bet Scott was only interested in her pretty face and big boobs. All men are the same. Except for Grandpa. Actually, if it was him, I know he'd also advise you to open up. Scott cheated on you, yes. But that does not mean everyone will. I know first love, especially the teenage one, is tough to forget. Even more so when it ends on a bad note. But we are all adults here. You are more mature and can handle yourself. Raven advised her. Not as a friend but as a caring adult. She had seen Jean since she was 10, after all. Jean stopped working and asked, "What do you suggest?" "Not much. Just stop seeing every man as a cheater and go on dates. In the end, if you're still doubtful, just ask Lady Diana to use her lasso and get the truth." Fuck. Why didn't I think of that? Yes. I can totally go to Lady Diana. She cheered and hugged Raven tight. Thank you, Raven. I will be back in a minute. And oh, don't let anyone touch my ride. Jean burst into red flames and teleported away. It was perhaps the most beautiful way of teleporting. Raven sighed and laughed at her antics. Her personality is totally inspired by Mr. President. Well, I can't blame her. Xander. Loki knew that he needed to go safe rather than adventurous. Although he knew various great places for food, he didn't know if all that would be acceptable to Jean's taste. So he took her to the most commercialized planet in space, Xander. It was not the center of the Nova Empire anymore because there was no Nova Empire. Instead, it was now just a market planet with businesses booming everywhere. So Loki booked a nice hotel for himself, all of it. He even tasted the food first and made sure no mishaps happened. His main goal was to be able to talk to Jean in peace, after all. Then soon, the evening came, and Loki arrived at Jean's home to take her. He wore a normal earthly suit but kept his stuff to himself. However, when he saw Jean coming out of the house, he forgot how to breathe. Taken aback by her outfit and her beauty, he stuttered a bit. "That's a very nice outfit." "You think so?" "I just made it. Let's go now." She wore a green bodysuit that supplemented her figure with gown-like features on the back. Besides that, she kept the headband. Loki extended his arm for her to hold. Jean chuckled at that. "Oh, you're getting ahead of yourself, man. But I appreciate it." She held it, for she knew that Loki couldn't lie tonight. Then, Loki used the Asgardian mode of transportation and arrived at Xander. It's a pretty nice place, honestly. Jean was impressed by the location. They sat at the rooftop restaurant of the tallest building in Xander. The view from there was so clear that one could look at the planet's curvature. "Then let's order some food. It's mostly alien dishes, but I tried to find what would suit our taste buds. Asgardians and Midgardians have nearly the same interest in food." Loki did everything for her to make her feel special. From pulling her chair to filling her glass with space wine. He had told the waiters not to disturb them unless they were called for, so he could talk to her one-on-one. Soon, the food arrived. It was ensures that it didn't look weird. So no animal heads or dicks on the plate. At first, they ate their food silently. Jean just liked it, and Loki was feeling awkward. So he tried to make small talk. "So, what do you do these days?" "What? Why are you asking that? You roam around me all the time. You know everything." She blurted back. When did I become so bad at talking with women? He wondered and felt his honor damaged as even Thor had a girl. "Why do you feel so unpleasant about me that you are not even interested in trying? I don't think I am that ugly." He asked her directly. Jean wiped her mouth clean and replied without shaming him. Let's see. You tried to take over Earth and enslave the people. Okay, let's just say that you have changed and are handsome, but I still feel you're a weird man, Loki. I never feel like I know you. Will knowing me better make you interested?" Jean grinned and took out Diana's lasso that she loaned for the evening. "Actually, you just need to answer a few questions, and we'll be good." Loki's eyes shined as he felt the magic move in the lasso. It emitted a warm golden light too. "What is this?" Hee, this is Lady Diana's lasso of truth. As long as I bind you with this, you can never lie. So, are you ready?" She asked, having decided that if Loki tried to excuse himself, then it'd be the end of their friendship. "I'm ready." But it was a day of surprise for Jean, and Loki himself wrapped the lasso around his right arm. He then looked straight into Jean's eyes. "Ask me anything." All right, my personal Reddit. Are you truly romantically interested in me, or are you scheming something?" She asked. Loki didn't appear to struggle and quickly replied, "I am romantically, physically, and mentally crazy about you." Finally, Loki saw a blush on Jean's cheeks, and his heart felt elated. "Go on, Jean Grey. What if you betray me? Then I will gladly accept death from your old man's hands. What if you fall out of love? Then I will ask the old man to wipe my memories of everything but you so I can fall for you again. But I assure you, that's not going to happen." Jean sighed. She had not expected him to be like this. Why are you interested in me? Because I was a fool. I saw you from the eyes of a dishonest man before. But after you saved my mother for no reason other than just because you could, I realized how petty I was. And then I just fell in love with everything about you. I curse a lot. Are you fine with that? Jean asked. This was a turn down for many men she had noticed. But she loved cursing as she was inspired by Hector. Loki chuckled, haha, Thor is much worse than you, dear. And honestly, your cursing just makes me feel that you are being honest. I love that about you. Jean felt words from Phoenix living inside. Child, he is not lying. Your companionship is all he wants. Jean noticed her heart beating faster. After so many years, this was a first, as she had stopped feeling anything for men since Scott turned out to be a bastard. Will you make me cry? Dear, I know you can easily beat my ass if I do that, he replied. She giggled, grabbed Loki's collar, and pulled him closer over the table. Kiss me. What? Loki had not expected things would go forward this quickly. But he returned to his senses and moved his face closer. He, too, closed his eyes as he wished to feel this first kiss on an emotional level. Boom, just before their lips could feel each other's warmth, out of nowhere, a giant ship appeared over the planet and beamed the retractor light onto Jean. Angered, Jean tried to use her power to eliminate the retractor beam. Who the hell messed up my kiss? Loki's armor also appeared on him, and he tried to pull her. Hold my hand. Whoosh, just then, a new beam fell. This one was red and instantly threw Jean unconscious. Loki, meanwhile, felt pain in the body. This is the Federation space. How can someone mess with his granddaughter? But then a loud announcement bellowed from the ship. Phoenix Force, you are to be trialed for the murder of 13 billion people of the Shi'ar Empire. Asgardian, leave, or you shall be seen as an accomplice. Chapter 230. Trial of Shi'ar Empire. Loki cursed, you fools, do you know who this woman is? We do, but justice is equal for all. Your own constitution says it. The voice stopped, and the ship started moving away as they had Jean. Loki was thrown onto the rooftop. Veins popped on his forehead in anger. How did they take Jean? They could neutralize her phoenix powers somehow. I should inform Father and the old man. He quickly teleported back to Asgard, reached Odin's throne room, and knelt down. Father, I need your help. Jean Grey has been taken by the Shi'ar. We romantically like each other, and I can't let anything happen to her. So just this once, please allow me to lead the armies to save her. Odin slammed his spear to the floor, and his armor appeared. Son, I will go with you myself. Hector was back in his office working on the list of beings who could be behind this whole mess. He had made a big list of names and was now in the process of visiting each being and asking them if they were the ones who messed up. Okay, time to go to the next one. It's Mephisto. Haha, just a demon, he chuckled and was about to snap his finger. But the door slammed open, and Yondu ran in. Boss, I need some help. There has been a virus outbreak in Andromeda. It has spread to multiple planets and has destroyed crops. We must do something, or planets will be destroyed in civil wars. Hector snapped the finger and shrugged, there, fixed it. Don't worry about the food anymore. I had instructed the East Xander Trading Company to buy uninhabited planets across space and terraform them to turn them into AI farms. We have enough food to get by. This is why I made the storage. Bam. This time Loki ran into his office, his breath gone heavy. Sir, J. Jean. Ah, how did your date go? Diana told me about it. Jean took the lasso of truth. I hope you didn't lie and got beaten up and came here to complain. Hector joked. No. Jean has been taken by the Shi'ar Empire. They were speaking some nonsense about Phoenix Force and its crimes. They will execute her. Boom, the table under Hector's arms shattered like glass. His face forgot all the smiles, and rage appeared. How did they take her? Phoenix Force is too powerful. I don't know, I informed my father as well, and he talked about some sort of crystal. He is mobilizing the Asgardian forces as we speak. Loki revealed, omitting the minor detail, that he was the one who nearly pleaded with Odin to save Jean. But the truth was that Odin was treaty-bound to help, and he would have helped his son anyway. Yondu didn't wait and spoke into the universal communicator, Fleet Freedom, Fong, Kull, Sovereign, and all Ravagers report outside Shi'ar territory. They have waged war on us. Hector gave him a node and created a few portals beside himself. Immediately the Avengers, X-Men, Ancient One, and Fantastic Four walked out, all locked and loaded. So I finally get to see space civilizations. Good thing I got my nano suit completed before this. Tony voiced. We can't allow them to hurt the Phoenix Force. It's vital for the universe. Ancient One added. Hulk help, the big green guy shouted. He had been domesticated by Jean, after all. She was his big sis. Diana and Mooney appeared the most worried, however. For Mooney, she was his cherished student, and for Diana, a daughter-like person. We should hurry. If they could nullify her powers, then who knows what they are doing to her. Diana rushed him. Don't worry. Using the stones, I have summoned an indestructible crystal around her body. I will also teleport all our fleets around the Shi'ar throne world, Chandila, with a snap. Follow me now. Hector sternly ordered and walked into a portal leading to Hector's main battleship, FSS, Federation Space Service, Washington. It was the biggest ship in the universe, made by merging Thanos Sanctuary 2 and 500 Kree main ships. But the only way for it to use jump was with Hector's Infinity Stones, as no piece of tech could move that huge thing through jumps. Hector snapped his finger and summoned an army of 500 billion Federation soldiers and 345,000 warships. There were also many AI ships. Then he noticed Odin's army also appeared on their mythical boats. He allowed Odin and Thor to enter his ship. It's an unfortunate time but good to see you, Hector. Odin shook his hand. Hector nodded and spoke with all the leaders. Remember, as soon as you see the first sign of attack, go all out. Turn the whole planet into glass. Since they are not part of the Federation, our protection does not extend to them. Avengers, F4, and X-Men will come with me to meet with the Emperor of Shi'ar. I think I will end up killing him anyway, but if the situation can be resolved peacefully, I prefer that. Let's move. Hector made a portal and landed on the surface of the planet. Chandila is the throne world, hence it had the fitting technological advancement. But what was different about Shi'ar was that they were too diverse with their looks and powers. But they were no different from the Kree as they too loved slavery and had lawless tendencies. Clearly, the Empire could use some freedom. But the Federation was focused on redeveloping after the Great War, so they ignored the Shi'ar. Apparently, the silence was taken as weakness from Shi'ar's side. But now Hector was here to fix everything. As he arrived, Hector was greeted by Emperor's advisor. It was a random creature that Hector didn't care about. Take me to my granddaughter or face extinction. The alien didn't cower in fear even after having their planet surrounded. This developed some doubts in Hector's mind. What's behind their confidence? Follow me. I shall take you to the trial. Which one of you shall be the legal counsel for the Phoenix? Hector stepped forward. I will be the one. Now move. Soon, they were brought to the large arena with the help of hovering vehicles. The arena appeared full as if some gladiator fight was to happen there. But at the center of the arena was a white crystal with Jean stuck inside. Hector didn't wait and leapt into the field and tapped onto the crystal, breaking it apart and holding Jean in his arms. She slowly opened her eyes and smiled. Gee grandpa, can I have an ice cream? She used to say this all the time when she was little. He caressed her hair and nodded, of course, but first, let me get rid of these filthy creatures. There was a reason behind Hector's anger. His whole goal to erase the Dark Phoenix from her body was to ensure she never had to suffer for something she never did. He wanted her to have a happy fluffy life. What Shi'ar did was against everything he did. The loud announcement boomed just then. The trial of Dark Phoenix commences now. Emperor Vulcan shall be presiding over the trial with 20 other judges. The defendant's counsel is the president of the United Galactic Federation. But in response, Hector's voice boomed. The trial of Shi'ar Empire for illegally entering the Federation space and kidnapping a person shall commence. Send your counsel quickly, or I might declare you guilty and order the orbital bombardment. Sure enough, the ordinary folks didn't know that their planet was surrounded and now in danger of being destroyed. They started talking with each other and looked panicked. Emperor Vulcan stood up and jumped into the arena to face Hector. He appeared to be like any other human middle-aged male. I should be the one defending my empire. Only an emperor should speak with another emperor. Hector scoffed. Kid, I'm not an emperor. In that case, me neither. Oh wait, people are still calling me emperor. See that? It does not matter what you call yourself. What people see you as is what you become. Hector waved his hand, gesturing for him to shut up. I will count till 10. If you can't tell me a real plausible reason for hurting Jean, I will destroy this planet. It's pretty simple. The Emperor kept grinning as Hector counted. 10-inch. 5. 4. Just when he was about to finish, Vulcan finished, to trap you. Chapter 231. Mastermind. Freedom 1. What do you mean you lost control? You're sitting in the pilot seat. Yondu scolded an engineer and fiddled with the controls. Wait. No matter what he did, there was no response. Reset the switches. He ordered. That will not help you. A voice resounded from the speakers. For years, I waited for the day when I vanquish you vermins of Earth. But why only stop at Earth? There is the whole universe. Okay, who the fuck is having their weekly delusionary seizures? What's this Thanos wannabe crap? Yondu cursed in anger. Go on, stomp your feet. There shall be nothing left but calm after I am done. General, the missiles have been locked on friendly ships, a soldier notified him. Yondu realized that nobody was messing around here, and the threat was as real as it came. What do you want? Who are you? Oh, I will take what I want. Thank you for connecting me with the Universal Network. Thank the Shi'ar if any among you survives. Remember my name before I leave. Ultron was here. Back on the Shi'ar throne world, Hector laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke of the century. Trap me? With what? Your intestines that I'm about to dig out. Vulcan smirked. If I heard it right, didn't your planet have certain drugs appear out of nowhere? Let me tell you something. It was not just limited to your planet. Shi'ar. Take it. Everyone in the arena and the planet took out a pill from their pockets and ate it. But Hector raised his hand and snapped his finger. You are overconfident, child. I can still remove the pill from their stomachs. Ha ha ha. Yes, you can, but sadly, we are not in any universe. Welcome to the void, President Washington. Vulcan revealed. Yet, Hector did not feel panicked in the slightest. He had seen far too much in this life alone to know that he knew the enemy would eventually fail. Even more so when he had Diana, Jean, Ancient One and Odin with him. Each one of them could single-handedly destroy the planet. Vulcan noticed the lack of panic and decided to speak more to feel good. Do you think you can still destroy the planet easily? I agree you can do it. But defeating you is not even my purpose. I trapped you here so others can destroy your Federation and your fleet. Once your Federation is weakened, I shall sweep in and fill the power vacuum. Just to be clear, child. I can return anytime I want. No, it's not the stones. Did you truly believe the stones are my only abilities? You're naively mistaken. But I am rather interested in knowing who is the supplier of those drugs. Hector stepped towards Vulcan. What do you mean? Vulcan nervously looked around himself. Other than him, nobody was agitated. Tell me, who brought that drug into this universe? Who was it? Dormammu? Death? Or some other god? Hector interrogated. The contract restricts me from saying it. So it seems we will have to fight after all. Hector looked away and took out the Godpad Pro to send some folks back to the Freedom One. Ancient One, Avengers, X-Men and Fantastic Four. Go back to the ship and see what this fool has planned. I can't have the Federation suffer any defeat at this stage. Jean, take Loki as well. The man was so scared for you he might have turned into ice. Sweet, finally some action. Tony led the others and left quickly. Ancient One and Jean didn't have any worries for Hector either. Soon, only Hector, Odin, Diana and Mooney were left. However, even this was overpowered. Meanwhile, the population of the planet Chandila was moving around using their drug-enhanced brains to delay Hector. But it was all useless since Hector could leave anytime he wanted to. Diana, Mooney and Odin. Go crazy and beat all the citizens up. I will deal with Vulcan. He ordered. Odin slammed his spear in affirmation and flew away. He was like a titan, plowing through the crowds. It was worth noting that the people of Shi'ar were not ordinary folks, they too had various powers, but none could genuinely match Skyfather Odin. Even with better brains. Wonder Woman picked Mooney with her Green Lantern ring and did the same. However, she was more pro-life. She didn't straight up kill them. So she created various prison cells from the green light. Now alone with Vulcan, Hector didn't go easy. He had the power of Null in him, after all. With Eldritch God's powers, it was easy to deal with a being such as Vulcan. Slowly, the belt around Hector's waist started to change its shape and, like liquid, flowed towards Hector's palm. It then took the form of a sword. Do you know what this is? It's called All Black. It is a weapon used for divine slaying, which basically means I can kill celestials, gods, and other cosmic entities. I hope you are stronger than a celestial. It'd be a shame if you died too fast. Vulcan instinctively took a few steps back. Nobody wants to die, not when they are an emperor. This move had backfired for the Shi'ar entirely as they didn't study Hector as good as they should have. Tell me, who supplied you with the drugs? Who is bringing them from outside? He demanded an answer. It was Arg. Vulcan knelt down in pain. His throat turned red instantly, as the contract he had signed activated. Tell me, is the contract maker a dark being? Just nod your head for yes. Vulcan nodded quickly. Hector took a long sigh and mentally contacted Odin, Diana, and Mooney, and told them he'd be back in a minute. He then grabbed Vulcan's hair and pulled him into a portal to the funhouse dimension. I know a place where you can tell me everything. He put the Emperor on a chair and spread his Hell's Inquisitor's power on him to erase any presence of darkness from him. Tell me the name. I will count to 5. Gabriel Summers, he yelled. Gabriel Summers? Which dark being is this? No, I am Gabriel Summers, brother of Scott Summers. Now, this was a fat juicy plot twist in Hector's eyes. He was never that much into comics, so he didn't know if this was canon. What's your story then? I want the truth because if I sense a single lie, I will make you one of my Skull Knights. Vulcan knew he had no way of fighting and winning against this strange being. All his calculations had failed. It was embarrassing to him that he could dethrone the previous king and take it but lost to one man. I have no reason to. I remember everything that happened to me, the memories were suppressed, but they did come out. My father was flying the plane when it was attacked and set ablaze by a scout ship from the Shi'ar Empire. My mother, Catherine, pushed Scott and Alex out with the only parachute. My parents were captured and separated. However, my father managed to escape from the scout ship and looked for my mother. But when he did find her, she had been made part of Emperor Ken's harem. She was constantly violated, hurt and, she was pregnant with me when that happened. When my father finally found her, Ken killed her in front of him and ripped me out of her belly, an underdeveloped baby. But unknown to my father, I survived in the incubation accelerator, which aged me to the prime of adolescence. Then I was sold as a slave. All my life brought me to this very moment. I grew up powerful and returned here, and the fool Ken allowed me to marry his sister, Deathbird. I melted him with my powers then and became the Emperor, until you. I have no qualms with you, but knowing the values of the Federation, I knew one day we would fight. So I wished to make the first move and take over. I got help from Earth too. With the help of Mkron Crystal, he got the ability to travel to other realities of the multiverse. Who? Give me the name now. Hector impatiently asked. He cared not for the man's past anymore, because if he was a slave and had bad memories, he sure learned nothing from it. The Shi'ar Empire still heavily enslaved others. It's Mephisto. Chapter 232. Logan X. You gave Mephisto a crystal that lets him travel the multiverse. Of course, what can even go wrong? Are you out of your mind? Vulcan defended himself. I did not wish to, but there was no one else who could survive using the crystal. We needed it to bring us out of space and time to nullify the Infinity Stones. It didn't work. Where is Mephisto now? I don't know. After I signed a deal with him, he took the crystal and left. I, too, have been trying to find him, but he at least kept his end of the bargain and transported Chandila away. There is no way to find him, President Washington, he answered. Hector had his own ways, however. Since Mephisto was a dark entity, his chances were limited anyway. All dark entities can be tracked with the help of Godpad, as they were made to do just that. Do you wish to meet your father and brothers? Hector asked. No, but I would like to talk to them once. To learn about my mother. He sounded as if he truly loved his mother despite never even seeing her. Blood bonds aren't easily erased, it seemed. Fine, stay here and wait. If you resist, my Skull Knights will remove you from existence. Hector made a portal for himself to return to the Freedom One and manage the crisis. Freedom One. You don't look much different, old friend. Where have you been, and who is this lady? Yondu hugged a wild-looking man. Just a visitor. Where is the old Prez? The same stuff, a fool would think he can do something against him and then get his ass beaten. This time they sent out an AI, however. It's pretty powerful and would have destroyed us if you had not come. Look, he's here. Hector glanced at the man Yondu was talking to. It brought a smile to his face, and he went ahead to hug him. You wild old boy, you missed my wedding. Logan silently smiled and hugged back. I was stuck, somewhere. Meet Lady Death, my. Before he finished, a woman with hair, skin, and eyes as white as milk came forward. She was wearing what appeared to be a bikini with long leggings and arm covers. All of it was complemented by a dark red silky cape. She was undoubtedly sexually appealing while being someone called Death. She shook Hector's hand. It's a pleasure to meet you, Hell's Inquisitor. He greeted her back. Her charm may be enough to grow the trunks in the pants of most men there. To him, only Diana was the true beauty. But he was shocked that Logan was with her. He asked, what's going on with you two, Slash? Lady Death quickly moved closer to Logan and hugged him from behind, pressing her ample breast on his back and wrapping her arms around his chest. She put her face on his shoulder and pecked the wolfman on the cheeks. Oh, Logan is just perfect. He is my true champion, the only one worthy of my love. This raised a few eyebrows. Hector was even more shocked because he knew that Death didn't really have a gender and just preferred to look feminine for some reason. But, indeed, she was pretty. Well, more fucked up things have occurred in this world. Logan, are you okay with this? Tell me if she's blackmailing you or something. Just blink for a yes. Hector asked him. However, Logan subverted his expectations and grabbed Lady Death by her waist, one hand behind her head, giving a long, intense kiss on her lips. Then he proudly looked back at Hector. I've never been better, Prez. Hector whistled, my, the air is getting hot here. Anyway, I have a demon to hunt. Mephisto is hiding in some universe. That's it. I can help you, of course, at a price. Lady Death offered while looking at him seductively. All eyes fixed on Hector in wait for what he would reply. I love Diana and only her. I also have a son. Not that, Lord Inquisitor. I wish that you reinstate the living tribunal as the administrator of this universe. He left, making you the ruler, but you have done a not-so-good job. In the realm of the living, you have, but in all other dimensions, it's a mess. So this is my humble request. Hector thought about it. He was doing whatever his heart desired anyway. Not to mention he never wished for the living tribunal to die or leave. The guy left on his own. Also, when he thought about it, being an administrator of such a vast place was a pain in his old back. Agreed, I will reinstate him once I deal with this mess here. Great, Mephisto is hiding in Universe C790X. It's the only universe where Earth does not exist because the Celestials never went there. She answered. But she spoke again. Oh wait, he just moved to X800Y, now he's in a different one. He's hopping over to different dimensions, it seems. I think. Trying to run away from me. Hector guessed what she was going to say. The Ancient One was amused. One of the most powerful demons is trying to run away. This is something you don't get to see every day. Guys, I think we have a bigger problem. Tony barked just them. He was fumbling over the control panels with Reed Richards and Susan Storm. Reed Richards debriefed Hector. Sir, this artificial intelligence has truly gone sentient. It believes humans and all living creatures are the banes of the universe, so it wants to destroy us. It's called Ultron, and if I remember correctly, it was made by Dr. Henry Pym. I never knew it was already in operation and had gone rogue. It has already started spreading around the universal network. Ah, so this was the third guy Shi'ar looked for help. But, why didn't Hank notify the authorities when it went rogue? Tony had an answer to that. Did you forget how much money you gave us for research? Hank probably thought this failure would affect government funding. Very reckless of him. Now his mistakes have become the whole universe's mistakes. Charles Xavier added. Hector thought about what he should do first. Mephisto was jumping dimensions in fear anyway, so he was not a short-term threat. But Ultron was going to become a bigger threat the longer it gets to expand. We shall go after Ultron first. But, it's a test for the geniuses of the Federation and Earth. I can stop Ultron with a snap of a finger, but I will watch over it and ensure no lives are lost. You all must be the ones to stop it. Why? Tony bluntly asked. Because I will not forever be around here to babysit the universe. Everything is too dependent on me as of now. I want that to change. So this is a stress test for the smartest folks to come together and stop a megalomaniac AI. It makes sense. Dr. Banner agreed with his plan. Hector faced the Ancient One. Help them bring whomever genius they need. I will go and check up on Mooney and Diana. As soon as he was gone, Tony, Reed, Yondu and Bruce made a list of geniuses they wanted. The list included Henry McCoy, Victor Von Doom, Aisha, Erskine, Thanos, and Hank Pym. Teleportation circles were then created to bring these people to Freedom 1 and stop Ultron's expansion. In the Shi'ar throne world, Diana, Mooney and Odin had already dealt with all of the population and were now waiting for Hector to come and pick them up. Mooney was playing with Odin's spear that no mortal could even touch. He was amazed. How can a dog have such strength? Diana chuckled. Hector said Mooney is a higher dimensional being that belongs to the heavens side. So he's like an angel. Even my lasso does not work on him. He is truly the protagonist of this world. Bwahaha, damn right, Diana. Mooney has the thickest plot armor. Hector arrived. He hugged the good boy. Son, Fenris must be waiting for you at home. Oh whoa, quick, send me home then. She must be very bored. Are you sure? Logan just returned on Freedom 1, and guess what, he has a girlfriend. It's none other than Lady Death. He revealed proudly. Cough, did you just say Lady Death? Odin double-checked if his old age betrayed his ears. Hector grinned smugly. Haha, I know. It's unbelievable, but I just saw them. So let's go. Our work here is done for now. He created the portal yet again and crossed over with the rest. BAM, however, out of nowhere, a datapad hit Hector in the face. At a glance, the command room of the Freedom 1 ship felt like a war zone. None of you has as much life experience as me, so I should become the leader of this group, Tony shouted. Reed Richards objected, you can't even maintain relationships. I am a happily married man, so I should be the leader. I have patience. Ha ha ha, Reed Richards, do not think of me as a fool. I, Victor Von Doom, know your pathetic side. You have no child after years of marriage because you neglect your wife. While I run a kingdom with the richest population. Don't put the blame on me, I thought I fixed Ultron, but he was smart and made a decoy for himself. Hank Pym raised his arms. A distance from them all, Thanos sat on a chair, drinking some wine. Petty squabbling will take us nowhere, but it's far too great of a concept for these puny minds. Logan, who is this bitch? Aisha screeched suddenly. Now there was utmost silence. The real juicy fight was about to start. Chapter 233. Super Spy Couple. How could you have anyone but not me? Logan signed and responded, well, you used me as your planet's whore. And the deal was just about teaching you how to do it the old way. Besides, if our biologies were compatible, you'd be pregnant. Is she compatible with your body? She pointed at Lady Death. Lady Death chuckled in reply, oh dear, I am a cosmic being. I can create 1 billion babies if I want to with a wave of my hand. However, Logan took a softer approach. Were you really in love with me or something? No, we from Sovereign do not feel love, but we do feel sexual attraction. See, that's the problem. I and Death are pretty into each other, metaphorically and literally. While with you, it was just me into you. Logan replied, his last words only understood by a few men and women of culture. Crunch. Everyone turned towards the sound. Thor was standing there, munching on a packet of Lays. Hector sighed and shook his head. Child, you inherited your father's powers but not his wisdom. When will you grow up? Awkwardly, Thor looked down. I am an adult already. Son, to see flaws in oneself is the greatest wisdom any being can have. Now don't make any noise. Aisha, you were going to use Logan as your walking sex toy anyway. I will try to find an alternative for you, one who is as ferocious as him, even wilder actually. I think Deadpool will do for her. As long as I can heal his nutsack face, he's a pretty handsome man. Plus, he'd be happy to do some wild nasty things, he planned. Now, if any of you keep fighting among each other for the leadership, you will get erased from space and time. I am the leader, and there is no arguing. Now get to work and stop Ultron. I will toy with Mephisto until then. He ordered and took the commander's seat in the control room. He closed his eyes and used the stones to look around. Since he was back inside the universe, he could use these stones to the fullest. And as Endgame proves, the stones work in another universe, but there may be some restrictions. Hector could see Mephisto hiding inside various buildings across the multiverse. He was anxious and paranoid, knowing that Hector would come after him no matter what. He had kept the Chron Crystal, hoping it would one day help him. But why is he so scared of me? I don't remember ever crossing paths with this guy, Hector wondered. However, just then, he noticed something strange happening on Earth. A new spirit of vengeance had appeared, and it was traveling around, killing people in the name of purifying it. So that fool made a Ghost Rider and now fears I will look for him. He realized. Earth. I'm out of ammo. Got you. A confident red-haired super spy and master of gun fu communicated together as they blazed through a building full of enemies. Their current location was Tokyo. A French general was hiding here with the help of the local Yakuza. His crime. He was the overseer of the UN peacekeepers, but under his nose, some peacekeepers assaulted poor children in return for food. He received various complaints, but he did nothing about them. And now, the flask of karma was overflowing, and he had to pay back. Are you sure we are going in the right direction? There seems to be too many of them. John Wick asked. Natasha reloaded her gun and looked past their cover. More and more gun and katana-clad men were appearing in the hallway across them. She sighed, it seems General Levine has spent his life's fortune on this. Grandpa asked not to reveal his name, but we have no other choice now. He gave me this last option. Do as I do and follow. All of a sudden, she threw her gun away into the hallway and came out with her hands above her head. She then started addressing the crowd in perfect Japanese. I am Natalia King Alienovna Romanov. I am here by the order of the President of the United States of America, Hector King, Washington. You have 3 options. 1. You let us through and take General Levine, you can keep the money. 2. We will fight, and I will eventually kill you all. 3. President Washington will come here personally and kill every single member of your clan. As expected, silence took over. No matter what, every single person in the world knew the name of Hector. Even kids as young as 5 around the globe learned about him since all classrooms were full of his portraits. He was the man most parents pointed to when they desired to show their kids a role model. This meant that each of these Yakuza men knew about him and what his name meant. Clank. The first man dropped his sword. I just had a daughter. Then the second, third, and one by one, all of them dropped their swords. Since they could keep the money, there was no point in fighting. They were not samurai. They were goons who only thought about themselves. Seeing this, Natasha smiled and picked up her gun again. Then walked deeper into the building, straight to where the general was holed up. They broke down the door and found the general kneeling. Forgive me, please. I didn't see those reports before, I swear. Natasha scoffed, and that is supposed to save you. It only shows that you are unreliable and deserve to be taken care of. John Wick put the muzzle of his gun on the man's eye. President Washington sends his regards. Bang. In an unknown space sector, a small team of experts was asked to come and help a planet. They were guardians of the galaxy, the whole group. So you're saying that all your systems went down? Your planet is on the verge of economically collapsing. Peter Quill talked with the king. Yes, we will also die in large numbers because the power grid has been shut down too. We hope for you to find the cause for it and fix it, the king requested and showed them a contract for 10 million credits. Well, we are not technicians, but we will try to work with it. Where is the mainframe? Peter asked. Guardians of the Galaxy were highly respected across the universe because the Federation contracted them. There was no task too small for them, and since Peter got to keep his father's powers, he was extremely strong to handle even planetary threats. Soon they were allowed to enter the heart of the planet, its mainframe that handled the grid of the planet. I was waiting for this. However, just then, out of nowhere, a crude robot jumped on them. Peter, Gamera, and Rocket were able to get away, but it appeared the target was Nebula. She fell down and cried in pain as the machine tried to bite her neck. However, Peter was too late to act as the machine's goal was done. So when Nebula stood up again, she tried to act normal. This is not Nebula. Gamera caught it in an instant. Gamera chuckled. Her voice having changed by now into that of a man, a Britishman to be precise. Oh, mental connections between your flesh and bones always fascinate me. But, I will study that later. Right now, I must put this marvelous body to use. Who are you? Peter interrogated. Ultron. No. Gamera stopped Rocket from shooting her. What? Whichever maniac took over her wants us to do exactly that. I say we blast her legs and fix them later. Rocket suggested. Ultron laughed, haha, I am not a living entity that you can kill, Guardians. Nor will Peter Quill's cosmic powers will help. I am everywhere at all times. I see all and judge. Is he inside me too? Suddenly Drax asked, getting eye rolls from everyone. Well, we can still put her in a cage. Groot. Do your magic. Peter ordered. Ultron, however, had taken over the planet's security systems, all droids and automated guns were locked on the Guardians. Sometimes, things your flesh and bones make for a better life end up killing you. I am that killer, take care. Boom. An explosion eradicated the planet's grid. However, none of them died, nor did the planet get destroyed. Because certain someone's eyes were watching everything, everywhere, and at all times. Chapter 234. Bored Hector. Hector did not know what to even do with his life anymore and was seriously contemplating ending his little adventure in this universe. He had a wife already. Mooney had also found one. So it was a mission successful in all criteria. But, he felt as if he missed something. Of course, beating Mephisto was easy, and much MCU stuff was left to see. But he didn't feel like being here anymore. Slowly, he tried to see when made it stop feeling interesting. He quickly got the answer. He had been getting bored since he returned to the president's office. He put himself up to useless tasks, and that was not something he should be doing after years of work in space. Maybe I should. Got it. Tony shouted. I know how to find Ultron. It's a computer program. We just need a bigger and better program than it. Since Hank is here, we have the original source code for Ultron. I suggest we use the Xandarian world mind to launch an engineered attack on Ultron. Let the world mind sweep through the galactic network and delete everything Ultron did. So we make a virus to kill him. A sentient virus. Reed Richards muttered. Hector just shrugged. He had already lost interest. Do what's necessary. If you can't, just tell me. But that would mean you all failed. Now there was one thing common among all these big-minded men. They had an ego bigger than their pride. So defeat was not even an option. Diana noticed Hector's sudden mood change and came to him to ask. What happened? You don't look the same. I'm bored. I'm coming to understand why so many people with absolute power go corrupt or mad. It really makes me wonder how the Big G manages his power. Woofy. He has a lot of fun, Mooney revealed. That's it, that's what I need. I need to have some fun, mess around and meet people. I have Tony and so many other folks to mess with. I can fix Earth any day I want. It's time to prepare for my retirement, it seems. But I'll go and deal with Mephisto first. You're leaving again? Diana asked. She was somewhat annoyed that Hector was always jumping around, leaving her and Mooney behind all the time. For the last time, dear. For the last time. I think I'm safe for now. Mephisto finally stopped in a world where multiple Mephistos existed. He reckoned Hector wouldn't be able to find him among the crowd. Hello there, Mephisto. Did you miss me? Hector appeared behind him. Mephisto's red skin started sweating red liquid. He didn't even run away and simply knelt in front of him. Lord Inquisitor, forgive me. I did not know you had taken over the spirits of vengeance. Forgive me for misusing them. Shut up, lad. I was going to come after you one day or another anyway. You see, the second Lord of Omniversal Hell asked me to help him catch a few evil demons. You are one of the strongest evil demons. Mephisto fell back on his ass in shock. I had no chance. No, you never did. You are one of the beings who are evil in all universes across the multiverse. You are made to be evil, while I am bound by the laws of Omniverse to catch folks like you. So, we can do it the hard way or the easy way. You can come with me on your own, or I will beat you first. Hector gave him some options. Where will I be going? To hell, of course, but I don't know if you will be punished or not since you are made to be evil. Maybe you will get a job there after you complete your punishment. Big G ordered that we slowly remove most of the inherent evil from across the multiverse, so I'm only doing the job. Hector explained. He didn't care what Mephisto had done. The guy was a demon, not by choice. Then. I will follow. Mephisto muttered in defeat. Give me the crystal first. I don't trust you with that. Hector extended his palm. Aha. Got you. Suddenly, Mephisto took out the Mkron crystal and shot a beam with it. The beam hit Hector right in the face and pushed him back. Not because it was strong but because the soil on which Hector stood was loose. The beam was doing no damage to him anyway. Bwahaha. Classic Mephisto, I knew you would not give up this easily. It goes against your nature. Sad for you, now you'll get an ass-whooping that will make you even redder. The demon growled. Do you know why I came to this universe? Because there are multiple Mephistos around here. And I sure am going to use all of them to beat you. Mephistos. Assemble. As he shouted that, many demonic dark red cloud-like portals opened behind this Mephisto. Then, from them came multiplied Mephisto. All of them had different weapons, some had staff, and some had guns. Why do I feel like déjà vu? Hector muttered and prepared to greet them. Haha, you all have no idea how powerful I am against dark beings. I killed Dark Phoenix on my own. What are you in comparison? He boomed and snapped his finger. He didn't use the stones, however. Instead, he used his inherent powers to summon Hell's Scythe. However, because he did not wish to destroy this universe, he only summoned the Grim Reapers of this universe's hell. It was going to work as a processing location so the demons could be sent to multiversal and then omniversal hell. Hell worked like branches across space and time. They were all connected to one another. This was also the reason why Hector was sure he would one day be able to take Diana to her original universe and show her what happened to it. Send them to Satan in your fastest mail, boys. Give them some nice sanitized boiling oil baths and baton massages to their asses. He waved goodbye to them as the Grim Reapers threw their chains and caught Mephistos one by one. They looked like little minions trying to run away from a disaster but being unable to. Well, that was easy. Man, being overpowered is so boring, but also reassuring that I can live in peace and safety, that there is nothing that can put me in any real danger. He talked to himself while waiting for the process to finish. Snap. He made himself a nice sandwich and sat there silently. While doing so, he had an idea. Wait, why don't I just open a fast food joint? I sure can remove world hunger with it. It was certainly food for thought, or thought for food. Omniversal Hell. As always, Satan was on his monthly visit to Hell's doorway, the place where the sinners get their sins valued and get punished accordingly. Some get a pat on the wrist, while some get their entire wrist chopped, then regrown and cut again. Ah, it's pretty nice today. The sky looks more red than normal. Satan commented while on the walk. My lord, you say that every single day, said Bakasura, assistant to Satan. Satan sneered. Man, whoever named you right. You're one hell of a baka. Now just follow me and don't spoil my mood. I need to get this investigation done and give the report to that freak superior of mine. He doesn't even come to work. Why does father keep him around? Bakasura had to give his input. He's known to be sexually, mentally, and spiritually smitten by father, I heard. He does many things, fucked up things to gain his affection and attention. Maybe you should do the same. Suddenly, Satan remembered some bad memories. Fuck, no. I have some self-respect. Forget it. I'm happy to be second in command. Let's get this job done and watch the daily life of Hector's new episode. Soon, Satan arrived at the entrance booth, where a ghoul marked all the attendants. Whoa, what's this? Did someone sleep on the copy and paste button? So many Mephisto. Bakasura looked into the list quickly. They appear to have been sent by the Lord Inquisitor. Haha, yeah, he'd do something like this. First, send them to the oil bath and the ass massager for 500 years. Then give them excellent skin care with the peeler for another 500. Then you can proceed with the worst punishments. All right, I'm out. Bakasura cursed after Satan was gone. Fuck, I wanted to see the new episode too. Chapter 235. The President. Wait, why can't I leave this body? What happened? This was what Ultron thought when he suddenly found himself trapped inside a robot female sex toy. He had ditched Nebula a while ago because she tried to resist him, making his work slow. He was randomly traversing through various worlds, and as he passed through the sex planet Contractaxia, he found himself stuck in a sex robot. No matter what he did, he couldn't leave it, and the whole time he just saw the robot move on its own and get F***ed by various aliens. How can a sex robot be more complex than me? I am Ultron, the most advanced AI in the universe, he wondered. Most advanced AI? Sure. Most advanced being? Hell no. Hector's voice resounded to Ultron. Enjoy your stay before you're erased. Hector retracted his mind from the Mind Stone and looked around at the busy geniuses still trying to work together and defeat Ultron. He decided not to tell them that he had already neutralized the target. After all, since he was planning his retirement, their ability to work together was one of the checkmarks that needed to be ticked. Diana, Mooney, let's go home. They can keep working on it. I have a movie premiere to attend and a nationwide address to make. He grabbed his wife and kids and ducked off the ship. Earth. Washington Theater in LA had a huge crowd. Hector came to attend the premiere of the movie, The President. The giant posters riddled the whole open space as celebrities and politicians came one after another to get their photos clicked. Hector arrived with Diana, Mooney and Fenris as all expected. He was wearing his regular red coat military uniform, but Diana was wearing a beautiful gown. Meanwhile, Mooney had a bow tie, and Fenris had a cute little flower headband. Madam First Lady. Please look here. From the crowd, a male voice felt recognizable to Diana. She looked and recognized the man. He's the Eddie Brock I told you about. Didn't know he turned into a paparazzi. She revealed to Hector. However, Hector recognized the man's name and wondered if he already had the symbiote in him. Only one way to check, he waved at the man. Come along, boy. You can watch the movie with us. The men to bring down Kingpin should get a free ticket. Eddie didn't waste a moment and took the opportunity to jump in. He then offered to click more photos for them as their personal photographer for the evening. Woof. Mooney barked at him. Hector laughingly explained. He wants you to take his and Fenris photos. They are cute. Eddie started to take Mooney's picture. However, inside Eddie's head, a war was going on with a strange monstrous voice. Eddie tried to reject while the voice tried to possess his body. No, we discussed this before. You only get to take my body when it's your mealtime, or I'm in danger. Shut up, Eddie, and do as I say. Kneel before this man. He's my king. I can feel it on a genetic level, he's my creator. My daddy. What? Are you drunk or something? Stop messing with my big break and stay silent. Eddie did his best to ignore the leech in his body and kept clicking the photos. The event proceeded as planned, and soon the theater was packed. Hector sat at the front with Diana, Mooney, and Fenris. The movie was also being shown in 3D, but Hector was not a fan of it. The 3D glasses made everything seem darker for some reason. The lights quickly dimmed, and all eyes stuck to the screen as there were no shitty pre-credits or production studios logos. The ambient noise of wind shrouded everyone's ears while the screen stayed utterly black. However, the wind's noise was soon accompanied by the intensifying sound of horses trotting on the road. Then more sounds took over. These new ones felt similar to firecrackers. As the sound seemed close to the ears, the screen slowly lit up and showed the scenes of a horse carriage making quick way to the Mount Vernon estate. On the wide street, some adults and kids were burning firecrackers. Then the date appeared on the screen, July 4, 1870. With that resounded the old hoarse voice of Harrison Ford, narrating the story of his own character. My father was obsessed with our family's legacy. I reckon since he was unsuccessful in everything he ever touched, he had started to feel a weight on his shoulder, pulling him down. Desperate men often agree to do things a sane one would laugh at. He was a desperate man. A very desperate man. As he said that, the scenes continued, and the carriage stopped in front of the Washington family manor. A man in a long white coat jumped down from it and hurriedly picked up his suitcase. Then he ran straight into the manor. The servants quickly guided him into the house and into the room Janet King Washington was lying in bed. Her husband, Oliver Washington, consoling her. Then the moment the doctor barged in, Oliver Washington jumped to his feet. "Can you do it?" The doctor seemed conflicted. Why yes. But there is a lot of risk to her life. To have a child forcefully extracted a month early, that's... I know, but he must be born on the 4th of July. That's what the family needs, that's what my ancestor would have wanted. Janet has agreed, so do it, doctor. Oliver insisted. The doctor glanced at the woman with pity. She constantly smiled and nodded at him, saying, "I have agreed to it, doctor." The doctor knew that the woman most likely didn't have much say in this, but he proceeded with the procedure. He had 2 nurses who prepared the room and all items needed for a C-section. My father was clearly not a very intelligent man. His hunger for the continuation of the family legacy had spread like a disease that started affecting others. The following scene showed a slightly unsettling scene of the doctor making a cut on Janet's belly. Then the camera moved right with the doctor's back, obstructing the view for a few seconds in which the baby was taken out. The sounds of the sticky mess were audible, however. It raised many goosebumps. However, only the short scene of the little baby being passed to the nurse was seen as the doctor rushed to check Janet. Her body started twitching uncontrollably. Her blood pressure started to fall too low. A minute later, everything stopped, and the doctor merely checked her pulse. He sighed in defeat and sadness. "I'm afraid we couldn't save he." The doctor was left speechless when he saw Oliver Washington not even looking at his wife. Instead, he was smiling and talking to the boy in his arms. Harrison's voice felt more chilling this time. "You see, I was born on the day of freedom, to be caged for years to come." The next scene showed Hector at 10 years old and already learning how to shoot guns, play the piano, give speeches, and do mathematics and statistics. In addition, various teachers taught him geography, civics, and history. But he was never allowed to leave the house. Never allowed to make friends. He hated his father, as shown by his angry glares whenever Oliver would scold him for something petty. And he missed his mother, whose photos and the last name were all he had as a memory. With nothing to do, he gave his best at everything. No matter which subject, he tried his best, ignoring the isolation in his heart. But that was all about to change when one evening he read the newspaper and saw an advertisement for the Army's volunteer division. So at 16, I gave my father what he always wanted, this time against his will. I went on to build my own legacy. The scenes showed him standing in line to get a medical test done. It looked funny when he was asked to take a long breath and inflate his chest. But the army life was much different, as no servant walked around to serve. Nobody gave a damn what my surname was. Everyone was in it for themselves. But still, for some reason, I fit in the army like bacon on the breakfast table. The scenes showed him laughing with other soldiers and playing with a baseball. By that time, he had also started to grow a short beard. I never had friends, so I made friends. I never got to play around, so I played around. I never got to shoot my gun, so I shot it, on people. The scenes changed and this time showed them in a war campaign. It was a long 15-minute war sequence where Hector saves his battalion by throwing away a bottled bomb that fell among them. Then he proceeded to shoot his enemy precisely. The Spanish-American War was not easy. But we won it, and by its end, I was Captain Hector King Washington, the rising star of the army. Scenes of him receiving medals and promotions appeared. Hector's whole life was being reflected. To most people, it felt too unreal because of how quickly the world was changing in the scenes. But that was the actual case from the late 1800s to the mid-1900s. The movie was 2 hours and 10 minutes long. Nobody was going to complain, however, since Hector was too old and this much time was needed to tell the story of his life. Slowly, the scenes kept changing. Hector kept avoiding dating and women overall and stayed focused on his goal. He had decided he was going to shut his father up by getting to the rank of lieutenant general, at least. The same rank George Washington had. The scenes slowly went on with excellent music. Then, at last, by the end of World War I, he was promoted to the rank of lieutenant general after 22 years of service. However, sometimes you regret not reading those letters you were saving for later. During the war, my father wrote about his illness and his deteriorating health. I didn't even know, and it was too late when I knew. I retired from the army after that and decided to enter politics. I wish to be people's father figure because I never had one despite there being a father. A/N, it's basically his life from chapter 2 now. The scene of Hector standing in the middle of Auschwitz's dead body dumping ground and Eric nearby crying, screaming to find his parents turned even the strongest of hearts into a crying mess. Hector's shaken eyes, his conflicted expressions. All were captured perfectly by Harrison Ford's acting. Mooney in the movie was the real Mooney, so his acting was impeccable too. But the world saw in this movie the day when Hector decided to change war entirely and go after Berlin directly. If he had not, millions more would have died in camps. The movie kept going for a long time. All the way until he disappeared in 1988, and the country held a state funeral. People mourned across the world. Then as soon as the first heap of sand was shoveled on his lowered casket, the screen turned black, and credits rolled. However, near the mid-credit, the screen lit up again, and the real scene of Hector jumping from the Quinjet into New York City appeared. Aliens were besieging the city during that time. Then the screen turned black again with big letters. See you soon. And that was the end of the movie. It was very different from normal biopics because most people don't have as adventurous life as Hector. Then a standing ovation was given for no reason, and everyone followed to the after-party. Hector, however, teleported back to the East Coast into the White House because he had set the cameras up in the Oval Office. As he had ordered, Nick Fury was already waiting for him there, looking confused. Okay, I will be starting the live broadcast on my YouTube channel. I need you to stand here beside me like a statue. He ordered the bald man. You got it, Mr. President. Good, here we go. Hector clicked the button and waited for people to tune in. In a few minutes, the number reached 39 million. This was enough for him, so he made a serious face. He was sitting by his office desk, arms folded on it. He looked straight into the camera and announced. Currently, it is 10 p.m. here. Effective midnight, I shall be resigning from the position of the President of the United States of America. Boom, it was like a silent explosion that woke up the world. Chapter 236. Retired. Around the world, many phones started to ring, and messages began to spread. Then, in a matter of seconds, the world came to a sudden halt as people took out their phones to see the speech by the president. Now sitting at 400 million viewers, this was the live stream that broke all records. I shall be resigning from the position of President of the United States of America. I know it may come off as a surprise to you all, but I've been thinking about it. In my time as the leader, I've been called a tyrant, a thief, a warmonger, a dictator, and a communist. I've seen the turn of centuries twice. The first time it brought us the World War, and the second time it brought us alien invasion. The speed of change is unimaginable. Don't worry, this time I won't be going missing. I will still be doing some work, but not as the US president. In this post, I have already done enough. There was a time when the government used to be a slave to corporations. It used to wage wars and do regime changes for these companies. To hell with the free market if that free market comes at the cost of 1,000 dead bodies of the innocents. All this time, I did my job as a politician, but the world seems to be forgetting that I was a soldier before everything. I gave enough time to all the criminals of the world. The time is up. Now I will hunt each one of you down and drag your faces on the asphalt roads. If you are a corrupt company, I will destroy your business. If you are a corrupt official, I will make you stand naked with a board hanging by your neck detailing your crimes. I vow to turn this planet into a space civilization, and to do that, if I have to become the Grand General once again, I will. My words stand for all nations too. If any politician or dictator in the world decides to wage war anywhere, no matter how big, expect me. Expect your skull under my foot. Good night, signing off. One more thing. The new president will be the new vice president of the United States, Nicholas Joseph Fury. A marvelous patriotic man, the one who created Avengers. I trust him to run this nation with an unwavering will. Take care. He switched off the live stream and looked at the flabbergasted face of Fury. Shut your mouth, or a fly will explore it. Now come here and take a hug. Fury robotically moved and hugged Hector. I will be the president. Haha, congratulations, boy. You're going to be one badass-looking president with your eye patch. Hector patted his back. Fury babbled something. You do understand. You just made the first ever black president. Hector scoffed. Fuck that. I don't give a crap about your race. I've lived with aliens in space for more than 2 decades. You being black or Asian is not even noticeable to me. And I suggest you don't look at this position from the lens of the race either. Don't let that get in your head. I have removed the nation's wealth inequality, so there is no space for racial politics anymore. And you just wait, maybe after your second term, Yelena will become the president, the first woman president. Fury took his advice to heart and nodded the whole time. This was the mother of all promotions in his eyes, from the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. to the U.S. president. But that left a question. What are you going to do now? Haha, I have a position empty for me as well. So I will go and take that office. It will be announced in a few days, just wait for the surprise. I will now go and have a good night's sleep with my wife. My headaches are now yours, have fun. He walked out to the balcony of the White House and flew away into the sky. Now alone, Fury looked at the office of the president. He went ahead and sat down on the chair, wanting to feel the power. But only a frown appeared on his face. Ugh, it's not that comfortable. What a hype killer. I guess I should call Agent Hill to become my chief of staff. Wait, who will take my position? Hector did not return home immediately after resigning. Instead, he went to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters and met Natasha there as she sat in the director's office, looking proud of herself. Beside her was also her boyfriend and secretary. Congratulations on your promotion, dear. She giggled and congratulated him back. And you for your retirement. Dear, I will only retire on the day I die. But I will spend more time with my family now, that includes you. I have updated the security clearances for you, so study hard and prepare for everything. Ask Fury if you need anything on the hotline. I reckon he won't be sleeping tonight, he advised. And I suppose you will be sleeping warmly. She teased. Wahaha, when you've got the hottest woman as your wife, your sleep is bound to be warm. Well, I shall leave. Take care. Hector returned to his house and found Diana resting on the bed, reading some books with her sexy glasses on. She looked too damn hot in her night suit. Hector threw away his coat, jumped onto the bed, and hugged her. I am finally retired, for now. She giggled and caressed his hair. Hey, superheroes never retire, dear. Sadly, we don't get paid either. As she said that, it occurred to Hector that there were so many heroes who turned to the wrong path because of financial problems. Nice idea. I should make a fund to pay salaries to superheroes. After all, we can't expect them to live in poverty just because they are busy helping people and can't join a job. Shoo. Diana put her finger on his lips and turned the lights off with the other hand. Less talking and more work on the bed. It's time we test how strong this house is now. Hector was always happy for some big boy activities. Where are Mooney and Fenris? Mooney said he wanted to show Kamartaj to Fenris. Since it was daytime in Nepal, he left quickly. So worry not, my lion. We have the house to ourselves. Hector grinned and scooped Diana up and put her onto his lap. He never used his powers to get rid of their clothes, as taking them off conventionally was hot and a part of the foreplay. I'm gonna make you scream tonight. She proudly nodded and kissed him passionately. I expect nothing less. 12 hours, that's how long they had their fun. They didn't even need to sleep, so they could have gone for 12 hours more. But since Mooney and Fenris were going to return, they took a break. They sat in the living room with coffee mugs in their hands and watched the latest news. Puffed. Hector threw up the coffee when the news flashed. News, some strange events have been reported in Virginia. People claim they felt an earthquake the whole night. It was weak, but it scared everyone because earthquakes are rare here. I think we should find a place for our fun activities in the Sahara Desert. He suggested. Diana was also left shocked by the news. I agree with that, dear. Woof. Mooney announced his return as the portal appeared. Fenris followed him behind. The two fluffies quickly jumped onto the sofa and cuddled with their parents. Hector and Diana also didn't shy away from giving them hugs and kisses. They were, after all, like their kids. What did Yao teach you? Hector asked. Woo-woo woof wow. Mooney quickly pointed at the thin gold chain on Fenris' neck. Baldy gave her this. It can protect her from dust and rain. Hector ruffled Fenris' hair. Good girl. I was thinking about getting Hela out now. Do you want to see her again? Fenris paused as if thinking deeply about something. Then she looked Hector in the eyes, herself looking conflicted about her feelings. She wondered if she should meet Hela or not. After all, the woman was very violent. Come here, girl. Hector hugged the she-wolf and patted her head. Don't worry. I will make sure she has no power. This will mean she can't make war or hurt anybody. Woof. Fenris finally agreed. All right then, it's time for our family to go out on a short excursion. I will announce my new work position to the world when I return. Let's go, let's go. He rushed them up jokingly. White House, Oval Office. I hate this job. It was a bloody trap. I just know it. Sir, you have another bundle to look into. Agent Hill walked in with a stack of files and put them on the table. There were already 15 stacks of files that Fury had to look into. The bald pirate sighed. Can I resign and make you the president? That will disappoint Mr. Washington, sir. Motherfucker. This is hell. All right, give me all the files. I guess I'm a slave now, this time to the entire nation. Chapter 237. Vacation in Hell. Hector was at the end of his second year of presidency. This meant Fury could run for president twice after he finished this one. But he needed to garner some support first. Luckily, Hector had already given him an idea and was in the middle of getting it done. After all, it's the little people who go out to vote. It's the average American that's important and should be important, not the interests of corporates. Since the government was free from all corporate lobbying and pulls, Congress passed a bill with a full majority. Yes, Hector had fucked the whole American political side because he didn't belong to any party. Besides that, he had created his own third party, and most of the well-experienced politicians had left their sides and joined Hector's. So when the bill to increase the minimum wage in the country was proposed, it quickly got all the approvals and passed with ease and much media fanfare. Then Fury came on the first televised speech, which was being redirected from his YouTube channel. I understand that many of you are confused about me. Most of you don't know me. Well, let's just say I used to be the head of an international agency that has worked to keep an eye on everything alien and unexplainable in this world. I was its director, and the agency is known publicly at this point, S.H.I.E.L.D. I am glad President Washington thought I was worthy of sitting in this position and working for this country I love immensely. I wish not to disappoint him, so I will not be changing his policies. Instead, I will be promoting them more and introducing more things. One of them is to increase the minimum wage so the quality of life in this nation can improve. I believe there should be no company that pays so low that the workers can't afford to pay rent and buy food in the nearby neighborhood. So yes, I increased the minimum wage to $13 per hour. Any company paying less than this will be taken care of with a lovely fist of freedom. Take care. Fury pressed the end stream button and looked at his secretary. How did I do, Agent Hill? You should grow a beard, I think. You will look more intimidating then. She advised. You're telling a black dude with an eye patch that he's not intimidating. I feel I'm more intimidating than the old Prez. Well, I don't think he was trying to act intimidating. He just laughs, is tall, muscular, has a long beard and the respect fro dash. Fine, stop with this, your wet dream talk. I will grow a beard. Now give me those new files. Hell was a region of Niflheim that served as the home of the dead who were neither honored nor dishonored. It was not a land for punishment but a resting ground for the dead. And in this exact place, Hector arrived with his little family. Their task was to find Hela and get her to at least become less destructive. Hector knew it was a pipe dream to think she could suddenly turn good. Fenris, can you smell her anywhere? Hector asked. The cherished she-wolf sniffed around her and tried to sense her old master. However, even after minutes, she felt nothing. Wuv. It's okay, don't be disheartened. I'm sure she will be around. I will find her in no time. He patted the girl and used the infinity stones to look around. She's above us. He muttered and looked up all of a sudden. Diana was faster, however, and took her shield out of nowhere to block the imminent strike from the sky. It was some sort of dark black pointy blade. She seems angry. Well, anybody would be after being locked for 5,000 years. Let's try to talk to her. Fenris, you should also try. The she-wolf proudly and bravely barked toward the sky, letting out her feelings in the hope that Hela would hear her and maybe stop to listen to what they had to say. Mooney was the brave boy stopping the rain of those black spears from hitting his girl. Hector didn't help there as Mooney needed to get some brownie points this time. I am getting out of here now. Boom, Hela landed on the ground, making a small crater. Her hair was open and disheveled, her face showed signs of madness. You are not leaving this place alive. We're here to take you out, Hela. Hector straight up revealed his intention. Now, this was like telling a lion that you came to it to get eaten. She was left stunned. What do you mean? Odin didn't send you to kill me. Haha, why would he do that? No, I came here because this little wolf girl was missing someone. He pointed at Fenris. Fenris quickly ran to Hela and sniffed her hand. Hela, too, seemed mentally stunned as her eyes widened at the scene. After all, she had cared for Fenris since she was a little cub. And seeing her with the cute headband created feelings in her heart she had long forgotten. Who resurrected you? She asked. Fenris pointed her nose at Hector. Then she started rubbing herself on Hela's legs. Whoa. She says she misses you. Anyway, do you want to get out of here? I can offer you a great deal. You get your freedom, and you get to live with Fenris. Start a new life and be happy. Hector offered her. However, his words disgusted her, for she was the goddess of war. I shall only sit when I kill Odin and take Asgard for myself. Well, that's not going to happen. I know Odin is a bad father. He messed up another kid of his. But he's not a bad man by heart. You wish to plunge the 9 realms into war. He had to stop you. I believe it was not good to lock you away for 5,000 years, but what has passed may never come back. Besides, your species is immortal, so 5,000 for you is life 50 years for humans. So take my offer and come with me. Suppose I do come with you. How will you ensure that I do not betray? She asked him, trying to gauge his strength. Hector smirked and punched the air. In an instant, a blast of energy resonated, creating 6 colors of the Infinity Stones and the black color of null powers. Who says I will allow you to remain this powerful outside? From now you're going to be an average Asgardian with no powers. From this moment, you shall not have any divinity or affinity with death and war. He shruggingly replied. You will pose no threat to Asgard or any other world. So now the choice is yours, do you want to live the rest of your time here or somewhere else outside? If it was me, I'd choose the latter. There is so much great food to taste, stories to hear, and places to see outside. Just enjoy the wonders of life. Hela quickly tried to use her powers and attempt to attack him. However, nothing came out of her hands. No magic or black spears. What have you done? As I said, you are now powerless, the goddess of nothing, just a plain Asgardian. I do not accept this. I'm not even asking. You're stuck as a normal Asgardian whether you decide to live here or outside. The choice is yours. Come, Mooney and Fenris, let's tour hell while she's thinking. Dumbly staring, she saw as they left one after the other. Who comes to hell to sightsee? But now alone, she tried her best to summon her powers again. They used to work according to her will before, but now she felt utterly powerless, weak. It disgusted her, but there was nothing she could do. Not only that, she felt a change in her mind. She could not feel the same lust for blood and battle anymore. The horror dawned on her mind then. He has truly taken away everything that made me Hela. Now, hell was not a planet in itself. But instead, it was just a region in the realm of Niflheim. It held various places of interest and served as one of the many realms of death across the cosmos. There were places like Elysium and Valhalla here, the places that interested Hector. So they first went to Valhalla, the place where heroes and honored dead went. The gates to this special region opened for him with a twist of his hand. Then the scenes inside left all 4 mesmerized as a somewhat festive atmosphere spread around. The landscape was full of greenery, and the buildings seemed similar to old medieval villages. There was music similar to those one heard in the Viking movies. There were men and women drinking and laughing merrily. Some were even sparring with each other. Diana was amazed by the place. This is fascinating. It's boring. But I need a drink, let's see what Viking Heaven's ale tastes like. There, lad, bring me some ale. Hector ordered one man. But the Viking turned around angrily and took out his bat leaks. Eivor of the Raven clan heeds no orders. But fight me and win, I shall offer you ale as a friend. Bwahaha. Let's do it then, flavor of Raven. Hector folded his sleeves and prepared to fight. I'm going to enjoy this vacation. Chapter 238. Just a game. To help Hela was like helping someone drowning who needed help, but after you help them, they sue you for hurting her. Similarly, Hela liked that she could go out and hug Fenris, but she was angered at the fact that Hector took her powers away. Yes, she could not do anything noteworthy about it. From seeing Hector talk around, she realized that this man didn't care about anything and would do whatever he thought was right. So she made a tactical compromise and decided to go with Hector. She will plan the next steps after assessing what the situation was outside. Hector knew she was thinking about this and would try to do something. But Infinity Stones were absolute in this universe. This means that she cannot bypass the restrictions on her. She can't use magic or her divine powers. She was just a physically strong being. Great, let's go to Asgard then. I think Odin will be shocked to see you. Hector created a portal. Hela scoffed, of course, he will be shocked to see me still alive and sane. Whoa. Fenris howled at Hela. Wahaha, you go, girl, straighten her now. Tell her how amazing is normal life, no need for dumb fighting. Just eat, sleep, fuck. I mean, have fun. Oh, why did you not complete that? Go on. Diana nudged him teasingly. Cough, let's move on. He walked into the portal, leaving Diana and Mooney chuckling. You can't catch me, pretty boy. Your flying speed is 1/3 of mine. That's because it's not my power. I'm just using a jetpack. You need to slow down. Loki helplessly shouted at Jean. Stop bitching, Loki. Catch me if you can. Okay, I'll give you an offer. If you can catch me, I will let you do that. Jean teased the man. Loki's face lit up, and he smacked the jetpack to make a new hole in it. He was absolutely ready to get his ass burned for that ass. You will let me foo-bam*. What were you about to say? Out of nowhere, the harbinger of death, the most feared being in the universe, appeared and knocked on Loki's head, sending him crashing into the water below. Grandpa. Jean chirped and flew straight into his arms in a warm hug. Haha, how is my little phoenix? I hope this bad boy didn't trouble you too much. He's yet to win my approval to date you. After all, there are not many beings as untrustable as Loki in this universe. She giggled at the remark. He's all right. I can sense whenever he's lying, and he knows I can easily kill him if he dares to mess with me. Until now, he's been a good puppy. Diana. Mooney and Fenris too. Ah, let me hug you all. Jean excitedly flew to everyone one by one and grabbed them into a big hug. Mooney gave her the usual greeting, a pat on the head. After all, he was her teacher. Woof wow. Hee hee, yeah, I see it. Fenris is your good friend. And who is this sexy goth lady? She's smokin' hot. She noticed Hela. Hector laughed. He was surely not the best influence on this girl in terms of language. But she turned out a good human, that's all that mattered. She's Hela, Odin's eldest daughter. She used to be the goddess of death and war. She was locked inside a prison for 5,000 years. Just got her out. Prison? What for? Jean asked. For wanting to start a giant genocidal war because she was bloodthirsty. He blurted. That's tough. Well, let's go and eat something. I've been flying around Asgard this whole morning. Old Man Odin invited me to a big dinner as well. Jean grabbed Hector's arm and pulled him along. As they walked, Hela looked at her home once again. Nothing had changed, however. But to her eyes, there was a change. The environment felt a lot more cheerful. The people seemed confident. In no time, she was taken into the royal palace and then to the throne room, where Odin was hearing the matters of the United Galactic Federation in the sector around Asgard's location. My friend, look whom I found. Hector boomed. Odin looked up at Hector with a smile. But it instantly vanished once Hela came into view. He stood up and summoned his spear. How did she get out? Hector waved his hand and took away Odin's spear. Calm your nipples, Odin. My godly friend, I took away her powers. Now she's the same as any average Asgardian. She can't harm you or anyone in Asgard. Besides, don't you want your family united again? What do you mean by calming my nipples? Odin had his focus on something else, it seemed. It's just a figure of speech. Don't fret about it. I think I'm being influenced by the internet culture back home. Let's go and eat something now. You can get to know Hela during it. There was nothing much to get to know. Hela hated Odin, and Odin felt guilty about it. He tried to talk to her, but she gave him the cold shoulder. I did not wish to lock you in forever, Hela. I was waiting for the right way to bring you to the correct path. I used to be a warmonger during the days of establishing the 9 realms. But we were wrong, killing was not the way to rule. Unfortunately, you refused to see the mistakes. Hela merely scoffed, says the men who used me for conquering and then locked me in hell. You were a warmonger and an opportunist. You saw me as a threat to your rule. Odin seemed visibly hurt by that statement. You are my daughter, Hela. Everything I have is yours. Why would I fear you? What I feared was your bloodthirst. The universe has been united. There is nothing to win over. That man is the ruler of the whole universe. Hela glanced at Hector, who was in the middle of playing a tug-of-war with the White Wolf. She could not believe that this man ruled the multiverse. Sure, he took away her powers, but she knew that even Lady Death or other cosmic beings could have done the same. However, none of them claimed to rule the entire universe. He's a unique, higher-dimensional being. Don't just judge him for his Midgardian looks. I'm sure he can defeat me and wipe out Asgard in the blink of an eye if he wants to. But he's a gentle being. Odin felt Hector could be a topic to talk about and break the ice. Hela silently kept staring at Hector. His face, his beard, his cheerful personality. The men felt too strange for her as she felt attracted to him for no particular reason. As if he was the supreme god of death. Is he married? She questioned. __. Odin alternatively glanced at Hector, Diana, and then at his daughter. Eventually, he sighed. You're a few months late, dear. That woman is his wife, Diana, also known as Wonder Woman. She too can destroy Asgard if she wants to. Hela nodded silently. Understandable, powerful people seek other powerful beings. I was not thinking of anything, Odin. Do not try to shame me. Odin dumbly looked at his daughter's face. I didn't try to shame you, dear. I say what I see. Then I believe your other eye has also gone bad. She barked back and got to eating. She stared at Fenris, however, because the wolf was playing with Diana instead of sitting with her. They took my Fenris from me too. This is unacceptable. After the feast, it was time for some leisure. So Hector took out Uno and played with the whole family. Odin, Hela, Fenris, Jean, Loki, Thor, Frigga, Mooney, Fenris, Hector, and Diana sat in a small circle. All right, I told you the rules. If you have any doubts, you can ask Jean or me. One more thing, never forget to shout Uno when you're throwing your second last card. If you don't do that, you will have to pick 4 cards from the pile. He warned them about these rookie mistakes. It destroyed families, after all. So Hector started by flipping the top card and started the game. Slowly, the game progressed as normal. But then Mooney barked. Wooah. Hector soon smirked and threw a draw 4 as he had no matching card and sat before the fluffy bot. As soon as this happened, Mooney threw his usual tantrum and started making low howling noises. But he knew he couldn't act like a spoiled brat in front of Fenris, so he picked 4 cards. Then the game continued until Odin announced he was on the last card. But sad for him, Hela sat before him and put a draw 2, ending the old man's minute of the excitement. Uno. Diana announced. The game went on as usual until Mooney's turn came as he sat beside Diana. However, he threw a regular card and continued the play. Diana ended up throwing the last card and winning. Hector was offended as he knew Mooney's cards. This is pure bias. You had 2+2 and let her win. This is wrong, Mooney. Woof. Mooney sassily shrugged his head away. Wait, how did you know he had 2+2s? Diana asked him, narrowing her gaze, silently telling him that she saw everything. Bwahaha. I was just taking a guess. Let's tally the scores and start the next round. Just chill, guys. It's just a game. Chapter 239. No mercy. She likes you, I think, Diana told Hector about her evaluation of Hela. Hector scoffed. I know that. I used to be the most eligible bachelor for all the old goddesses and cosmic ladies of the universe. But you're my permanent girl, Diana. I know that, dear. You tell me that every single night in words and action. But I was wondering how we could bring her to the right path. Currently, she seems like an emo teen. But I sense a cheerful personality hidden under there. She probably does have a hidden cheerful personality. I believe it was her divinity that had affected her mind and made her full of bloodlust. Just look at Loki. The god of trickery is really the god of trickery. Thor is dumb and can strike lightning. So it's normal that Hela liked killing. But I've taken away her divinity, so the effects should be leaving her mind now. Maybe we can find a match for her. After all, love has the power to fix all wounds. But who? Diana wondered. Well, Logan would have been perfect, but he pegged the real goddess of death. Who is left now? It needs to be someone highly powerful. That's the least requirement. Hector mumbled. Maybe an Asgardian would be better. How about Lippo? He's been my guide all this time. He's handsome and charming. He's also well-spoken. She suggested. Hector choked on his saliva. Seriously? Hela will chew him and spit him out. He's too weak for her. No, we need to find a mutant or something. Even then, he should not be so strong that he decides to be a simp and attack Asgard because his girl has unsettled revenge. I will have to go back to Earth and find one then. By the way, when will Mooney and Fenris tie the knot? Are they not dating yet? She wondered. To this, even Hector was clueless. Well, they act like best friends all the time. I don't know if they are romantic yet or not. We should keep an eye on them. Hector agreed. But he knew it was time to head home and start the work. This was going to be the last phase of his vacation. After he's done, he will head back to Hell and join his work again. Of course, he will take Diana, Mooney, and Fenris. Let's head back. I want to go to Japan and drift this time. Of course, you will be with me. He suggested. His only wish was to have fun while working at this stage. Haha, you're like a child. But I think it can be fun, if it's illegal. Whoa, what is this, Lady Upright? Diana wants some illegal fun. The sun will rise from the west now, it seems, he joked and grabbed Diana's hand to walk with her. He was married already but still felt like he was just dating his dream girl. It was because he enjoyed every moment with her. Before we head to Omniversal Hell, to my home. I will take you to your universe once to see what happened. Mention of her past life brought back many scars in her mind. She clenched Hector's hand and nodded. Thank you. I would at least like to know if my sacrifice was worth something. I'm sure it was. I'm sure. Earth. Hector had suddenly gone missing after announcing his retirement. Naturally, this didn't sit well with the stock market and the people. Panic spread that he was gone for real this time. Hector was not just a name. He was a guarantee that the world would be at peace. That no asshole politician misuses his powers and hurts world trade. So be it Stark Industries or any other company, all suffered some losses. But those who knew that he had only gone on a short vacation didn't panic, and the business was as usual. Then a week later, an announcement was made that the United Nations was going to hold a press conference regarding the new position they had created called President General. This new position was going to be the top of all UN bodies and also will be the leader of the United Nations peacekeepers. Soon, the press conference was shown live on television and the internet. Hector appeared to be sitting in the middle of all seats with the name tag on the table. Hector King, Washington, President General UN, it said. Everything became clear to everyone in an instant after that. Hector had not gone missing. He was simply preparing for this new task. There was no ceremony but rather a speech from Hector. He was still wearing the military uniform of the Grand General, but now the US logo was changed to UN, Good Morning, Earth. You all know me, I'm a preacher of peace, but I don't shy away from using my fist when those who love chaos don't comply. I have decided to take care of the United Nations because this organization was created to keep the world safe. It was to work as checks and balances to ensure no wars happen. But it failed as a few nations held a monopoly on decisions in this organization. Being biased is human nature, so I don't blame them. But no more. From now on, the UN will work for world peace from a truly neutral perspective. No matter which nation, if they dare commit war crimes or wage war, they will have to answer me. I will also be strengthening the peacekeepers, so they can actually do what their name implies, keep the peace. Besides this, the United Nations is going to start a new company called United Nations Builders Group. It will be a company that will take tenders from various world governments to create infrastructure at a price unimaginably cheap. Worry not. I have the magical means to create everything. So from now on, all nations are welcome to request infrastructure projects each week. By the end of the week, you will get all of them built. It can be anything, from an airport to a nationwide maglev track and trains. From a housing society to water and waste management plants. The UN will make everything. You just have to ask and negotiate a price acceptable to you. We will be using all the money earned to run food and education programs to create sustainable and equal growth for all children so the future may be equal for all. Meanwhile, for the criminals. Today marks the day I start coming after you. I'm starting with South America's drug cartels and human traffickers. Once this press conference is over, a list of 12,000 high-value criminal targets will be made public. Their death warrants have been issued by their respective counties. Now I shall work on them. Hector stood up as the press conference was over. However, he remembered that some charity organizations would cry murder once he started. So he gave a strict warning. And to all those so-called charity organizations that will come in defense of these criminals. Know that all of these are murderers, pedophiles, human traffickers, and rapists. I gave them time to mend their ways. They did not. There is love in my heart, but wrath on my fist too. If you wish to protect them, go ahead. But remember, in my eyes, you will be no different from these criminals. You will be the enablers of these pedophiles. I hate those who make children cry. And to me, a single child's happiness is more important than the lives of 100 criminals. This is how the world should be, where evil is unilaterally punished, and goodness is rewarded. Take care. I will get to work. The connection didn't cut. Instead, Diana took to the podium and started to answer a few questions. She was going to be Hector's PR head. She had a way with words, and she was also too damn hot. Brazil. Fuck, my name is on the list. Why did I pay those cunts in the government if they were not going to tell me about the warrant? Fuck, quick, get as many men to guard my place as possible. A human trafficking ring boss panicked after seeing the list. However, he was naive to think Hector would come to each of them personally. That was too much honor for these little cockroaches. Instead, a simple snap was done. In an instant, not only the boss but also his main minions found their limbs ripping apart slowly and painfully. At the same time, in Colombia, all the drug lords and their lieutenants had the same fate. In Mexico, all cartel bosses and their heirs died painfully. The 12,000 names were not just some goons. These were the leaders and the replacements of those leaders. These were the scummiest of the scums alive. And by killing them, Hector was crippling all their gangs, giving the local police enough time and power to take action. Of course, for this, Hector had to blackmail the leaders of all these nations since some were highly corrupt. He was going full nuclear this time. But he had nothing to worry about because the fruits of his years of labor were going to give him sweet nectar now. He controlled the world media of all forms. He was going to spread the right messages he wanted. It didn't matter which nation. Nowhere was too far away from him. But, amidst all this, Hector received news that a secret Hydra base in Austria was doing painful experiments on mutant kids to make them their soldiers. As always, kids in crises meant Hector was angry. So he donned his coat, got Mooney along, and headed out to rip some skulls apart and save some kiddies. Mooney, remember the World War? No mercy. Woof. Chapter 240. Cutting heads. Hector did know that Hydra was still there and doing something. The organization's motto, cut one head and others will take its place, was absolutely correct. They were like overpopulated rodents that just won't call it to quit no matter how many of them you kill. So this time, since he was going nuclear on regular criminals, he decided to erase Hydra from existence. And that starts with saving the kiddies. So Hector flew to Austria with Mooney. The good boy was in his arms. They planned to drop down onto the Hydra base from the sky and make a hole in their ceiling. Killing them with a bamboozle, as Mooney called it. With a loud thud, they fell through the roof of the building and appeared in front of the big crowd of Hydra soldiers. It seemed they had fallen into their cafeteria. Well, it seems this is going to be the last meal of their lifetime, Hector muttered after seeing all the heads being turned towards him. You know what to do, boy, rip their throats apart, fast. He instructed Mooney. Woof. Mooney responded and shot off like a bullet. In a second, loud screams of agony and fear cursed the good boy. Blood sprayed around the cement floor. But soon, they picked up their weapons and started to return fire on the good boy. That was when Hector started. He was too strong for these human bodies, so all it took to him was a punch in the air that sent out a heavy blow of air enough to crush the rib cages and kill them. Where are the kids? Hector bellowed as he punched a man and made a hole in his head. Of course, the men could not answer, but the others who were scared now did answer. Down in the basement laboratory. Please don't kill me. Hector shrugged. Sure, I will take you to a nice dinner and treat you like my wife. Is that what you expect me to say? Fool, I am here to destroy Hydra for good this time. I don't care about how you feel. Boom. A blue energy wave went out from Hector's fist and pulverized the Hydra soldiers. He was doing exactly what he had said, being ruthless to those who hurt kids. Boy, follow me. He called Mooney. They made their way to the basement through the hole they made in the ground as they could not find the entrance. Woof wow woo. Mooney ran around like a fire truck, shouting where the kiddies were. Of course, he mowed down anyone that dared come in his way. Calm down, boy. Hector kept looking around and noticed the locked metal doors. There were children behind most of them. Some had adults too. Who is the leader of this base? Let me summon them. He snapped his finger to use the Mind Stone, the Space Stone, and the Reality Stone simultaneously. Soon, a bald man appeared. Hector recognized him in an instant. Baron Strucker. You're probably the last remaining Hydra bosses left alive. I wonder why I didn't find you before. But your plot armor ends today. Sad to announce you're not the main character of this world. All the heroes are. You cut one head. Slap. Hector slapped him nice and good. I came here to deal with that itself. I will cut all your heads off today. Do you want to see that happen before dying? Hector closed his eyes and first let the information about all the Hydra members surge into his head. He didn't want to kill the wrong one and face the consequences later. After he was sure of everything, he called each one of them into the large basement they were at. It was big enough for a commercial airliner, so space was not a problem. In an instant, thousands upon thousands of men and women appeared, all looking confused. Some were in the middle of sleeping, eating, or fricking. Everyone, look at me here. Yes, all of you are Hydra members. I know it, so there is no need to deny it. All 69,000 of you are sentenced to death right here and now. Pray to whichever god you pray to because you're gonna need all that blessing once you reach hell. There was no need to make it all look too bloody because if he killed this many people in one go in a bloody manner, then an actual pool of blood would rise up. So, the snap was the best way to kill them. I will be dismantling all your work next. Bye. He waved and let the people fall to their knees. Slowly, they looked at their own arms and legs, vanishing into nothingness. Hydra will survive. We are eternal. Baron Strucker screeched. I know that's why I will be erasing Hydra's history too. You fools never really had a chance once I came into this world. Have fun with Schmidt. Hector snapped the man's neck in half like it was a noodle. After this short, tactical strike, the silence ensued. Only the kids were left to save, but Hector lacked the means to provide them with help at the same time. They were all superpowered, after all. So he called the X-Men to help. Jean helped everyone arrive with the use of portals. The whole staff of the school was here, as it had expanded a lot since the start. Charles, there may be some troubled minds as well. Hydra was known to mess with the brain. Hector warned the men. Ah. I'm sensing some crazy powers behind this door. Jean exclaimed. Hector went to check and read the name on the door. Wanda. Everything became clear to him in an instant. He remembered the Scarlet Witch. She was a powerful character in comics, but it was unknown how strong she was in the movies. He wondered which version this one was, but since she was being tortured by Hydra, he reckoned it was the movie version. Now, he knew that she was initially a troubled person and was on the side of Hydra. But here, the Age of Ultron scene didn't happen. Is she going to fight me? Get back, everyone. When I open this door, anything can happen. Jean, erect a shield behind me. He ordered before opening the door. Hector then turned the locking wheel and opened the door slowly. At the same time, he kept talking to keep Wanda calm. Hey there, Wanda. I'm just an old man, here to get you out of here. You can live however you want to after this. Nobody will hurt you. I even defeated the Hydra. Bam. Something jumped out of the room and grabbed Hector's neck. It was not done aggressively, but instead in an intimate one. I waited so long. It quickly occurred to Hector that this girl had been waiting to be rescued all this time. How and why she was waiting for him, he had no idea. But it sure felt strange to him. He patted her back. It's okay. I'm here now. Everything will be fine. Wanda Maximoff lived a strange life. She lived in the war-torn Sokovia. But still, her parents ensured that she and her brother lived a decent life. The things she loved most were the sitcoms and watching the many movies, shows, and speeches by Hector. She was taught in school that Hector was the bringer of freedom and happiness to all kids. She used to dream about one day Hector coming to their nation and ending all that conflict. Making their lives better by turning the country into a paradise. But then the bombs dropped, and her parents died. But even then, she never lost hope. However, then the Hydra found her and her brother. They tried to turn them into mindless haters. Her brother could not hold on, but she did. She refused to quit and waited for Hector. She still hoped for her role model, her hero from her dreams, to be real. Now finally, he was in front of her. So she could not hold herself and jumped to hug him. Hoping that this will be the end of her miserable life. Hoping that this was not just a dream. I waited for you. I knew you would come. She babbled. However, the more she spoke the more Hector felt troubled by the guilt that he should have done something sooner. He should have never stopped and ended all these hidden evil organizations. But he was in the space during that them and was helpless. Don't worry, child. I'm here now. There is nothing to fear. I will make all your troubles disappear. Maybe I should call Santa Claus to cheer everyone here up. He does owe me one for replacing him for that Christmas of '69. Chapter 241. Uncle Sam recruits. Hector never imagined that the Scarlet Witch would be a fan of his, not just any fan but one who wanted help from him. This made things a lot easier for him. He was able to convince her to come and live in the school for gifted children. There was also Jean, who could help her with her unstable powers. However, before any of that, she had a request. Please help me find my brother. I don't know where he is or how they are using him. But he must be in pain. She asked him pleadingly. Well, I called all loyal Hydra members here a while ago and killed them. Your brother was not among them. This means he probably faked being loyal. Don't worry. We will find him in no time. He assured her and looked at Jean. Dear, take all the kids to the academy. I will return with Wanda soon. Mooney, you stay with the kids as well. We need the fluffy goofball to cheer them up. And Charles, you can try to look for their family through the SHIELD database. Don't contact them yet, however. After relegating the tasks, he made a portal and crossed over. The destination was Greenland, as Wanda's brother was there. They had no idea why he was there, however. Pietro. Wanda shouted as soon as they were out of the portal. Whoosh, a very fast silver-haired boy appeared, sliding on the snowy land. He looked very young and had not an ounce of facial hair. A/N, this is X-Men Pietro. Wanda. Did they let you go? No, I just killed them all, Hector responded, giving the iconic toothy smile. President. Did you save my sister? I am ready to forever be your slave now. Wait, that came out wrong since you're a Washington. I should stop talking and hug my sis. He leaped and caught Wanda in his arms. Wanda silently wept for a good few minutes and hugged him back. How are you? I ran away from Hydra and hid here. It was hard, but I stole some food from a few settlements. I was planning to come and get you soon. I'm sorry I was not quick enough. No, it's fine. I'm happier to see that you were not affected by their mind control. I thought I had lost you forever. Wanda cried. Ahem, shall we go now? I'm sure you both don't like this cold weather. Hector made a portal to home. Yes, I hate snow now. Been living here for months. Wanda, I'm going to take you to the best food shops around the world. I marked all of them when I was being careless. I just need to find a way to make money first. Pietro spoke nonstop, but his bubbly personality was doing wonders for Wanda. Washington Xavier School for Gifted Children. The Hydra base had more than a dozen kids that were being subjected to various kinds of torture. Some were mentally broken, and some were physical. But it was nothing that the great immortal Phoenix could not fix as the god of creation. It was able to heal the minds and bodies, then cheer them up with small gifts. The thing with deprived kids was that even a tiny candy was enough to make them happy. However, most of them had no family, as Hydra was known to do a thorough job and wipe out anything the subjects felt attached to. Hector snapped his finger, and the whole school turned into a party zone instantly. Confetti flew around everywhere, balloons appeared as decorations. Also, a giant 100-kilo chocolate cake in the middle with Mooney's candy statue on top of it. Who wants to dance? He roared and also teleported a DJ bot from somewhere in the space. He was basically a god at this stage. This cheered the mood of all kids in an instant. And since Jean had already done her magic, they truly acted like kids. I'm gonna need to find a job, Pietro muttered as he walked beside Hector. Hector patted his back and gave him a recruitment card. Son, have you ever thought about joining the United Nations military? Oh. Do I get to work under you? Do I get a uniform? Hector shrugged. Sure, you will be a captain in no time. As my assistant, you will do missions given directly by me. Pietro gulped and looked left and right. He was having a déjà vu from a movie he watched once where the army recruiter lured college graduates into the army, only for them to die in Vietnam. Ah, is my life expectancy going to decrease? Wahaha, kid, you're talking with the Emp. President of the United Galactic Federation, I rule 3 galaxies in space. You're never going to be in mortal danger. Degree. Pietro's jaw fell wide open. See, can you repeat what you said? No, I will not. And you better keep that a secret, or I will have to kill you. But you get the gist of it. I am the boss of the UN, and I will be making it militarily stronger now. My mission is world peace, prosperity, and happiness. You will help me kill terrorists, thieves, rapists, and kidnappers. And the sweeter part is that none of it will be a secret. So you will get public recognition, promotions, medals, and bonuses. Pietro became excited, and his breath became fast. If I get famous, can I one day date Kim Kardashian? She has very big personalities. Hector put his arm around the boy's shoulder and took him to the side so his sister wouldn't hear them. Kid, you're into the big stuff. But all she got is silicon. Let me give you a better offer. How about Salma Hayek? She's all natural. But isn't she old? Like in her 40s. Hector chuckled as if he was about to change this kid's world. Kid, it's not like you will marry her. You just want some fun. But let me tell you one word that will make your hair stand, MILF. Pietro's mouth turned into an O shape for a second. Oh. I feel it. I'm aroused. Yes. I want to be your little dirty beau. I want to be your soldier, sir. _ I will ignore the slip of tongue. Here, keep this brochure and report to the new UN headquarters in New York City. Hector swiftly slid the brochure into his pocket. But then Pietro saw his sister, and he felt terrible. What about her? She will join the X-Men. Because different from Avengers, X-Men is not only about fighting, it's more about saving and rehabilitating, helping kids with a tough childhood. And I think Wanda can be a great mother figure to many of them. Hector evaluated while rubbing his beard like a sage. Yeah, she's been like a mother to me when Hydra was torturing me. By the way, I never asked. What did you do to all the Hydra folks? Hydra is gone. No need to think about them. Come with me, it's time we cut the cake and eat. Kids are getting restless, and you're on plate distribution duty. Aye, General. San Francisco. Bam. Boom. Eddie, you darn imbecile, let me control the body, or I will kill you. That's cheating, Venom. We made a deal. You can't just take my body and use me as a stupid whore. The black, tar-like thing tried to cover Eddie Brock's face, but every time it failed. I must go and grate my king. You can't keep me locked. I sure can. I'm your perfect host. Now get back in. I have a date today. Eddie fought it. Rhea. Fuck you. You are my whore, Eddie. Since I'm always inside you. And I will see how you reach your date on time. That was a low ball. Eddie ran to the audio system and played a high-pitched sound, instantly annoying Venom and making it weaker. Okay, let's make a deal. Don't mess up today's date, and I will take you to the president as soon as the date's over. I do not trust your words anymore. There is no other way, Venom. You only got me. Venom calmed down and relented. He had waited so long, a bit more was tolerable. Fine, but if I see any sign of betrayal, I will throw you off the Transbay Tower. Cool, I agree. Now please go back in so I can clean myself. And don't call me a whore, man. It hurts. Eddie quickly agreed. After all, today he was going to propose to his girlfriend. Threats of suicide were acceptable today. Chapter 242. Hector stomps another industry. After saving the kids, Hector returned to his new office in New York City. He honestly missed being in the White House, but now it was Fury's home. However, everything that Hector needed had already passed in Congress. The bill to reduce the military budget and allow more soldiers to participate in the peacekeeping forces was outstanding. With this, he never felt there was a lack of workforce. He had also asked other allied nations to send their men. So from all across Europe and Asia, the soldiers joined. At this point, the United Nations peacekeepers numbered 400,000. This was enough for Hector to arm 5 aircraft carriers, 30 cruisers and destroyers, and 41 small surface combatants and combat logistics ships. He also had an air force with around 2,000 aircraft. Out of them, 500 were 5th-generation jets newly developed by his own company. How could he afford all this? Well, he donated a lot of money. Not to mention, his oil fortune was immense as he had already eaten up 40% of the global oil and gas market. But, now the UN had surplus money, so much that they had no idea what to do with it. All thanks to the newly formed UN Builders Group. In the first week of the announcement, the government of California ordered a mass high-speed train network to be made between San Diego, Los Angeles, and San Francisco for a total price of $48 billion. Initially, poor Mooney got accused that, as the governor, he was giving the contract to Hector because he was the son. But in reply, he simply barked and left. He was a bloody dog. Why would he give an answer? But all voices calmed down as soon as the long elevated tracks appeared overnight. Then the track testing started the next day. Nobody knew how it happened. Hector just said, magic. But California got its train, and Hector got his money. Mooney got lots of cheering and apology emails. However, that was only the beginning because soon, he started getting contracts for roads, bridges, tunnels, train tracks, skyscrapers, schools, and all kinds of infrastructure. In the first month, Hector earned $104 billion for the UN. With all that money, he paid the soldiers, upgraded the weapons and safety equipment, and created giant food distribution stations worldwide, mainly in Asia, Africa, and South America. In no time, Hector once again became the most powerful man in the world in a non-power sense. Diana entered his office in her professional business suit and skirt. She was doing a great job as his PR head. But her favorite place to relax was to go to Hector's office and sit back on his lap as he wrapped his arms around her. You're no different from Mooney, always needing cuddles. He jokingly pecked her cheek. Wonder Woman had 2 personalities. One that she showed to the world, a smart, calculative, and powerful woman. And the other that she showed to Hector and Mooney, loving, caring, clingy, and above all, sometimes horny. Hector loved everything about his little family and wished to change nothing about them. He was in a true sense relaxing now. You are my stress reliever, dear husband. For you, earthly matters may be easy to ignore due to your different perspective. I'm still a little woman from a little planet. She replied while relaxing, putting her head on his chest. Slowly, his hand started to slip down to her bottoms. So, should we get back to work or maybe take a little break? Those things are for the night. So let's work while the sun shines. Besides, I can't be satisfied in a mere 15-minute lunch break. Let's eat lunch then. He quickly called his secretary to bring 2 lunch boxes. Then he opened the portal for Mooney to join him. Bam. He also jumped on Diana, pressing Hector on the chair. But Hector just stood up with both loves of his life in arms. You two, go cuddle in your seat. Don't put the white fur on my coat. I have an important meeting later. Where is Fenris? He asked further. Vav whoa. She went to Hela. Oh, some bonding time then. Maybe Fenris can be good for Hela's mental health. She's probably frustrated due to her weak powers. Now, let's eat. Mooney, come here. You are bad at eating rice without spreading it everywhere. He called the boy to feed him with a spoon. But Diana caught Mooney like a teddy bear. No, I will feed our son today. Sit beside me, dear. Mooney looked at his mom and dad for a few seconds and devised a plan. He jumped from the office chair and pushed Diana's chair to Hector's side and close to one another. Then he rolled an empty chair and placed it in between. Bow wow whoa. I eat from both. Smart boy. Diana, let's spoil him. Mooney was happy as a puppy after that. After lunch, Mooney and Diana went back to their work. Meanwhile, Hector finished a hologram meeting with General Cull, the in charge of the United Galactic Federation, on his behalf. After that, he called the CEOs of the top 10 pharma companies in the world to his office. Reed Richards was also invited, and it confused the CEOs. Great, take a seat. I believe today will be the best day of your life. Of course, it can be the opposite, depending on your responses. I wish to make life-saving drugs affordable. So I am going to cap the prices soon and also make some patents open for the public. That will destroy our companies. We can't agree on that. A CEO spoke. Hector dangerously glared. Ah, the first one speaks. Well, isn't your company selling insulin at the price of $200 a vial? So shut your goddamn mouth before I break your jaw and demand your life's fortune to fix it. Listen to me, you all. I can bankrupt your companies in one day by importing science-defying drugs from space's advanced civilizations. Reed Richards here can even mass-produce them. Cancer? I can fix it. AIDS? I can fix it. I can fix everything. I have a dream. I wish to see a healthy planet. Now you can either stand with me or don't stand at all. I know each one of you makes millions and gets a bonus of millions more each year. It all comes from the lives lost because you hold a monopoly can and keep prices high. Work with me. I will give formulas for revolutionizing drugs to you all. Then, mass-produce them at an affordable rate, make your money and be happy. What if we don't agree? A female CEO asked. Hector scoffed. I will fire you. How can you do that when you're not on the board? They asked. Haha, I will tank your stocks and buy your companies. Have you all forgotten what happened with Walmart? I will give you all 3 hours. Go back to your companies, talk to your directors and reply to me. If you don't, I will buy your company and give it to Baxter Foundation. And yes, all of you will be fired. He gave them an ultimatum. However, one Karen among them was angered. You can't do that. This is blackmailing, and we're living in a free market. Sure, tell that to the kid who died because he tried to ration his single dose of insulin for a week. The clock is ticking, folks. You only have 2 hours and 50 minutes now. You can leave. He shooed them away as if they were unwanted wild animals. He would no longer compromise on people's health, as there was no reason for someone to die because they couldn't afford medicine. What was the point of a united planet otherwise? Reed, start production from your end. I don't think most of them will be able to reply to me in 3 hours. I will go and start tweeting about their companies and destroy their stocks. He ordered. Are you seriously going to destroy the pharma industry? Reed asked. Well, since we're going to join the UGF, they have cures for nearly every single disease on Earth. These companies are just ripping people off at this point and serve no other purpose. So don't worry much about it. I'll be heading out then. Need to kill some bloody kidnappers in Africa. Ah, one more thing, what happened to Doom after you dealt with Ultron? Reed Richards had an embarrassing face. Well, by the time we found Ultron, it had self-destructed itself. It was, for some reason, stuck in a female sex bot. Doom wanted to keep it, but we wished to destroy it. So we had a fight and sent him to S.H.I.E.L.D. prison for some time. Sigh, that guy is a genius, yet wait a minute. Isn't he looking for his mother? Yes, she was taken by Mephisto. Degree. I killed Mephisto and never checked his realm. I wonder what's going on there. Chapter 243. Lawyer. I heard about this planet but have never been here before. Truly, what a colorful place. Logan walked down the busy side street with beautiful ashen-haired women in revealing clothes. Death didn't care about anyone's feelings. She did as she desired. It has changed a lot since the last time I was here. This whole city was destroyed by Thanos, but it seems to have come out well. Logan was interested in looking around the city as well. It was a much more pedestrian-friendly city now with high-quality public transport. The roads were not too wide because the traffic was not high, and major roads were strategically placed underground. In addition, there were subways strategically planned and expanded. Each subway also acted as the hub for buses, and the subways were directly connected with the airport. The inspiration was taken from the Tokyo metro system that was connected with everything. Some of the stations were borderline shopping malls even. However, the people who used to be taxi drivers before now found no alternative jobs. So new jobs need to be made. Some of these were trucking and manning the new subway stations and buses. Young drivers were taught other trades and made to switch jobs. Besides this, the city was full of walkable neighborhoods, public parks, swimming pools, and other recreational facilities. The city was still going to be a steel city with mega skyscrapers, but that didn't mean it couldn't be fun. What's that thing? A hot dog. I never understood why it's a hot dog when no dog is in it. Death was interested in a food truck. Logan grunted at her, yet another question he had no answer to. Ugh, probably some dumb human. Wanna eat it. Death was a cosmic being and didn't need to eat food at any time. So all this was new to her and very interesting. Yes. So they walked to the truck and got themselves 2 hot dogs. But when Death opened the buns, she exclaimed in shock. Oh my, there is a dick in it, much smaller than yours, but still. Underscore. That's not a dick, Death. It's just meat trimmings of chicken, beef, or pork in that shape. You eat it like this. Logan showed her how to eat it. Oh, just like eating a dick. All right, I'm never eating this again. Let's go, we're going to meet an old kid I know. He's a super soldier. Logan grabbed her hand and pulled her along, no longer tolerating her childlike enthusiasm for everything. Death was not a person who goofs around most of the time. It was just Logan's blessing to see this side of her. Hector, meanwhile, went to Mephisto's realm to see what happened to it. It was called Hell, like many other death dimensions of the universe. This one, however, seemed bigger. Red color, check. Screams of tortured souls, check. This is definitely hell, but nothing seems to have changed. He muttered as he walked towards the big castle in the distance. The screams of agony were coming from there, but they were nothing compared to omniversal hell. When he arrived inside the palace of Mephisto, he was greeted by a few traps meant to deter intruders. They all failed, simple to say. Eventually, he reached the throne room and took a seat. No wonder Mephisto was an ass. One sitting on this hard, uncomfortable seat can be nothing but an ass. He commented as he looked around the big hall. All souls, come before me. He being the Hell's Inquisitor, his authority superseded all demons that also went for their realms. Instantly the invisible chains broke open, and all the souls that had been tied inside the various chambers were let go. Then they all appeared before Hector in the hall. All of them were translucent images of people, some were crying, and some looked hopeful. Some had been tormented for thousands of years, and some were new. Cynthia Von Doom, come forward. He commanded. Soon a black-haired ghost-like figure walked forward and stopped. Thankfully the souls don't take damage, so she looked fine. But it was unknown if she was broken in some ways. Everyone else, you are released from the confines of this dimension. You will be judged by the sins you committed as a living being and get either real hell or heaven. Bye. He let the souls go to this multiverse's hell. As for you, Cynthia Von Doom, you are going back to your son. That's the only way to heal his megalomaniac mind. Cynthia Von Doom was taken aback. She didn't even know what had happened to her tormentor. Where is Mephisto? He's dead. I killed him. I am also a being who oversees a hell, but I am not your typical devil. I have a wife and a son, and I pray to God every night. I believe in justice and an eye for an eye. Mephisto was just a bitch, meanwhile. Oh, you should already know me, I think. I'm Hector King Washington, the ex-president of the United States of America. I'm retired now, but I guess I can't ever retire from my cosmic duties. Cynthia was a well-educated and powerful witch. So she knew all about the little details of the universe, at least on the surface level. You are a cosmic being. Not just of this universe, but one step above the multiverse. I belong to the hell of the omniverse. Sadly, there are 2 assholes who outrank me, but I'm powerful. God can always snap me out of existence, however. You should pray to him too. He suggested. It was always nice to bring in some new believers. But it was also useless since no matter which god the people of any universe pray to, their worship goes to the old men at the top. Which god? She inquired. Not that was a tricky question to answer. I just called him an old man. Some call him grandpa, some daddy, some cunt, and some simply God. Call him whatever you want, dear. Now let's not waste time here and go, but let me find the contract book of Mephisto first. Soon he summoned the thick book and looked at the names. Whistle. Damn, I guess the rumors were right. There are so many names of current or past famous musicians here. Too many, actually. Well, let's free them later. Cynthia, let's go. All it took was a snap of his finger to fix her soul and body with the help of Soul Stone and Reality Stone. They then teleported to the Shield prison, where Doom was kept for his timeout session. He told Cynthia to stand behind him for a dramatic entrance. She was tiny as compared to the behemoth that Hector was. He knocked on the glass door of Doom's cell and waved. Boy, how's it going? You even got a nice television there and Wi-Fi. Just watch something on Netflix. Why have you come here, Mr. President? I thought you'd have better things to do. Doom spoke in his usual royal voice. His mask was still there even though Hector had healed his face without telling him until now. Victor, believe it or not, we are very similar. We both feel the world can only improve if someone holds a big stick and forces people to follow the rules. But you know, you went a bit more dictatorial route as you banned free speech. Meanwhile, look at me. There are so many stand-up shows talking shit about me. I even had a comedy special on Netflix. I don't mind being made fun of because laughing is just amazing. It makes us humans. Then I remembered that you don't have your smile because you lost something. So I decided to bring back your smile. He sidestepped and revealed the form of Cynthia, standing there with teary eyes. She had seen her son challenge Mephisto every single year for her safety and lose. It was painful. Victor. Mother. Victor was left speechless. This was the last thing he expected when he woke up today. Ring ring. Suddenly Hector's phone rang and destroyed the momentum of the mother and son. Hector embarrassingly picked up the call. Yes, my superhot wife, what can I do for you? A chuckle came from the other side first. I found the lawyer you were looking for. He has won the most cases in the world, and all of them were done individually. His name is Saul Goodman. Oh, I think I've heard that name before. Tell him to wait. I'll be there soon. Gib. Chapter 244. Family. Why did you do this for me? Doom asked him. Hector shrugged. Well, I am trying to bring peace to the world, and one less maniac is better overall. If I could solve you just by bringing your mother here, it was worth it. At least I don't have to kill you anymore. Cynthia, I hope you keep an eye on your son and stop him from doing something stupid and becoming my enemy. Find him a wife and get him to give you some grandkids. Life is too short to be evil, just relax and have fun. Cynthia chuckled. Oh, I will start working on that as soon as I get home. I hope he's not a bad boy, however. Doom grunted behind his mask. Do not dishonor me, mother. Is that how you talk to your mother, who just got out of torturous hell? You should be trying to make me happy right now. She barked at him. Doom sighed. How do I make you happy? Get married and give me grandkids. Cynthia showed a wide grin and Hector a thumbs up. Haha, good going. Now it's time I leave. Doom will be let out today. One more thing, I have fixed your face, kid. You can take off that mask now. It's not stuck to the skin anymore. Take care, don't fuck up, and make me regret giving you a chance at being a decent human being. Bye. Hector snapped and vanished with a poof. Crazy, the president was a cosmic being all this time, and we degraded him to a super soldier, Cynthia muttered. Hi, I am Saul Woodman, fuck. Hi, I'm Saul Goodman. Yes, I am Saul Goodman. Sir, you can go in now. The President General will see you. The receptionist gave him the green light. Saul took a long breath and entered the room. But as soon as he entered, all his confidence left his body seeing the giant office. There was so much in there. On the left was a gym, on the right was a living area, then at the front, beside the floor-sized window, was the office table. The whole office was bigger than his largest house. I am. He walked to the table and passed on his business card. I am Saul Goodman. Hector took the card and read it. Oh, better call Saul. Nice rhyme. Take a seat then and tell me about yourself. What made you want to work for the UN? Saul slowly felt the nervousness leaving his body, but he was still physically tense, thinking about various crazy things this old man had done, and here he was trying to scam him. Well, not exactly scam. I felt I should use my cunning for good. As a lawyer, I used to take any case that came my way. But slowly, I realized that I only felt good about the cases I took for good. Like saving a family from getting evicted. So when I saw the ad for UN, I jumped at the opportunity. I have a wide range of experience, sir, and I believe I can bring a good change. Hector nodded, humming at his reply. Okay, I will ask you one question, just once. If you answer me truthfully, we can continue this interview. If you lie, I will throw you out. From the window. Yes. But it's 50th floor. You might awaken your X gene and start flying. I've got my genes checked, my power is being able to smell flowers from a mile away. That's it. Sir, I am sincere, so I will answer honestly. Just ask. Hector nodded. Good, how much money does he have? Walter White. Immediately Saul's head got drenched in a cold sweat. But he knew that lying was going to worsen his situation. About $80,400,000. I don't know if he had hidden something else. Hector whistled at that. Crazy how one can earn so much with drugs. He's one hell of a cook. But so many orphanages could be helped with that money. Where is Walter White right now? I don't know. The DEA is closing in on him. His brother found out he's Heisenberg. There are some other gangs after him too. I wanted nothing to do with it, so I wanted to leave that life and start something new. Saul clarified at the end. I'm not angry at you. You're just a lawyer, a scummy one. But let's go and meet this Walter White to take his money. Follow me. Hector got up to open his office window. He then grabbed Saul's collar and jumped off, scaring the guy out of his wits. Oh, shut up, I'm flying. Not even going that fast right now. Hector scolded him and sped up to somewhere outside Albuquerque, New Mexico. With the help of stones, he knew exactly where to go. But by the time he arrived, something seemed to have taken place as Walter White was being held back, and the DEA agent brother-in-law of his was on the ground with a gun aimed at his head. A/N, S05EP14. Bang. Hector waved his hand to make the bullet pause midair while the people kept moving. It was a magical thing and scared the gang. Bang bang. They shot all the bullets, but they just stopped midair as soon as they came out of the missile. All right, the game's over. Put down your weapons and stand still. Hector descended to the ground with Saul in a half-dead state. But as soon as Saul felt the ground under his feet, he was back to life and started kissing the sand. My God, I can't believe I so much want to kiss this great American land we swindled from Mexico. Well, get up, lad. You're a DEA agent, have some honor. Hector told the bald man. Mr. President. Indeed, the UN President General, though. What's going on here? He stopped speaking all of a sudden as he noticed something on the neck of one of the gang members. Is that a bloody Hakenkreuz tattoo on your damn neck? Are you a neo-Nazi? A cold voice asked. Seeing no answer, Hector walked up to the man and lifted him by his neck. Do you know what I did to Nazis? Do you know what I did to Hitler? I think you have forgotten. Let me show you then. Bam, Hector pulled out the man's whole windpipe in one go but kept him alive with the help of stones while not suppressing the pain. This is what I do to maggots like you. He threw the men away to cry in pain while he moved to other gang members and mercilessly killed them in the same painful ways. But he didn't let them die until the last member had also been caught and suffered at least 15 minutes. Not only that, he made a video of the whole brutal killing and sent them to every single neo-Nazi or Hitler lover in the world with the message, "I'm coming for you," on it. With this, most of them will try to return to normal. Those who didn't will be sent to a place that'd make Guantanamo look like heaven. Once he was done, he pulled a young boy out of a pickup truck and threw him to the DEA agent. I have never seen a more traitorous rat than this in life. And this Walter White, what a fool. The moment you had enough money for cancer, you should have quit. But no, you felt you were always a worthless man and now had your calling. That this was what you were made for because this brought your respect. Boom. A container full of cash blew out of the ground and landed beside Hector. This money is being seized. Both of you will go through prison. Walter will get 8 years, meanwhile, this young boy gets 10. Saul, do you want to go to jail too? Saul picked his hands up. No, sir, I will work for you for free. Good. And DEA agent Hank Schrader, you will get a medal for your relentless work. One more thing, from today, I shall pronounce a global ban on drugs other than weed. How will you enforce it, sir? Hank asked. With my fist, of course. You will be jobless after that. Why not come and work for the UN? We need honest agents, he offered. Jack nodded seriously. It will be an honor, sir. Great, I'm leaving now. Put these two in cuffs before they try something. Hector oversaw the arrest of the 2 drug dealers and the maker. Then he grabbed Saul with one hand and a money tub in the other and flew away. He didn't even let Walter and the kid speak the whole time. This time Saul enjoyed the view. I wish I could also fly. Sure, go ahead. Hector let him go and fall. Saul probably died and was revived a dozen times when Hector caught him just a meter from the road. However, just then, a few fast cars appeared headed to them, racing most likely. There were many, but the one at the front was an old modified muscle car being driven by a bald man. What in God's name is going on here? Chapter 245. Innocent boy. Right in front of them, the race was taking place. Hector was shocked because he quickly recognized the racers. Family addiction is in this universe as well. Hector was well versed in the worst movie franchise in history. Completely nonsensical action and race were the main focus. And the movies kept getting more absurd as if all had superpowers of luck at their disposal. Let's greet them then. He decided and allowed Saul to stand. "How long is the prison sentence for illegal racing and killing?" he asked. Saul patted his clothes clean. "For murder, it's death or life imprisonment, and for racing, it's just a fine and a month in jail." Hector rubbed his beard. He didn't like this family fetishizing man and his messed up ideals. So he had no wish to help them in anything. Instead, he put them in prison and advised them to do a clean job after getting out. They won't be getting life or death as the people they killed were mostly criminals. So he didn't move from the middle of the road and let the cars skid over it until they came to a stop when they saw the old man not moving. But when they stopped, they recognized the person. Hector waved his hand and stripped the whole body of the cars, leaving only the seats. "Come out, folks. I will not hurt you." There was confusion and fear in the eyes of the family. They looked at each other's faces and weighed their options. In the end, they realized there were no options to consider. All 6 cars and 10 people in them got out and knelt down with their hands behind their heads. "Good, your family is now arrested for destroying public property and street racing. If you really wanted to race, you should have gone to the tracks or maybe Japan. I hope when you come out of jail, you will be a better person. Now stay here and don't move. The police will soon come and arrest you. If you try to run away, I will return to hunt you down, and this time murder charges will also be applied. You decide if you want to spend just a year in prison or your whole life." He just left after making this threat. The family stayed as they were and waited for the police to come and arrest them. They had all the time to run and jump the border into Mexico, but they knew nothing could save them. This way, the family ended up in jail, together. Hector returned to his office and put Saul to work. "I know you're a smartass. You will go to any length to win a case. I want you to use your brain for good and help me in multiple cases that are about to come soon." "What? Why would anyone sue you?" "Because I am going to use the UN to unite the world. Not all people will be happy with it, as they will lose power. You have your own corner office, all the study material will be sent to you. Ask me if you don't understand anything. Also, you are to sign the NDA first, or I will throw you into jail." Hector threatened him at the end. Saul nervously looked away. "Sure. I will be your slave." "Good, now leave. I have some work to do." He shooed the men away. After all, it was time to play with Mooney. Avengers building. "I am so bored with this. The old man does everything, so we're left with nothing but solving petty crimes. I was made to be bigger than this." Tony Stark ranted with his friends in the bar. "Come on, Tony. You can't blame Mr. President for bringing peace. And helping solve murders and such crimes are not bad." Steve added. He was a man who rarely went out on superhero work anymore as he had a child at home. "Not to mention whenever we have to fight some supervillains, it's mostly people suffering with their cars or houses getting destroyed," said Bruce. A few more heroes were sitting there that usually operated from the Avengers Tower. Bucky scoffed. "We should be helping him achieve his goals. He now controls the UN, and I think we all know the direction he's going with all this." Natasha was close to Hector, she was also the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., so she knew deeper intel. "True, he wants to unite the world before he's gone. He told me he's growing very old at this point, and I feel he's not as interested in babysitting the world anymore." "What do you mean by getting old? Is he okay?" Steve asked in a rush. "I think so, but what goes on in his mind is something only Lady Diana would know. What I can say is that he's probably going to leave for good soon. The world has disappointed him." She responded. The mood in the room suddenly got depressing as they started to think about a world where there was no Hector. It was hard to imagine, and on a personal level, it was sad. They all shared some personal relationship with Hector and didn't want to see the old man pass away. Even Hawkeye was blessed with his ears being healed by Hector. "We really took him for granted," Tony muttered. But the next moment he got up. "Isn't the 4th of July getting close? It's going to be his birthday. Let's throw him a nice party. Let's do that. Why not ask the Fantastic Four and the X-Men to come along? I'm sure they will be happy to celebrate his birthday. The president deserves all the happiness after babysitting the world for more than a century." Bruce was on board. So they started to plan for the party, not knowing that Hector had his own plans for throwing a party by inviting some aliens. In a bid to make Earth more accepting of the aliens, Hector had decided to host an intergalactic master chef. It will happen on Earth, and contestants from around the universe will be selected and brought. They will cook various dishes and be judged by a panel consisting of Gordon Ramsay and 2 other top alien chefs. So people were surprised and excited when they first saw the advertisement for the auditions. They were going to be held on Earth only for humans. Xander, Hala, and Moran for aliens. Hector and Mooney will be the organizers and anchors of the show because they were the most famous people in the universe. Is this real? You're going to do it? Diana asked at dinner in their house, Mount Vernon. Haha, it is. I will invite a world leader in every episode as a guest judge. This way, the people who actually make policies will get a better understanding of aliens and that they are not all hostile. Maybe you should audition too, seeing how tasty your cooking is. She scoffed, okay, no need to lie and butter me up. I know it's mediocre at best. In fact, you're a better cook. In self-deprecating laughter, Hector replied. Well, living for millions of years as a virgin teaches you that. At that, Diana caressed his face erotically, closing in. How about I make your body more accustomed to not being a virgin tonight? Do you even need to ask? Whoa. Suddenly Mooney barged in on them with his empty food bowl in his jaw. He then threw the bowl sassily. Woof wav was. Food, where? Ah, I forgot. Just a minute, Mooney. Why don't you go and sit with Fenris and groom her clean? Hector quickly turned on the stove and started cooking. What were you doing? Mooney asked, not leaving. Cough asterisk. Something had fallen in my eyes, Diana was helping me. He clarified. But the good fluffy boy kept staring with a narrowed gaze. Eventually, Diana laughed and patted him. Mooney, my dear. Don't you cuddle with Fenris and clean her with your tongue. I was helping Hector similarly. Ah. I'm such a dummy, good boy barked, kissed Diana on the cheek, and silently left. Can't believe he's so naive sometimes. That innocence must be protected at all costs. Hector mumbled alone. A/N, I saw a few comments telling me to end this book. Well, it's already on its path. 300th will be the last chap. Chapter 246, 246. Mooney's Choice. New York Hospital. What did they do? They rushed you in here in a chopper. But it took a while to find you. The golden hours for never damage went by while you were in the car. What did they do? 11 stainless steel pins went in the bones. Multiple torn ligaments, server nerve damage in both hands. You were on the table for 11 hours, Stephen. Look at these fixators. Stephen cried in anger. No one could have done better. I could have done better, much better. Dr. Strange, now Patient Strange, gloomily looked at his hands as he looked at the tiny details of the work done on his hand. It only frustrated him, but all he could do was feel helpless. In Hope, he spent months in the same hospital bed, and when the time came to get his hands freed from the cast, he couldn't even move them smoothly. You've ruined me. He shouted at all the doctors and the woman he loved. In search of a cure, he went to all hospitals he could, got all experimental procedures he could think of doing on his hands, and wasted away his life savings. Eventually, he arrived at the King's Institute, the only medical hospital run by King's tech company of Hector King, Washington. Famous for its jaw-dropping technology, it was where people with money came to get treated when all doors seemed closed, or children who had their whole lives ahead. Sorry, we can't help you. The nerve damage is too severe, and if you get more procedures done, it will leave your hands useless. They are useless. Stephen Strange grunted. In fact, from what I can see, you should have never gotten any procedure done after the initial. You could have healed with our recovery therapy technology here. But you dug your own grave. The chief doctor of the institute rejected the application. Dejected, Strange left his home to look for any other healing method. The chief doctor sighed, seeing the men leave. He looked at the legendary scientist Alan Turing coming into the room and asked. We can easily heal him with our advanced technology, then why not? Alan sighed. Because to be healed this way is not his destiny. The universe would lose much if we were to operate. Universe. Mr. President, that's what he informed me about. So don't worry, this is not the last of Dr. Strange we're hearing. Alan shrugged and returned to work. Having no way out, he went more self-destructive. Don't pity me. I'm not pitying you. Then what are you doing here? Bringing cheese and wine like we're old friends going for a picnic. We're not friends, Christine. We were barely lovers. But you just love a sob story, don't you? Is that what I am to you now? Poor Stephen Strange, a charity case. He finally needs me. Another dreg of humanity for you to work on. Patch him up and send him back into the world, heart's just humming. You care so much, don't you? He screamed at the only woman who was by his side when he was a sack of useless meat on the hospital bed. Goodbye, Stephen. She left, giving up on helping the men who didn't want to be helped. But that same night, Stephen received a package with the case file of a man who went through a miracle. How in the hell, this is impossible. Stephen gathered the remaining money and called a personal investigator to find the men as quickly as possible. Stephen went to a public basketball court in the poorer part of the city to see the men. It left him in shock, seeing the one who should be crippled playing basketball, jumping around as if nothing ever happened to him. I am Doctor Strange, was Doctor Strange. I need to as dash. The men scoffed. I know you. You rejected me when I came to your office. No glory in my case, ha. You were untreatable. I am just, how did you return from being untreatable? Who helped you? I am trying to find my own way back. Stephen showed his shivering hands. Pitying, the men decided to help. All right. I had given up on my body. But I thought. I have a mind. Why not elevate it? But I had nobody to direct me. So I once stumbled across this monk in New York. He was too old to be walking. But he seemed healthy enough. I asked and he merely pointed me in the direction. So I went to the mountains and sat with gurus and holy women. Strangers carried me to mountaintops to see holy men. And finally, I found my teacher. And my mind was elevated, and my spirit deepened. And somehow, your body healed. Stephen muttered. Yes. There were deeper secrets, but I was too weak to learn them. So I accepted my miracles and returned here. The place you're looking for is called Kamartaj. It's in Kathmandu, but the price there is high. How much? The men laughed and moved away. Haha, it's not the money, doctor. Good luck. Kamartaj. So, now, you want to open branches for Kamartaj on other planets. Hector sat with Ancient One, drinking some lovely tea and discussing business, life, and the universe. I have $10 billion in excess funds, and it's just from this month. Your businesses in space are too profitable, Hector. She sounded helpless at that. Hector's space cargo business and the shops were now spread all over the galaxy and generated billions of credits every single day. He was not just the strongest person in the universe but also the richest. But he didn't even care about money and used most of it on helping various planets. I can help you, just go to the United Galactic Federation, and they will set things up. Just be careful about your disciples, however. Don't want them to turn evil. He advised. Well, I think the guests are here, can you please call Mooney? I have some work for him. Ancient One got up. Hector chuckled and followed. Let's see how obnoxious that man can be at the first meeting. So he followed her and arrived in a meeting hall where Master Hammer was sitting alone, reading a book. Then Mordo arrived with an untidy white boy, looking around at everything in hope. He was still thinking it was going to be some medical procedure that would heal him. But then his eyes fell on tall and mighty Hector. He rubbed his eyes multiple times. Ugh. President is Ancient One. But it makes sense, you're old. Tea. Ancient One poured him a cup. Hector bellowed, Bwahaha. I'm not the Ancient One, boy. How can I help you, Dr. Strange? Ancient One spoke up. Stephen was left shocked as she looked like the youngest person in the room. She is the Ancient One, Mordo reassured and left with Master Hammer. Hector stayed, however. Fire up your questions, boy. She's got more important work to do. My name is Stephen Strange, Mr. President. Hector scoffed at the man's proud attitude. Sure, kid. You sure got an attitude for someone facing the consequences of his own actions. What do you mean? Who told you to drive and talk on the phone while it was raining? You even shouted at your lover, don't brood over if she later decides to marry someone else. Hector blurted. __. How do you know that? Magic. Stephen looked back at the Ancient One. Are you the president's personal doctor? Ancient One chuckled, well, the therapist would be the right word. I talk to him often. I reckon you're here for some wisdom too, seeing you've undergone many procedures. Hit me baby one more time. Oh baby, how was I supposed to know? That something wasn't right here. All of a sudden, Hector's phone rang. Yeah, President here. Eddie Brock. I'll be there in an hour. Tell him to wait for me. As he put the phone back in his pocket, he noticed the blank faces of Stephen and Ancient One. What? Mooney likes to hear songs on my phone. He sets them as ringtones. He clarified. Why does he like a song about hitting? Ancient One asked. Degree. Suddenly, Hector went into shock. Wait. What kind of relationship is Mooney developing? Does he like being hurt? Oh no. Chapter 247. Symbiote. How did you correct a complete C7, C8 spinal cord injury? Ancient One poured some tea for Hector. I didn't correct it. He couldn't walk. I convinced him he could. You're suggesting it was psychosomatic? Stephen was still stuck to his scientific thoughts. When you reattach a severed nerve, is it you who heals it back together or the body? It's the cells. And the cells are only programmed to put themselves back together in a very specific way. What if I told you that your own body could be convinced to put itself back together in all sorts of ways? She explained. Stephen Strange lost his mind at that. He rushed closer to the Ancient One. You're talking about cellular regeneration. That's bleeding-edge medical tech. Is that why you're working here? Without a governing medical board? I mean, just how experimental is your treatment? Ancient One handed Hector his tea and responded with a bit of uncertainty. Quite. So you figured out a way to reprogram nerve cells to self-heal? No, Mr. Strange, I know how to reorient the spirit to better heal the body. She explained it in the simplest way. But she noticed the look of doubt in Stephen's eyes. So she picked up a book and showed it. Look at these were drawn by someone who saw parts but not the whole thing. Stephen started hyperventilating and mumbling about losing the last of his money to get here, only to meet religious fanatics. You're a man looking at the world through a keyhole. You've spent your whole life trying to widen that keyhole to see more, to know more, and now on hearing it can be widened in ways you can't imagine, you reject the possibilities. Claps. Marvelous. Amazing quote, yow. Hector praised from a distance, getting a smile from Ancient One in return. The two were very good chums, after all. Oh please, shut up, you two. Stop toying with me and telling me your fairy tales about chakras and energy or the power of belief. There is no such thing as a spirit. We are made of matter and nothing more. You're just another tiny, momentary speck within an indifferent universe. I can help you see what you are meant to. She added. Stephen started his rants once again and became angry. Oh, you think you see through me, don't you? Well, you don't. But I see through you. Here it comes. Boom. Ancient One pushed his astral form out for a few seconds, then pulled it back in. Need more proof. What was in that tea? LSD. Hector interrupted with a scoff. You fool, she's talking about this, magic. Hector used his powers to replicate what looked like sorcery spells. There are damn aliens out there, there are people with X genes, there is Captain America, and you're shocked by magic. Son, under which rock were you living? Stephen had to agree that there was some truth to that argument. There were so many unexplainable things out there that this could not be dismissed. Open your arrogant eyes, Dr. Strange. Ancient One tapped her thumb on Stephen's head and sent him on a trippy journey of wisdom. Ancient One kept talking in his ears, reminding him how insignificant he was as compared to the multiverse. Who are you, Stephen Strange? For there lies something even beyond this tiny speck you see. We're beings who decide the universe's fate with a wave of palm live. Who are you, Stephen Strange? Boom. Doctor fell from his chair as soon as his sense returned to his body. Or was his body moving as well? He had no idea. Have you seen that in a gift shop? Ancient One asked condescendingly. Stephen was panting as he rose to his knees and looked at Hector, then the Ancient One. Teach me. No. Mordo returned to pick Stephen up and throw him out. Yup, wash that arrogance first, boy. Because sorcery is the pathway to many abilities some consider to be unnatural. Hector waved his hand. Did you just quote Darth Sidious? Ancient One asked. Yes, the man was ugly but had some wisdom. But at the same time, all Sith were dumb to not see their disciples killing them when there is an abundance of examples. Hector shrugged and moved to take a seat. Whoosh. A magic portal appeared, and Mooney walked out cutely. Dad, you called me. I was busy scolding people in my office. Haha, I know that's your favorite part of being governor. Now, dear Yowther needed you for something. Go and give her some licks first. Mooney skipped towards the Ancient One and licked her face. Woof woof. Indeed, Grandmaster Mooney, I missed you too. I heard you have a girlfriend now. I wish to meet her someday. Hector noticed something strange. Can you understand him now? Of course, I developed a new spell to understand him. After all, I need to be able to understand the second most powerful sorcerer in the order. She scratched the good boy on the head, making him smile widely with his tongue falling out. Let's go and have lunch, Hector. Dr. Strange will require some time to have a change of mindset. Let's do that. I'll return to New York after that. What are you up to these days? She inquired. Well, I'm thinking of letting heads of state from a few countries come to me and get advice to improve their nations, free of cost. Let's see how it goes. That evening, the door to the Camartage opened again, and Stephen Strange was allowed to enter. But before he could be shown his room, he had another audience with Ancient One. Thank you. Stephen gratefully. Good, now before we start your training, I am assigning you a master of the mystic arts who shall teach you. But remember, if you disobey, he can be very harsh on the students. Are you prepared to be patient with him? Ancient One asked. In reality, Stephen was ready to give his soul if it meant his hands could be healed. Yes, I will do anything. Good, then your teacher shall be Grand Master Mooney. Say hello to him. Woof. There came Mooney walking in. He stopped close to Stephen, sat up on his hind legs, and then tapped his paw on the man's head. Woof. Good boy. Is this a joke? Stephen Strange asked. Mooney scoffed and created a magic circle to show him how awesome he was. Woof wo wo wovi. Ancient One translated. He says he will not teach you if you're disrespectful, and he will complain to his father, Hector. Stephen's mouth dried up as he tried to accept the situation. Magic was already pushing the boundaries, and now this. I accept, Master Mooney. Mooney nodded proudly and walked away. The training was to start the next day, after all. But deep inside, he was on cloud 9 because this was going to be his first ever disciple. New York. Hector returned to his office and called Eddie Brock to come and talk. He knew that the man was supposed to be Venom, but he had no idea if the alien had already taken his body. Come and sit, son. He welcomed the boy. Thud. All of a sudden, Eddie's body got covered in black goo, and it fell to its knees. My liege, I have come to pay respects and serve at your command. Venom. Ah. I am honored that you know my name. But, please worry not for the human. He's but a whore to me that I use and stay inside. I'm not your king, Hector responded. Oh, but I feel the same energy radiating from you that I once felt from my king, my creator, my... What is he talking about? When did I become the king of SYMB? Didn't Null create symbiote? I absorbed Null, so that does make me the king. Does that mean I can command all symbiotes? He looked at Venom while wondering how he could use this great opportunity. The symbiotes were one of the strongest allies, after all. Venom, how about we make a trip to your homeworld and help your species? Sure, my liege. Wherever you wish, I shall accompany you. Good, the universe will be fully safe with symbiotes under me. And I can use them for espionage or infiltration. However, at the same time, there was a voice of a human resonating inside the head of Venom. You fucking bastard, you're making me a slave to the president. I like it, but I don't want it. And I'm not your whore. Let me out. Chapter 248. Spar. Hector never knew that he was the king of all the symbiotes. But it was like a blessing nobody asked for, nobody could deny it. So he picked Venom and took him to Xander's Federation station in orbit. They had the whole star map there, and Venom could point out where his home planet was. It was supposedly in an uncharted territory of space, so even Venom could just guess where the home was. However, he warned that his home world was riddled with crazy symbiotes, and a war was going on between factions. The planet used to be the prison of Null before Thanos foolishly freed him and got possessed. Now that Null was gone, the symbiotes were in disarray, and only Hector could control them. This is the region. Good, let's head out then. So Hector made a portal, jumped into the deep dark space, and flew around. As he traversed the space, he talked with Venom. Are all of your species evil? None of us are evil. We're just zealous. Our planet is dying, and we need a new home. We are divided into factions with different goals. We are finally free from any control, but fate is still a bitch. Haha, it's like that sometimes. But fate brought you to me, so I guess I will give you all a new home. As long as you folks work for me, you can keep free will, but go against me, and not even the creator of this universe can save you. Hector replied in a solemn but threatening voice. Hector was at a stage where his mind was changing and turning into one befitting a god. He acted no longer like Hell's Inquisitors, as he meddled in everything now. Look there, Clintar. That's my home world. They soon stumbled across a planet. At first glance, it seemed like any other planet. But as they got closer to it, they could notice the little gooey creatures on the surface. They all seemed to have reacted to Hector's presence and tried to go toward him. Thud. He landed in a clean spot and let Venom address his species. My family. My friends. I have returned with our king. He shall usher us into a bright new future. Forget all your pains and fights. It's time we all unite. Damn, he's got some excellent orator skills. Hector was surprised by Venom's words. So he didn't waste much time and raised his voice. Symbiotes, I shall give you a new home, away from all the dangers here. There, you can live in peace forever without worrying about someone like Null coming and taking your free will. You will run your own society and economy. Do you want that? Who are you? Suddenly someone asked. Hector chuckled and nodded. A good question. Let's just say I am a being greater than eternity. I am the strongest being in and outside this universe. I am Hector King Washington. Where will you take us? Another one asked. To a different dimension. There is a vile demon I just killed, and I have his whole dimension to myself. It has enough space for all of you to live in peace. So, I shall make a portal here and let you cross over. The portal will close in 2 days, so all those who want to should go inside. Hector created multiple portals around the planet to the realm of Mephisto. It was still a little hellish but now had a livable environment, and he could always tweak it to suit the symbiotes. With this army, I can simply take over any king in the universe. This can be greatly helpful for the Federation. Soon, a few brave symbiotes went into the portal to look first. Then they returned and revealed that the place inside was habitable and looked good enough, much better than the dying planet they lived on. Hence, the mass migration of the symbiotes started. But Venom stayed by Hector's side as he was tied to Eddie Brock. I think you will need to have a talk with your human after returning to Earth, he suggested. Venom chuckled. Eddie. He's a loner boy. He will understand me and forgive me in no time. Besides, I give him superpowers. Who does not want superpowers? His X gene only gives him the power to click pictures with just eyes. That must be very helpful as an investigative journalist. No fear of getting caught. Haha, that's what keeps his mortgage paid, my king. Venom jokingly replied. Venom was as Hector had expected. A serious but also funny being that lacked the common knowledge of how to live in a society. Thankfully, this Venom was not evil. Well, now I need to return to Earth. There is a wizard that might need my help with a certain world-eating dark being since he has no green candy. Midtown High School. Dude, you are the Spider-Man. You are so famous in the school. Shoo. Ned. I told you not to talk about that. Aunt May will kill me if she finds out I'm doing such work. Peter Parker was now a good 15-year-old fit boy and a superhero. Ned quickly shut his mouth up, only for a minute. But are you going to be an Avenger now? I don't know. I'm just a kid. I don't think they'd be interested in letting me join them. Let's just go now. They're waiting. The two went into the Washington Memorial elevator to look around. After reaching the top, Ned and Peter looked at the White House a distance away. Do you think Mr. President will be in there? Ned asked. I don't think so. He's not the president anymore. But we can see his memorial from here. Peter looked out from a different window and sighed. He never met the president after being invited to the wedding. Does he even remember me, he wondered. Okay, everyone into the elevator. We're getting late for the quiz. Roger Harrington, the science teacher, clapped and moved everyone along. As Peter was inside the lift, his spider senses tingled, but he could not pinpoint what the threat was. He kept looking around anxiously, and before he knew it, they were on the ground floor, outside the monument. Yet, the tingle didn't go. What's happening? Boom. A sonic boom resounded out of nowhere, and something fell from the sky. It was faster than Peter could react. The only thing he saw was something landing on the ground not far from him and making a small crater. Damn you, Odin. You're cheating. I told you not to use Odin Force. We're merely testing our physical strength. From the crater, Hector rose up, shouting at the sky. Odin Force is in my blood. I cannot merely turn it off, my friend. Odin flew down slowly. Fine, if that's how you want to fight. Hector clenched his fist and prepared to fly off. But as he did that, he waved at Peter. Hey Peter, how's the quiz going? Study hard. Boom. Hector vanished with Odin being punched in the guts. The scene left the people in shock, but as soon as they realized who it was, they all cheered loudly. Did he just greet you? Flash shook Peter by his shoulder. Chapter 249. Old Boy Talk. Hector and Odin were sparing to find out who had the strongest fist. It was already known that Hector was the strongest with his magical powers. So this was the best way to compare strengths. Space was the best place to be for such things. You can't defeat me, Odin. This was never about defeating one another. The old man Odin stopped and looked at Earth with awe. Such a beautiful planet. I can't believe I abandoned it. Yes, most gods do these kinds of things. They first take over a planet, give some gifts, bang some women, have some babies with them, make demigods, get a big fan following and then leave after being bored. It's sad, honestly. Hector exclaimed in one breath. Odin coughed. That would be Zeus. Ah, where does he even live nowadays? I don't remember him having his own realm like you. Hector wondered. Oh, he lives in the omnipotent city made by the first elder gods. Many gods live there, in fact. Zeus is like a leader there, wasting his time on wine and women of all kinds. What a waste of power. That's what immortality does to you. You start banging ducks and whatnot. Anyway, what about you? There must be a reason why you called me here. Hector asked. Odin sighed in response. Thank you, Hector. You brought my family together. Now even Hela is getting closer to Frigga and learning what family is. Loki is on the right path due to Jean. That leaves Thor. I'm afraid for him. He's too naive and kind. He's in love with some human woman who will die before Thor even blinks. Hector was not the best at such talks, but he tried. From what I understand, if you try to stop your son, it will do more harm than good. I believe Thor is genuinely in love with her, and both of them know about the constraints their lifespan will bind them to. So we should let them explore their lives on their own. If it's meant to be, you will get a nice grandson. If not, then you will have to find someone else for him. Haha, you have truly grown wiser, my friend. Why not make me an uncle now? Odin laughingly asked. Hector thought about Diana, how much he loved her, how much she made him happy in mind and body. But he knew that she was healing from the scars just like him. Diana is not ready yet, and neither am I. I mean, I finally found a lover, so I'm going to enjoy this time for as long as I can. I have no wish to clean diapers anytime soon. We're immortal anyway. What about you? Frigga is still good looking, so why not pop some gods and goddesses out? Hector teased him back. Odin embarrassingly laughed. Bwahaha. My time is long gone, Hector. I'm too old to be doing such activities. __. Are you serious? You have a good-looking wife, and you're saying it ain't for you. That's like having the sweetest apples known to men and not eating them. Do you think she does not feel anything? Wrong, all women feel horny. Go home and talk to her, don't decide such things on your own. I can't understand if you're being serious or are kidding, Odin muttered. Go, my friend. Taste the forbidden fruit again. Odin was being peer-pressured. Anyone could see that. But the old man was too naive and agreed. Fine, I shall head to Asgard and ask her. Take care, my friend. Whoosh. With that, the Bifrost appeared and took Odin back to his realm. However, the old man didn't wait and went directly toward his wife's chambers. He even found her there, alone and working on some magic book. My beautiful queen, I wish to have a word alone. He disturbed her. Frigga was always trying to be the best wife to Odin. So she put her work aside and focused on the man. Anything you need, my king. Just call me Odin. And I wish to talk in private. He replied. Frigga waved her hand and closed the doors to her bedchambers. What is it, my Odin? Are our sons okay? They are fine. I am here to talk to you about you. I was wondering about something. Something that we have not done in a while. Are you talking about the Century Festival? Odin didn't know how to ask her directly. But Frigga wasn't getting his feelings either. No, I was asking if you sometimes wish to copulate. ***. Frigga's face turned red in an instant. She never expected her old, godly husband to say something like this again, and she knew whose company was causing such changes. I would love to. That's all I can say. She replied. Odin stood up in shock. Holy Valhalla, how could I have been so naive? I wasn't giving my wife the happiness she deserves. Thank you, Hector. You may be the god of virgins, but your wisdom outshines virginity. Then, how does trying it right now sound like? Or we can wait until night. Odin asked. Thud. Frigga's gown was already on the floor. I have locked the doors, my dear king. For the first time in so many centuries, old boy Odin felt excited again, and the reason was not a fight. Well, it could be called a fight but just a different kind. UN headquarters. Achoo. Who the hell called me a virgin now? Hector rubbed his nose and signed the last document for the day. Effective immediately, the world would ban fake marketing related to food items. This meant that all those advertisements saying, clinically tested, and, it makes you tall, and such things were going to be banned. Not only that, high fructose corn syrup was banned for being the biggest reason behind obesity. In short, nobody can do fake marketing and sell their products anymore. It was going to hurt a few industries, but he was ready to compensate with money. I wonder what Peter is doing right now. He did become Spider-Man, after all. Truly, no matter what you do, you can't keep that spider away from Peter in any universe. But, wait, what happened to the whole Dormammu thing? Knock knock. Come in. Logan walked in with a smug look on his face. Hector quickly got up and gave the man a hug. How is my old bodyguard doing? Pretty good, Prez. You're doing great too, it seems, now with a wife. Too bad I couldn't be here at your wedding. Logan was genuinely sad because he had promised to be there. It's all right. As long as you're happy, that's what matters. So, what's going on with Lady Death? Is she enjoying her time here? We've decided to get married, also one of the reasons why I came here to seek you. You see, death is truly immortal, while I'm unkillable but not immortal. Snap. Hector snapped his finger. Done. I just made you truly immortal. You will never die now unless you wish to die. Underscore. Logan was left standing speechless. He thought he'd have to do some convincing for the old man to use his extraordinary powers. But it seemed those powers didn't matter a lot to him. Do you snap everyone's wishes? Haha, not at all. You're a special friend, so you get express delivery. Now go and have fun with death, bang her brains out. Invite me when you're getting married, however. Hector cheered shamelessly. Logan chuckled, having noticed a new change in Hector. There was more genuine cheerfulness now. It seems it wasn't just me who found a reason to exist. I'll head back then, Prez. Call me if you ever need me. Actually, I do need you. What do you think about going to Mars for a honeymoon? Since you were the first man to walk on the moon, I was thinking you should be the first one to be on Mars too. The UN will be sending its own new rocket. Logan didn't even wait to think. Sure, Prez. I'll do it. Great. I will set things up. I'm gonna up the game so high no nation will be able to compete with the UN, bohahaha. If anyone else had been in the room, they would have thought Hector was evil with his strange laughter. Chapter 250. Busted. Hector was in a world full of superheroes, but he didn't feel like it for some reason. At this stage, there was enough peace that the news was filled with more information about him than about some supervillain attack. The Shield had expanded its arms around the world and recruited all kinds of superpowered individuals not to turn them into superheroes but to teach them about morality and the responsibility that comes with their power. His job at this point was to work from an office instead of going out and beating villains. It seems I've grown too strong for this universe now. He signed whatever documents he needed to, walked out of the UN building, and went straight into the under-construction areas of the city. The new New York was about 70% completed, and streets were starting to look active. However, when he was passing by a dark alley of two under-construction buildings, a woman bumped into him. She was wearing short clothes, and her hair looked messy, but there were no signs of panic. Then a man walked out and silently left, looking panicked by Hector. He sighed in a little sadness. How are you, child? She was taken aback by the famous old man appearing out of nowhere. But when she was asked how she was, something nobody asked one another in the world anymore, her shoulder fell. I am good, sir. Hector nodded and patted her shoulder. Come, let's eat lunch together. It's on me. He walked to the new Central Park and sat down on a bench. Then with a snap of his finger, sandwiches appeared. Here, I got chicken one and tofu ones. The woman was confused out of her mind, wondering what warranted this little meeting with the legend. Did I do something wrong, sir? No, not at all. But I do wonder why you do it. He asked. She took a long breath and looked around at the trees. Her face showed a hint of regret. Mistakes. I was desperate, single mom, husband died. Had sex for money, didn't know they made a video. They blackmailed me into working for them until I met a decent broker who provided security. I've done this all my life. This is all I'll know. I don't like it, but this will give my son a better life. What about the baby bonds? Hector asked as he had made backups for such people. Oh, I can't access that money before I turn 60. Since I didn't even finish high school to be applicable for college or business investment. I know, I was a dumb hippie. It was the 90s. What about your husband's money? After his death, the money in his baby bonds should have transferred to you. He inquired. He lost it all on a failed business. My son has a baby bond now, but he's only 12, and I can't touch that money, not that I will. I know what I do is not very acceptable to society, many women out there do it willingly, but for me, it's out of necessity. Hector sighed and got up to leave. But before he left, he scanned her face with his phone. Life gave you lemons a bit too hard, it seems. But I believe what happened to you was unfortunate, and the fact you had no option but to throw yourself into prostitution is a sign of my failed policies. I will fix them now, and for the folks who made your video. Snap. 2 men fell from the sky but remained alive. Are these 2 the degenerates? Why yes, sir. Hector nodded and looked at the 2. Enjoy your time in the middle of the Amazon rainforest. Let's see how many days you can survive. Then with another snap, the 2 disappeared. Hector, satisfied like a god, gave a thumbs up to the woman. I have released your baby bonds money to you and invested it all in Stark Industries. You will get thousands of dollars each month as dividends, enough to live a good life, maybe not in New York. Also, I have enrolled you in the alien language class. It's going to be a significant work field in the coming years that will pay you good money. With this, I shall take my leave. Good luck. Hector flew away towards Midtown High School to meet Peter. But in the middle of the way, he remembered. Wait, I didn't even ask her name. The woman, however, was as shocked as she was from the start of the sudden meeting. What did just happen? She kept asking herself. Then all of a sudden, her phone rang with notifications. Beep beep, welcome to the Alien Skills Program. Beep beep, thank you for investing in Stark Industries. Beep beep. She felt her knees going weak all of a sudden. Never in her life did she think her hardships would end so abruptly. Hector simply appeared out of nowhere and fixed everything like he was a god. The tears of long-lost mental pain leaked out of her eyes. The image of her son flashed in her mind. His smile will not be lost, she felt. Everything was going to be okay now, she thought. Excuse me, are you okay, ma'am? Then, all of a sudden, a man stopped by and asked her in worry. Both of them did not know that they were meant to meet and fall in love 5 years later, but a certain old man's blessings worked wonders and brought two hearts closer to be each other's support. Maybe Hector was a god indeed. Midtown High School. Come on. You've got to get me an autograph from the president. I will do anything you want. I will let you borrow my car for a month. Flash Thompson pestered Peter. By now, most kids believed that Peter had something to do with the president as the word had spread like wildfire. He was getting the attention he never asked for. So he resigned to his fate and nodded. When I meet him, I will ask, Flash. Can I eat my lunch now? Sure, brother. Here, take my chicken too, anything for my best friend. Flash left quickly. Hey. Michelle Jones Watson, briefly known as MJ, sat opposite Peter. You want his autograph too? Peter asked tiredly. MJ rolled her eyes. I want to eat my lunch. Whoa, Mr. President was in Central Park, with a woman. Ned exclaimed and showed the photo to Peter. He's probably helping her. Look at that lady. Peter deduced. Don't you think he feels annoyed for being constantly followed around and spied on? MJ asked. Ned scoffed. Oh, come on. Why would he hate being followed and loved? I would die to get his kind of fame. Imagine everyone loving you and thanking you for just existing. She sighed in response, finding it immature. I don't know, he's been so famous since before the World War, after all. And he's not loved for just being existing. Did you know he once saved a family of gorillas from Uganda? Everything he does is for the good of someone. Imagine if you were disturbed while doing your favorite thing or just living your life. Peter did feel similar, as he felt it was a problem if people knew his identity as Spider-Man. So, are you two ready for that Japan trip? MJ asked next, looking at Peter's face strangely. I don't know. I have some work here. Peter tried to decline, feeling he had a responsibility to help people here as Spider-Man. So you're going to let our hard work on the quiz go to waste? Wahaha, here is my favorite smart boy. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Hector appeared with his iconic booming laugh. He noticed the shocked faces in the cafeteria but ignored them. He had his own food plate as well. How are you doing, Ned boy, and you must be MJ. Hector greeted while tasting the food. Due to his orders, the schools in the country were supposed to provide healthy balanced meals to all, no fried crap. So there was a baked patty sandwich, cooked vegetables, tofu, a milkshake, and an apple or banana. Hector took a banana, as he liked it a lot. Mr. President, what are you doing here? Peter spoke finally. Why? Can't I come to see you? You're a smart lad. I have decided to offer you an internship at my company. After all, Spider-Man needs some disguise to be away from home. I knew it. MJ dropped her spoon. Hector turned and noticed the paled, shocked faces of Peter and Ned. He realized he probably messed up here. Ah. She didn't know. But I thought you two were dating. Chapter 251. I bought a bank. Hector had no idea about what Spider-Man's plot was because there was no Vulture in this universe. There were many supervillains that never came to be due to better life and Hector's iron fist. So he reckoned that things must have moved forward as MJ sat with Peter. Now he had messed up big time, and there was only one way to fix it. Arg, sorry, Peter. Just a second, I will wipe out her memory. He raised his right hand to snap. What? MJ stood up quickly, ready to run away. No, I'm not letting you take away my memory. Besides, I knew it was him. I just had some doubts. How? Peter asked. MJ rolled her eyes. Seriously? Whenever there is something bad about to happen, you disappear, and then Spider-Man comes to save the day. And Ned isn't even trying that hard to hide it all. Also, others may think you're a weak loner nerd. I know the truth. Hector laughed. Spoken like a true girl in love. Of course, you would notice such fine details about Peter. MJ blushed and quickly picked up her plate to leave, unable to see Peter in the eye. Yes, she had a crush on Peter, but she had far too much pride to accept it face to face. You're joking, right? Peter asked Hector. Hector blurted back. Well, does she not try to be around you all the time? Does she not try to invite you to places where you two can be together? Does she not show worry for your well-being? Hey, that's just like MJ. Ned chirped. Peter face-palmed himself as he slowly realized that MJ probably did like him. All the actions in the past few weeks aligned with that now. I'm so dumb. Wahaha, not dumber than me. It took me 1 decade to realize Diana was into me, she was the same, however. Anyway, go and talk to her. Don't feel obliged to reciprocate her feelings. Take your time and just play around. Go on that Japan trip with friends. Don't worry about hero work, I will take care of it all. Hector patted Peter's head. Did everyone else hear us? Oh, they did not. I used my magical amazing powers to deafen them. But I shall return them to normal now. Can I have an autograph? Can I have a picture? As expected, the crowd of clout-chasing teens rushed to him for photos or signs. He stayed and fulfilled their little wishes. This was the least he could do. Then after that, he headed out again, this time to the bank as he wished to buy the bank. Why? Well, he needed a bank to do a few personal things. Such as joining it with King's tech company's rare earth mineral business. That would give the bank unlimited cash flow that can later be loaned to nations or businesses. The bank he was visiting was called Wells Fargo. A bank that was formed in 1852, now it was going to be his. Currently, the bank had a balance sheet total of $1.02 trillion. It was a lot of money, but that did not mean it was the price. Because every bank has liabilities, a lot of liabilities, but because money lending is such a lucrative business, it's never a major problem for anyone. Today, he was going to make an offer that none of the board members would refuse since he had already bought 23% from the open market. He needed 7% more to become the majority holder and the new owner. He entered the building cheerfully and sat down at a random seat around the large meeting room. He didn't wait for the current CEO to speak and gave his offer. Okay, I want to buy this bank. Why should you allow me to do that? First of all, I will buy your shares for a 30% higher price. And, I will be joining it into my King's tech ecosystem, creating a lot of cash for the bank to spend. The predictions say we may hit 8 trillion evaluations by 2020. So, you can either willingly sell your shares, or decide on decreasing all your shares equally so I can buy them and be the major owner. If you want the bank to reach new heights, you'd choose me. The discussion among the board members went on for 3 hours. Eventually, there were a few voices that were against Hector buying, so they ended up quitting altogether since Hector buying it was inevitable. Soon, he ended up with not 30 but 36% of the shares. He was well above the majority mark. Alright, let's start loaning then. A police station in some towns in the United States. Hector knew that he could never hurt gun ownership in his country. It was too close to the heart of the people, and to change the status quo was like poking a bee nest. So all he could do was use technology to ensure Northwest gun crime took place, and thankfully his work had shown remarkable results in a short time. Beep beep beep. All of a sudden, the whole police station's alarm started ringing. Many officers dashed to the briefing room. Among them was a newbie known as Luke Cage, who was hired recently for his great strength. He was confused and asked an officer to his right. What's all this? The alarms rang. This means the AI computer detected someone about to do a mass shooting somewhere in our jurisdiction. As per law, we are to go there and arrest the person and download all the evidence from the computers. If we find evidence that the person was truly going to harm others, we send him to a psyche evaluation. If they are fine, then they go to jail. Luke Cage was shocked by the level of technology. You mean, our computers can predict when a crime is going to happen? No, not really. It only looks at certain behaviors. For example, most mass shooters post strange things online before doing it. Meanwhile, most rapists look up strange things online. There is always a pattern, and the AI is master of finding it. Luke was amazed and excited about this new world he was seeing being formed. Since the police now had much better technology, gear, and training, the streets were safer and less corrupt. This is like living in the future. He muttered and focused on the briefing. Thanks to the various gun databases, it was already clear that the suspect may have a shotgun. Knowing this, the teams geared up appropriately to go and make the arrest. However, not all nations were happy with what Hector was doing. Some saw it as an overreach of his authority. Some nations wished that Hector would stay away from them. But with him being the head of the UN, they could not do anything. However, they contemplated banning various UN aid for food and housing for the poor in their nation. It was a wrong move that could backfire, as these nations initially could not provide for all the people. This means that a lot of people will suddenly find no food, or those who were waiting for a cheap home will get nothing. The war of ideologies had begun, and the planet Earth was finally moving towards its endgame. Somewhere in Canada. Don't worry, Mr. Wilson. This project may only be experimental, but your cancer will be healed. We can assure you of that. Yeah, it better get healed, or I'm gonna stab you with my rod. I mean the real metal rod and not my dick. You're going to lock me in this box. Nice. I'm into this locked and tortured stuff. Vanessa loves it. Slowly all the chatting started to die down as the effects of the medicine appeared. But cancer was going to be the last thing that'll be removed tonight. Chapter 252. Death Babies. California. Woof woof. Governor Mooney says that anyone who litters the streets will be fined $100 from now on. Jean translated everything the big good boy said. Woof bow bow wow. And from now on, abandoning pets will land you in jail. You can leave them at the animal shelter if you must, but abandoning them on roads is bad. Bow wow. A new garbage recycling plant is also going to be opened outside LA. They will use cutting-edge technology of robots and machines to do the job. The aim is to achieve 90% recycling. The remaining non-destructible waste will be turned into a paste with the help of biomold and then be used to make streets. Whoa whoa whoa. And all of you must stop sending me treats and toys now. My house can't fit any more of it, and if Dad finds out, he will be angry. The people started cheering for some reason after that, showing various signboards with "We love you" or "The goodest boy." Some were even holding giant plushie toys of Mooney. Some were dressed like him, some had also brought their Huskies. The whole state absolutely loved Mooney, as he didn't really need to do much work. All the good policies were pushed by Hector, and Yelena drafted them for Mooney to sign, while Jean ensured Mooney never faced any miscommunication. After the little meeting, it was time for dinner night. 3 couples were meeting: Hector and Diana, Jean and Loki, and Thor and Jane. Of course, Mooney will be there too, but he was just the little kid among the adults with his friend Fenris. Meanwhile, Yelena went on to prepare for her upcoming Senate campaign. She wished to finally enter the lawmaking body and walk in her grandpa's footsteps. But since she had support from Mooney and Hector, her win was already ensured. The dinner was set at Mount Vernon because Hector believed that no matter what they did, they could not get any privacy in any private hotel, even if he were to book the whole hotel. So, he called a few droids from space to cook for him after they read and watched the entire YouTube library of cooking tutorials. These non-sentient droids were deliberately disconnected from any wireless network to ensure they were not compromised. After dinner, they would be wiped clean of their memories and sent back to work. The table was set in the back gardens to enjoy the soothing breeze of the Potomac River. How are you all doing? Loki, I hope you have not annoyed Jean. And Thor, well, I hope you learned something while living on Earth. Earth has some really great drinks, Thor replied happily. He's still like a pup, excited for everything with a short attention span, Hector sighed. I've been good, sir. However, I also believe that I would not be sitting here if I was not good. Loki honestly replied. Bwahaha, indeed. Jean would have hooped your arse. But I'm glad you two formed a good understanding. I never thought the god of mischief would ever straighten up, but I guess love is a miraculous medicine. Bwah. Mooney barked quickly while sitting on a chair beside his girlfriend, Fenris. Yes, Mooney agrees. But this has me thinking, when are you folks going to get married? Especially you, Thor, and Jane. You two should know that your lifespans will make your relationship impossible. For Thor, it'd be like 3 years, but for Jane, it may be like 30. How old is Jane? 30. You should already be planning babies if you're serious. Hector gave his honest advice. The two awkwardly looked at each other. They had this thought already many times, but they always tried not to talk about it. They merely wanted to enjoy the time they had together. But Hector saying it slammed them face to face with reality. Thor looked saddened as he truly loved Jane. I will go and try to find an eternal elixir somewhere. That should make Jane immortal. Hector sighed. No elixir is perfect, Thor. They all have some hidden price that slowly piles up and ends up feeling much bigger than the grace of immortality. Thor looked dejected. Hector could turn Jane immortal in a second if he wanted, but now was not the time. They needed to face a few hardships on their own before their resolve to be together became unbreakable. He didn't want to turn her immortal, only for them to break up later. That would be a waste of immortality. So, he reckoned if they had kids before that, there were fewer chances they would go their separate ways. I'm not marrying this one. Jean blurted all of a sudden. Hector chuckled. Why? What did he do now? He's a dunderhead for one. He takes no secret hints from me when I need him and when I don't. He's the densest man I have ever dated in my life. Can't live my whole life with him. She complained cheekily. Loki sighed. Well, I am still learning. People in Asgard tend to be very straightforward and simply tell what they feel and want. But here, women have so many hidden rules. For example, why can't I ask you for your age? Hector scoffed at that. Indeed, it's all nonsense rules, kid. You can't ask a woman her age or a man his salary. It's dumb things from an era when women used to be simple housewives, and their job was to look good for their men. And a man's job was to keep his pretty wife happy. Really? I didn't know that. Jean exclaimed. Well, I'm just bullshitting, but I think this is the reason behind this saying. Hector silently took a bite from the steak, avoiding Diana's gaze. Pfft, you're the same as before. Jean laughed heartily. Hector proudly responded. Isn't that why you all like me and why Diana fell for me? So why would I change now? Diana coughed and added. Everything is great, except your habit of putting a wet towel on the bed. I've repeatedly told you to hang it outside to dry. Hector glanced at Mooney. Boy, I gave that job to you for a treat every time. It seems you've been taking the treats but not working. Mooney continued to eat his food silently, also avoiding any gaze. He was told by Diana not to help Hector, but he reckoned there was no harm in not disclosing it to Hector. After all, he was a capitalist governor of California. You two are more powerful than gods and yet seem like any other lovely couple. How do you do it? Jane Foster asked suddenly. Diana lovingly looked into Hector's eyes and replied. So what if we're powerful? As long as we don't forget that we're not above laws and we can enjoy little things, we can live happily. Indeed. I still love playing with Mooney, bringing flowers to my wife, and taking her to movies or the whole family on a road trip. Call me an old-fashioned man, but I believe in little gestures. Hector added. The two extra-dimensional beings were as mad for each other in love as the day they fell the first time. The two knew really well that if their romance was to last an eternity, they needed to care for little things. After all, both were powerful and rich, so no expensive physical items could bring them joy. Hey there. Just then, someone else arrived. Hector welcomed them. And here comes the super spy, Natasha. You even brought John. Nice. Diana wanted to meet him one. I'm here as well, old man. Logan and Lady's Death also appeared from a portal. Bwahaha, be careful now, folks. This woman can erase any of you from existence. But of course, not me and Diana. Woof. Yes, Mooney as well. Come, we have enough food for everyone. And I reckon you two are getting married soon. That's why you're here. Hector gave Logan a warm hug. Thor was taken aback. He is going to marry Lady Death. The force behind all death in the universe. Can she even love? Lady Death jokingly appeared angered. How dare you say such a thing, Odinson? I shall erase you, your lover, and Asgard now. Can you make babies? Thor asked further. Oh. Of course, I can make a baby with a simple snap of my finger. Thor smirked and looked away, this time really annoying her. Chapter 253. Pokemon. Okay, I'm here. So what did I miss? What happened? Hector arrived in Camartage at Ancient One's notice. As you said, Caecilius attacked, and I was prepared this time. He wanted to kill me, but the poor soul thought I was using Dark Dimension's power. You truly saved Mordo from leaving. Ancient One replied, feeling grateful that Hector had stopped her connection with the Dark Dimension back during the World War. I suppose Dormammu still came out. Where is Stranger? Look over there. He's trying to fight the dark corruption. It seems Dormammu has no idea that you live here. Ancient One was already feeling bad for what was about to come for this world-devouring being. Hector cracked his knuckles. How long do you think he will last against me? I truly hope it's not too quick. I wish to have some exercise tonight. If you also use the Infinity Stones, then likely in an instant, if you use your own powers then maybe even quicker. I have no clue. Good, never let them know about your next move. Anyway, I will head to meet this Dormammu. You go and get ready, we're leaving for Logan's marriage after this. Hector moved towards the dimensional gates that had appeared for Dormammu to enter. Doctor Strange was fighting Caecilius there. Sadly, he had no time stone anymore, so he was not very confident about winning this time. Beat him up, kid. Hector showed him a thumbs up and jumped into the dimensional portal. When he arrived there, he was amazed by how ugly everything looked. Nothing even made sense. It felt like he was looking at something gross under a microscope. This creature considers this his home. No wonder it deserves to die. Dormammu, I've come to kill you. Hector roared because he couldn't be bothered with finding the thing. As he expected, soon, a giant demonic being appeared. Who dares enter my realm? Hector took out his phone, clicked a photo of the demon, and then posted it on Twitter. Hunting interdimensional demons that wish to eat Earth. As soon as he posted it, a long thread of F started appearing. Hector felt confused. What does F mean? Fuck. Ugh, it's so hard following this internet culture. It changes every damn week. He put the phone back and looked up. Yes, I've come here to kill you, Dormammu. I'm Hector King, Washington. I'm very strong. Ring ring. Suddenly his phone rang, and he talked. What is it, my hot wife? Oh, I'm coming for the wedding, don't worry. We'll deal with this thing in a second and return with Yao. Yeah, get the banana cake too. Mooney loves it. My dress. Is the red coat not good? Fine, I will wear a matching tux with you then. After talking to his wife, he focused on Dormammu again. Sorry, you can't really ignore a call from your wife. Anyway, I will have to kill you quickly because I got a wedding to attend. Do you have any last wishes? Die. Dormammu launched his fist at Hector. Haha, you didn't have to ask for that, fool. I was already going to gift that to you. Hector didn't even move and simply raised his palm to stop the oversized fist. Bam. It was blocked with ease, and there was nothing but shock and confusion spread on Dormammu's face. Hector, in fact, punched back. I don't have too much time. Since you are a dark entity, I will extradite your death. He took out a small poke ball and smiled as he threw it at Dormammu. That's enough punishment for you. Beelzebub. I choose you. Whoosh. The ball opened with much fanfare and light, then an angry little baby with diapers appeared. Pika pika motherfucker, goddamn, you kept me in there for so long. I just cursed once on your live stream. I'm not a baby anymore. I don't know how to act like one. Hector scoffed, yes, but you were dropping F-bombs, N-bombs, and whatnot. It's your tongue that's the problem. You got me in so much trouble, now go and fight this creature like a good Pokemon. I ain't your slave. Yes, you are. You were sent here to learn how to be a good person and devil by God himself. Now don't give me that crap. Go, use the exorcism move. Hector waved his hand, and in an instant, a cute Pikachu bodysuit appeared on Beelzebub. That's harassment. Hector scoffed. Bwahaha, cry about it, Karen. I am the CEO and manager of this universe. Like a sad puppy, Beelzebub raised his little hand and sent out some chains at Dormammu. They started to lock the demon despite looking thin and weak. Dormammu was angered and tried to throw the various planets hovering around with his mental powers. But sad for him, Hector and Beelzebub were omniversal beings. They were far too overpowered for him. Boom, the planets dropped on them and shattered into tiny pieces. Pikachu, open the dimensional gates to hell and call the Grim Reapers. Hector shouted. Pika pika, bitch. Beelzebub rolled his eyes and opened the gates to hell. From the gates came out thick, red burning chains of steel that caught Dormammu. These seemed to hurt as Dormammu shrieked in pain. What are you two? We are the Supreme Beings, Hell's Inquisitor and, the spoiled baby, Hector replied and flew to kick the dark creature's face, sending him flying towards the Hell's gates. And no. I am not this weak, no chains can hold me. Dormammu was unable to believe what was happening. However, it was understandable to Hector. Nobody can fathom that there exists someone as strong as him so easily. True, you are not weak, Dormammu. It's just me who is too strong for this universe. So bye-bye, have fun. The chains slowly pulled the demon into the gates of hell that spewed nothing but a burning red light. Dormammu saw his body being burnt slowly, releasing steam. It shouted and screamed in pain as it got swallowed away. The dark dimension soon lost its owner, and everything dark started to become normal. Great, now I have one more location at my disposal. But this place should work better as a temporary prison. Anyway, Pikachu, return to your ball now. Oh, hell no. I'm not going back in there. It's boring. Beelzebub denied. I want to return to my adult form. There are so many pretty ladies, I want to feel the flesh again. If you're going to be Deboshrausman, I might as well keep you in the pokeball. You are not giving God any reason to fix you up. You have not learned anything from me. Beelzebub scoffed. What? Do I have to become an old, happy-go-lucky man now? Loyal to only one woman. Lord Inquisitor, I am a demon, not an angel. Besides, those fucker angels are also known to go around banging chicks around the multiverse. Zeus does not even leave poor animals, that sick fuck. Hector rubbed his beard and couldn't help but nod. Indeed, you are logically much better than them. But you need to work on your mouth. It's too vile. But let's go now, Logan is getting married. With that, Hector kept Beelzebub out and returned to Earth. The first thing he did was close the dimensional door that Dormammu had opened. It appeared that Doctor Strange had defeated Caecilius by now. So he decided to kill that man quickly. Will you kill him? Doctor Strange asked, not agreeing with his actions. The Ancient One didn't care, however. She was used to Hector's way of fixing things. Shrugging, Hector gave the men a word of advice. Kid, the best punishment for likes of these is death. He has too much power and knowledge. No matter which prison you put him into, he will keep on fighting. He's a broken man, looking for ways to bring his dead daughter back. It's sad, but he's mentally not sound. Besides, he has killed too many people. Take that as a lesson, Doctor Strange. Ancient One added. Sometimes, removing the problem permanently is the best solution. It's practical. Hector moved and turned the men into dust, as conventionally killing him would have left too much blood. I think I can understand your viewpoint, but reserve my own ideas. Doctor Strange added. This was one good thing about him. Since he used to be a doctor, he had seen a fair share of deaths, so it was not as appalling to him. Yow, let's go. Hector made a portal to the wedding venue and left. The aftermath of the fight was for Doctor Strange to handle. However, when Hector arrived, he found that only women were around. Where is everyone? Logan took all the boys to some club in Vegas. It was Tony's plan, saying there needs to be a bachelor's party. Diana said, sighing. Bachelor's party on the day of the wedding. Of course, Tony would suggest something like this. Wait here, I will go and bring them all. But what Hector didn't know was that his worldview about modern society was going to change in that club. Chapter 254. Kissed by Death. Hector, alongside Mooney, arrived at a club in Las Vegas. It was dark everywhere with a few flashing lights, crowded, and music was blasting around. In reality, he didn't like such parties, as he felt he was a man of the old days. For him, a real club is where graceful dance music plays, where couples can dance together, and those searching for love ask single women to dance. No blasting music, only good vibes. I.e. Look there, our dear old president is here. Tony Stark noticed Hector and shouted. There was not just Tony, but also a few other heroes. Thor, Loki, Steve, Reed Richards, Human Torch, Bruce Banner, Dr. Doom, Colonel Rhodes, and a few more from X-Men. What are you doing here, Kennedy? Hector found his partner in crime as well. As a man with Kennedy in name, I'd be ashamed to my ancestors if I passed on free booze. Here, have some beer. Kennedy passed a bottle. Hector looked around and found Logan sitting on a couch at the side, drinking like always. There was a pile of empty bottles in front of him and a big smile on his face. My boy, do you want to be late for your own wedding? Drinking today? Seriously? Hector took a seat beside him and drank as well. Logan chuckled. Old man, thanks, honestly. You've had more influence on my life than anything else. I am happy it was you. Now my life is full of great moments and fewer fuck-ups. Bwahaha, I understand you. In the past, you were not in control of your own destiny. Ramel was messing up everything in your life. God knows why. Since he died, I believe things have been on the positive side. Hector picked up another bottle of whiskey and drank it straight. Logan nodded at that. Indeed, and because of you, I got so many amazing honors. Seriously, a man like me being loved by people. I became the first man on the moon, a general of the Federation, and a general in Earth's army. I never thought I was meant for anything great, but you beat the greatness out of me. Woof woof woof. All of a sudden, the DJ who let the dogs out, and Mooney started vibing on the dance floor. Well, you were meant to be an ordinary guy living an ordinary life, but some folks just wanted to see you suffer. That pushed you into turning into a mean man. So now you can lay back and relax, enjoy while this marriage lasts. I seriously don't understand how this deal with Lady Death even works, but if it makes you happy, sure. Thanks, old man. Hector got up. Well, I may be godlike who does not get drunk. I still need to take a leak. As he left, Steve followed as he just wanted to stay away from Tony and not be peer pressured to drink more. Sir, I wish to join the services again. Since my son is old enough to start school now, I don't have much to do at home. The restaurant makes money on itself, so not much there either. Hector shrugged. Well, you can go and join Avengers then. You're already a part of it anyway. Just start taking the missions. Natasha is the director at this point. She will help you. Not there, sir. I want to serve under your leadership. In the UN. Steve requested. Hector rubbed his beard. You're already a major general according to official rank, and since you're pretty old, I can surely get you a nice work. Come to my office tomorrow. I will dash. The two abruptly stopped talking due to the scenes they were presented with. There was a woman sitting at the sink while a man was doing her. Not only that, there was another one recording it all on his phone. Hector frowned. Is this normal? Steve had the same expression. I don't think so, sir. She's ruining her own life by being recorded. It's akin to illegal porn. Hector walked up to them and smacked the back of the head of the one recording it. Stop these fatherless activities this instant. What are you doing? But for some reason, the woman appeared more angered with Hector interrupting them. She cursed something in mumbles and added, "Go away, let me enjoy my last night before marriage. It's my bachelorette party." Hector lifted his right hand and snapped his finger, immediately sobering up the woman. "You better go and tell your husband-to-be what you were doing here. If you're going to ruin your life, why drag another one's with yourself?" The woman did react this time by gathering her clothes and purse and running off. Hector looked at the man who was recording it. I am disappointed with this generation. After relieving himself, he returned to his seat and sat down, being much calmer now. Steve was beside him, shocked similarly. If this continues, it won't be aliens who destroy us but humanity's inability to control our deep dark desires. We're doomed at this rate. With the ease of life and good times, it seems the human mind has become weaker too. How can someone even think that doing this was right? This goes way beyond a simple fetish. I need some statistics. Is this culture normal or not? Hector muttered to himself. Steve nodded. I think since people have nothing to worry about now, they are taking unnecessary risks. First, it was World War before, then Cold War. Humans were always at risk of destruction, but now that we're safe, they are looking for thrills. I don't know. Hector realized the destruction of society and common sense was happening. He knew such things couldn't be tackled by giving a speech either. There is only one way to fix this then. What needed to be done was mental correction. Calling stupid a stupid, not brave, was the need of the hour. Like how a mother scolds the child for doing something wrong, people needed that too. But right now, with the help of social media, all the stupid ones with dumb ideas have gathered and grouped together. There is always some power and pull in numbers. Banging a dozen men just for fun is a mental disorder, conveniently called a fetish sometimes. Similarly, a man fantasizing about sleeping with a dozen women in one go is stupid too. For too long, the world had been too kind and forgiving, which has made these humans try to find different ways to entertain themselves. There is one way to fix all this. I should use the mass media at my disposal. So many social networking sites are under me too. The real problem is also the new generation, which is highly impressionable. This should not be hard. Hector was not against free speech. He was against stupidity. He believed that society must always have some values that it should stick with. What are societal values? Religion? Laws? No. It's simply common sense. It seems common sense is a rare cuisine these days. Well, let's get over Logan's marriage first. In no time, the whole gang returned to Canada, to the home of Logan, and got dressed in fine suits. Only close friends were invited, so they could be themselves. Even the photographers were some kids from mutant school. Hector, as the elder of the planet, was called to read the vows for the two. This is the strangest marriage I am presiding over, a mortal marrying the goddess of death. Well, I guess you get to know new things every now and then. Anyway, since both of you are so deep in love, let's continue. Logan, do you promise to love, cherish and entertain your dear wife until DEA? Bwahaha, that does not make sense. Until eternity ends. Logan chuckled and nodded with a grunt. He was feeling somewhat embarrassed for having to do all this. Great. So, Lady Death, do you promise to love, cherish, entertain and keep my boy here alive until eternity ends? Gladly, Lord Inquisitor. She chirped. Amazing, now kiss and seal the deal. Logan took the lead and pulled Lady Death close to kiss. It was shocking to most eyes since she was an ancient all-powerful being, and here she was being touched and loved by a simple man. Okay, not very simple. It's time for a party now. All of a sudden, someone shouted and blasted loud music. It was simply the American national anthem. Hector looked around and found the voice. But after one glance, all that came out of his mouth was profanity. He noticed a masked man with a blonde wig, high heels, and a one-piece dress. Fuck. Why is Deadpool here? Chapter 255. Dates. Why was Deadpool there? He was not invited. Heck, nobody even knew him. But there he was, dancing in a dress of Marilyn Monroe, giving Kennedy some PTSD as the woman used to be his wife. Hector ran towards the man and caught him. What the hell are you doing here? Deadpool blushed, however. Oh, am I being sexually harassed? Well, I don't mind if it's you. Mr. President. Oh. Fuck. Hector let him go and talked from a meter away. Kid, what the hell is wrong with you? Why are you such a madman in all iterations? Deadpool got excited. There are more like me. Will it be incest if I bang myself? Degree. Hector had no patience to deal with this guy now. What do you want? I'm just having fun, boss. Can't a man dance now? Ah, I should have brought my wife too, she would have loved this party. So many awesome fellow superheroes. All my dear colleagues. Hector waved his hand and ensured that nobody could hear Deadpool at the party, especially Mooney. Do you know him? Diana walked up to him and asked. Slightly disgusted at the sight of the men in tights and woman's dress, dancing seductively in high heels. Yes and no, ignore him. The more you think about him, the more he will crawl into your life. He's like a parasite that exists to eat your brain with his stupidity. Let's go and dance somewhere else. He held Diana's hand and walked to dance. Meanwhile, Mooney and Furnace were also on the dance floor a distance away, vibing together. Their dance was mainly jumping and rolling around, but they looked cute, and most others were busy recording the video with their phones. However, the one going crazy with dancing was Jean and Loki, as the two threw each other around while laughing. Tony was also there with Pepper, dancing slowly while Fury and Bucky were arguing nearby about something. Steve and Peggy were there as well, looking as perfect as in the 40s. They were old but as much in love as at the start. But in their defense, they had been together for just a few years at this point. The music slowly became slow, and the night was starting to come to an end. For Hector, however, it was still working time as he had to go to United Galactic Federation to prepare for his re-election as the president. Omniversal hell. I think it's time to call Hector back. Work has been piling up here. It seems it's the sin season again. Satan looked at the numbers on his godpad. Ting. However, just then, a new pop-up message appeared with a voice. Come to my place, boy. I need to talk. God wants to talk. Satan quickly put all the work aside and went to heaven's side. He was allowed there despite being the so-called Satan. The various movies lied. He was not an enemy of the angels or against them. Soon, he arrived at the old man's hall and presented himself. What is it, Big G? Start the plan test. It's about time we end this little game of ours. The Marvel multiverse is being strained by his prorogue presence, not to mention Wonder Woman got pulled there. God ordered from his high and mighty golden seat. Satan bowed. I agree, old man. I was thinking of bringing him back too. There is too much work. So I will go and start the things. Aunt May, you don't have to come to the airport, I can go on my own. Nonsense, I want to see the girl you're dating. She needs my approval, after all. Ha, just kidding, Peter. But seriously, I hope it's not some mean cheerleader girl from your school. I hate girls like them. Also, don't forget your phone. You'll need that on the trip, she handed him the phone. Thanks, though I have learned a few things about Japanese by now. Besides, we will have a tour guide with us. Peter tried to calm down his aunt as much as he could. But he never held anything against her as he knew that she only wanted good for him and was so overprotective because she had lost everyone in her life. Now, only he was her family. She was not only like his mother, but also a great friend. Great, now let's get in the car, so I can hopefully drive you safely to the airport. What do you mean, hopefully? Haha, just kidding, Peter. I'm a professional already, and I even took some classes. So, what is she like? Is she pretty? Is she smart? What's her name? Peter sighed, finally knowing why she insisted on seeing him off in the car. She's slightly taller than me, she's very smart, and yes, she's pretty. Can't wait to meet her. She giggled in her seat. It only took them an hour to reach the airports, even when the estimated time was 30 minutes. But Peter knew this would happen, so he had left much earlier. However, as soon as they arrived, May jumped in to hug the girl standing beside Ned. Oh, hi there, I am May, Peter's aunt. You must be MJ. MJ awkwardly looked around and waved her hand. Oh. Hi. Let's go. We should check in quickly. Peter pushed his friends embarrassingly and got in. But once he was gone, Aunt May took out her phone and reported to the office. Agent Coulson, I will report in an hour. Then she looked back again and waved happily. Peter waved back and soon boarded the flight with his classmates. Thankfully, he got a seat with MJ. In fact, for some reason, his and MJ's seats were upgraded to first class, where the two shared excellent luxurious seats side by side. How did this happen? Do you have some sort of devil's luck as a power? MJ asked jokingly. Peter honestly had no idea. I don't know. It's actually the opposite. Trouble seems to always find me. But this. I think I know how this happened. Grandpa. Mr. President. Both of them recalled the same man, albeit with different names. They just chuckled and relaxed in their reclined seats, sitting slightly close, but not touching. He's so cute, for doing such little things, MJ muttered, remembering meeting Hector at school that one time. How did you meet him? Peter relived his memories in a second, and a smile dawned on his face. In fact, he found me. When I was 10, he saved me from a truck a few days before Christmas. I was, looking at people carelessly. I mean not in a creepy way, like I was looking at happy families. Well, I was missing my parents. But then Grandpa saved me, Lady Diana was there too, and Mooney. They took me to a mall, and bought me clothes and all kinds of gadgets. It was the greatest day of my life. Since then, he's been in contact. MJ nodded, looking amused by the story. He truly is as kind as the rumors say. Despite all the people he killed in the many wars and all, he's amazing. True, I wish to be like him, not in the killing sense, a man with honor. Peter fell into thought. What about the dog? Mooney. I really want to hug him once in my life. He's so cute and fluffy. MJ wished as she hugged the pillow. Woof. Was that a bark? Woof WUF. The two quickly got up from their seat and looked back. There they found a big, white, furry gentleman wearing a gentleman gangster hat on the head with space for ears, and a black tie. Beside him was a black-furred lady, with a cute headband. Moon and Fenris? Peter exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 256. Universe Election. While the world was enjoying the new economic prosperity that was coming with the stable United States and its better policies, a few companies were about to see a nosedive in their stock evaluation. In New York, at the newly constructed Times Square, there were again a lot of giant advertisement boards, but they were much better now as most of them were made with ultra-high-definition screens that were installed in a way to give a three-dimensional effect. Not only that, holographic projectors were placed around the whole street to show unique ads that would appear to be floating on the road. It was an ordinary day in 2017. Fury had won an official election this time, creating him the real legitimate elected president. But, as Hector had promised something years ago, an announcement was to be made. So at 12 p.m. in New York, at the same time, the largest ad board in New York's Times Square, London, Tokyo, Seoul, Paris, Berlin, Amsterdam, Oslo, Stockholm, Riyadh, Dubai, Canberra, New Delhi, Islamabad, Kathmandu, Jakarta, Manila, Mexico City, and Brasilia changed to show large letters on a blue screen. The words were clear and gave a straight message, not only that, but a countdown to December 31, 2020, 12 a.m. The words read, The Great Climate Reset. Ban on all fossil fuels as promised by Hector King, Washington. This once again reminded the people about Hector's promise when he returned to Earth and won his first election. He gave the world until 2020 to do whatever they wanted, all natural exploitation without harming animals they could do. He told all nations to go crazy and develop their economies with the cheapest methods they could find. Not only that, Hector himself was the king of oil and natural gas, supplying 70% of the world with it cheaply. The rest was done by Russia and China. He had promised that the moment it's 2020, he will change the Earth's climates, resources, and exploitation effects back to what it was in the year 1700, before the Industrial Revolution. By doing this, the world's air and rivers will be as clean as ever. Of course, this will be done carefully because the world in 1700 was much different. Where used to be mountains were now cities, and where used to be lakes were now towns. So all that would need to be taken care of. But oceans will be cleaned as no plastic existed back then, nor any oil spill. However, the news was bad for some oil companies or companies that depended on it. For example, car companies saw a drop in stocks. Meanwhile, Hector King's Tech and Stark Industries saw a jump in evaluation because the two companies were known to be working on renewable energy sources for years now. With this, Tony Stark, the narcissist, made a dozen more billions and became more pompous. Hector was at Moran plant to ensure that he gets elected again. After all, 6 years was not a very long time for a term when taking the scale of the universe into consideration. However, there were indeed a few people that wanted to stand against him from being elected. The way UGF elected its president was not a direct election, as that would be too much of a hassle. Instead, the universe is divided into 100 sectors, and each sector has its own micro-level leadership competition, whichever is at the top reaches the Federation Halls. In the Federation Hall, these 100 leaders elect a representative. Currently, most of the leaders were from Hector's faction itself, so there was no problem with him. But a few new ones were still coming up, occupying some popularity. However, there were many fail-safes to ensure no Palpatine came into power, for example, a psych test done by none other than Galactus. Yes, the giant being was a part of the Federation in return for a salary of one planet every 3 years. Hector was also able to explain to the people that Galactus is not an evil thing. He's a force of nature that cannot be diverted. So, if Galactus ever comes to eat a planet, he will give time for evacuations to be done. The UGF also helps in the process and settles the whole civilization on a new planet. So there was only one phase Hector had to worry about, which was the debates. The debates were done less for the leaders but more for the general public of the universe, so they would at least know the candidate who would win and their policies. Also, the voting will be done live, and results will be announced right there, so there will be transparency. The people who nominated themselves for the presidency should have at least 10 leaders backing them. For now, only 2 others had gotten that support. However, as Hector expected, the first thing the blue, big, bald-headed guy said was to accuse him. "We did not see you in the past 5 years. Why should you be the president when you're not accessible?" Hector smiled and snapped his finger, creating a small sun in the palm of his hand. "Look at this. This is a sun, as powerful as the real sun. If I were to let it go, it would explode and destroy this whole solar system. So, now you tell me, would a man who can do such things with no problem have to be present somewhere to keep himself informed? I see all that happens in the universe and send out appropriate people to respond to it. If there is a rebellion, the army goes. If there is political turmoil, the political negotiators go. If there is a business dispute, then a commerce expert goes. My job is to ensure that the Federation works like a well-oiled machine. That peace and stability will last forever. And I believe I have done that job very well, unlike you, who has swindled 100 million credits from the development fund granted to your sector for nurturing new planets to make them habitable. This is preposterous. This is a lie." Hector scoffed. "I was not going to reveal all that right now, but you left me no other choice. You were going to be arrested anyway for corruption." Hector then glanced at the other alien, a yellow one with spikes on the head and face of a lizard. "You're a good man, however. You are honest and truly hard-working for people. I would have gladly stepped down to let you be the president, but I can't do that yet as the Federation is still not stable. There are some planets that are still rebellious, and we're yet to completely absorb the Shi'ar Empire." The yellow alien respectfully nodded and spoke. "I understand that, President Washington. If that is the case, I would like to step down from this election." Hector nodded his head in thanks and allowed the administrators of the Federation to start the election process. It was a simple ballot election, where each sector leader would come and put the slate of their liking into the box. The slates were kept hidden, so nobody knew who voted for whom. It took an hour for it to finish. Then on live telecasts across the galaxies, the votes were counted 3 times and then announced. With 100-0, President Washington has won and shall stay as the head of the United Galactic Federation for the coming 6 years. Hector laughed at the cameras and showed off his iconic big smile. "Citizens of the Federation, thank you for putting your trust in this old man. For this, I announce a 20% discount in all East Xander Trading Company's shops. I know you like the food there. Enjoy." Spoken like a true capitalist. The company was his and Ancient One's joint venture. This sale would make him the richest man in the universe manifolds. Haha, sometimes my genius is almost frightening. Chapter 257. Headpats. Japan. Peter Parker and Michelle Jones Watson were 2 strange couples in love. They usually feel awkward about everything but sometimes are so blunt that it embarrasses them. But they were perfect for both. However, Peter had to find a balance between work and life in order for his relationship to work. After all, currently, they were in their honeymoon period. Once some time passes, it becomes boring and frustrating, especially for MJ. This was the reality of most couples where one was a superhero. Hector knew it as he was also guilty of it, having spent more time working than spending it with Diana. However, now that he had changed, he wished Peter to not go through that. So Mooney and Fenris were sent to create an air of romance. Of course, Ned needed to be kicked away first, so the 2 Wolfies forced Ned to go away and look for a mate, too, instead of third-wheeling. Then they invited Peter and MJ to their penthouse in the hotel. They had enough space for them all, and seeing Mooney and Fenris sitting close, cuddling was going to make anyone feel romantic. The 2 had not even kissed at this point, so they needed all the help they could get. Can you understand us?" MJ asked Mooney. The good boy nodded, but did not bark back, knowing they couldn't understand him. "That's so amazing. Can I hug you?" she asked. Mooney was confused about it, as the woman should be hugging her boyfriend. She was asking too much from him. What if Fenris felt jealous? But he knew people loved his squishy fur. So he nodded. Ay. She jumped and hugged the poor boy and ribbed her face on his fur. Mooney sighed and melted in his seat. He was used to all this. Hector returned to Earth after winning the elections. In his seat, he wondered about what to do next. Okay, which evil company should I mess with next? BlackRock seems like a nice target. It's too big and too monopolistic. Deciding what to do, he lifted the phone and called the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. The man heading it was his person, so his order was supreme. Fury was left to deal with other things and didn't have any problem with Hector doing this. Yes, start an antitrust investigation on BlackRock and break it into smaller pieces. Also, start an investigation into corruption and tax evasion with IRS. After ordering such, he looked at the world map and decided to fix another country this time. He had already gone to a few African and Middle Eastern nations. Now Central Asia was still left. The previous USSR-affiliated nations were still inflicted with cancer called communist influence. They still didn't have a free government and were easily manipulated by the Russian government. This meant the leadership was corrupt and left the nation poor. So, he once again took out his nice camera for the live stream and went to Tajikistan. It was the poorest nation in Central Asia, with more than half of its population living in poverty. The nation faced a common problem that many others did. It had a dominant party system, where one party routinely had a vast majority in the parliament. Not to mention it was heavily influenced by Russia. But, instead of going to the nation's capital, he went to the faraway villages facing the same problem as most other African or Afghan villages, lack of resources. As soon as he landed, he went live on his YouTube channel, with 1 billion subscribers already. Yes, he was the biggest internet personality. But he knew that his presence at the top was demoralizing for other individual content creators. So he ordered the staff to put him in a new category of creators, called historical figures. With that, he ensured that other content creators did not see him in their rankings. So, I am once again in a new sad nation that I am going to fix. As always, I am going to pick one of the content creators randomly to walk around with me and see the magic happening. So, start typing the names of the content creators you want me to bring here. The one with the most referrals wins. You have 5 minutes. He gave the task to his audience of 300 million. However, for some reason, people started to spam a few words. Subscribe to PewDiePie. Hector rubbed his beard. Ah, isn't he the lad with the most subscribers right now? Soon, 5 minutes were done, and PewDiePie's name was selected. So Hector snapped his finger, and the man appeared beside him. But, it appeared that he was eating at that moment and had a sandwich half in his mouth. He looked confused, as he had no idea about what was going on. What? Hector explained. Son, you were chosen by my viewers to accompany me as I fix the nation of Tajikistan. But you can deny, and I will send you back home. Are we live? He asked. Yup, the number has jumped to 500 million viewers. I feel pity for the poor servers. Hector muttered. The Swedish boy quickly ate his sandwich and cheered. Hell yeah, I would love to participate in this. Then come along, boy. We're walking to the nearest village. As we do that, why don't you tell me what you think about the state of the world? The world? I think it needs to grow as fast as possible so one day I can go and see space, the moon, or even Mars. The men answered. Hector laughed at that. Yes, I can see a few sick-minded ones already planning to get themselves a space alien girlfriend. Well, that's probably not going to happen anytime soon. The world is not yet prepared to unite as one single entity. Come, let's help the folks here. Hector moved like he always did, and waved his hands to create a nice big well, houses, and power stations. The nation's western side had a lot of vegetation, but the eastern side was dry and mountainous, creating a lot of problems. So he created excellent long wide roads and also laid down a train track, not the high-speed one but a regular train track. Of course, he could not meddle in the nation's politics openly, but he hoped that the government would smartly utilize these new projects. Next, the nation needed jobs that he could not solve with a snap, but it was now solvable as there was enough water, electricity, and connectivity to invite major companies. Beep beep. All of a sudden, Hector's other phone rang, and President Fury was on the call. What's the matter? I'm streaming right now. He asked. Sir, Russians are very disturbed by your visit. They have locked their nuclear systems, not on your but various parts of the world. Hector roared in laughter. Bwahaha. Ah yes, the nukes, my greatest fears. Hang the call. I will address them on my stream. Soon, Hector looked at the camera. Kids, it seems someone didn't like me helping this land. So they are threatening us with nukes. Well, all I have to say is, try me bitch. Don't worry. No nukes can threaten this world in my presence. They are weapons of the past, from a dark era of our times. Anyway, let's get back to work. He once again went back to making highways. How strong are weapons in space? PewDiePie asked. Strong enough to destroy planets, and they are just the middle-leveled ones. There are bombs that can create a black hole where it hits. It's genuinely destructive and can even destroy a star quickly. I remember having a gun that could turn anyone into the air by pulverizing them in an instant. You can't imagine the level of technology up there. Thankfully, the Federation is powerful enough to enforce laws. PewDiePie sighed, that sounds scary and interesting. Lad, I don't know about alien planets, but the UN will send a manned mission to Mars next month. And by year end, we will start tourism to the moon. It's not even expensive, so you can get the tickets. Hector announced to the world. To him, all these felt normal, but the truth was, they were era-defining. Because if what he said happened, the era of space travel was beginning. Avengers Tower. Pepper, maybe I should start a live stream too. Look at this man. He's so popular. Pepper scoffed, you just want to feed your narcissism, don't you? Come on, it's just a hobby, dear. Yes, just like your debauchery. I've been clean ever since I started dating you. I promise. He looked into her eyes firmly. At that, she smiled warmly. Should I head pat you? Tony was taken aback. Do you want to? Yes. __. Fine. Chapter 258. Help. Vanessa, I had my calling. I know where I must go now. There is only one voice calling me. It's asking me to come to the land of freedom, away from the land of marble syrups. I need to be in the arms of the men I want the most, my president, my men. What the fuck is wrong with you? Vanessa asked her husband. You're about to become a father. I know, but I want him to be the godfather, and I be our child's other mother. I may not have any milk in my titties, but I will not go to get milk and never return, that I can guarantee. Deadpool said. Fine, but I'm going too if you're going there. I don't trust you one bit, ball sack man. Who knows which whore you'd wake up balls deep. Vanessa rushed to pack her bags. Oh, you're so hot when you talk dirty. I think I just came home. Wait, is this PG-13? New Mexico. Jane, come on, we can have a child and then think about your age. I know my father, as long as he has a grandchild, he will make you immortal. He has a great many means to do it. Jane was not listening, instead hyperventilating and walking around. That's it. Is that all I am for your father? Just a broodmare? I did not expect this from you. A so-called god, how can you be so dumb? We're not meant to be, Thor. You're a god. I'm a little human, fuck even the sex hurts. I feel like you will kill me. But you keep saying more. Thor countered. Enough. There can be no us, Thor. Don't make it harder for both of us. I might not even see our child grow into a teenager before dying of old age. We're doomed. She started to cry all of a sudden. Thor quickly wants to sit beside her and caress her hair. Hey, don't cry. Old Man Washington said not to look for any elixir, but I will go out and seek it. I won't return unless I have a way to ensure we both can live together forever. How long will that take? I am 34, Thor. A decade. I might just not be able to be a mother after that. She argued. Then. WH-. Why is your nose bleeding? What? Jane quickly touched her nose and found blood dripping. Must be some response to so much screaming. Pat. However, Thor simply held her in his arms and lifted her up. I cannot take risks. We are going to the hospital. Stop, it's just a nosebleed. I'm not dying. She fought back. But Thor was Thor, his hold was tight. What if you are dying? I don't want to lose you, Jane, and end up losing myself too. When he said that, Jane shut up, her heart started to pound restlessly. She never knew that Thor saw her as someone so important. It shook her because she realized how selfish she was being. As much as it was hurting her, it was hurting him too. She was worried about dying fast. Thor was probably worrying about living with the curse of her memory forever. And the fact that he is ready to have a child means he is prepared to live forever with my memory. How can I be so naive? She silently held his neck as they flew to the nearest hospital. There, because Thor was famous and he had some privileges from S.H.I.E.L.D., immediately all the tests were done. MRI, blood tests, and anything they could do, they did it. By midnight, all the reports were given to them in the head doctor's office. From the face of the doctor, it was clear that it was not normal. I don't know how to say this, but I will not beat around the bush. Miss Jane Foster has breast cancer, stage 4. And it appears to be expanding at a rapid speed never seen before in any such case. There is something causing it. Some sort of radiation, probably. The doctor explained. Thor looked distraught. Is it treatable? At this stage, chances are near to none. Mr. Thor. I would like to know, did you take Miss Jane outside Earth, maybe to your home anytime soon? The doctor asked suddenly. Thor frowned while nodding. We go there every single week, WH. Oh. He jumped to his feet and blackened as if struck by a realization, a bad one at that. He looked at Jane's scared face, the love of his life, and the feeling of guilt took over him. What have I done? Using the Bifrost caused this, a mortal's body could not sustain so much radiation. I killed you, Jane, this is all me, what have I done? Jane quickly moved and hugged Thor. The doctor, noticing she was no longer needed, moved away to give her privacy. Thor, it was not just you. I was bugging you to show me Asgard, the cosmos, the planets. I don't blame you. I never will. I love you. But Thor did not listen, and his mind had already decided whose fault it was. You were right. How can a god be so foolish? I have disappointed you. I have harmed you, the woman I love. There is not enough punishment for the likes of me. Please stop this, Thor. Maybe there is still a chance to get this fixed. I will get my treatment started right now, don't worry. Jane rushed out to the doctor with Thor and got herself registered. Jane soon got hooked up with some medicines to keep her body healthy. It was turning night, so Thor decided to leave, albeit not to rest. I will be back in a few hours, Jean. I will bring food with me, I will cook it. Haha, I guess I will have to go to the cafeteria then. She joked and kissed his hand that was resting on her face. She was shocked at how they were fighting a few hours ago and now were acting like a married couple. I will be back, Thor said and left. However, as soon as he walked out of the hospital, he summoned the Bifrost and arrived at Asgard. Without waiting, he went to his father to ask for help. Father, Jane is sick. It's cancer, I need your help, or she won't survive. And that is why I did not approve of this union, Odin replied blankly. Immediately, the idea dawned in Thor's head. His anger knew no bounds. Why, you knew it. You still let it happen. Fate must move uninterrupted, Thor. We may be called gods, but we're just a few powerful alien species. You are not my father. To hell with Asgard, to hell with your throne. If you could not even help your son be happy, you should be ashamed. And you say fate? Then I shall go to the man who is fate. Thor rushed out of the castle and summoned the Bifrost back to Earth, to Mount Vernon. Once he was gone, sudden claps rang in the palace hall. Odin looked back and found his daughter, mockingly smiling at him. Oh great Odin, yet again you proved to be the worst father out there. Hela, we are bound by laws. Indeed, laws that you made. She coldly replied. Mount Vernon. Raindrops are falling on my head. And just like the guy whose feet are too big for his bed. Nothing seems to fit. Those raindrops are falling on my head. They keep falling. A beautiful old song was playing in the house while it rained outside. Hector and Diana were dancing closely, arms wrapped around each other and lips slamming on each other. They were taking advantage that Mooney and Fenris had gone to Japan. The music was romantic and classic, slow enough to follow the rhythm. That was the beauty of old music. How about we take this to the bedroom? Hector asked and lifted Diana from her hips, while she wrapped her meaty legs around his waist, still mauling his lips. No questions. Just do it. Hector did not speak and proceeded to move to the bedroom. Knock. 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 However, their little fun was destroyed by the sudden knock on the door. Grunting, Diana climbed down and fixed her clothes. Please just stop the universe from moving next time. Haha, good idea, dear. Hector moved to open the door, wondering who it was at this time. Thor. He was taken aback, however, as there was Thor, kneeling on the dirty floor, looking wet and his face lifeless. He put his hands together and pleaded, help me, please. The emotions, the fear, and guilt reflected from the thunder god's eyes. Hector, hit by the scene, waved his hands and stopped the rain in an instant. Come inside and tell me what happened. Chapter 259. Want babies. Jane, please save her. So she has cancer from being exposed to cosmic radiation. Well, it makes sense. But what are you two going to do once I have healed her? Once again, start quarreling. Go on separate ways. He asked Thor. Thor stayed quiet as he had no answer to this. You are asking me to change the flow of time for one single person and risk the collapse of the multiverse. Do you understand the gravity of the request you are making? Thor looked down in sorrow. So you can't help me either. I should look for some miracle cure then, maybe Galactus can help if I agree to become his herald. The fuck are you saying? Of course, I'm going to cure her. Thor looked up. Why you will? Yes, I will. If you're going to go and become Galactus's herald, then I might as well just mess with the multiverse. Who cares? Jean lives, and you get to be happy. Though my deal stands, if you do decide to have a baby, I will make her immortal. Hector went to his room to get dressed. He could have done it with a snap, too, but decided not to. It was a bad habit. Diana also changed, not wanting to be home alone after being horny. Hector then made a portal to the hospital. Let's go then. Jane was already planning how her funeral was going to be, whom she was going to invite and whom she won't. She had even called her assistant to write a list of things. Don't invite my ex-boyfriend. He was kind of a bitch. Jane added. Cool, no ex. Darcy wrote down. Whoosh. Jane. I have brought the cure for you. Thor boomed happily. Hector walked in and looked around. He noticed Darcy, and it reminded him of how she and Logan did it that one night in the jungle. It was a crazy night for Mooney, as the boy asked too many questions. See, traveling too much is not safe for your health sometimes. I hope you learned your lesson, because I'm curing you right now, but I won't do it a second time. Hector warned her. Yes, sir. I've had my fun traveling to space. Thank you for doing this. I thought I would die. You are supposed to. By saving you, I am creating a split in the timeline of this universe, creating a new universe in which you died. Thor went mad in quest of bringing you back and became a dark, violent man. But that's not for you to worry about. Hector muttered as he used the stones to heal Jane. Done. How do you feel? Jane quickly snapped away all the things connected to her and stood on her feet. I feel great, it's as if the lost energy has returned. I can even jump. I can. She looked at Thor all of a sudden. Thor. Let's have a baby. No. Let's have 2 babies. Thor's dumbly stared as the woman who was so against the idea before now demanded an army of babies. Hector laughed heartily. Yes, you should make an army of demigods. Just don't be bad parents like Zeus, though. However, just then, he felt Diana clutching his hand in hers. Hector glanced at his wife and realized that she probably wanted kids too. Sure, Mooney was their boy, but... Well, I shall take my leave now. Let's go, Diana. Hector made a portal for himself and left. It was time to have a talk, after all. After returning, Hector changed into his PJs and sat in front of the fireplace with Diana, holding her. You want kids too? She nodded, a little bit shy, however. We're both so old, don't you think it's time? Hector agreed instantly. We should increase the family size. But, let's wait a little. It's better we start the new life in the higher dimensions, in my home. Because if we have kids now and they make some friends here, they won't want to leave. And that will create a problem because I can't forever be here. Satan has already informed me to wrap things up here and return. She hugged him tightly. I can wait for a little while. It's not like I'm gonna hit menopause, or you stop making them white snakes. Ha ha ha, you know, I wouldn't mind letting the snakes loose, though. She giggled and took her hands to the place that mattered. Oh, then the snake charmer needs to get to work, it seems. Bwahaha, we are so weird, Diana. I wonder if other couples talk like this too. He bellowed, enjoying Diana's goofy side. She shrugged and got to work. Who knows, there have to be some nastier people. Now let's get to work, from now every night is our trial run for making babies. Aye, ma'am. Ah. Calm down, Wade, you're gonna make me scream. Vanessa, that's the whole point. The whole plane needs to know we're doing it in the lavatory. She rolled her eyes. God damn it, you and your weird fetishes, why did I even agree, ugh. Yeah, that's nice. Let them know I'm banging my hot lady. Let them feel envious, be cucked without even knowing you. You're crazy. The White House. No wonder the old man wanted to leave the office. The work is crap. Just sit and sign papers, go to places and wave hands. No wonder presidents inherit a fat ass by the end of their tenure. Fury sat in his office, signing various papers with one eye. Sir, some businessmen from a few African nations are here to see you. Agent Hill notified him, still working as his secretary. Send them in. I'd rather talk with people than signing these papers. Soon, 6 men in suits entered and were greeted back. After taking a seat, Fury asked them for the reason of their visit. We will start a chain of schools all over the continent to help the impoverished. We can afford to hire the staff, but building the schools will take a lot of money. Our governments are too corrupt, so we have come here to ask for a loan personally. Fury scoffed as if he heard something crazy. Why didn't you get to Wakanda? They have a lot of money. It's not just the money, sir. We wish to use that money to hire Mr. President General to build the buildings across the continent. Fury sighed and wrote something. Well, if you had gone to him and asked, he would have made the schools free of cost. He's rather overzealous when it comes to taking care of future generations. Don't worry. I will get the words across. Expect a reply soon. Just the next day, Hector announced something big. I will build all schools across the world for free. The nations will only have to ensure a good staff occupies it. The fees should be low, just enough to pay the staff and run the schools. Not only that, the various governments need to subsidize the schools as well. Failing to stick to the terms, or in case of any corruption being found, you will be treated as a major criminal, because by doing that, you'd be playing with the world's future. He announced with a loud and firm voice. He was going to open schools even in nations that hated him because he didn't see humans as different people. This would be the last nail in the coffin before he starts grouping nations to form a world without borders. After all, for the planet to become one, there needed to be an equal level of speaking and mental abilities across the population. Otherwise, one nation might see a mass exodus while another may see mass immigration. However, America's southern border was peaceful now, as Hector had killed every single cartel member like ants. He also opened Venezuela to foreign investment, and the nation saw an unprecedented GDP growth rate of 20% for 5 years, instantly turning the nation into a high middle-income country. This had a domino effect, and many more nations in South America and the Caribbean saw growth for the better. Of course, the people knew whom they needed to thank, evident by the thousands of streets, public buildings, and monuments erected in Hector's name. Chapter 260. Diana Diary. Diana considered herself the most blessed woman in the multiverse, not unlucky. Her reasoning was simple. Even after so much sadness and darkness, she was able to find her big, beardy shining virgin beacon of light, hope, and love. She often felt like this was all a strange dream, where she suffered first and was loved next. But every morning, a kiss from the men she loved would bring her back to the beautiful reality. She was still a superhero but also a wife and a proud mother now. Hector had also changed and always thought about her needs, her wishes all the time. So because both of them were so caring for each other, their romance just kept growing. Diana had experience in dating before, but she had never felt loved by anyone. It was merely some short attraction that would fade away, not to mention all men were mortals. Meanwhile, Hector never felt interested in things and looked for one woman he could love from his heart, and finally found one. So both of them were seemingly made for each other, and perhaps that's why fate decided to bring them together. She woke up beside Hector as the morning sun shined upon them through the window. It was Sunday, and that meant the two were supposed to spend the night at home. Otherwise, they are usually so busy that they miss out on seeing each other on most days. I'm going to get Mooney and Fenris to return today. They've been roaming across Japan for a long time now, Diana said. Hector chuckled as he woke up. Missing the good boy and girl now? Haha, let's both of us go. I will talk to their prime minister about the World Without Borders treaty as well. Are you going seriously with that? I'm afraid that we'll throw the world into war, and people will blame you. She worriedly advised. Hector shrugged, let them be. At least I will get the world united. History will decide if they want to be kinder to me or not. I have already given them enough, and once we leave here, nothing will matter. So how they see me in the future is none of my concern. I'm not Tony Stark, after all, who is obsessed with his image. Diana agreed. Well, it's your playground, so your rules. I will support you in everything. But first, let's have breakfast. Omelette or bread. He had different plans, however. Let's go. It's time to visit the holy land of hentai. What land? A few days ago, Mooney and Fenris were doing their own thing, walking around the neighborhoods of Tokyo City. They had purposefully put vests on themselves saying, "Don't disturb us, we're trained," in Japanese. Sadly, they were not allowed to enter the places they wanted to, so they had to take two humans, Peter and MJ, with them everywhere. But in return, Mooney said he would pay for everything. So they got themselves a nice big Mercedes van and traveled wherever they wanted to. Sadly, Mooney wanted to travel in the metro but could not as it was too crowded for him. The train conductor tried their best to shove him and Fenris in, but, in the end, they quit. But Peter and MJ would be lying if they said they didn't enjoy the company of the two wolfy lovebirds. They even took some inspiration and decided to at least sleep in the same room, if not on the same bed. But, of course, when two lovers sleep in the same room for too many days, nights are bound to turn a bit steamy. So Mooney was responsible for many great memories the two made. Where should we go now? Peter asked after finishing a visit to a raccoon cafe. Mooney looked around and tried to smell, his nose appearing to move cutely. Grr. However, all of a sudden, he became angry and showed fangs. Then he just took off like a rocket and ran away, not waiting for even Fenris. Peter was taken aback and decided to follow. MJ, wait with Fenris. I'll follow him. Why is he doing this? Peter quickly ran into an alley to find a spot to change into his Spider-Man suit, then jumped off, making spider webs. Thankfully, they'd dissolve after a few hours, leaving no mess. Mooney! He shouted to stop the white wolf boy. But Mooney kept running in a direction angrily. Something had gotten into him, and Peter was afraid to go near him, fearing he'd be attacked too. So he tried to follow as Mooney was supposed to be very smart. Where are you going? He wondered and kept following. The good boy ran like he was possessed by the speed gods, faster than the cars and even the bullet train. Peter was having difficulty following even from up in the air. He's slowing down. Mooney was in no time outside the Tokyo main city and was arriving at a place with fewer tall buildings. So now Peter had to jump roofs instead of slinging around. The buildings kept getting smaller and soon turned into houses, and he was forced to run on the road. But, thankfully, Mooney came to a stop in front of a traditional-looking house. Mooney kept staring at it menacingly for a while. Then ran straight into the door and booty slammed it open. Peter chased inside, sensing there must be something going on. He followed all the way to the first floor, inside a room. Mooney was standing at the door, looking inside at something. What is it? Peter asked. But soon he saw what was inside. It was horror, to say the least. There were 5 people standing in a circle, they were wearing white hooded robes. On the floor was a pentagram used in magic, and at the center was a cute little puppy, slowly bleeding to death. What in the? Are they exercising? However, the 5 robbed men started chanting and running toward Mooney to attack him. But the good boy was not so simple. Woof. Just one bark, and it appeared as if the world had stopped moving. The ears started to rung like someone had thrown a flashbang between them. Mooney moved inside and slammed his big paw on the 5 men, and threw them away. Then he rushed to the little puppy in the middle and licked him in order to heal the wounds. The poor little one was cut from all limbs and neck in a way that the blood would come out slowly. Like a carrying god of all wolves and dogs, Mooney tried to help the little one. The wound soon started to heal well. Come out. Amatsu Mikaboshi. But suddenly, the 5 men crawled to the pentagram and put their bloodied hands on it, activating whatever magic it was supposed to be. Whoosh, out of nowhere, sharp spikes came out of the floor as it turned blood red inside the circle. Mooney was fast and jumped out with the little pup, angered that the 5 dared to do this. He didn't show mercy and clawed at their necks, giving them a bleeding death. However, the magic circle was still working, and the spikes continued to increase, appearing to be a demonic hand now. Ugh. I don't think this Spider-Man is equipped to handle demons. Peter muttered. Woof. Mooney barked strongly and gave the little pup to Peter to protect. Then he looked back at the demon, preparing to kill this thing that dared take a pup's sacrifice. Who has dared to summon the god of evil? Came out a heavy voice from the red circle. Wooey. Mooney declared his name. Chapter 261. Mooney, Bane of Demons. Amatsu Mikaboshi was the god of evil, chaos, and the stars to the followers of the Shinto religion in Japan. However, he is not actually an Amatsu kami but a primordial being who was imprisoned in Yomi, the Shinto underworld, for all eternity. Of course, Mooney did not know that, and neither did he care about who this demon was. All he knew was that it had tried to harm the little pup, and for that, he must beat this thing. Bow bow. How dare you hurt this little potato? He's so cute. You will stop me. A mere dog. The demon roared in contempt. But Mooney kept barking and soon jumped to chew off the claws of the demon. Then, in one bite, he threw it away as if it were a twig. Ah. What? How did you do this, pest? The demon was shocked, not knowing that Mooney was the strongest light that shone in hell. His one bite was like smiting from God. Whoa whoa bow woof. I eat likes of you for breakfast, demon. If my dad was here, you'd be dead already. However, the demon kept rising and made the summoning portal wider, slowly ripping apart the entire house. Mooney realized that this thing was very big and would probably destroy the whole neighborhood. So, feeling out of options, he decided to call forth the greatest power known to him to help him. Woof-a-whoa. Grandpa, come and help me, this bad man hurt puppy and is very bad. Boom. No one knew what to expect from this sudden barking. Peter, who was watching from the side, was confused about Mooney's game plan, but he knew his own limitations as well. His web shooters were useless against a demon. However, what no one expected happened. The ceiling of the house turned bright white instantly, and a huge hand started to come out of it. It belonged to a human, however. The white light was so warm and made Peter feel as if he had achieved enlightenment, as if he was in heaven. Tiny demon of a single universe dares challenge the apostle of mine. The old, hoarse, yet kind voice resounded from the light. Then the hand reached into the demonic portal and grabbed onto the evil demon god coming out of it. And just a touch made the demon shriek as if facing its bane. I shall dissolve you from the face of this universe, rot. Filth. Whoosh, the demonic hands coming out of the floor started to turn into ashes, and soon, the portal closed. Then, the godly hand from the ceiling carefully patted Mooney's head with a finger. Sometimes come to play with Grandpa, okay? And tell your father it's time to return to work. Ah. I must go now. Zeus and Buddha are here to meditate with me. It's mainly Zeus, actually. He truly needs some enlightenment and stop fuck. I mean playing with goats. Peace. The hand receded back into the white light, and soon the ceiling returned to normal. Then as soon as everything returned to normal, Mooney went to the little pup and put him down by holding him softly with his jaws. The little boy was like a potato, small and fluffy, from a breed different from Mooney. What's your name? Mooney barked. The dog, of course, was not as smart but knew his name. Mishu. Where is your home? The pup looked left and right. This is home. Mooney looked around at the condition of the house and felt that there must be something behind the story. If the house belonged to the pup, then either the owners left or were killed. So he softly patted Mishu and barked. I dad now. Pow pow, Mishu barked cutely and ran around Mooney's mighty front paws. Current time. I can't believe he's so cute. MJ was playing with little Michi as they all relaxed in the nice penthouse of the hotel. Because of Mooney's infinite coffers, he sponsored the trip of the whole class trip and extended it, even getting them luxury rooms. Ned and Peter sat on the side while alternatively looking at Mooney. Peter was still digesting what had happened inside that room. His whole worldview was shaken. I'm telling you, Ned, he's the strongest being in the universe, not the president. I swear, he summoned the god, and the god even talked about meeting Zeus and Buddha, and called Mr. President back to him for work. Peter repeated. Ned looked at Mooney dumbly. Nah, look at him. He looks so cute and harmless if you ignore his size. He's the cutest boy in the world. And are you telling me that the president is an angel from heaven? Because then you'd be wrong, the president can't be an angel with his body count. Peter knew it made sense, but he had an argument. Biblical angels. They do the most messed up things and are still called angels. Maybe the laws of our world don't apply to him. No, that does not make any sense at all. Why would an angel be interested in American politics? Like, being the president is a better thing. If I was an angel, I would be having fun. Ned argued. What if politics is his way of having fun? Yeah, you got me there. Ned fell into thinking. Whoosh. Ho ho ho, where are my cuties? Where are my Mooney and Fenris? Hector made a portal and appeared out of nowhere, Diana behind him. Oh whoa. Mooney wasted no time and jumped to hug his dad. Then Fenris got some kisses too. But they had someone to show. Bow wow bow bow woof. Dad, look at him. He's Mishu. Hector noticed a tiny little pup hiding behind Mooney's thick paws. At there, his mighty heart melted. He fell to his knees and softly extended his hand. Oh, hey, little one, come here. I'm a good guy, Mooney's dad. Mooney nudged Mishu, so the little guy showed some will and walked cutely, but carefully. Then once Hector started caressing him, the boy melted right on his palm. Wahaha, what a cute lad. Thud. Hector looked to the side at the sound. All of a sudden, Ned had fallen to his knees and was praying with closed eyes. Oh mighty president, forgive me for my sins. I don't want to go to hell. I beg you, I know sticking chewing gum under the seat is bad. I won't do it again ever. __. Peter quickly ran to Ned and dragged him away to a room. What was that? Oh, they think you're some kind of a biblical angel. MJ blurted. What? Me? An angel? Wahaha. I can be anything but an angel, boys. I'm just a simple man with too much power. Why would you think that? He asked them. Why you? Mooney summoned God a few days ago, and there was this giant demon that God destroyed. Peter tried his best to tell him about the absurd details. Hector just looked at Mooney and asked him once. Did you really summon the old man? I never knew you could do that. What a convenient thing, and here I am, can't even book an appointment with him. Mooney barked. I am his favorite doggo after his favorite cat, Hats. Of course, you'd be his favorite. You're so cute, after all. Hector squished Mooney's cute face. Then you are an angel? Peter asked again. Hector shrugged. No, I'm not an angel, but I do work in the hell as third in command. __. Peter, Ned, and MJ's jaws fell harder than Kennedy's body in the normal world. Chapter 262. Cool kids. What? Alright, let me explain it to you all then. Do you know about the multiverse? He asked them. Peter became excited instantly. Why, you mean the hypothetical scenario where our universe, with all its hundreds of billions of galaxies and almost countless stars, spanning tens of billions of light years, may not be the only one. Instead, there may be an entirely different universe, distantly separated from ours, and another, and another. Yeah, that one. Basically, the multiverse is real. Hector revealed as if it was a simple 2+2 thing taught in the class. Peter fell back on the couch. It was a big deal for him, as he loved science and all these nerdy things. Then, there are more versions of me outside. Oh yes, there is also a female Spider-Man. She's blonde. Hector revealed. Whistle. MJ whistled and winked at Peter. I kinda wanna see Peter put on a blonde wig now. Peter looked away and talked about the nerdy stuff. Then, is time travel also real? And if it's real, does it take you to another universe? Both can happen if you're not careful. But, if one was to change anything in the past, they will be creating new branches, even though they will be returning to their own time, never knowing the consequences of their actions. The butterfly effect. Peter muttered. Yes. But, that's not why I revealed you that. There are an infinite number of multiverses out there. Just imagine that you are here. This universe is a base for all of our multiverses to exist. They all share something with this world. Like that, there are many base worlds, where everything is different, you don't exist, MJ, Ned, Tony, and nothing here exists. Now, I need you to look at this chart. Hector pulled a chart out of nowhere. It was the same as the one he showed Diana years ago to explain things. Ah, this brings back memories. She commented. He chuckled and revealed. Now look here at the top, you see this bearded old man. This is God, the ruler of the entire omniverse. And I work for him. No, I'm not an angel or a demon, I just work for him. Now the faces looked very much appropriate. This was an extremely high-level knowledge and one that truly scared them. Oh, Lord, please forgive my sins. Ned again fell to his knees. Am I going to hell? Hector looked at the marker on Ned's head and nodded. Yup, it has started to turn red. If you don't start helping people, doing good things, you will go to hell. Peter embarrassingly asked. Am I also? Haha, you. Never. You help people every day. It's your job. It's like a free get-out-of-jail card. Just then, MJ spoke, is masturbation a sin? I'm interested in knowing the answer, Diana added. Whoa 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 whoa. Mooney burst into laughter all of a sudden. Dad used to do it a lot. He's not batty. Hector was shocked that Mooney knew about those nights. Why would that be a sin? God has no right over your virginity, child. There is no such thing as purity of virginity. What matters is that you have a pure mind. That's it. Spoken like a truly higher-level being. Diana complimented. But why was Mooney laughing? Nothing. He just remembered a joke. Anyway, now you know me and what happened with Mooney, Peter. But remember, don't tell this to anyone else, or you will go to hell. Ned quickly made a mouth-zipping action. This goes to my grave. Anyway, have you enjoyed Japan? I heard all you people have done is go to various museums, that's so boring. Let's go to Anime Land. Let's buy some Gundams and other toys. Don't you love that fat yellow rat? You mean Pikachu? Ned corrected. That, we can also go do some drifting. Diana loved it the last time we tried. Let's go, and Mooney, let's find that pup's home. No family. I'm his dad, and Fenris his mom now. Hector grinned ear to ear. Diana, it seems we have a grandson now. Miss you. Diana rushed to pick up the little Shiba puppy in arms, petting him and poking his chubby cheeks. The cute potato was stunned by the woman's beauty and was constantly looking at her face. Pow. Mishu barked cutely and snuggled his head on Diana's chest. This instantly turned on the motherly instincts in her, and from then on, Mishu was her boy too. Son or grandson, it didn't matter. Haha, you all sit here, talk, and joke around. I need to go and meet the current Prime Minister of Japan. I will see you in a few hours. Hector said goodbye and headed to meet the leader of Japan. When he walked around the country, he came across the gates of the Imperial Palace. Nothing much had changed, and it brought back some memories from the Great War. He wondered if the Japanese Prime Minister and their government would show hostility, as he was the guy who dropped the bombs on them. He did what he could to ensure modern Japan happens, but he reckoned the people of Japan, at least some of them, saw him as Hitler walking in the streets of Israel. But, he was still a very influential man, so people had to respect him. So he was let in to meet the Prime Minister, Yajiro Tokugawa, in an instant. The man was a sleek-looking young politician with an ancient family lineage to back it up. His great-great-great-great-grandfather used to be Tokugawa Ieyasu, the founder and first shogun of the Tokugawa shogunate, or military government, which maintained effective rule over Japan from 1600 until 1867. I hope he's not sad about me bringing the peasant reforms and redistributing noble lands after the war. Mr. Washington, I am a big fan. Look, I have X gene too. Contrary to Hector's expectations, the man turned out to be a mutant with the power to mimic any voice he wanted to. Not only that, he used to be a comedian before he entered politics. You helped people like me all over the world, sir. Because of you, I could openly come out and say I am a mutant, a gifted one. And it turns out, nearly 30% of people in Japan are mutants, so they all voted for me. Tokugawa said enthusiastically. That's amazing, lad. But I came here to propose the next step for the reunification of the world as one, like it should be before we become a space civilization. Since Japan is a high-income nation, I wish to remove the borders between the United States and Japan. This would mean people of both our countries can travel freely between each other, live, work, and marry as well. Of course, you can still place checks and balances to stop criminals and lazy folks out. But doing this would combine the GDP of our nations, creating a greater influence for us, and job opportunities, Hector suggested. The men quickly turned serious and looked at all the documents. So you can guarantee that Japan will have a higher GDP than what it is now in 2 years of doing this. Well, I believe you can do it, but the problem is that Japanese people barely know English, and American know even less Japanese. Just knowing Yamete Kudasai and Kimochi is not enough. Oh. Hector was left traumatized by the words of examples the men just gave. You're right. That's why I will sponsor language exchange programs heavily, free of cost, all over the schools in both our nations. Once we have a big enough population that knows how to read and write both languages, we will start this deal. So this is just a memorandum right now. This is great for me. I don't mind if you teach kids here. Japan will need people in the future anyway, our population is shrinking. The Prime Minister said with a heavy heart. Well, you need to stop watching that Yamete Kudasai and Kimochi first. For now, I shall take my leave. You may think about this deal later. I will return tomorrow to get an answer. Hector left the men and called Fury. Yeah, gave it to him. He will likely agree, so be prepared. Fury, however, told him about his problem. Sir, there are thousands of people in some states that are causing problems, lighting things on fire and such. Some mutants are in it too. What's their name? Hector inquired. Some group named Cool Kids Club, yeah, I know. Chapter 263. Closure. KKK. Did they rebrand themselves or something? Hector didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yeah, they have come out as changed and even better, it seems. They have many mutants working for them now. They are even building multiple bases across the world and organizing protests. Fury explained. Hector rubbed his beard. What are they aiming to do? Because, as far as I know, the real KKK was against the assimilation of the population. They wanted segregation, right? But aren't mutants tainted in their eyes? That's why I said they are changed and better. Now they only stand against the government. They are more like cultists who say aliens are their enemies. Yeah, the KKK is now united as a human race, but they have changed their target to aliens. Hector sighed, listening to this. This was not in his plans, and something he was never going to tolerate. He had already worked hard to eradicate the flat earthers, and he didn't need these now. Tell Xavier to wipe their minds. I don't need any trouble at this stage. It's immoral, but I've said this before, stupid only spreads when we allow stupid people to gather and raise their voices. Don't let them raise their voice. He ordered quickly, not even feeling weird about the fact that he was ordering the president of the country. But again, Fury had willingly left all the mutant and alien matters to Hector, as he felt he was not qualified to handle those. Got it, boss. By the way, look at Twitter. You're famous. The call ended then. Interested, Hector opened Twitter to look and found the top trending hashtag. Hashtag Supreme Chad. He opened it and found dozens of photos and videos of him in black and white footage, throughout history. What does this mean? Am I Supreme Chad? He wondered and looked more. But only some strange music and compilations of his photos were there, while people kept hashtagging the word. Hector decided to ask the experts and returned to the hotel. He got Peter and asked him. What's this Supreme Chad? Is this some kind of a meme you guys use? Peter quickly looked and giggled. Oh, it's just an internet thing. There is a meme called Giga Chad, a simple photo of a very muscular man, considered to be the epitome of manliness. But the internet thinks you're above that man, the true epitome of manliness. Then would that make Diana the Supreme Chaddess or something, he asked. For that, Peter had no answer. I don't think a female equivalent of this meme exists. And what's with this compilation of my photos from history and Russian music? This does not make sense at all. He inquired. Oh, they think you are the best man in history too. You did shape the world that it is now. Peter added. I wonder if these memes will last once I'm gone, he wondered silently, clearly underestimating the internet. The internet sure is weird. Pow. Ah, here is my little Mishu. Come here, boy. Let me spoil you. Hector quickly sat on the floor to play with the puppy. He was always in his grandpa mode these days. Sir, is this enough? Out of nowhere, Ned appeared from his room. But how he looked made Peter and MJ also frown. Hector burst into laughter. Wahaha, boy, hanging lockets and bracelets of all religions in the world will not save you from hell. You know what, just do community service for some NGO, clean a river, help an old woman cross the street, feed a stray cat. These things will help you. Got it, sir. Okay, let's head out to have some fun then. And there they went, to drifting, to Kyoto to wear some kimonos and get pictures. They also found a strange restaurant for dogs, where cooks make fresh meals for dogs and people. Little Piku got the first taste of gourmet cuisine there. They went to Okinawa, where Hector had some more flashbacks. They also went to the royal castle in Tokyo, as the royal family invited him for dinner, as they probably knew that if it weren't for Hector, Hirohito would not have survived the mutiny that night before the surrender. Besides that, he got a memorandum signed by the Japanese Prime Minister to allow Hector to teach English in Japan in every school and Japanese in the United States in some schools. However, he could not force the Japanese language on all in the US as there were too many people. Also, he was going to offer this deal to other nations, too, so he couldn't really tell them all that he would teach their language in the US. After spending 2 days in Japan, it was time to return because someone had appeared in front of the UN building, shouting to meet him. And the certain someone was a headache for Hector. What do you want? Come on, don't say that, old man. I moved here from Canada just for you. Please, let me work under you. And why are you wearing this weird dress on your ballsack body? You want people to start vomiting now? Hector asked, also holding back. Deadpool turned around and showed his curves. What? You don't like my graceful moves? I wore this to impress you. You want to see what's inside? Fuck no, just tell me what you want so this can be over. Hector pressed his temples. Deadpool blushed. Nothing, I just want to work under you. Got it. I am sending you to Africa to kill all the existing and up-and-coming warlords. Hector signed on a document and wrote a lengthy application. He only wished to keep this madman as far away from him as possible. Got it, boss. I will give them my love. Deadpool showed a knife that he took out from God knows where. Hector did not reply and sent him away, more like throwing him out. But as soon as he left, Natasha walked to his office and asked for a favor. Alexei and Melina have been found. They are looking for me, for some reason. I don't want them to be near Yelena or me. Well, you're the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. You can do it too. He suggested. But I have constitutional oversight. Fury and everyone else know what I do. But you are above all. Nobody will notice if you do something. I just want to keep this past a secret. The fewer people know about it, the better. She requested. Hector sighed and agreed. What do you want? Kill them. Don't tell me anything. I don't want to know what happened to them. Just keep them away. Yelena and I truly thought of them as a family, but they gave us away like we meant nothing. They are not our parents, and never will be. We have enough already. You and Lady Diana treated us very well. Hector felt warmth in his heart from this. Does Yelena know? Because I don't want her to get sad once I've dealt with them. What if she still thinks of them as a family? I have told her everything, and she already thinks they are dead. She answers. But Hector could not accept that. He knew that people needed closure to come to accept their lives and past truly. Tell her about them. Alexei and Melina were not just your fake parents, hers too. It should be a decision for you both. Don't worry. I won't let the two harm Yelena. Don't forget you are my legally adopted children. I will not let them harm you in any way. But first, you need to bring Yelena into the fold. She deserves it. Just imagine if she finds out later, and then she is angered. You might lose her too. Natasha silently thought about it. Knowing human emotions, there was a possibility that Yelena would still hold feelings for their fake parents. So not telling her could probably jeopardize her own relations. Okay, I will go and talk to her, Grandpa. Good, I will wait. Chapter 264. Very old. Yelena wanted to become a politician and one day become as good as her beloved grandpa. She wanted to do something for the world, just like the men she admired the most. Her roadmap was all set: first get into the Senate, then become a Secretary of Defense, then run for election on her own. She was a part of Hector's third party anyway, so she had enough support. She was in the middle of her election rally for the senator from the state of California when Natasha found her and took her to an empty cafe to talk. "What took you so long? I thought you forgot about your sister." Yelena pouted as she hugged Natasha. "I wanted to, but there are so many mutants to register and employ that my work is overloaded. But I came here to talk about something very important today, Yelena. It's about Alexei and Melina. They are trying to contact us again, but I wanted to make sure they could not. I don't want to have anything to do with them. So I asked Grandpa to take care of them, but he suggested I share it with you first." "What do you think about them, Yel?" Natasha bluntly asked. No time wasted. Yelena seemed very confused and conflicted about what to even feel. She rubbed her hands and looked at the sky. "I don't know. I just stopped thinking about them once Grandpa came into our lives. I was just 5 back then, so I don't even remember them much. But, if I can, I want to meet them once and see what kind of people they were. How could they leave us in the hands of that organization? I read the papers about how they made Black Widows. They take our uteruses and whatnot. Got it, let's go then. Grandpa has probably found them already." Natasha got up and extended her hand. There was no denying anymore that the sisters' bond was never going to break. "We would like to meet them." The two sisters entered Hector's office. However, as they entered, they saw Diana hurriedly getting up from Hector's lap embarrassingly. "See, you got up, and now that made things more awkward." Diana scoffed and left after ruffling the hair of the two girls, annoying them. "Sorry, we spoiled your moment." Natasha apologized. "It happens daily, don't worry. So you two have decided to meet your fake parents. Let's get right to it then." Hector used the overpowered stones and summoned the man and the woman right into his office. Alexei and Melina appeared in regular clothes. They were probably in their house, or wherever they were staying. Heck, Alexei seemed to be sleeping on the floor. "Get up in 5 seconds, or you will both die," he ordered. Melina ran to wake up the man and make him stand up. Both of them looked terrified by his presence as the last time they saw him. It didn't all go too well. "I ordered you that if you tried to find Natasha and Yelena again, I would kill you, then why are you chasing after them? Because Natasha is now famous. Because Yelena is now a great politician. You want to ride on their backs to a better life." Hector dug into them with questions. "We wish to mend our ways," they cried. Hector didn't buy it. "I don't believe you. You've had so many years, so why now? Did you get cancer? Why the sudden change of heart?" Alexei looked nervously around. Aye, we want to do good. We want to become heroes, and also care for the daughters we wronged." "Fuck off. You only want to become heroes," Yelena barked, seeing through their act. "You never saw Natasha and me as a real family, because real families don't leave each other to die. Let's go, Nat. I don't want anything to do with these two. They have already sold us. I won't let them use us now." Yelena walked to her sister and held her hand. "No. Please, wait, Yelena." Melina stopped her. "I always saw you as my daughter, Natasha too. But we were helpless back then. The Soviet Union was powerful. How could we have defied them? There was nowhere to run away." Alexei also started. "She's right. I loved you too as my girls. I know I am very stupid, I am a brute, but I loved you. And I tried to reach out, but they had locked me in prison. Melina got me out before we started our search." "You're lying," Natasha roared. Hector shook his head, however. "They're not. At least this part is real. I don't know what's in their heads. But if you want, I can look in there too. Please, look. Look in our heads. You would know we love the two." Alexei responded. Hector asked the two girls, "What do you want?" Yelena shook her head. "We can never be a family again. They betrayed us, there is no forgiveness. They say they were brainwashed, then what if these emotions were also implanted in them? I am happy as I am. I don't even remember much from my life with them. I have Natasha, you, and Lady Diana to call parents, that's enough. Should we go?" Natasha asked her little sister. "Yeah, let's go. Grandpa, I don't care what you do with them. I don't want to remember them even in my worst nightmares." Hector then glanced at the two awkwardly, wondering what he should do with them. You two are a liability at this point. I'd rather kill you than keep you close." "No. Please don't kill us," they cried. "Well, I won't physically kill you, but I sure can virtually kill you." Memory gone, stranded in space on some tech planet with knowledge of their language only. That's an amazing plot for a novel, but sadly you two won't be the protagonist or have the protagonist plot armor. Well, off you go then. Snap. The man and woman disappeared. He could have used them on Earth too, but he let them be helpful to the Federation instead. As long as Yelena and Natasha were happy, he was happy. I guess I should head home now. He yawned and stretched. He was a god and didn't need sleep, but it was just an excuse to be with Diana. He put his things away, locked his office, and returned home to Mount Vernon. It was night already, so he could hear the sound of barking and television from the house. I'm back. Save me. All of a sudden, Hector noticed a new voice. He looked in the living room and found a scared raccoon hiding in a corner while Fenris and Mooney surrounded him while wagging their tails in excitement. Rocket. What are you doing here? The raccoon cried. Logan, that bastard dropped me here before leaving with his deadly chick. I was supposed to be his eternal friend. Mooney, Fenris, stand back. Don't scare him now. He's too little for your size to play with. He helped the poor raccoon and sat back on the couch. You were living with Logan. Yeah, years ago he made me his pet, well we became friends after that. At least that's what I thought I was. Rocket turned sad suddenly. Hector patted the furry head. It's all right, kid. Don't call me that. I'm Rocket. Call me by my name. Kid, everyone on this planet is a kid for me. Hector clarified. Rocket didn't buy it. How old are you then? 5 billion. No. I think it's somewhere around there. I'm pretty old, kid. Hector tried to memorize. Degree. Rocket's jaw had fallen open in shock, however. Damn. Yeah, you can call me a kid then. Chapter 265. Crimson fuck asterisk R. So, what have you been up to recently? Any new projects or such? Hector was still entertaining Rocket, wondering what this little guy's story was. He was always fascinated and interested in his character. Rocket lazily rested and talked. Nothing much, I just found out there is a species on this planet that looks like me, but they are not that smart. So I think I was one of them once. I don't remember much from my childhood. So you were taken from Earth? That does make you a raccoon, then. Rocket nodded. I guess it does then, old man. I wonder how long will be my lifespan. Do you want me to heal those marks on your back? I can pretty much do anything. I am God at this point. Just say it, and you shall have it. He offered. Rocket was a street-smart man, so he knew there was something at play. Why are you being so nice to me? Nobody is nice to me usually. Hector sighed. Well, I guess I have a stick up my ass these days telling me to do good, help people and such, at least before I leave. You're dying. Well, you do seem pretty old. Rocket interpreted it the wrong way. And yeah, I'd be happy to get rid of those scars. They always itch. Hector chuckled as he snapped his finger and helped him. Do you know who experimented on you? I can punish anyone in the whole universe right now. Rocket tried to think about the person who did it. I don't remember much. He was pinkish red. That's all I know. He also had a big head with a fin antenna. Pink with an antenna. Got it. Hector snapped his finger and summoned a few aliens that fit the criteria. But, they all seemed very strange. Is it any of these? He inquired. Rocket looked at them carefully while lazily sitting with an arched back. That one isn't even a humanoid, and is that a worm? That has no legs. I don't think it was any of them. Hector rubbed his beard and sent the aliens away. All right, let's make the search smaller. Come forth, the one who experimented on this little furry boy. Whoosh. And there appeared a pink man with a strange head. He seemed to be humanoid enough and looked dangerous, well, not for him. That's it. The fucker who experimented on me. Rocket shouted. Hector pointed his finger and forced the person down on his knees. Who are you? Teletubbies. The men looked at Hector in shock. Federation President. What do you wish from me? I have broken no laws. I am a scientist. Evil is the key word there, lad. You hurt this furry boy, so you're gonna die. But I do wonder who you are. Where did you find his lad? The raccoon. I found him on Earth. I, too, am a human, President. But I have evolved dash. Rocket jumped up. Whoa. You killed him. He's ashes now. Hector shrugged and headed to the kitchen. Well, he was going to be a narcissistic young master. I could see that from his voice. And he was a top-class sinner. You want to drink something? Yeah, sure. Hector then called Mooney and Fenris. You two, make friends with Rocket, he's small, and hence you must protect him. Pow. Little Mishu was also there and barked, proudly showing his little fangs because he wanted to protect too. Wahaha, of course, you too, Mishu. You are the fiercest of all folks. Come, sit here on my lap. Where is your grandma, by the way? Woo. Mom went to buy groceries, Mooney replied. Well, let's cook a meal for her then. I can create all groceries with a snap, after all. Rocket, come with me, lad. I will teach you how to cook. He called the little raccoon. Rocket, however, didn't even fight him. He was as docile as a kid, and for some reason, he was enjoying being treated like a child by this ancient man. It was as if he had a parent. What's wrong with me? I'm not such a softy, he shook his head. Pow. Rocket looks down at the puppy. Well, his heart melted, and all his resolves dissolved. Africa, Somalia. Brother, just one more ship, and we will quit after that. This is the last one. No, Abrun, we cannot. Somalia is already seeing better days with the help of the president. If we go out any more to hijack ships, we will be killed. That's the international law now. I have a daughter to care for, and I have my mobile repair shop. I can help you open a shop too. Ugh, forget it. I will do it on my own then. You've gone too soft. When I have millions of dollars, you will see me with envy. There is still time. We don't have to be pirates anymore. There are enough job opportunities. Abrun didn't listen and went ahead with his plan to hijack an oil tanker. He had assembled a team of lazy men who wanted quick money rather than work like everyone else. So they went off the coast in between the Gulf of Aden and the Arabian Sea. There they targeted a large oil tanker and went ahead to climb it. They did not see any pushback, however. Pa. Pa. However, as they got on the tanker, they heard saxophone music. They looked, and there it was, a masked man in a dirndl dress, looking at them and playing the music hole humping the air. The men fell to their knees all of a sudden as fear took over them. It's the... My gods. It's the Crimson Fucker. Why is he here? Deadpool walked forward while still playing music. However, even when he stopped using the saxophone, the music kept coming. Abrun was confused. How are you playing it? Boy, the mouth is not the only place air comes out of. Now, will you be a good boy or a bad boy? Because my sword is really thirsting to taste some blood. Deadpool asked them. The pirates knelt down and apologized. We will accept the punishment. Please don't kill us. Well, the international laws say I can kill you. But, I guess everyone needs a chance. Cool, I need you all to go and jump into the sea and swim back to the shore. The pirates looked around. There was no shore visible. But, the shore is so far away. Did I stutter? They quickly ran to jump into the sea and started to swim towards their motorboat. However, Deadpool then aimed his saxophone at the boat and pressed a button. Whoosh. A missile projectile went out and exploded with the boat. The 6 men looked back at the ship in horror, only to find Deadpool back playing the saxophone again as the ship moved away. After that day, the 6 men were never seen again. But the legend of Crimson Fucker continued. Avengers Tower. Okay, we are going to eradicate this base next. It was a meeting before the team of heroes went out to deal with mutants that have formed gangs and are focusing on crimes. Steve was the leader, as always, since he had a better experience in leading. Jarvis, show me the scans of the bunker they have built, Tony ordered, making a hologram appear in the middle of the table. Natasha frowned after seeing cages in there. They are kidnapping others. Mutants, they wish to brainwash them. Bruce Banner added. Breaking news. All of a sudden, everyone turned to look at the television on the side. Latest news is coming from Africa. An unknown man by the name of Crimson F-Word is racking havoc by killing any smuggler or crime lord he finds. This has been the 3rd time this week that a crime lord has been killed in the open. So who is this Crimson F-Word? Where did he come from? What is his aim? Tony blankly watched the news. Is he one of our guys? Natasha briefed. Mr. President hired him. Really? Crimson Fucker. Tony barked in shock. Language. Steve was quick to remind. But they couldn't help but feel strange about this Crimson Fucker. It gave a bad name to all superheroes. Chapter 266. PIL. The whole world was stuck to their phone, television, or computer screens on the 10th of December 2018. Because a show that was hyped over around the world for more than a year since its announcement was finally going to air its first episode. Master Chef, Universe Edition. Staring 20 aliens from different planets and species, while the judges included Hector, Diana, Mishu, Grand Priestess Aisha, Empress Varank, and Odin. Meanwhile, the anchors will be the famous Jim Carrey, Mooney, and Fenris. There were various deals made with channels around the world and streaming services. There was something for everyone because the whole world was demanding to watch it. Hector was at his home and watched the first episode with Diana, Natasha, Yelena, Peter, MJ, Ned, Jean, Loki, and a few other youngsters close to him. They were just going to enjoy the final cut. So, with popcorn ready, they sat around to watch an hour-long episode. Episode 1. Woof! Mooney's face appeared, barking. Then the lights behind lit up, revealing the big kitchen with all kinds of tools. Soon after, the judges walked in and stood beside the good boy. The show started with the introduction of judges. It was a short one. Hector, man of democracy. Diana, goddess of war. Mishu, potato. Grand Priestess Aisha, ruler of sovereign system. Empress Varank, ruler of Kree Federation. Odin, daddy of Thor. That was their description, then started the introduction of the participants. There were all kinds of aliens, green, blue, red, yellow, purple, and all such colors or shapes. Jim Carrey then carried the show on his massive comical back as he made fun of all aliens, sometimes comparing them to fictional characters. Of course, he didn't spare any human contestants either. Oh, there we have our friend, smile for the camera, my friend. Jim walked to Yondu, who was participating. But he looked confused. He. What a smile, my friend. You gave them sharks a run for their money. Jim indirectly made fun of Yondu's strange teeth and looked at the table. So, what are you cooking for the judges? Egg. Something with eggs. Like what? Jim asked. But Yondu showed a serious face. Boiled eggs. Jim showed a fallen jaw face as he looked at Yondu. Are you serious? Well, it's not a normal egg. I got it from a distant star system. It appears only on certain days of the year, from the depth of the Ligma star system. The TT animal lays eggs and dies right on them, then melts and creates a coating around the egg. It's very delicious. So this thing is an egg with a coating of a dead parent. Well, I can't help but feel nice not to be one of the judges. May their tongues rest in peace. The show then continued. There were people from Gamera's planet, from Kull's planet, Xandarians, Skrulls, Kree, and such. They made the food they were supposed to. In the end, the judges had plates in front of them. Now, they had already made sure that nothing is made that is unpalatable for them because some species do eat some nasty things. Like the egg that Yondu brought that got him disqualified. Hector and Diana also fed little Misha sitting at the table between them. Odin ate everything up like it was the last meal of his life and didn't say much bad about anything. Meanwhile, Aisha and Empress Varank were highly judgmental and made a few contestants cry. While Hector was a master of words and said bad things with such charisma that the other person didn't even understand they were being judged. Diana was the same. She noted down all the bad things while sounding sweet. Meanwhile, Mishu, well, his judgment was the same. What he liked, he'd eat it all, and what he didn't, he'd throw off the table, making the contestants cry. On the first day, about 3 people got eliminated, and 1 disqualified. The show was a hit, people loved seeing aliens not trying to attack their planet. While in space, where the show was also being broadcasted, people came to know about Earth and the isolated part of the universe it was in. With that, the episode came to an end, generating billions for various companies on the same day. However, there was a surprise waiting for Hector the next day. As Hector returned to his office, he was visited by none other than Matt Murdock, his official attorney. What happened, kid? You got into trouble this time. Hector joked. But Matt put forward a document. This is a summon from the Supreme Court. The other 2 political parties have filed a public interest lawsuit against you regarding overreach of authority and monopolizing federal decision-making unconstitutionally even when you're not a member of any U.S. federal body. Hector read and snorted. Overreach regarding what? I do thousands of things around the world that are overreaching every government in the world. These fools need to be specific. Please don't say that in court, sir. The PIL is likely against you solely handling alien affairs without any governmental oversight. It is believed that if you make a mistake, it could be disastrous for the whole planet. And this is a view that many world governments share. It seems I need to make some shadow regime changes before offering the world without borders plan to these nations, Hector thought in his head. Sadly, he could not just snap as, by now, every nation had formed its own overpowered supernatural or mutant teams that ensured its top policymakers were not being influenced. Telepaths were the highest in demand. Do I have to go to the court personally? Matt nodded. Sadly, you must this time. A hearing is set for tomorrow. They are calling an emergency session because the topic of discussion is also whether they should ban your show. Well, they can try all they want. I already have all the things needed inside my head, no need to prepare. I will shut them up. Also, just as I will be in the courtroom, proof of corruption by the politicians who are trying to tarnish my hard work of uniting the world will be released. This will be a great lesson for them. If they are going to come after me, they better be as clean as a whistle. Matt didn't have anything against that. Alright, let's get all the documentation done then. I believe the hearing will be televised, but please note that this is not a criminal hearing. This is litigation. They must first prove that what they are accusing you of is true. Great, let them try then. Now, I need to head to shoot the next episode of The Master Chef. We're having Hulk as a guest today. Let's see if his peanut brain can cook something, haha. Hector carelessly got up and left. Matt just sighed. His client was not serious about anything. But he reckoned that if he was Hector, he'd not care either. The next day, on time, Hector arrived at the Supreme Court on his motorbike, wearing his usual red uniform. His mere presence was overwhelming. Even the court guards saluted him for no reason. Amidst all the camera flashes, he entered and took a seat in the designated spot. He was not supposed to speak in cases like these until asked to. In all honesty, he didn't need a lawyer, but he didn't want to take Matt's golden case. Soon, a few people filled the court hall. Lawyers from the accusing side were also there, and Hector waved a hello. "Ah, Mr. President. I mean, Mr. Washington." Just then, a group of 5 judges appeared at the judges' bench, all with smiles on their faces as they said hello to Hector. He also responded by taking their names one by one. Of course, Hector had overseen the appointment of all these judges, so they were pretty loyal to him, and they knew how much pull Hector still had on things. "Please, have a seat, sir," the main presiding judge requested, telling Hector to sit before everyone else, and once he did, the judges sat. It was a show of respect on another level. Soon, the hearing started. The argument from the other side was simple. Mr. Washington has been in contact with alien powers and has been organizing things on behalf of the United States government, even when he is not a governmental employee. I want the court to ask, by what capacity is he engaging with the aliens? Hector wanted to laugh. This motherfucker, I'm the bloody president of 3 galaxies. That's my capacity. But he had a better and more down-to-earth reply. So he told Matt Murdock to ask for permission. Honorable judges, Mr. Washington would like permission to respond to the allegations himself. Of course, the floor is yours, sir. The head judge was totally sucking up. Hector cleared his throat and responded with a smile. It seems these folks didn't do their preparation very well. To answer your questions, no nation in the entire world has an Office of Space Affairs. Meanwhile, I am the President General of the United Nations. I am the head of UNUSA, United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs. So my work is not on behalf of a nation, but the entire world. Besides, I also have permission from President Fury because he believes, like most others, that no other man on this planet is more capable of interacting with alien species than me. The plaintiff's side hurried to look at their documents and the iPads to look for papers and other items. It was true, UNUSA was a department not very famous. It was just a meme before the invasion. So, it was understandable that they overlooked it. Then we would like to call for proof of transfer of powers from the President's office. They requested. Matt Murdock raised his voice. Already submitted, please check Article 5. It is signed by the President himself. The judges discussed among themselves and quickly came to a conclusion. They simply announced their verdict. Public interest litigation has been rejected due to no grounds for it to proceed. We are sorry for wasting your time, Mr. Washington. Hector shrugged. Oh, it's all right. All good things have an evil opponent. I just hope they will like my gifts. Yes, the world outside was on fire. Corruption scandals, sex scandals, harassment scandals, pedos, all kinds of things were coming to light with enough proof to make the accused dig their own graves. Hector simply proved that no one could come after him, be it someone physically strong or politically. He was the king, as apparent by King in his name. Chapter 267. I am death. The number of arrests made the day after Hector's trial was so high that the news media had a field day. Meanwhile, Hector relaxed and watched the hailstorm from his home. News. BuzzFeed has come under fire after they posted a controversial article. 5 reasons why President Washington is the best president. 5 reasons he's not. After the release of this article, the majority of investors have pulled their money out of the company, and now it's basically a paperweight. The company is trying to salvage whatever is left by posting apologies to their fans, but nothing seems to be working. Only time will tell if the company will survive the next 24 hours or not. News end. Hector was amazed by the cult following he had. Despite all his attempts to ensure that does not happen, it always does. But he believed the reason was that he had lived for too long. He was popular not just for one generation, but for all. From grandpa and dad to the grandkids, everyone liked him. This resulted in Hector having the largest fan following in history that spanned all genders and all age groups. "Hey, old man. How are you doing?" Tony landed outside his house just then and walked in from the open backyard. Hector was just watching the news and drinking a beer. Diana was beside him, playing with Mishu. Rocket, Mooney, and Fenris were sitting on the side, lazily watching some movie on the holographic projector that Rocket made that used AI to turn any Earth video into holographic 3D. "Man, you sure got a big crowd in there, by the way. I got some cheeseburgers." Tony stepped out of the armor and showed paper bags full of burgers. Mooney, Fenris, and Rocket's ears perked up. Rocket even thanked, "Great. I was starving. Way to make a first impression." Degree. Did the raccoon just speak, or is the booze from last night still affecting me? Hector laughed. Haha, no, he's truly talking. His name is Rocket. He's from space. Wait, isn't there another dog in the space? I guess I'll go and save him later with the family. What brought you here? Well, I just had a few ideas. Thought about running them through your first. He said as he took a seat in Burger. I was thinking about how to join the world as one that you are doing right now. I think it's not possible unless everyone can understand each other. Basically, what I want to do is remove the language barriers. And your plan is? Tony took out small earphones from his pocket. They were very light and didn't even go into the ear. They were only to be hung behind the ear, away from the public eye. And it was skin color, at least their skin for now. I used Jarvis, Friday, and Adams helped to build a new language that is extremely simplified and assimilates all languages in the world. It's simply called Unified. This thing will help us connect to space civilizations. Meanwhile, here, we can use this ear device to basically talk with anyone with a real-time perfect translation. Hector put it on the ears. Speak something in Spanish. Tony did, and the machine quickly translated it. This was truly amazing for him, as he had only seen these things in space, and they were usually a little bigger. How does it perform in a crowd, and how long does its battery last? Tony proudly smiled. That's the beauty of it. When in the crowd, it will translate all voices into your own language, and as for the battery, it runs from your body's heat. Yeah, it's a super high-tech thing. What about writing? Not every country uses English for their paperwork. Hector asked. For that, Tony showed glasses. These come in contact lenses as well and can in real time translate all written information into your desired language. But I still prefer that Unified be promoted as written means that will better join the world. Hector appreciated this help. At least the ear translation was going to be revolutionary. This will allow anyone to go anywhere and live like locals. So what do you need from me? Mass production. These cost a fortune to make, but I know you can help me. At least help me set up a large-scale production plant that can lower the cost. Because right now, this thing is worth thousands of dollars. Tony requested. Hector got up and thought about it. I will come to you tomorrow and set up your factory. Prepare an empty warehouse for me. Where are you going? To save a doggo. Mooney, Fenris, and Rocket, let's go. He called, leaving Diana and Mishu as they were asleep while sitting on the couch, the little puppy being cutely tucked beside her. Hector put a blanket on them and left after kicking Tony out. In the space, most things were peaceful. But that didn't mean violence could be removed completely because it was a necessary evil. There were various bounty hunting jobs posted every second. There were enough people who wished to do them. The name of the organization was High Table. Hector had taken the High Table from Earth and placed it into space, making it an intergalactic organization, with its continental hotels present in every major star system. The High Table, however, here meant literally the highest table of authority, Hector, the president. Hector was also the highest member of the organization as a registered bounty hunter. But, today, he did something shady. He sent out a contract first and then took it himself. Are you sure about this? Peter Quill appeared with his crew to help Hector, although he didn't need any. Hector cracked his knuckle. For the doggo stuck there, I'd end the universe if I have to. Gamera was amazed. You sure love dogs. Hector nodded and looked at Mooney, the good boy. Of course, he's my life. Now, head to nowhere immediately. It's time I spank the collector out of existence. Got it. In no time, the ship was jumping towards nowhere. The severed head of a celestial. Perhaps, another head was going to be severed in there soon. But once the ship arrived, Hector did think about the celestial. Where are they? They should be trying to stop me and my free reign with the stones. No need to ask for docking permissions. Just say it's the president. He ordered. In Peter's team, at this point, Gamera, Nebula, Mantis, and Groot were left only. But now Rocket was there too, while Drax had left to find a new wife somewhere, as his enemies were already dead. As soon as Hector left the ship, he was greeted by the Collector. The man was still alive because Hector had nearly forgotten about him. The man had also sorted his business and stopped his illegal activities, so the name never came up in the criminal system again. However, Hector had enough reasons to kill the man. Dangerous objects in possession were the easiest ones. After all, he was the Collector. "How may I be of service, Mr. President?" Collector asked. Hector looked around. "Where is the dog?" "Cosmo, that's his name." "The telekinetic?" "He's in one of my collection boxes." "Give him to me," Hector demanded. The Collector rubbed his hand like the greedy man he was. "And what shall I receive in return for this purchase?" That pissed Hector off. The man was talking about selling and buying a dog. That was a crime. So he moved ahead and lifted him by the neck. "I will pay you back with your death. I have killed that friend of yours, Grandmaster, years ago. So don't think you being called Elder will save you. Death has forsaken us." "You can't kill our souls," Collector said. Hector bellowed in laughter. "Bwahaha. I am Death." Chapter 268. Tear in Space. Snap. Hector snapped the Collector's neck and threw his body to the side. "Peter, take whatever he has in his pockets and then disintegrate his body." He walked into the facility. The people working there had no guts to attack him because if even their leader could not do anything, then how could they? All the people inside know where. "Surrender your arms and come to the docking area, or I shall find you and kill you." Hector made all the different speaker systems repeat the same message. Meanwhile, he looked around at the various collections of rare materials from the universe. There were aliens from multiple species, artifacts that didn't make sense, and much more plant life. Hector knew that not all of these things could be released to the public, as some of them might even be destructive viruses. He even saw a few dark elves and Chitauri. They needed to die instantly. There were also alien women from multiple species. Hector read their life stories and decided to release them and help them return to their home planets. Among the plants, there were some good-looking flowers, some parasitic species, and even a sentient tree. He destroyed everything that could prove to be of harm to the universe and released the rest of it. Then, at last, he came to the creatures. He first found someone calling him, and when he looked, it turned out to be Donald Duck. "Donald Duck. Is that you?" Hector asked. "Which gentleman duck is that?" "No, I am Howard the Duck, the greatest womanizer in my world. But, sadly, women are not attracted to me here. They have a bad taste here." Hector tried to remember about this duck but did not know much about it. He could faintly remember that someone like this was supposed to exist. "Why are you stuck here?" he asked. "Which planet are you from?" "Well, I am not from this reality. I come from a world where ducks rule the world. Sadly, that Collector of yours was too impressed by my handsomeness and decided to keep me. Good on him, he provides me with drinks regularly. Would you like some whiskey?" Hector hooked his head and looked around. "Have you seen a dog by the name Cosmo around? She should be wearing some sort of a space suit." "Oh, that good boy. Of course, we used to talk a lot. But then her cage was shifted away. I believe she's been put in the F8 exhibit or somewhere around there," Howard the Duck revealed. Hector thanked him and left. "Stay here. I will try to send you back to your universe when I return. I am the ruler of this universe, by the way." With that, Hector left to find the good boy of Russia, abandoned in space, away from his home. He wanted to do nothing but give her a new home. "Mooney, did you smell anything? She should be around somewhere here," Hector asked him as he looked around. But, nothing could be found. So, he had no other option but to use the snap, something he usually tries to avoid as he considered it laziness. Snap. Woof. And there appeared the cute Labrador in the Earth space suit. She was very friendly and came to Hector right away. And the best part was that Cosmo had somehow evolved and gained gifts in telekinesis. Hence, she could talk easily. Another dog. Woof. Mooney quickly jumped forward and licked Cosmo's helmet. Hector took off the round helmet and patted the dog. "You're coming with me back to Earth, girl. It's been so many years. You deserve some rest now. Earth. Home. Yes, but you will live with me, Mooney, Fenris, and Mishu. We will be a big family. So, what do you think?" he asked, holding himself from just picking Cosmo and taking her to meet Diana. "I go back to Soviet." "No, the Soviet Union does not exist, and they are bad people for sending you up here. I will never allow you to be used in any experiments. You can, at home, run around, play in the river and much more. I have a massive home, just so you know." Cosmo looked at Mooney and Fenris' excited faces and soon nodded. There was nothing in space for her anyway. She just roams around in nowhere and does nothing. There was no one to play with either, and it was getting boring. I'll go then. Great. Hector clapped. Follow me now. I will take care of this nowhere as well. In no time, Hector had liberated and freed whatever was worth releasing from the severed celestial head. But, apparently, even after so long, the severed head was enough to power the whole facility. Mooney, show Cosmo the ship. Introduce her to Gamera and Nebula. I will deal with this place. He ordered. The task at hand was to send all these kidnapped aliens back home. He recorded their names in the Federation records, awarded them some compensation money to start a new life, and sent them away. For the fauna, he took it with him, deciding to plant it in his garden as long as it was not harmful. After that, he returned to the Guardian's ship. All right then, take the ship away from nowhere. I don't want us to get caught in the explosion. What do you plan to do with this place? Peter inquired. Don't destroy it, old man. This can be very valuable. Rocket advised. But Hector had decided to do it. No, I have to destroy it because this place is too far from the main jump routes. This will become a hideout for outlaws anyway, and the Federation has no need for it. It's just a severed head of the Celestial. And hopefully, those godly bastards will get some message from this. Now, close your eyes because it's going to be bright. Hector had already placed the bombs in the place, so he simply tapped on his datapad and triggered them. Boom. An eye-piercing explosion that ate everything that came in its way occurred. It eclipsed the surrounding space, messing up the sensors of the ship. Hector had not planned it to be this big, but it seemed that because it was a Celestial's head, something additional happened. Don't worry. I got this. Hector created a shield around the ship. However, as the light started to subside slowly, a strange scene appeared. There was a tear in the fabric of the universe, appearing like an open wound on a stretched skin, all white and radiating chaotic energy. What is that? Gamera frowned as she felt the ship was losing control. The tear in space was acting like a black hole, sucking them towards itself. But Hector had a bigger worry as he found snapping fingers was not stopping it. What the hell is this? He quickly left the ship and flew to the spot. Thankfully, he did not feel any force on his superior body, but he did feel known energy from the tear. I caused this. How? Ring. Ring. Suddenly his phone rang, and in one glance, he learned it was from Satan. Are you seeing what I am seeing? I am. Get out of that universe, Hector. It won't be able to hold your existence for too long without collapsing. In fact, it has already started. The old man will get angry if you kill so many people. Satan warned Hector. But I still had PLA dash. I got you, my friend. I will hasten and return home as soon as I can. Give my thanks to the Big G for letting me stay here. Hector, midway, understood that there was no arguing, the universe was collapsing, and he was the reason behind it. This was the law of nature. A higher dimensional being can't remain in lower dimensions for too long. Yet he lasted here this long, and that likely had to do something with God helping behind the scenes. Great, see you soon then. Satan hung up, leaving Hector a bit saddened. Do I have to leave behind everyone? All this family I made. Chapter 269. Strip. Thanks to Satan, Hector was able to close the tear in space in front of him. But he was worried about one of them opening up somewhere he could not see. After all, even with the Infinity Stones, he could not look at the whole universe at all times everywhere. That would be omniscience, but that was the ability of the true gods. And thankfully, he was friends with some of them, so he decided to ask them for help. It was mainly beings such as Galactus and even the Living Tribunal, whom he had reinstated as the balancing authority of the universe. Peter, take Cosmo and Mooney back to Earth. I have someone to meet. It's a matter of the fate of the universe. He ordered. Woof. No, Mooney. You stay with Cosmo and help her settle back on Earth. Cosmo, help Mooney translate his barks to my wife. But I will likely return before you reach home. Where will you be going? Gamera asked. Hector smirked. To one golden boy. Hector arrived in front of the Living Tribunal. I warned you. Hector nodded. Yes, but I have no regrets. What is happening is not because of my decisions but because of my existence, which won't be a problem soon enough. But, until then, I need your help to ensure this reality does not collapse. That is not my duty, outsider. To help you is to go against my own rules, against fate. Helping you will only doom the reality and destroy it faster. The Living Tribunal replied. Hector sighed and thought about his next step. Then what if I use some other omniscient entity? Or, let's say I subjugate a group of omnipotent beings and make them work for me. The Celestials. If you take them over, then the deviants will be free. If you must, take them both and make them work. Only then shall the balance remain, for equal opposites nullify. I shall tell you their names, roles, and locations. Hector didn't waste a moment, knowing that even the living tribunal probably wished to get rid of deviants and Celestials because they, too, didn't hold him in high regard. Thanks for the chat. By the way, I left you a gift. Snap. As Hector left, where he stood, appeared in giant purple underwear for the living tribunal with a sticky note saying, "Be happy I ain't FBI." Hector arrived in an unknown region of the universe in search of one big guy named Erisham, the judge. It was indeed a big guy, as big as Galactus, but perhaps more powerful in some cases. He was the one credited for creating the first sun and bringing light to the universe. Millions of years ago, Erisham created the deviants in order to aid in celestial births, but when his creations went rogue, the judge created the race of Eternals using the World Forge, in order to combat the deviants, who were interfering in his work. So, in simple words, he was the perfect example of dropping an axe on one's own foot. In this case, the axe was the deviants. Since he was in a hurry, he did not stop himself from using the Infinity Stones. He was not a man who would fight a being just for the sake of manliness. He made the big celestial kneel in front of him as he watched it with his piercing gray eyes. "Erisham, you fool. Playing with the universe just to erase his own mistakes. What do you want, outsider? So he knows about me. This is even better then. No need to explain. This universe is collapsing, and I wish to subjugate you, all Celestials and Deviants, to work for me. Become my watchdogs and look out for any tears in the universe. Deny, and I shall erase you." He threatened as he knew that these beings would survive even if the universe was destroyed. "We do not kneel." Erisham bellowed. "You already are." Hector replied, as dumb as it sounded. "I am not giving you a choice, obey or die, as simple as that." "Then I choose not to." "Fine." Hector flew fast, as much the stones could make him go, and went right through Erisham's chest, making a big deep hole in it. Soon, the lights on the beings had also vanished, as death struck him. But Hector never took any chances and destroyed the body as well, as he didn't want more nowhere. Well, off to the next Celestial then. Earth, South Dakota. Ajak was the original Prime Eternal, as well as the wise and spiritual leader of the community of genetically engineered Eternals who came to Earth. Created by the Celestials in the World Forge, Ajak was sent to Earth in 5000 BC to progress the planet's societal development and protect it from the deviants. She was the medium through which Erisham commanded her and her team. It was a grand plan to protect and help evolve sentient life forms from the deviants, powering a celestial seed inside the planet, which would absorb the energy made from the sentient life forms. In the end, a new celestial would be born from the ashes of the dead planet and its people. However, something absurd happened, and Ajak felt her connection with the higher supreme beings break. She was sleeping when it happened, and it scared her. Not only that, she felt something happening to her mind as she felt memories of millions of years returning to her mind. Planets after planets, she had helped the Celestials to make more Celestials. She was never the savior. All thousands of years of work was done in servitude rather than worship. We did it so many times. So many lives lost. Back in space. Ashima the listener, bend the knee or die. Asterisk boom. Devron the experimenter, obey or perish. Boom. Exitar the executioner, kneel to me and live. Boom. Hector met 40 different Celestials, and he ended up killing each one of them in the same fashion. His actions did not go unnoticed by the powerful beings of the universe. Even some non-powerful ones found out about his killing spree. In the end, he had to go to Galactus to tell him to take the role of watching over the universe, along with some of Galactus' siblings. He told Lady Death the same. In the end, after his fruitless massacre, he returned to Earth. But instead of heading home, he decided to kill all the deviants first. It was a long day, longer than he had planned, but it was something that needed to be done. White House. Oldman will start a war if he goes through this plan. There is no way Russia will sit silently with this. President Fury looked at the proposal from Hector. "Sir, it's not like the world is moving forward. If he can guarantee these nations his protection, then I think we have a big chance of us succeeding." Agent Hill added. "Bzzzzz. Goddamn, where did this fly come from? Beep beep. Intruder detected. Intruder detected. Initiating lockdown." All of a sudden, all air vents and doors of the Oval Office closed down and locked the room. Fury quickly took out his gun from the drawer, while Agent Hill had one hidden under her skirt, around her thigh. "Who is it? Which motherfucking superpowered fucker wants to mess with me now? I have enough on my table already. Whoever you are, show yourself, and I will consider letting you live." Otherwise, I will let old man President Washington deal with you. Whoosh. The threats work. Don't call him. He's terrifying, honestly. I'm Scott Lang. I'm not a criminal, I promise. Agent Hill. Before the man in a strange suit could react, Agent Hill threw her gun at the man's head and dropped him unconscious. What do we do with him, sir? Strip. Chapter 270. Time to leave. Scott Lang found himself tied to a chair, all naked, and in front of him stood a man with an angry face. Man, I'm telling you I am not a terrorist. I was just sent by that crazy man, Hank Pym. He wanted to know about the future plans of the White House so he can form his company policy accordingly. He cried. Do you know why they call me the Punisher? Scott shook his head. I don't want to know. I'm already naked. There is no humiliation greater than this. I know there are women too beyond that see-through glass. Ah, my self-respect is dead now. Meanwhile, outside the interrogation room, an investigation was going on. Hank Pym was swiftly caught and brought into questioning as to why he would do something like this. Fury himself was furious this time, as Hank was considered one of the high-ranking helpers of the US government. I can sense a looming war, and I thought maybe I should ramp up the production, but it was going to be risky, so I wished to get myself some guarantee. Fury frowned and asked, where did you get the smell of war? No policy has been revealed yet that would hint at it. Yes, but most knowledgeable men know that what President General Washington decides is public policy. His recent dealings with Japan are a clear sign. All war factories are gearing up for mass production in hopes that when your demand orders come, they will get the contracts. Hank Pym revealed. Fury suddenly looked towards the mirror wall and nodded. Soon the door opened, and Hector walked in with a frown on their face. And would you allow us to use Pym particles for this supposed war? Hector asked the men. Hank Pym shrugged. I can, but it depends on what the war is about. If it's some pointless endeavors like the Afghanistan or Iraq campaign by those numbskull presidents, then I won't. For the unification of the planet as one entity. Hector blurted as he stared daggers at the men. Hank was a smart man and quickly understood where this whole conflict was heading. Becoming a space civilization. Yes. Well, I believe it's time I come clean to all of you. Take this. It's a dinner invitation to my house. Come alone, maybe with that Scott guy along. Other major heroes will be there too. On Hector's order, the handcuffs were opened, and he was let go with Scott. Sir, you are amazing. You got us out after we treasoned against the country. Scott was surprised by his boss pull. Hank had a serious face, however. Kid, what happened there was much bigger than the understanding of us plebs. So just stay silent and drive. Also, stay the fuck away from my daughter. Hector could see his time was coming soon. He needed to prepare for his final moments as fast as possible. But the war was inevitable, for this was not a war of ideologies anymore but a war of control. In the East, there existed nations that did not believe in democracy, and they were really powerful. So they were going to push back sooner rather than later. Diana will be going home in a year or two. Let's start a family there. He told his wife as she lay in his arms on the bed. She supported him 100%. There is no rush, dear. We're immortals. But I will miss the people here. They have been truly kind and understanding of us. Yao, Jean and all. Hector agreed. It's sad that we cannot take them with us. But, they also have lived here in this world. They have lovers, families, and everything they've known exists here. While both of us are just outsiders who are spending some time here. But I will surely take Mooney, Fenris, and Misha with us. As for Cosmo, I think the X-Men will be happy to have her. Diana suddenly seductively caressed his face. What about me? Haha, my girl, is that even a question to ask? I think you need some punishment for thinking I'd leave you. Come here. Diana embarrassingly fought. Come on, we're not kids. Our hearts are. Pa. Degree. Diana's face flushed red. She stuttered in shock. Why, you actually spanked me. Puffed, what's with the reaction? I guess you need some more. The very next day, Hector was going to announce some major things. He had called the mightiest heroes of Earth. Jean, Iron Man, Captain America, Black Panther, Fury, Black Widow, Spider-Man, Hulk, Fantastic Four, X-Men, Daredevil, and some from other nations too that he trusted. The house was packed, but a long table was set in the biggest hall in Mount Vernon, where Hector and Diana sat at the leading side beside each other. Initially, they all just ate and chatted with each other, talking about the state of the world, their business, and complaining about their jobs. Eventually, Hector decided to start the main meeting. Everyone, calm down and listen to me. What I am about to tell you should not leave this room, or the consequence will be unimaginable. As he said that, they all turned serious and solemnly heard him speak. Today, I will tell you about myself, my real background, and how I'm so strong and long-lived. The short answer is that I am not a human in the literal sense. I am not a being of this universe or the multiverse. Tony interrupted. So you're God? I knew it. Haha, no, Tony. I am not a god. Nor do I wish to be. But, I do work for God as the Hell's Inquisitor. Now, the hell I am talking about exists in higher dimensions. I am a higher dimensional being who came to this world for a vacation. But, I got busy in politics, then war, and one thing led to another. We're here. Silence ensued in the room as everyone digested that information. Of course, most of them already knew that Hector was not simple, but this was too strange. How can something outside the multiverse exist? Peter Parker asked this time. Because the time and space are infinite. Any cartoon you see on your television, any anime you see on the internet, they all exist somewhere out there, even if you feel it's impossible. And just know that each universe has its own multiverse. And I'm supposed to be a guy from the level that overlooks all these infinite multiverses. Oh, degree, underscore. Faces were made, and jaws fell. It was like an explosion had gone out in every single brain. All of them were intelligent people and knew what the multiverse was, even if they didn't know it existed, like Peter, they could imagine it. And to think that the old man was one of the top guys there was mind-breaking. What's the issue then? Charles Xavier asked, feeling that this was not a big enough reason to call them here. Hector continued. Folks, I don't have much time left in this world. I am becoming too much for the fabric of this universe. If I don't leave, it will break apart and kill everything everywhere. So, I am going to need your help to finish my wishes before I leave. I want to unify the planet as one and get it registered with the United Galactic Federation. But I'm afraid a war might erupt while I do it. Jean quickly chirped. You just have to say it, Grandpa. I shall get you the blood and skulls of your enemies. Underscore. Hector sighed, wondering how did Jean change so much. Well, I will need you to protect the civilians. As for the war, I will handle it. I got you, old man. Tony quickly showed a thumbs up. Indeed, it's a noble wish to have. To unite the world, all of us dreamt of this one way or another. Eric added. Hector sighed and thanked them. I shall be grateful for this then. As long as you're with me, the public support will remain. So please wait for my next command. I will tell you when the war is about to erupt. Until then, take care and eat well. Chapter 271. A World Without Borders. Hector took a long breath in his office and headed off to Canada to sign the first ever World Without Borders treaty. Doing it was easy as both nations shared a long border and were culturally connected in language and also the economy. When he arrived in Ottawa, he was greeted by the Prime Minister. The nation had already taken the required measures to ensure the deal was made. Their parliament had passed the necessary laws and regulations needed. Soon, in the Prime Minister's office, the final deal was signed. Fury was also there, so it was all official. With that, history was made, and the world was shocked that something like this could even happen. However, a few saw it as the United States expanding its empire by occupying the majority of the Northern American continent. However, on the same day, Hector traveled to the United Kingdom with Fury and met the current Prime Minister. A similar deal was signed with the nation, effectively allowing all citizens of the US, UK, and Canada to move around freely. He was only targeting the English-speaking nations at first because this would slowly create a sense of envy, and more nations would be willing to join. After this trip, he also went to Ireland, Australia, and New Zealand. In all places, the deals were signed. But, of course, each nation was still allowed to have some checks and balances to ensure their nation was not demographically destroyed. Hector had made all the necessary changes required. In 24 hours only, the world saw the new largest nation appearing out of nowhere. It was a historical day, and Hector was in the middle of it. The news, the people, and the internet were divided. Most were not against the deal, but they were accusing of Anglo-Spare getting stronger and preparing for colonialism 2.0. However, the very next day, Hector signed a similar deal with France and Germany, effectively stopping all the claims of the rise of the Anglosphere. However, Hector's eyes were on the whole of Europe, not just a few nations. So the next to join over the coming weeks were Spain, Portugal, Iceland, Italy, Israel, Austria, Luxembourg, Malta, Netherlands, Denmark, Belgium, Norway, and Sweden. Finland was also invited, but they denied it, fearing Russian aggression. So Hector went a bit south and took Greece in. The biggest helper in the EU was the Catholic Church, as Hector had not let some of his control go from the organization since the days of the World War. A month later, Hector went to some of the Eastern European nations. But in many of these nations, Hector had to make a regime change months ago, so this could happen. Poland, Czechia, Slovenia, Croatia, Hungary, Slovakia, Romania, Bulgaria, North Macedonia, Serbia, Montenegro, Albania, Bosnia, and Herzegovina were added. This effectively covered most of Europe, and this brought Hector to the border of an old enemy. After that, Hector stopped and let the heat die down a little, as it was time to first manage these nations. The biggest nation in the entire world had come into existence, after all. Some of the Eastern European nations also needed help as they were not as rich. So Hector went on an infrastructure spree, laying bullet train tracks around the major cities and regions of Europe. Not only that, he created something called mega-industrial corridors, which traveled between major industrial places of the continent, and all roads and rails were connected with the nearest seaports. But the place needed a new name and flag. So the name, United Terra, was announced, with a flag showing 7 rings intertwined in each other, showcasing that all continents were connected to one another. But still, much of the work was remaining, and he knew it. So, to quicken it, he went to a live stream again, from the Stark Tower. Behind him were various superheroes, sitting there and talking. Hello everyone, I hope you're doing fine, eating healthy, and working hard. But don't overwork yourself. I recently heard the news of a kid killing himself in Korea because he failed an exam to become a doctor. It's truly saddening that as parents, we care so much for their safety when they are little, but as they grow, we stop bothering and become the abuser instead. A smiling face could be hiding 1,000 tears behind, so you should be careful. I know what it feels like to fail at something. My father considered me a failure. I guess he was not a very good judge of talent potential. Similarly, most parents are not. I do wonder how many Leonardo da Vinci and Shakespeare we lost around the world because their parents wanted them to become engineers, doctors, or lawyers. Kids, I sympathize with you, and that is why I am going to be starting mega colleges around the world that will teach you the high-paying professions of tomorrow. As you may know, I am on a mission to unite the world and make it a space civilization. Let me tell you, once we're a spacefaring species, everything will change. So, after the end of the stream, I will add a link to a PDF in the comments, open it and read it well. But coming back to the topic of uniting the world. I know many nations are scared of joining the United Terra, fearing retaliation from a bigger power. But let me say this today in front of 1.3 billion viewers. If you want to join, just ring me up, and I will publicly announce that an attack on you will be an attack on me, and as you already know, I can chew a nuke and throw it away like a toothpick. So if anyone wishes to fight, they must think a billion times, still, only to be proven wrong. Well, with that, I will end the stream. I have some business with the heroes. Talk to you later, and kids, don't fret about exams. Hector ended the stream and added the link to the PDF. Then joined the rest of the superheroes at the bar. So I guess we are not Americans anymore. Tony wondered. We never were. We were always Terrans. America is just a name given by a man. Americans are just a nationality we created by drawing borders. Hector replied as he poured himself a cold one. Charles was sitting not far. How will you join the African nations? Even Asian nations? Not all of them are rich, the people there have a different culture, and forgive me for saying this, but not all people have a mindset of being law-abiding because of long habits. It will happen eventually. The United Terra will have a common law, and if they want to join us, then they will have to implement and enforce these laws. These include public safety and law enforcement laws. This way, we can have uniformity all over the planet. I am not trying to kill the uniqueness of each nation, but rather join all humans together as one, Hector explained. Steve asked, what are your plans for South America? There? Haha, most of the Caribbean is in my control, and a few South American nations too. With Venezuela, I was able to jumpstart the economies of the region. So they will eventually join us easily. Remember, any nation can be rich as long as its government is intelligent and strong. Unfortunately, this was not the case for many years in the region. The countries had a very myopic vision. They were too conservative regarding their economy and came out as protectionists. Now, with better politics and my help, we will see a boom. Once their Human Development Index crosses 7, I will bring them under the fold. It appeared that everything was planned and going according to plan. Whoa, look there. Who is that? Tony suddenly jumped from his seat and walked to the large glass panel of the building. Hector also looked and recognized the burning skeleton climbing a building on a motorcycle. Ghost Rider. What's he doing here? Chapter 272. Dreams. Ghost Rider. Hector wondered what the being was even hunting there. He decided to go out and look for himself. Stay in here. One stare from that thing can kill you easily. He'd rather not have Tony die now for his sins of the past. Of course, men would eventually pay for them in the afterlife, but not right now. What is that thing? It's scary as hell. Tony exclaimed in wonder. A demon. Are we under attack? Natasha wondered as she was the director of the S.H.I.E.L.D., and it was her call to assemble the Avengers. Wahaha, no, he's not evil but is a demon. I know what it is, but none of you should come close or expect to be attacked. It's a demon spirit that's tasked with hunting evil. And its powers have no upper limit. However, it must occupy a human body to do something, and as we all know, human bodies have limits. Tony looked around himself. Since when did the devil become kind? And why is he here? Did someone commit a crime here? Captain Rogers, did you do something? Maybe used bad language. Why are you asking me? Steve wondered. Well, you're the most honorable man here, so if you did something wrong, won't that affect you pretty badly? Everyone rolled their eyes hearing that and watched as Hector proceeded to meet the skeleton demon. Hector was wondering which Ghost Rider it was, knowing that there were a few in the comics, although he didn't know the name of each one of them. He flew to the motorcycle riding being and stopped nearby. He had taken out Mephisto's book of contracts and found the file of one Johnny Blaze, the Ghost Rider, in front of him. Signed the contract to save his father but still got betrayed. Classic Mephisto, that's why you never deal with the devil. One moment you sell your soul for once-in-a-century guitar talent, the next moment you get your fingers chopped in an accident. He muttered and moved closer to the demon. He shouted to get attention, as he believed that since he was a higher being, the spirit was not able to sense him. Hey there, fella. What are you doing here? Is there any sinner here? He asked as if the being was a little kid. The Ghost Rider turned its skull head and looked at Hector. The dark black eye sockets had nothing on them, yet Hector felt the Ghost Rider was thinking about something. I'm not a sinner, lad. I'm the one who punishes the biggest, worst sinners. I am the Hell's Inquisitor. He introduced himself. Hell? Which hell? The one that really matters, the one above all hells. Well, I even got your friends. Want to see them? Hector waved his hand to create a portal to the funhouse dimension and summoned the Skull Knights he had made. Over the years, he had gotten about 6 of them, which was already overkill. And all of them were much more powerful than this Johnny Blaze one because the Skull Knights were not limited by the body and had full control over it. So you chose a living mortal. You look weak. Join us and become the true servant of the Lord. One by one, the Skull Knights gave their best sales pitch to the Ghost Rider. I can also nullify the contract signed with Mephisto since I killed that demon. I say, why keep yourself stuck to this mortal realm? Join me and become a true protector of peace across the whole universe. A true herald of the Hell's Inquisitor. Hector added. I'm sure your human wants the same. He has no say in this. He does, if you allow him to speak, that is. Anyway, why are you even here? Searching for sinners. Doing overtime. No need to do that, son. I got everything covered. As for the sinners around the world, I have a plan that will clean them off in one go. Hector revealed with a smile on his face that could be easily taken as something evil. Hector had supreme power at this point, so he tapped on the skull of the Ghost Rider and made Johnny Blaze come back to his senses. However, Hector had to catch the bike first and take it to the roof. Once there, he asked. Do you want to live a normal life or not? Yes. Please. I can't even do much once the spirit takes control of my body. I don't want this life. I want to be normal again, that demon already fucked me over, no more. Johnny requested, more like pleaded. Hector nodded and tore the contract paper right away. All right then, from now on, you are free from the control of the spirit of vengeance, but I will have to find a new body for him now, a dead body, to be precise. Which villain should I kill? Whoosh. Boss, you got an important meeting. All of a sudden Quicksilver appeared, as always, having fun. What meeting? As far as I remember, my schedule was empty. Who set it up now? Hector complained. It's your secretary, sir. She said the Eastern European nations have agreed to join the United Terra as long as you assure safety. But they have already received threats from the big bad neighbor. Sigh. Hector looked at Johnny and patted the man's shoulder. Good luck in your life, kid. I'll get going now. Have fun and live a normal life. Hector vanished from the spot suddenly. But Johnny cursed instead. Fuck, how do I get my motorbike off this building now? Indeed, some distance away, the same discussion was going on in the Avengers Tower. The old man forgot. I know it. Tony muttered. Should we help him? Steve wondered. Tony shrugged and moved back. Who wants another round of booze? Everything's on me today. Parker home. Peter Parker was a good high schooler with amazing grades, a girlfriend, a best friend, and a career. Life seemed to be going very well for him. However, then one night, he suddenly started seeing some strange dreams of himself, but he couldn't recognize himself. There were Spidermen, more than one. Every single night he'd wake up in the middle. Thankfully, MJ noticed his sleepy eyes and asked him to sneak her into his room at night. Southwest they could snuggle close to each other. However, the images never left his mind. The Peter who loved some Gwen and lost her. The Peter who loved Jane and lost himself. There were so many that he lost count already. What is happening to my mind? Am I just imagining things? Chapter 273. Future. Hector returned to his office and found a group of people waiting for him. All of them were ambassadors from various countries. Please, have a seat, everyone. I heard you all are here to accept the proposed deal I made. Well, I'm all ears. Tell me your problems and I will try to solve them right away. Hector took a seat in his office. Russia has already given the mobilization order if we move to join your alliance. The ambassador from Estonia said. Hector nodded as he had expected this to happen. Got it. Does anyone else among you have the same idea? All of you. Well, don't worry. All you need to do is open voluntary application in your nation's military. Rest, I will take care of it. Remember, I do not want a war with Russia. In fact, I'd love it if they could also join the alliance and become one with the United Terra, a name that soon shall be known in space. The people, of course, did not feel confident about this move. By allowing more recruitment in their armies, they'd be telling Russia that they were ready for war. But then Hector said that if they all did it at the same time, then not even 10 Russia can fight you without destroying their own economies as well. In the end, they all agreed and set the date in a week for Hector to visit their nations and sign the deals. But, before that, Hector had to snap his fingers once again. This time he'd be messing with human minds, however. But, no matter what others would say, this was absolutely necessary. Alone in his office, he sighed. There can never be peace without struggle. The war has to happen, people have to die, but I'd rather have the criminals dying than good people. Snap. With that, Hector changed the recruitment odds in a way that only criminals would enter the armies around the world. How to make them work? That was his headache later on. For now, he had to prepare. Of course, he knew that the world might accuse him of starting this war, but in the long run, they would spend more time justifying his actions than accusing him. After all, winners write the history books. Africa. Run. It's the Crimson Fucker. I don't want to get stabbed in the ass. Please. Geehee, Daddy is here, bitches. Bring your cakes to me. It's my birthday. Deadpool ran around in a camp of a warlord that was still rising up. He was simply killing any assholes that got in his way or got caught. Crimson Fucker was now synonymous with fucking people with his sword. Of course, most didn't want such a fate either. The entire continent was terrorized, but of course, the good people had nothing to worry about. It was all fine and dandy. Heck, people liked Crimson Fucker and treated him like a deity because he protected the people. He was the light that brought people out of the darkness. Was your neighbor harassing you? Worry not. Crimson Fucker will harass him back. Was your teacher asking you for favors for marks? Don't worry, Crimson Fucker will do favors for him. The man, the legend, the story of Crimson Fucker was being written in red, in the blood of sinners who dared harm the innocent. And this was only the beginning as he decided to head to a place called Wakanda, as he reckoned many sinners lived there too. However, as soon as he entered the advanced city, he was caught by strange energy weapons and thrown into a cell. Soon the Prince of Wakanda, T'Challa, met him. Why have you come here? Deadpool looked around. Wakanda place at this. Underscore. Are you joking? The female Wakandan guard asked. So, you gonna use that spear? I suggest you use the non-pointy tip. Underscore. Washington Space Center. Hector and a prominent businessman were standing at the top of a tower, looking at the space rocket a distance away. You did it, little runt. You made the rocket. Hector patted the other man's back. Thanks, old man. I mean, sir. You helped a lot this time, and the main landing unit was totally made by your company anyway. I just made the propulsion system. Elon, kid, there is nothing big or small in the work of science. You are one of the men who are helping push the world into the next phase, planetary exploration. Honestly, I have access to technology that can instantly turn Earth into a space civilization, but I can't do that. Do you know why? He asked. Elon nodded. Because that would be like teaching a first grader integration and differentiation. Well, I just hope this goes well now. Exactly. There is no point in technology appearing unless the world accepts it naturally. Well, anyway, Logan will be going first, don't worry about his safety. Jean will also be going, along with the human team. So they would be safe even if the whole ship burnt away in space. he assured and got down from the launch tower. What's the next phase? Asked Elon. Well, the next phase is to replace all the fossil fuel and harmful practices and turn Earth into a true utopia. I mean, practically and theoretically, Earth should be able to support even 100 billion people as long as we have perfect and sustainable supplies of our resources. Hector replied tiredly. Can you do it before the coming war? Elon asked more. Hector sighed this time. Every rich man in the world knew that a war was coming. The United States had already started preparing for it by creating a mega stock of armory and food, as these two things need the most protection in times of war. Not that it matters right now. All nations closely allied with the US were also preparing, while the large companies were preparing for the coming war by slowly lowering their production. Although Hector tried his best to bring confidence that no matter what happened, the war would not affect them much. Farmers around the world had started to get significant subsidies to ensure extra production. This happened after WTO announced a few new laws for it. As for the UN, the peacekeepers were the largest military strength in the world now. With 30 aircraft carriers, thousands of fighter jets, tanks, and 1 million troops, it outranked most other militaries. Although the UN had lesser troops than the USA, China, India, and Russia, the troops were highly advanced. Not to mention, the UN troops were made up of soldiers from these nations too. The war, it is what will push us to the new age, kid, Hector replied. Just then, they arrived at the control room of the Space Center. Today was the day the first manned mission to Mars was going to take place. General Logan was the lead commander of the mission, while Jean Grey was the second commander. Both of them had seen space so much that they were not even excited. Instead, their job was just to ensure the human companions stayed safe. The technology used was 30% alien tech gifted by Hector, the rest made by humans such as Tony and Reed Richards. Elon was more of a private businessman funding much of it, as Hector wished to keep the space out of any nation's hands. Still, the UN was the overall owner of the mission. T-10. The countdown began soon. Hector looked at the screen with a smile. This was going to serve as a neat distraction from the brewing war. At least for a week, the news will talk about the mission, with video messages coming from the ship every single day. This launch was not actually happening from Earth, as the actual launch vehicle was already in space. The countdown was for the ship in space to head out. Rockets from surface to space were a common thing, so nobody cared for them anymore. T-1. 0, -1 inch. On the large screens, a surveillance satellite showed the Leap 1 ship starting its thrusters and leaving slowly. Hector already knew everything was going to be well, so he just clapped while Fury stood beside him. Nice entertainment we got here. Fury muttered. Haha, jealous much. Old man, I could seriously use a vacation at this point. Even if it's Mars, I'd take it. Anyway, I'm here to inform you about the reactivation of Russian sleeper cells. Hector shrugged. I got it covered, son. Chapter 274. It has begun. Hector signed the deal with Estonia, Latvia, Latveria, Lithuania, Belarus, Ukraine, Moldova, Romania, Georgia, Azerbaijan, Armenia, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Mongolia. Most of these nations were once a part of the Soviet Union and were still somewhat influenced by Russia. But it was understandable that they wanted to get rid of that influence. They wanted an independent foreign policy and wished to do what was good for the people. Of course, that was after Hector changed their regime from dictatorial to democratic. The world map had changed all of a sudden. So many boundaries had changed. But that was only on the paper for now, as the system needed to be placed that could handle the movement of people. After all, there were still a lot of risks involved in erasing borders. After a long trip, he returned home and found the little pup, Mishu, playing around the garden and eating flowers. Bwahaha. Diana will scold you for eating her flowers. He went ahead and picked the little potato in his arms. Woof. Mishu started to lick his face happily, unable to contain his excitement. He took the little boy inside and sat down to watch some news and YouTube to see what was happening in the world, and what the normal world was thinking about his policies and other decisions. He just searched his name, and the first video appeared, by some guy named Johnny Harris. It was strangely titled, Men Who's Erasing the Borders. Hector opened the man's channel and found there were a lot of videos about various borders around the world. He chuckled at that. Haha, it seems I'm taking this lad's business. Well, let's see what he's doing. He opened the video. It was based on a few key points. In the beginning, it said when Hector was born, the world used to look much different. Back in the 1870s, the world was still going headstrong towards colonization and imperialism. America was no different, and Hector himself participated in the Spanish-American War, where the U.S. took Spanish colonies of Puerto Rico, the Philippines, and Guam. Hector didn't mind this, as his past was an open book to all. What he cared for was that people don't use it to paint a wrong picture, because he's been the president longer than he was a soldier. The video continued and revealed that Hector was in space from 1987 to 2010 and that he met with various large organizations, fought wars for liberation, and helped create a better system. And that was the reason he wished to erase borders because, from space, all planets are just little round marbles. The boundaries exist in maps and minds only. And they should be forgotten. For as long as they exist, they will never let the planet be united. On the contrary, it will leave the planet prone to infighting and colonization by a foreign power because that is precisely what the old superpowers did, divide and rule. Well, this is somewhat right. Let's hope most people have the same idea as this guy. Hector muttered. But that did not mean there was not a fair share of critiques as well, and most of them were accusing him of planning a war, which was not really wrong. But all those videos had a higher dislike, so Hector didn't mind. Just a few more days. He went to Twitter and posted something, a reminder to the world, about a promise he made years ago. 1 month to go before I reset the Earth's climate and ban fossil fuel. A humble request to all world governments, if you have not worked on your alternate technology, just inform me. I will get it done in a month. He announced. Hector was only stopping the cars at the moment, and power plants. Heck, the ban was not stopping the use, but rather production. According to it, no more cars can be made with fossil fuel engines. No power plant can produce electricity from coal. They need to use the provided Stark reactors. Meanwhile, he was not banning the use of fossil fuels byproduct, as it was a large industry, and he had to give some leeway to the Middle Eastern nations that depended on it. Still, they will have to stop slowly with that as well over the years. You're back. Diana returned home soon, and along with her were other women, wives of other heroes, or female heroes. Hector waved. Yeah, I was done with work. What are you folks cooking up in the gang? Nothing much. Tony and Pepper are getting married, so we decided to help her. Peggy spoke. Wait, I just returned from Avengers Tower. He didn't tell me anything about this. When did it happen? Hector wondered. Though he also wondered if he left the Avengers Tower too early. It's been a month since he proposed, Pepper said. Maybe he will tell you later. He's talking about hosting a bachelor's party. Hector sighed. He never liked those kinds of parties. To him, the best party was at home with family. But, he'd go to it, the kid deserved it for coming a long way. I hope it's not something crazy. Well, I shall head out and see my alien friend. You all enjoy the evening. He got up and left with Mishu in his coat's pocket, as the little boy looked around excitedly. Mooney and Fenris were not at home, so he was his responsibility. He flew to the location where he had parked the Freedom 1 ship. It was now used as a workspace by his Ravager clan that acted as his propaganda experts. However, it was not Yondu working there anymore since the man was a general in his armies in space, fighting for the Federation and keeping the space safer. He checked everything in there and then flew to the school for gifted children, which had now expanded to house thousands of kids. Thankfully, they had a vast array of faculty with valuable abilities to manage all that. However, when he arrived, he saw Jean hiding behind some bushes and looking at something. He landed just behind her and tapped her shoulder. What are you doing? Woof. Holy sure. Jean nearly jumped. She looked back. Grandpa. What are you doing here? Haha, I should be the one asking that, dear. What are you doing? Peeping on someone. Let me look. He moved a little and peeked out of the bushes. Ah. He exclaimed at the scene. What's going on here? Jean chuckled. Well, Scott and Emma had a fight. I'm just entertaining myself. Scott just got slapped recently. He got slapped. Why? Did he do something again? Hector inquired. Jean sighed and nodded. Well, he went to a bar recently and got drunk. Emma tried to look for him the whole night, but in the end, Scott turned out to be sleeping in some woman's home. Although nothing happened between them, but still. Hector shook his head in disappointment. Where did we go wrong with this kid? I don't know where his confidence comes from. Anyway, since you've returned secretly from Mars, want to go and have some ice cream on Xander? Why not? A trip with my grandpa like the old days. Let's go. She jumped up and got excited. Asterisk beep. Beep. Beep, asterisk. But just as they were about to leave, Hector, Jean, and every other person in the vicinity heard their phones beeping. Then without doing anything, voices started blasting at maximum volume. Move to the nearest bomb shelter. Move to the nearest bomb shelter. DEFCON 1. Nuclear war imminent. The words kept repeating again and again. Finally, Hector just sighed, as the moment he had been planning for had arrived. While the rest of the kids and the people across the country were scared, Hector remained calm. Jean, too, as she knew no bomb could harm anyone in the presence of Hector. So it has started, Grandpa. He nodded. It seems so. Well, I anticipated it from a mile away. Unification can't happen without bloodshed. Our ice cream will need to wait, dear. Hee hee, go and kick ass, Grandpa. I will wait. She grinned. But Hector felt sad at that instant, knowing he didn't have much time left to remain in this world. I will, see you later. He flew away silently. The world that had taken his existence for granted was soon going to cry, as not too far was Hector's final goodbye. Chapter 275. Not again. The internet went crazy over what was occurring. The world was scared of nuclear war, and that was precisely what happened. All nations that had a warning system started to blast at the people, warning and scaring everyone. The news broadcasts around the world stopped and showed the latest news. Russia launched nukes against the EU and the United States at the same time. And there were possibly nuclear submarines near the American west coast. Fuck. I don't want to die. I'm still a virgin. Where is the nearest bunker? Such cries were common on the internet. That was until Hector had to hijack the world's communications and appear on it to ensure peace was not disturbed. Calm down. No nuclear weapons can harm the people as long as I live on this planet. I have taken care of them. But the war has begun, and we didn't start it. However, we surely will end it. He announced. For the most part, normal lives will continue. Business will happen as usual. Hector, however, didn't stop all nukes and instead let a few fall in uninhabited places so at least the people and nations would have a sense of urgency and realism that it was happening. When the explosions happened, the world's army started mobilizing, surprisingly full of criminals ready to die. Just the world did not know yet, and Hector was going to be the leading general behind it. After all, he was still the top general of NATO and recognized by the UN as well. So, he was respected around the world's armed forces. Also, since he was going to be working from the UN side, he would be seen as a true neutral faction. However, he had missed the fact that he was still American and hence, was subjected to US laws. There was a frenzy around the globe as Russia slowly started to move its army towards the Eastern European borders and, without waiting, attacked. Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania were the first ones to be attacked, Finland too. When that happened, Hector had to act as he was United Terra Treaty bound to go and help these nations. And that was precisely what he did. He donned his military coat, reached the borders of these nations, and took command of their military, as per the treaty. And no one had anything to argue with, as his military prowess was known to all. After that, what occurred was a bloodbath, a bigger one for the enemies and a smaller one for the defenders. However, all the soldiers were criminals, thieves, sex offenders, murderers, and such. But not everyone knew it, and hence, even these deaths were mourned. No need to worry, just keep your nations in a normal state. No planes or tanks will reach you, I will guarantee you. So it's better you don't hurt your nation's production output. Hector spoke with the leaders of the 3 Baltic nations. But, sir, we have heard that you will be made the US president again. What happens then? Kaja Kallas, the Prime Minister of Estonia, asked him. At that, Hector could only sigh. That's impossible to happen. I have already fixed the constitution, and the loophole that made me the president is gone. Nobody can become a president more than 2 times anymore. And to make me a president again, they'd have to change the constitution and wait until the elections of 2024. So don't worry, I consider myself a human before any citizen. I will fight for humanity no matter where I stand. He assured them and focused on the current campaign. I have stopped their advance, all you need to do is hold the line. I believe they are going to attack the flatlands of Ukraine and try to enter Europe from Belarus. So ensure that your spies are at work there too. As for the threat from China, I will see to it. The Chinese don't wish for a war at this stage, as that will affect their economy badly. But they are likely threatened by more nations joining the United Terra. Folks, remember this, we are not fighting the people but the governments. This is a war of ideologies. Are we going to unite as one planet? Or stay divided? This war will decide everything. He thumped the table with his fist, shaking these statesmen and women. They were not soldiers and felt extremely small in front of Hector. This is just the start. Prepare for a long war. But rest easy, for I am here. New York. Police forces, National Guards, and various other intelligence agencies were a common sight on the streets as the nation entered national emergency, allowing President Fury to have powers akin to a dictator. But, something strange was happening. It had been a week since the war started, but on the internet, most people showed utmost confidence that as long as Hector was alive, nothing wrong would happen. Even if the nukes fall, they won't reach the populated areas. Beep beep. However, every now and then, people would get strange text messages on their phones. It would be from the US government, with a link in it. Once opened, it took them to a page of the United States Data and Statistics Department with a poll. Would you feel more confident if Hector King Washington was the president again? Click on the box for yes or no. Would you be okay if the government made special provisions to temporarily put Hector King Washington in the seat of president for this war? Click on the box for yes or no. Do you feel Hector King Washington is the best president to lead the USA in time of war? Click on the box for yes or no. Do you feel scared of the current war? Right answer, optional. The people, not one or two but all the adult population of the nation, had these text messages coming. Even the internet was full of it, with all US federal departments doing polls to see what people feel about Hector. The polls were geo-locked to the US only, so the answers were a true reflection of what the people felt. Yes, 99%, was the average response from all polls done. Then, out of nowhere, a new constitutional amendment to make changes to Article 2 was proposed by a two-thirds vote of both houses of Congress. This was nicknamed the Cincinnatus Amendment, named after the Roman dictator, Lucius Quinctius Cincinnatus, a Roman nobleman. He mostly worked as a farmer, but was appointed dictator of Rome in order to rescue a consular army that was surrounded by the Equi on Mount Algidus. He was known for his selfless devotion to the Republic in times of crisis and for giving up the reins of power when the crisis was over. And Hector was somewhat of a similar legend, as he resigned from the office of the president. And just like how Lucius Quinctius Cincinnatus was forced and appointed as the dictator a second time to fight a political plot, here Hector was being called too. In the Senate and the House of Representatives, the Cincinnatus Amendment was passed with a full majority. The definitions were simple: in times of crisis, the U.S. Congress can call upon any American to serve as president for the limited time period of that crisis. The current president would become the temporary vice president, and when the crisis is averted, the vice president will take the office of president again. But laws were placed to ensure this amendment could not be invoked foolishly. For that, the criterion of agreement of 51% population and two-third majority of Congress was needed. This time, all the necessary demands were met. Hence, once the amendment was passed instantly, the proposal to call Hector to the office was tabled and passed with a full majority in no time. Hector, without an election, without ever wanting to, was made the President of the United States. Again. Hector did not even know what was happening back home since the United States was too far away and hence not under high threat. He was busy containing Russia without using too much of his powers. After all, it was not his aim to end the war instantly. But when he was in a planning meeting in a battlefield tent, out of nowhere, U.S. Marines landed from a chopper nearby. Then a shield jet arrived with Fury in it. The men seriously walked over to Hector and handed him a document. "Sir, you've been appointed temporary President of the United States. You are needed back in the White House. Underscore. What? Chapter 276. Mutant War. Have you gone mad, Fury? I do not wish to be the president anymore. I am trying to unite the world, not roleplay World War II. Hector tore the appointment letter signed by Congress. However, Fury was just a messenger. Sir, as far as I know, we need you. Yes, the world is safe as long as you stand here, but still, we need someone to unite us. America is the strongest nation on the planet, and if you don't come, I don't think people will agree to eventually let go of their nationality to become one with the planet. Hector grunted vocally, not liking this unilateral decision. But the thing was already made public, and if he denied it now, then the people might come to hate him, call him a traitor. Funny enough, he didn't consider borders and nations, as United Terra was one single unit. If I take the office again, then other nations might not trust me, nations that are a part of the United Terra right now. That will destroy all my work. He argued. Congress has agreed to let you hold the office of the UN President General simultaneously. The world is at war already, so it's not like the UN veto can do anything as the two UNSC members are on the opposing side. Fury explained. Hector looked at the papers and sighed. This much work will be the death of me, man. Fine, but don't expect me to always be present in the White House. This war is only starting, and the enemy has not yet launched their own mutant units. Since he had already decided to leave the universe after uniting the planet, he decided to give this job another try, this time slightly differently. But he had too many things to focus on this time, and thankfully, he was going to be using the Infinity Stones to the fullest. There were no demons to fight anymore, but only the demons of the mind, greed, and the other deadly sins. There was no new big oath-taking ceremony. It was simply announced in the news that Hector is the president yet again, temporarily, however. Avengers Tower. The Avengers was not just a small team of elites anymore. But instead, it had many more heroes from around the world. However, Tony, Captain, and Natasha were the leaders of this whole faction of nearly 300 superheroes. Okay, since the old man is going to return, he will likely ask us to help him. I'm sure there are mutants and other superpowered people working for the enemy side as well, so we have to think about that. As for the normal war, I believe the soldiers got that covered. Captain Rogers, in reality, General, was leading the heroes. Well, it's only a few Asian countries and Russia that are against us. Nukes are useless anyway, so that leaves mutants. We need more people to overwhelm them. Tony noted down. The real problem was that China was also standing against the United Terra, as its government didn't want to let go of its control yet. Although they were not participating in the war directly, they were going to be sending their mutant talents to Russia. This posed a challenge because China alone had more population than Europe and the US combined. Thankfully, the United Terra was more valuable at this point as it covered all of the American continents, Australia, most of Europe, Africa, and another big population giant, India. This provided not only enough soldiers to Hector's criminal army but also gave thousands of mutants trained to fight. However, in this war, Hector was going to sit back a little and not do everything on his own. He will guide the superheroes to act, while slowly showing himself getting weaker. Hence, he had taken out that walking cane again that he had received as a gift from the native tribe years ago. Then, in his first televised appearance in weeks, he appeared older for some reason. He was outside the Avengers Tower, where he was supposed to address the media before he went in to plan the mutant war. With his reading glasses on, light makeup to look old that lovely Diana did, and using a cane made sure the world saw Hector as someone who had grown too old now. He didn't, however, hunch his back as that was too beneath him. The journalists were all silent when Hector stopped in front of the mic, showing respect to the old legend. Once again, I have become the president, this time without wanting to. They say I am their Lucius Quinctius Cincinnatus, but I don't know. I was not a farmer. But, this war has started that I must end. I was going to do it anyway, but it seems Congress felt it would be better if I led the nation right now. In reality, I was already leading the nation in this war as the president of the UN and the head of United Terra. Alas, I'm here. I will assure you that this war ends with the least bloodshed possible. I will ensure the whole planet is united by the end so we may sign the joining letter of the United Galactic Federation and finally become a space civilization. I'm old now, so I hope this is the last war I have to fight. I've honestly had enough and wish to retire now. Have a good day. I shall go and plan for the coming war. Keep an eye on the news updates for quick information. Hector didn't take any questions this time and slowly walked into the Avengers Tower. He looked around at the room full of heroes. They were going to be keeping the world safe after he was gone. He was at least optimistic about it for now that they were adequately fit to do it. Steve, I'm afraid you're going to have to lead troops in Europe again, Hector ordered. Steve sighed and chuckled. Like the old days. I'd like it if Bucky and Peggy could accompany me. Sure, take them with you. Now, for Tony, I need you to head the new division I have created. I call them Earth Sentinels. They are loyal to the planet instead of the nations. They are the best men trained to kill with armor inspired by space technology. Jean, you will be leading the various mutants with the help of Xavier. You will talk with everyone and help all those who are facing enemies too strong. What about me? Asked one tall, red-masked Deadpool. Hector honestly had no idea what to even do with this guy. Just don't mess things up and destroy my name. Go back to Africa and work there. But I am done with all of them. Then do it again. Just stay out of Europe for now. My trust in you is less than my trust in Logan to not drink. Hector ordered the men down and moved on. Magneto, your job is to create shelters for the people that live near the enemy lines. You can take a team with you for protection. Also, do not worry about killing enemies. This war is for peace, and it needs blood. Yao nodded at the side, being one of the Avengers at this point. She would have originally said that wars are stupid, but being Hector's friend had clearly changed her in American ways. Bloodshed is the price for the coming peace. But, how much is the real question? Hector thumped the cane on the floor and looked around. I will not be fighting in this war personally, as I have some other things in the background to deal with. So I leave this to you, best of luck. Move out. Immediately the heroes started leaving the building in various shield Quinjets. Hector stopped Logan, however. The man had only returned from Mars and was enjoying some time relaxing. Hector went to Tony's bar and poured a drink. How are you, pal? I hope you like the red planet. Logan grunted. I hate sand. Wahaha understood, my Anakin Skywalker. Anyway, I wish to talk to you about something important. Logan, my friend, it has been a great ride all these years. It was fun. It was emotional, and also badass. But, I'm afraid my time is coming, old wolf. Crack. All of a sudden, the whiskey glass in Logan's hand cracked. The wolf looked at Hector with a plain face and asked. Are you not well? I am well, but this universe isn't. Chapter 277. God bless. Hector told everything to Logan and fell silent. He knew that his old friend was feeling emotional, anyone would. He was likely Logan's first real, long-lasting friend. When? Logan asked. Hector had no idea, honestly. When the universe becomes too unstable, I will just leave. It could be this year or 2 years, but it will happen. And what are you going to do until then? At that, Hector sipped his drink and relaxed back. The fight is not a big deal, Logan. The real deal is to prepare the world for when I leave and for it to become a space civilization. But, for that, we need to eradicate hunger, poverty, and crime first. We can't really be an advanced civilization without a perfect justice system and law and order all around. So I will focus on all that. So this is going to be the final act. Logan grunted and drank. He didn't feel like speaking too much as he knew the old man didn't have many options. He was, after all, a man of a higher dimension and had other responsibilities. Hector got up and decided to get to work now. So, what do you say, pal? Want to be the president's bodyguard for the one last time? Logan smirked and clinked their glasses. Anytime, old man. Wahaha, good lad, now we're just short of one more team member. Hector got up and made a portal to a very nice farmhouse in Florida. It was big enough that one needed gold carts to travel on the property. Hector, without any haste, went to the large mansion in the middle and rang the bell. In no time, an old man appeared, who suddenly turned even older after seeing Hector. Hell nah. I'm not going back into that place. I will vomit if you force me. Kennedy stepped back as if scared of Hector. For the last time, kid, Hector muttered. Kennedy scoffed. You said that back in the 60s too, but then I had to serve for decades to come. This is the final one. I don't have much longer, Kennedy. This is the time to make it or break it, and you won't be the vice president but just my secretary. Kennedy froze as if ice, realizing what Hector said and its weight. You're leaving us. Hector explained to him the situation of the universe as well. So, you're in it or not? You don't have to ask, old man. Let's go. I might as well die while working anyway. Kennedy went inside, got his coat, and prepared to leave. Hector made the portal to the White House and appeared in his office again. Fury was already there, waiting with a few people and the desk full of papers. Hector nodded at all and took a seat. Good to have you, but we have no time for pleasantries. I have been told you all are the best in your departments. So, I have some targets for you that if you meet, you might just win some international prize, perhaps Nobel Peace Prize as well. He addressed the crowd of some of the best senators, representatives, and social workers. Hector had a few targets that he needed to meet, such as 1. Eradication of hunger. 2. Universal education. 3. Affordable healthcare. 4. Reduction of crimes to near none. 5. Anti-corruption systems. 6. Superhero management system. 7. Technology anti-misuse system. 8. Acceptance of one unified currency. He needed to place all these and many more things to get the Earth to the standards of a real advanced civilization. In the United States, he had already done most of these. Homelessness was nearly non-existent. At the same time, he eradicated hunger the day after he won the election. But, he needed to put a nail in the coffin by developing a new constitution for the United Terra that shall be applicable everywhere. For this, the current war will help as it will force nations to adopt it. He gave the jobs to each one of them and started working on physical aspects of the needs too. For example, the need of the hour was a small flying police droid that could tase, pepper spray, throw sleeping darts, recognize faces, register cases, and blast sirens. Also, follow the criminal and guide the human patrol cars. What about the war? Logan asked him. Hector waved his hand. They got this covered. I have asked General Cull to come and advise the armies. He's great at planning and plotting, so it will be fine. We also have Jean. She's a universe-destroying being, for God's sake. No mutant can win against her. What about the end game? Where will this war end? The people in Russia and China will suffer due to the war. Kennedy inquired. This was the concern because the rest of the world was United Terra, which meant the world economy was going to be unaffected for the most part due to Hector's assurances. This war ends when they all surrender to me and agree to be good boys and girls. Anyway, I got an interview to give on a live podcast. I will announce various schemes there, considering my YouTube channel is busy giving war updates to the world. Hector fixed his suit and took out his motorbike from the garage. It was actually the president's motorbike, which he kept but no other president other than him used it. Logan also took him out, while Mooney arrived just in time to have his little ride and fight with the fast winds. What do I do in the meantime? Kennedy inquired. Chuckling, Hector replied. Write me a constitution, boy. That's your main job. See you later. Fuck. That's going to be harder than being the president for decades. Do you smoke cigars? It depends. What you got? Cuban, fresh. I have real 60s Cuban cigars, perfectly preserved. Here, let's try those instead. Hector whipped out 2 cigars from his pockets and handed them to Joe Rogan, the bald man who ran the biggest podcast in the world. Nice. Man, I already like you, not that I didn't like you before. You've been a part of my childhood, probably the rest of the world's. Joe started speaking. It was his plus point that his interviews were not heavily scripted, and his main target was usually to have a good time. Just yesterday, an old lady said I'm her crush. I turned her down by calling her a child because she was born in the 50s. I was already 80 back then. Hector jokingly replied. What about the first lady? She's thousands of years old, kid. She's a real goddess, after all. Anyway, did you see this file folder? This is going to be the future of this planet. Hector revealed the meaning behind the thick stack of pages in the strange file. Joe gulped his saliva and nearly choked on that cigar. Are you going to reveal your policies here? Why not? My YouTube channel is hijacked right now by my media people to give the latest war news, so you're my little mouthpiece. But, where are the other guests? Oh, let me call them. Joe quickly clapped his hands. Today's podcast was meant for the world, and Hector knew that not all people around the world were interested in Joe, so he called some famous celebrities. Like the head of the TTS, Tungsten Boys, K-pop boys band, some Japanese comedians, an actor from India, and Jackie Chan from China. Soon, the big table in the room appeared crowded with people seated around. On Hector's side sat Jackie and Messi. The main purpose was to get as many people as possible to watch. All right, let's start now. At the same time, in Eastern Europe, through the Cold Lands, the battles raged. Criminals died left and right, but soon the mutant war started, and finally, the likes of Iron Man and Hulk got to do something. Big men, focus on that bunker. Their telepaths are sitting in there. Tony pointed to the target. Hulk smash. Hulk jumped away and started stomping whatever weak mutants he could find from the enemy sides. The battle here was much different from ever seen in history as the various superpowered folks fought each other. Still, Hector was not as heartless to send innocent mutants to die, as that would prove he was just another asshole politician. Instead, he used the stones to suppress the powers of all mutants who were good. So they were unable to go to the front lines for being useless. Yes, Hector was going overboard this time, for the last time. The enemy telepath is trying to stop our soldiers 5 miles from here. They are ordinary people. Their brains will fry if we don't do something. Doom landed beside Tony and warned. Tony smirked and looked at the sky. Well, I got it all covered already. Everyone, don't go near that bunker. Doom looked at the sky and noticed something big was falling at high speed. Is that it? Tony boasted. Orbital strike, baby. God bless America. Chapter 278. Raining Hectors. The orbital strikes fell on the enemy bunker and blasted everything within a radius of 12 meters. Even if the enemy survived, at least the roof was not over them anymore. Attack. Thor zoomed past, flying. Although he was not a Terran, he was still a member of the Avengers, and since he was a battle maniac, he was happily invited. The battles were a daily occurrence, just another reality check for the heroes of Earth who used to think they were big shots for catching 1 or 2 supervillains. But, war was a totally different thing. Now, they knew. Peter was still too young to be sent to the war, so he was back to ensuring that New York stayed safe while the other superheroes were saving the world from the world. He was trying his best to do good. What he didn't know, however, was the fact that Aunt May already knew about him, but she stayed silent because she also had a job at the S.H.I.E.L.D. MJ was being highly supportive, and Ned was somehow learning sorcery after being taken in by the Ancient One because she saw him in his new hairstyle once, baldness. But the former was none to complain as he felt happy to have a friend who could teleport at a whim. Woohoo. He enjoyed swinging in New York City. Eventually, he reached a giant billboard with Hector's image on it. Thanks for your hard work, Grandpa. If you can work at this age, then I shall too. Hector was Peter's biggest, greatest role model. Knowing Hector since he was only 10, Peter only got to respect the man more and more as he learned about the history of US presidents. Peter, a burglary is happening 2 streets ahead of you. Thanks, MJ, love you. Peter slung to his destination while talking with his beloved. His suit was not ordinary anymore as Reed Richards went overboard, then because Tony felt jealous, he went overpowered. So now Peter was with a suit that had the peak technology in the world. He soon arrived at the shop with the suspected robbery. All right, where are the baddies? He tried to look for any sounds, any signals, but there was nothing. What is going on? Holy sure. The moment he looked up at the roof, his jaw inside the mask fell harder than Thor's hammer. On the ceiling were 4 men with masks on their faces, stuck with spider webs. But he was never here, and he didn't do it. And as far as he knew, he was the only friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Hey MJ, did you happen to find any strange talks about a new Spider-Man on the internet? I think we have a situation here. Back at their secret underground base, they rented from New York Sanctum, MJ looked through multiple websites. Soon, she was shocked as well. Oh wow, who is this guy? He's taller than you, and his suit looks different. Can you send it to me? Peter soon got the video in front of his eyes inside the suit. And oh man, even he had to accept that this new Spider-Man got some skills. But, he was confused. Was there another spider that bit someone? MJ, try to locate him. I must meet him. Okay, he was seen near the Empire State just now. Go there quickly. Wait, he's now near King's Tower. MJ started navigating him with the help of online videos people posted. So Peter went slinging as fast as he could and soon rose in the air. His suit was too high-tech, so it was easy for him to travel fast. He's near the Avenger Tower. Peter made his way to the tower quickly and landed in a narrow alley opposite the tower. His spider senses were tingling like no tomorrow, and soon he saw a shadow in front of him. Hey. Peter tried to talk. The other man in the Spider-Man suit was looking at the tall Avengers Tower in the distance across the street. This world is so different. So strange. World. You're not from around here. Peter caught onto the keyword. Who are you? The man turned around and took off his mask. Hey, Peter. I'm also a Peter, just not from around here. Degree. Holy multiverse. Hector was in his office working like any other day. The White House was a mess at the moment as papers were spread around everywhere, and each was important for the planet's future as they considered the Constitution of the United Terra. They were basically reading the Constitution of many nations, species in space and old empires to see if they could take any inspiration. Hector, however, had different things. He was responsible for ensuring the world was in good shape. So he went on a building spree and created giant mega highways that were indestructible unless some special compound was poured on them. Maglevs were common, and hyperloops were the new and better means of transportation, especially cargo. Yes, Hector fucked the shipping industry hard. But it had to be done because it was inefficient, slow, and nature-harming. So, with these hyperloops between continents, all kinds of goods could be transported at the speed of sound, and that was much faster than any ship. In a day, a nation could send and receive goods from one part of the world to another. Today, he was planning on the upcoming school and medical infrastructure worldwide. The thing here was not that he could not make them, but that he didn't have enough staff. There were simply not enough good teachers that could teach. Who the fuck are you? Hector annoyingly looked up at the entrance door of his Oval Office. What do you Maya? Who the fuck are you? I'm Hector King Washington, said the newman who had just entered, looking precisely like Hector. A/N, Hector Prime means the main Hector of this story. Hector Prime stood up in shock. Who are you? Who sent you, trying to mimic me? Hector Prime went closer to the men who looked exactly like him and watched him. You did a fantastic job. New Hector did the same. Man, how did this happen? How are you so similar to me? Bam. The door opened again, and another Hector walked in. Hector Prime and Hector 1 pointed fingers at him and asked. Who the fuck are you? Hector 2 did the same. I just came to work in my office. Whoa, what's going on here? Just then, another Hector came out of the washroom. Then one more appeared from under the table. Soon, there were 10 Hectors in the room, constantly cursing and talking with each other, trying to prove they were the real deal. Dear, I will be go. Forget it. I will see you later. Diana, who came to say something, just left after seeing the scene in the office. Hector Prime felt a headache develop as he couldn't fix the problem with the stones. Fine. Shut up and sit down. I want a chair and table too. One of them demanded. Soon all of them demanded the same. What is going on? Finally, Hector frustratingly just sat down silently. Boss, I have something important to discuss. Kennedy entered the office and stopped at the door. Inside, he noticed 10 identical tables and chairs, and on each was a Hector. Woof woof. Dad, let's go and PLA, so many dads. Mooney was shocked and confused by this too. Hector Prime got up quickly and called him. Boy, sniff around and find the real Hector. I know you can do it. But, Mooney was silently cursing in his furry head, for he truly had no clue because all smelled the same. So he felt the best possible solution was just to leave. Wow, I got to go and pee, Dad. Kennedy, what about you? Hector Prime asked his assistant to recognize him. But the men walked away too. I think I left the stove on at home. Underscore. Chapter 279. 10 times work. Hector was confused about what was going on and was curious about where did so many Hectors come from. There was supposed to be the one and only Hector in Omniverse, the singularity in all time and space. But here he was, sharing his office with 9 other Hectors who looked and acted the same as any other. The only one enjoying this was Mooney, who would jump to each Hector and play for a while. He was also being spoiled by every single Hector, so he was happy as a puppy. However, Hector Prime was worried that his fluffy boy might just get fat from all this. You all need to leave, this is my office. You likely came from another universe or timeline. Hector Prime complained angrily. But the other Hectors replied in unison, sadly not in favor of his decision. You think you're better than us, old man? You want to fight? Yeah. Let's see who's the strongest among us. Hector Prime felt a headache, but an idea appeared that prompted him to smile wickedly. Fine, if you want to call yourselves me, then you better work the same as well. There are 10 of us, so if something was to take me 10 months to do now, I should only take 1. I think I need to go to the doctor. My back hurts. Mooney, wanna play? Maybe I can see what those fuckers in space are doing. Bam. Hector Prime slammed his fist on the table and looked around. You better work, or you have no right to be here. Real Hector would never run from his responsibilities. Real Hector always thinks about the good of the people. You're Hell's Inquisitor, dude. One of them argued. Hector Prime nodded at that. Yes, but this world is my home too now. And, I am Inquisitor only to those who sin, and those who are virtuous, they only get my blessing. Fine. The 9 Hectors nodded and relented to more work. So Hector Prime snapped his finger, and tons of paperwork appeared in front of their tables. Now, I need to go and speak at the War Memorial. Take your time, boys. Hector Prime stood up and left quickly. The other Hectors looked at him in envy, but they stopped Mooney from leaving as he was their mental stress reliever. Peter was in somewhat of a similar condition as Hector. He had found not 1 but 4 more Spidermen, and there was no telling if there were more. What's going on? Is the multiverse collapsing? Peter wondered. Or maybe we're just unlucky because hey, where Peter Parker is, trouble always finds us for some reason, the tall Spider-Man spoke, who was apparently dating Gwen Stacy. Meanwhile, another older Spider-Man was dating an MJ, but the name was different. Then, at last, there was another one, a fat one, who was married to Mary Jane and then divorced. Then, at last, Spider-Man in a black suit, nearly the same age as this world's Peter. My girlfriend is also a Spider-Woman, and she's called Gwen Stacy too. Also, my name is not Peter, I'm Miles, and I actually live here, the same world as you, Spider-Man. Miles looked at the world Spider-Man as he spoke. Though my girlfriend is from another universe. I wish I could let her stay longer, though. This is getting so confusing. Peter Prime grabbed his head as he sat down with a headache. The oldest Peter patted Peter Prime's back. Don't worry, as Uncle Ben used to say, when one door closes, others open. Do you know anyone who is knowledgeable about the multiverse? Ah. Grandpa. Peter exclaimed. You have a grandpa in this world. The tall Peter, Amazing Spider-Man. Peter Prime nodded. Not blood-related. He's very close to me, and he saved me when I was 10. Who is he? The old Spider-Man asked. But before Peter Prime could speak, Miles answered. 12 times the President of the United States, the strongest being on Earth, and possibly the universe, Hector King Washington. What? Oh. Hector was at the War Memorial near the White House to give a speech announcing the unification of the United Terra as one military power. From now on, nations shall not have a military, the planet will. The police force will still be there, though. Hector appeared old and walked with the help of the cane again. Diana was also beside him, looking otherworldly. Everyone, I am delighted to announce defensal nations of United Terra have joined hands to abolish national armies and defense forces. Now, there will be one force for the whole of United Terra. Kachak. The flashes started making rounds intensely and remained like that for the coming few minutes, which annoyed Hector into scolding them. You rascals, you want to blind this old man or something? After a few rounds of chuckles, Hector continued. Well, we are on the right path, so we will fully extend the United Terra to the whole planet once the war is over. But, I have some worries before that. We cannot call ourselves a space civilization if we can't even fix the problems of hunger, unemployment, and homelessness. It's not that we can't fix all this, we can in with a snap, but we chose not to for short-term greed. So, for this, a few new laws will be coming out. First of all, the new wage laws will be applicable across the world. According to inflation, these laws fix the minimum wage to $17 an hour with a yearly increase or decrease. Moreover, the companies need to pay, expense pay, over the minimum wage. This basically means that a company must pay enough money to its employees to live in the city they work in. No more living like a slave in shelters or 2-room apartments with 6 roommates. Sir, won't the corporate lords be angered by this? Asked a journalist who was Raven in disguise. Hector scoffed. Like I care about their feelings. When an executive of a company with a salary of $2 million gets a $9 million bonus that year, instead of $10 million like the last year, it's not really a big deal. But, when the grassroots worker gets his salary increased from $15 an hour to $17, that makes a big difference in that person's life. They can now eat better, maybe afford a gym membership, or buy something nice for their kid. So, I will say this now. Corporate greed must be kept in check. Human life and satisfaction come above all. Be capitalist, be rich, but not at the cost of the blood and tears of others. So, if any company dares exploit their employees while increasing the salaries and bonuses of the top executives, I will simply quash that company into nothingness. Sell it and pay the money to the employees as a bonus. Our planet is at a point where what we do shall define the future for centuries. So let's have a good start. Kachak. Yet again, they started to blind Hector with cameras. But he just held Diana's hand in his and walked away like the perfect couple they were. Unsurprisingly, the camera flashes intensified suddenly as the journalists turned from their regular profession to being paparazzi. Battlefield in Belarus. The nation was not an official ally of Russia, but its government was chums with Lord Putin. Yes, that's what most people call them, and jokingly. Putin was a man that was respected in all honesty. Despite whatever he does, the war and all, he was a man with a brain, as a lot of that is required to sit at the top of the second strongest nation in the world. But, perhaps, as everything has an expiration date, his time has also come. The world did not need nations anymore. Tony, call the orbital strike. Steve spoke through the wireless while leading 1 million troops of the United Terra Army. He was officially a 5-star general but still dubbed captain. It was unknown if Steve felt anything strange about that. Hot strikes coming right up, Cap. Tony flew around with 100 remote armors that he controlled with AI. They were like jets at this point, bombarding areas. Meanwhile, the X-Men and Fantastic Four were left to deal with the mutant war. Avengers helped the regular army because, in the end, Hector wanted his side to lose fewer men than the enemies, or else even after winning, it won't mean much. Boom. Out of nowhere, a sudden blast resounded in the area. Everyone looked towards it as it was too big, like a nuclear blast, but the fire it created was violet in color. Fuck. Tony cursed. What happened? Natasha questioned. Tony quickly sent his armor away. Bruce's life signs just disappeared. What in the world can kill him? Chapter 280. Hector versus Hector. Boom. The blasts were deafening. The light was so bright that the sky turned completely white and disoriented the jets and other mutants or heroes who could fly. Nobody knew what kind of weapon this was since there was no sound before the flash, no sight of anything dropping from the sky either. It just happened out of nowhere somehow. He's gone. Hulk is no more. Iron Man was hyperventilating, as this was their first significant loss. And if even Hulk was vulnerable, then they didn't want to know what else could be done against them. Who was it? Where did the attack come from? Natasha asked him on the comms. I don't know, the scanners are showing nothing. Even the orbital satellites are showing no signs of anything, it's like it came out of wait. I'm sensing some anomalies, gravitational anomalies. Reed Richards was on the battlefield too, and all the heroes were connected through one communication, so they could share their thoughts. He exclaimed in shock as well. I sense them too. This is like a black hole has opened out of nowhere on Earth. Things had become confusing within minutes, and the whole superhero side was in disarray. Tony tried to fly into the air and see what the effects of the explosions were. Sure enough, calling it shocking was a total understatement. There was a deep crater on the ground, dozens of meters deep and nearly 100 meters wide. He didn't dare to go close, feeling that the radiation could harm him if he were not careful. Change of plans. We need to inform the old man. Tony made a difficult decision. No. We won't. Thor objected. We shall fight and bring him honor. He's retired now, don't you remember? This is not your call, Thor. Tony ignored the rambling man. Are you sure they will let us enter just like that? This is the White House we're talking about. A lot of Peters gathered together in their civilian clothes and arrived at the White House. Only Peter Prime had the authority to even meet Hector. Still, he had to do a lot of work to set up a personal meeting in the Oval Office. Thankfully, the staff at the place knew him very well. He was soon sent to the Oval Office. But when he entered, he was forced to rub his eyes in confusion. There were 10 Hectors, all working like machines with hands moving so fast they appeared blurry. They wrote on something and stamped, they read something and stamped, and in some cases grunted and threw the page away into the dustbin. Ugh. Peter Prime knocked harder at the door even though he was already in. Hectors looked up and waved at the same time. Ah. Peter. What are you doing here? You brought friends with you? Yes, sir, what's going on here? Peter Prime asked. Hector Prime grunted. I don't know. I think these ones came from somewhere in the multiverse and are now bugging me. You too. Peter Prime exclaimed and pointed at the Peters behind. They are Spider-Man from other universes, sir. What's happening? How did the multiverse open up? And why? Now, this was shocking, as Hector didn't know that others were also facing this problem. Initially, he had thought this was just another way for Satan to mess with him, but it seemed this was not the case. Come and take a seat. It seems something bigger is at play out there right now. I will try to find out what caused this and send back all these annoying rascals and other Peters. Hector Prime was reassured. You want to go at it, old man? One of the Hectors got up and boomed loudly in anger. Hector Prime didn't step back. Let's do it then, you buffoon. I am not scared of the 9 of you because I am the real one no matter what you think. Is that so? Let's go then. Let's fight and see who is the strongest Hector, and whoever wins gets to be called the real Hector, another Hector shouted. Hector Prime stood up and took off his coat. Let's do it then, rascals. I will punch you back to whichever realities as you came from. Whoosh. Hector Prime opened the window of his office and flew out of it. The rest of the Hectors also followed, and soon, only Peters and Miles were left. They looked at each other in confusion and some regret as they realized that they had messed up by coming here. Did we just make the President of the United States fight his own 9 versions? Ugh, I hope I don't get blamed for this. Peter Prime said while shaking his head. The fat Peter chuckled. It should be interesting, though. I put my $5.03 on Hector Prime. Me too. The tall and old Peter also wagered. In the end, even Peter Prime wagered. In the skies over the White House, all of a sudden loud booms started to resound. They were so fast that some people thought someone was throwing explosives. Hundreds of calls to the police were being made every second, and even the military was deployed in an instant. After all, the nation was at constant DEFCON 2 since the war was going on. Boom. One Hector was thrown to the ground so hard it created a crater in the garden's lawn. But he quickly got up and flew away once again. But just the next moment, another Hector fell, this time in the streets. Seeing the situation, the new automatic robot droids were sent out. In no time, they covered all the airspace above the White House, and there it was, the reason for the constant explosions. Hectors were fighting so hard that a sonic boom would resound each time their punches met. It was a maddening level of show of strength, but the droids didn't know that. They were made to see everyone as the same under the law. Stop. Or we'll shoot pepper spray on you. Stop. Police. Return to the ground and surrender. Hectors who were fighting stopped and looked at the droids awkwardly. Are they recording us? One of the Hectors asked. Hector Prime sighed. Ah, I forgot about these. I launched them just a week ago, they're pretty good, I must say. But I think we have made a mess. Hectors, it's time to fix everything. We shall continue this fight over the Sahara Desert. All of them agreed, and soon they started repairing all the damage they had done. But doing so revealed to all that there were clones of Hector working. Were they real? They would never know. A few days ago, Hector launched police droids around the world to bring safety and law to society. These droids were highly competitive to the point some police departments even tried to go on strike against them, saying the droids were taking their jobs. Of course, all of them were fired, and some got their pensions stopped, too, because it was known everywhere that the human police department was anything but competent. They make mistakes and then try to hide them, and the whole department stands behind them. But with droids, everything was much smoother as the droids had high-quality 360-degree cameras, sound alarms, backup caller, pepper spray, taser guns, and even facial recognition abilities to file a police report right there. Just a few days ago, a woman was saved by a droid. She was dragged under a bridge by a violent drunk man. She tried to call for help, but nobody was around, except the droids. The droid then blasted police sirens, took footage of the men trying to molest the woman, and when the men tried to run away, he was tossed. That instantly made the headlines around the world. Sadly, Hector was disappointed by humanity still, for he found Rule 34 art for the droids he got built with so much hard work. It was distasteful. I can't believe you did that. Do you know how big of a PR disaster this is? All of you are to be blamed for this. Kennedy was giving a lecture to Hector for making life harder for him. Hector scoffed. Do you have any idea how long we've been working? We have been writing the Constitution for the whole 10 hours since the morning. That's so much work. Hector Prime sighed. They're not wrong. Writing the Constitution for the whole planet is really hard. Anyway, tell me how the war is going. I hope we're winning smoothly. Hulk is dead. Kennedy blurted. What? Chapter 281. Horny chat. Hector Prime got up in shock. What could kill him? Wait a minute. I can find the answer easily. Hector used the Infinity Stones to look in the past at the battlefield and even edited out the full blast to see it clearly. Boom. Soon, he was seen slamming his fist into the table in anger. These fuckers, of all times, they found this moment to come here and mess around. Hulk is not dead, Kennedy. He's just been captured by beings so powerful that even the top god of this universe is nothing for them. Kennedy gulped his saliva nervously. Who are they? An alien race called the Beyonders, so technologically advanced that they can travel in time and multiverse at their wish. Not only that, they are not even from this multiverse, they just come out of some random place. The Beyonders were created by the Celestials in order to keep maintenance of the multiverse, the second cosmos, following the Celestial War. After the death of the second cosmos, the Beyonders watched over the multiverses that came after in the second cosmos remnants, outside the subsequent multiverses. Hector Prime explained in annoyance. Can't you stop them? Kennedy asked. Hector Prime caressed his fine manly beard as he wondered about that. I should be able to do it with my omniversal powers, but I'm afraid that would fasten the effect of my existence on the world, and that would result in me having to leave early. I also got enough help here, so I got this covered too. All the other Hectors clasped each other's hands to show how strong their brotherhood was. They were just themselves, in reality. It was hard to explain what was happening, but the world had gone to the crazies. That was clear. Hector Prime was against helping right now, however. I can't go there and make a move now. I have some more work to do, and once I know I have done everything, I will straight up go and end the war. Fine by me. Kennedy closed the files and started to leave. But Hector ordered something that stopped Kennedy on his way and made him go sad beyond what words could describe. Start preparing for my funeral. I'm sure they don't make caskets of my size. Kennedy's face turned into a crying one in an instant. Fuck. I'm not ready to see you die yet. Hector chuckled. It's all right, buddy. I will only be leaving this husk behind and returning to the omniversal hell as a worker there. Also, when you're done with things here and die, join me up there. I will invite you to my hell and make you a demon. Both US brothers will then torture Hitler for fun. Even Ted Bundy is there. He gets anal swabbed by hot women with 100-inch dongs. Fool falls for it every time. Really? Hell sounds like a fun place then. Hector chuckled. Only when you're not on the receiving end. Anyway, get back to work. I have a live stream to do. It's the best way to get my voice out to commoners. Commoners. I mean, people who don't watch television. Honestly, nobody really watches it anymore. Most people just turn it on in the background to not feel lonely at home. Hector shrugged and soon started his stream. However, his brows furrowed as soon as he saw the live chat. Where is Mommy? My lady. Mommy. Step on me. Crush me between your thighs. Hector boomed angrily. What is this fatherless behavior? Anyone who calls Diana that again will be banned from the chat. Thought Hunter has been banned. Cunt Bane has been banned. Pussy Tart has been banned. Cumdrinker has been banned. Thick Dickin' Ass has been banned. Incetus Wincest is banned. Lord of Cox has been banned. Grandpa's Whore has been banned. Hector then started his normal stream as the viewer count slowly climbed to 200 million, and a lot of other large streamers started rating his stream and watch along. What does POG mean? Hector asked after seeing too many POGs in capital letters. Soon, Hector was taught by the chat that it was used to denote excitement. What are you all excited about? I have not even started yet. Anyway, let me start with the official announcement that from today, real universal currency, called the Universal Credit, will be traded on Earth too. At the moment, it will be its own separate thing, but slowly it will be pegged with Earth's currency. No, you cannot buy an alien sex robot with it. Good God, why are you all so horny? Hector was talking and scolding at the same time, yet the people just laughed and loved it more. As a result, the view count only kept increasing and eventually reached 2 billion, a number that won't ever be broken again by any one person. Anyway, I am also announcing the resolution of the United States of America boundary, along with all the members of the United Terra. From now on, there will be no borders between nations. We're all citizens of the world, of course, except those fighting us right now. So, coming to my last few announcements. From now on, all schools and colleges shall offer free healthy meals to kids studying. This is to ensure all kids get equal health opportunities to grow. Also, I want you all to watch this video first. All of a sudden, Hector disappeared from the screen, and a short movie started playing. The name of it was called Homeless, and the first scene showed a cute little puppy, none other than Mishu, sitting by the road between the dumpsters, looking dirty and scared. He stared at the big moving cars, bikes, and people in confusion and fear. He wanted to cross the road, because fear was too much. Still, he gathered some courage and tried to move. The little puppy was clearly astray from the looks of it. Then, a sudden skid of a car came, and the screen turned black. Everyone thought the pup had died as the chat was full of crying emojis, but then the scene continued, and Mooney appeared to have stopped the coming car like a superhero. Then, the scene changed to Mooney and Mishu walking together, the little pup being extremely happy as he barked cutely and jumped around Mooney. The words appeared on the screen. All dogs deserve a home, and cats too. Be a Mooney in their lives, care for the strays, and adopt one. Then Hector's face appeared again. All those who harm animals or abandon them from now on shall get a year-long prison sentence, non-bailable. The law has been taken up by the UN as well and will be in the new Earth Constitution. The people were baffled by this, however, such a big punishment for something so small. But, to Hector, it was not small, as Mooney was like his son to him. And to see even a single dog cry in fear was heartbreaking. Sure, he may come out as a dictator by these small things, but he didn't care anymore. Well, take care, and I will see you again later. Got work to do, war to win. As he ended his stream, he looked at the side and noticed Mooney, Fenris, and Misha being in the office and playing with another Hector. Hector Prime chuckled and nodded. Yes, all dogs deserve a home. But, what he didn't notice was the fact that the announcements he made were all so big, yet he made them as if they were nothing but just the decision to eat something at dinner. What he said with a plain face dropped many jaws and angered a few patriotic folks too. But Hector didn't care at this point. He had a plan to get everyone in line. Somewhere on Earth. It's time, we must meet him. Are you sure, Jack? Because he's a pretty powerful guy, he can erase us in an instant. Said Kingo. Cersei agreed with that sentiment. Why are we even seeking him? For purpose, let me tell you about our origin and what happened out there. Jack decided to reveal to them their real past and also that all Celestials were dead. Eventually, her words ended up shocking all of them. Some even went so mad they just left to get fresh air. It turned out they were just puppets, and now even the puppet master was gone, and they had no purpose. And since it was the president who killed all these Celestials, I think he deserves to know we exist. He's the ruler of the universe. Let's go then, Gilgamesh added, not elaborating more. I'm his fan. Let's go. Kingo giggled like a schoolgirl. Chapter 282. Mood spoiled. Hector finally started to burn some documents to start preparing for his departure from this universe. There were too many documents that could one day bring trouble to the world peace order. Every single note he made for others to follow and such was quickly burned away. The world was going to be much different soon as the elections were different from normal. Each nation was now going to be divided into smaller states, and each state will have a senator that will act as the head and representative at the World Council. The World Council will also have no single supreme leader. Instead, it will have 10 elected top bosses who will make decisions based on voting, and the tiebreaker will be in the hands of the Galactic Federation's representative offices. The world was going to be mostly a capitalist free market but with special emphasis on cheap healthcare, free basic education and then cheaper higher education, and also affordable housing. The reason housing prices stay high is that that's done knowingly by the government so the housing market can give something big to the GDP. Now, since the world had one economy and the GDP was more focused on the manufacturing and service industry, housing had to be affordable. New York City was also ending its reconstruction after the destruction during the Battle of New York. It was now a much greener city with a better subway and transport system. Taking inspiration from Tokyo, the city was designed to have bus stops and subway stations adjacent to each other. Now some such cities were being developed around the world, and Hector was snapping his fingers left and right to build the basic required infrastructure before he left. He was trying to have at least one megacity in each state of the world. So each state can have one economic powerhouse region. Other than that, the world's population could easily be sustained at 10 billion at this rate, even more as time went on since farming had become a lot more efficient. Not to mention, vertical farms were everywhere under the Saharan desert, using solar light for their needs. As for space technology, that was working out pretty well as even Tony Stark had entered the field of such technology and for him to create a spacefaring ship was easy. He already had the propulsion technology. All he needed was the jump drives that could allow them to use jump points across the universe. All in all, the world was on the right track. Hector was happy that he wasn't rushing everything too fast, as that could lead to problems. Cheers. Hector and Diana sat on a rooftop restaurant in New York City as they enjoyed a view of the new skyline. The restaurant was owned by Steve and Peggy, as their restaurant had done pretty well, and they opened new branches. Though tonight it was reserved for Hector, as the Secret Service, although useless for him, did its job. He could also enjoy some free time as he had free slave labor. Diana was very much confused about things, however. She did not know how Hector's things worked and where they were going. All she knew was that she loved him and would go wherever he went, as he was her only family. Mooney, Fenris, and Mishu, too, of course. Do you want to go to your home universe once and see it? He asked her. Diana was conflicted about it, sadly. I don't even know if there is anything left there. Before I lost consciousness, everything was gone. No life other than mine existed there. It was sad, indeed. Hector held her hand over the table and looked into her eyes. Whatever you decide, we will do that. We're married, and it's wrong if it's just you giving up everything to go along with me. If there is something you want, you can always tell me, and I will help you. She sighed and relaxed in her seat. There is nothing to do. My universe has been destroyed, and going to any other iteration of it would be senseless as another Diana exists there. Then let's meet the other Diana so you can share some knowledge. You should warn her of the coming danger and how to stop it. He suggested. Won't that destroy the fabric of that universe? No, it will just create a new branch. So don't worry about it. Anyway, what else are you doing nowadays? I don't see you much at the White House. Hector started some small talk. Just preparing things to leave. By the way, how will this end? You will likely go before me. Hector didn't really have anything in mind about this as he didn't know how this would end. I will likely go before you. You might get called to my funeral, but you don't have to go. Just disappear from the public eye and wait for me. She sighed when she tried to think how the people would react to it. I wonder how many tears will fall when you finally fall. Bwahaha. I would love to see it, honestly. See who cries and who rejoices, so I know whom I must vanquish one last time. Anyway, let's go home for the night and exercise. He suddenly stood up and lifted Diana in his arms. They were not new lovers anymore, so shame and embarrassment were long gone. Diana instead caressed his hair and agreed. I was going to get to it anyway, dear. Let's go to the Saharan resort tonight. We don't want to cause an earthquake again, do we? All right then, but let's fly there. This way, I can feel the warmth for a bit longer. She chuckled. Are you sure it's not just because you like grabbing my thighs? Hector coughed and looked into her eyes. Girl, I like grabbing everything on you. She giggled like a girl just fallen in love. Both of them loved the fact that the spark was still as blazing as ever between them. Let's take Mooney and the rest on a trip later. I haven't been spending much time with them. She agreed. Mooney did complain that you don't love him anymore. I had to work so hard to make him believe he was wrong. He may be smart, but he's still a child. A child who is the governor of California and dash. Whoosh. Hector couldn't finish speaking as all of a sudden, some kind of a strange mirror appeared in front of them, and Hector passed right through it and appeared in some sort of a room, enclosed and made to look like a prison. Variant X1 and X2 have been captured for violating the timeline. You shall be trialed and brought to justice by the TVA. Do you need to say anything? Hector looked at the screen in which a woman in strange clothes talked to him. Now, Hector had no idea what the TVA even was. Who are you? Time Variance Authority, we are an organization created by He who remains located outside of space and time, tasked with preserving the sacred timeline and preventing the creation of branching timelines. You two are an anomaly who have damaged the sacred timeline beyond repair, sadly. Hector cracked his fist. Is that so? Are you going to implement your multiversal laws on a being from Omniverse? Oh, Omniversal what? You can also call me He who hooped TVA's ass. Chapter 283. Kill me. Hector moved forward, punched the screen, breaking it apart, and then moved towards the large door. Diana, it seems our night just got spoiled by these clowns, so what do you say we teach them a lesson for this transgression? Let's see who this He who remains is. She nodded as she cracked her knuckles in anger. I am, indeed, angry. It was supposed to be our alone time. Hector didn't say anything more and walked out to the corridor by slamming the door with his fist. But, just on the other side awaited some guards in black clothes and helmets with sticks in their heads. What are you going to do? Beat me with those batons. Hector ridiculed them. Bam. One of them tried to stab the glittering tip of the baton. But Hector just stood there in confusion. Was something supposed to happen? The guards seemed shocked at that moment as they realized Hector's powers were still there, and nothing could be done about him with their time-altering sticks either. So they took a few steps back and let their leader stand forward. Take me to your boss. I am the ruler of my universe and the Inquisitor of Hell. You are trying to be the police of time and space is ridiculous and goes against the laws of the multiverse. Only the living tribunal has that right. Hector ordered the guards. All the guards looked at each other's faces in confusion. This was the first time they saw someone being able to ignore all the limiters in their installation. Hector still had the power, after all. What are you? One of them asked. Hector proudly replied as he put his arm around Diana's shoulder. Her husband and a proud dad. Diana nodded to that. And a grandpa as well. We have mission now, after all. Ah, that little pup, how could I forget him? Yes, I'm a grandpa as well, so whomever you TVAR, go and bring me your master, or I shall destroy this whole place. Hector threatened them. The female guard nodded. Follow me then. Hector and Diana strolled behind while looking left and right at the strange place. They could feel something strange going on, as they felt no power flowing through there. Bam. 2 guards opened a large door, and they were allowed to enter. Hector looked around, and it appeared to be some sort of a courtroom, where at the end was a large high table on whose other side sat a woman. Woof. Dad. Hector noticed that even Mooney was there for some reason. The boy booty slammed all the guards, broke the handcuffs they had put on him, and jumped to Hector. What are you doing here? I thought you were with Fenris and Mishu. Hector asked the boy, anger also rising slowly. Woof wow 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 bow. Dad. They take me from home, say I'm a bad doggy, and scare Mishu. Hector was now enraged. How dare someone call Mooney the bad doggy? He kissed the white snowball on the head and patted him. No, son. You're the goodest boy in the Omniverse. Now, let me talk to these fools. You get your daily kisses from Diana. Mooney, like the spoiled boy he was, ran to Diana and stood on his legs to reach her face. Diana kissed his forehead, leaving a mark of her lipstick. She had wholeheartedly accepted him as her son a long time ago already. Hector, meanwhile, walked towards the front of the courtroom and folded his arms. There was no air, yet somehow, his badass red coat fluttered. Who dared call Mooney a bad boy? You. Did you send the summons? The woman judge, however, appeared uninterested and kept looking at the documents on her table. She just started to mumble. Variant X1, Hector King Washington, supposed to not exist. You will be pruned now and... Hector, suddenly, flew into the air and hovered near her desk. Listen to me, you harlot, you look into my eyes when I speak to you or get ready to have an oil bath in the omniversal hell. Now, I want answers. Who the fuck abducted me, my wife, and Mooney? Who are you? The woman was scared instantly as she noticed Hector could use his powers. Boom. Hector slammed his fist on the table and broke it apart. He could not use his infinity stones anyway, so he was now freely using his true powers. This place exists outside the multiverse, right? That means I can go all out here and not worry about the universe breaking apart. Haha, you all doomed yourself by bringing me here. As they say, you're stuck here with me, not the other way around. Bam. Suddenly the doors opened again, and another man entered while cursing everyone else. Unhand me right now. You have been mistaken, trust me. Loki. Hector exclaimed after looking. Loki, who appeared to be in his battle armor, looked confused at being recognized. Do I know you? Hector rubbed his beard. Which universe are you from? What did he do? The guard beside me blurted in reply. Stole the space stone when he was not supposed to because of interference from Avengers from the future of another timeline. Oh. What? Hector muttered. You mean the Endgame? So this is Loki from the past world branch timeline the Avengers created. Excuse me, who might you be? It seems you know me very well. You seem powerful. Perhaps we can join hands, take this place down, and be free again. I shall bestow upon you the title of the Guardian when I become the new king of Asgard. Puffed. Diana burst into laughter, along with Mooney. She apologized, however. Sorry, I couldn't, he's truly obnoxious. I don't know how Jean handled him. Hector had the same idea. Me neither. Jean has to be a top-class mind manipulator, I think. But, since this guy is not the Loki from our world, there is no need to help or engage him. Anyway, who is the ruler of this place? He who remains. That's his name. The woman judge replied. Hector sighed and realized that, most likely, this woman did not know who her boss was. So he took out the Godpad Pro, something he rarely used. All right, he who remains, Dimension called. Citadel at the end of time. Found it, let's go there and beat this guy up, Mooney. He's the one who tried to call you bad. Hector made the portal appear in front of him. Mooney angrily followed behind Hector. I bite his butt. Hector arrived at a strange palace that was suspended in nothingness with a single large streak of sparkling light traveling around it. This must be the timeline, but the new branches have already started to sprout due to more Peters. Wowie. It's pretty, Mooney added as the bright streak of light shined in his big eyes. Let's go and see who the ruler of this place is. Hector went forward and knocked on the main door of the castle. Seeing no reaction, he kicked it open. He didn't try to be conservative with his powers as they were from outside the multiverse now, instead of the Marvel Universe. They climbed the stairs and soon arrived in a large open hall, and lo and behold, a man was sitting on a chair behind a desk, donning robes and looking smug. Finally. Thank you for coming here. I was so desperate for this, now kill me and take my place. Hector was taken aback. What? Kill me, spelt as Killme. _ Why do you want to die, kid? And what are you even doing here? Hector asked. I am Nathaniel Richards, the first variant who came into contact with alternate universes and other variants of myself. Initially, everything was great, but then some of my variants, such as Kong the Conqueror, attempted to conquer other realities. A multiversal war ensued, which I ended by weaponizing Alioth. This transtemporal entity serves as the guardian of the void. Under the moniker of He Who Remains, I founded and ruled the Time Variance Authority to preserve the sacred timeline and prevent the rise of his counterparts. But honestly, it's been so long now that I just want to rest, so kill me and free me from this burden. Do whatever you want after that. I want to embrace my end. Chapter 284. Father-son. Fine then. Hector snapped his finger and opened the door to hell, from where chains came out and dragged Nathaniel Richards into it. Of course, he was not going to heaven. Thank you. Even while going to hell, the man thanked Hector. He had killed too many people and had destroyed lives in order to run the TVA. That was unacceptable and deadly. Just like that. Diana muttered. Hector shrugged. He knew what he was getting himself into by calling me here. He had made peace with his life already. Now, what we need to do is see what this place is and how it maintains the multiverse. Hector took a seat at the table and looked into some documents. Meanwhile, Mooney and Diana were looking around at various artifacts. Eventually, they found a few gems. Are these Infinity Stones? Diana wondered. Likely, but they are useless here since they are tied to a universe. You can take it if you want it. I can probably carve them for a ring. Hector offered, a crazy thing if mortals from any world had heard him say this. He tried to think of a situation where things could turn out nice. So, eventually, he decided to let the timeline be maintained with the multiverse, too, by killing Kong in every single universe first. At least most of the evil ones. Wait. I have a better option. Hector remembered something great. He had slaves that could work for him forever. I can get some of my clones to sit here and work. They can mess around and have fun as much as they want. That does solve the problem of controlling things here. As for all the evil Kong, I will still kill them. He schemed against the annoying rascal sitting inside his office. Diana chuckled as she knew he had already made up his mind. They are not that bad, honestly. They are very kind, and despite being you, they never tried to treat me as their own. They know their boundaries. Hector cracked his fist. Of course, they know I will kill them if they even look at you that way. I will remove their whole realities from existence. Wow. Mooney seriously agreed. Well, then, let's call this Kong and kill him. Hector took out the Godpad Pro once again and decided to end this mess quickly. He didn't have much time on Earth either, as he was worried about what the Beyonders might do. So Hector called the madman, Kong the Conqueror, summoning him like he was some Pokemon. Making him stand right in front of him and kneel. I won't say much, but I am killing you. Hector, obviously too powerful for any being in the multiverse at this point, just summoned the gates of the omniversal hell and let the men be delivered. Then he repeated the same process at least 15 different times and finally called all the Hectors from Earth to here. I need you all to take this place as home and safeguard the multiverse. There are 9 of you, so it should not be a problem. Hector Prime ordered them. At the same time, they protested. On my grave. We are not going to get ourselves enslaved here to this desk job. We want to have fun. We're just like you. Hector rubbed his beard. Well, how about this? You can divide your shifts into 9 parts. You then cycle your days and work here, 1 man at a time. As long as you stay away from the universe I'm from, you can go to any Marvel universe and have some fun. Find a lady, settle down. Hector Prime suggested to them. He knew by now that they were all weaker than him, and most likely, Satan created them to mess with him. Now, he was not going to ignore this amazing free labor he had been gifted with. All 9 Hectors looked at each other's faces and asked the same question. What's the second option? Hector Prime folded his arms. I erase you from existence. I accept. Yeah, me too. Well, I guess I can help your useless ass, other me. Fine. All of them acted proud and sassy and agreed to do the job. Hector Prime was annoyed by their attitude, however. He looked at Diana and asked. Am I like them? Don't lie, say it seriously. She chuckled and nodded. I'd say worse. Carrot. Hector looked away and picked Mooney in his arms. Son, it seems only you love me unconditionally. Bam. But just then, Diana came behind him and jumped on his back, circling her arms around his neck. Let's go home, to start we left off. Hector Prime nodded and waved farewell to the other Hectors. Take care and work hard. It was not nice meeting you, fools. Whoosh. With that, Hector Prime had left. But all the remaining Hectors closed their mouths and cursed. Fuck. I want someone like her. At last, the Hectors were jealous of another Hector. As planned, Hector returned home and sent Mooney away first of all. Then, this time he teleported to the underground Saharan base and spent the best night in weeks with his beloved wife from another universe. Hector could only feel there could be a movie made about him just based on his romantic life. But then he thought about his whole life. It was worth being made a movie on as a whole. After all, how many more men older than the Eiffel Tower and the Statue of Liberty are still alive and are as great as him? That night, however, after Diana fell asleep on his chest, he looked at the night sky and thought about the future. He knew the end of the journey was here. What else was he going to do now? Will he be bored in hell again? Yes, it may be interesting to be back at work for a few million years, but what after that? He was already very much attached to many people in this universe and wished not to once again go on an adventure in a fictional universe that he used to think didn't exist. They say that God has a plan for everyone. I hope he has a really good one for me too, he thought and fell asleep while hugging Diana. Sleep was honestly a luxury for him as he never really needed to sleep. But since it was with his wife, he'd sleep till eternity if needed. Omnipotent City. Odin and Thor, the father and son duo, stood in front of Zeus in the large hall where all the gods sat together. In their toga, both of them were trying to convince the gods to join them in this war against the Beyonders. Haha, and you think we are afraid? Nothing can touch us here in Omnipotent City, Odin. We don't live in the same dimension as the rest of the universe. I say, why don't you come and live here with me? We will drink and play wrestling like in the old days. Bring your whole Asgardian population. I even say, we can surely accommodate a few new gods, said Zeus haughtily from his seat in height with beautiful women surrounding him and feeding him fruits. Odin boomed angrily. Is this what has become of you, Zeus? I thought you would be better, a fellow Skyfather. But it seems I was wrong, you have fallen lower than the depths of Mount Olympus. Do not bring Mount Olympus up here, Odin. I told you it's my soft spot. Zeus boomed as his lightning bolt appeared in hand. Odin scoffed and looked around at the people. So what? Are you going to cry? Here, Mount Olympus, Mount Olympus, Mount Olympus, Mount Olympus. I will say it 1,000 times more if you need it. Does it hurt to remember your old home? Boom. The thunder burst on the bolt, and Zeus was enraged. This is it. I shall slay the father and son together. Odin chuckled and tapped on Thor's arm. Good strategy, son. Annoying him was the best way to get him to have a duel. Thor giggled like a little girl being complicated for a shitty drawing she made. I learned from Loki, that slimy snake, he's the best at scheming. Of course, he's the god of trickery, after all. Now, how about we beat this fat old incestuous god? Odin summoned his armor and held the spear proudly. Thor smiled at that, loving the father-son moment. I'm always ready, father. And the two leapt into the air to tackle Zeus. Chapter 285. The Great Reset. Boom. Odin threw Thor at Zeus, as his spear of Odin was already planted in the chest of Zeus. Boom. Thor, flying straight towards Zeus, slammed his hammer on the back of the spear and made it go right through Zeus' chest. This, in an instant, killed the old and fat incestuous bestiality-loving god. Zeus, still, was a Skyfather, so it was impossible to actually kill him permanently. He would one day be reborn and live the same life all over again with the memories intact. But, for now, Odin was the new big god in the Omnipotent City, and he was going to lead all the gods to battle with one simple trick. I will expel all gods from here permanently if they refuse to fight against the Beyonders. Only Bao, the god of dumplings, is allowed to stay, he's too cute for this. As his booming voice fell on everyone, they dared not to annoy him. They may be gods living in luxury, but all knew the name and anger of Odin the All-Father. So the big army was finally formed. Hector had returned to Earth, however, and he was just overseeing the finalization of the constitution of the planet. Once he passes that, he will go and end the war, at least the one that was going on with the Beyonders. As for the war with Russia, Hector had a straightforward plan. He was going to start allowing Russia's common people to leave their country and settle anywhere else they want to across the world. Of course, they'd be screened first. They will be aided by many superheroes, and slowly, the whole country will lose most of its population. How would they then fight if they had no soldiers, no workers in the factory, and no doctors to heal the injured? Who will the rulers rule over when no one is left to kneel? On top of that, Hector had a very dangerous weapon at hand that would most likely cripple the enemies quickly. As December of 2020 had arrived, he was going to fulfill his promise. The Great Reset of the planet's climate was going to take place and bring back everything to how it was in the year 1700. And what will that do to the world? It will make it colder again, and northern Russia and Europe will once again become as cold as they were years ago. Ready to go out, old man? The people are counting down not for the new year this time, but for the reset you promised. The scientists have also taken their positions around the world with their equipment. Kennedy came to take him along. Hector picked up his walking cane and walked with the men, his oldest partner in crime, along with Logan. How are your great-grandkids, Kennedy? I heard you had another one. Hector asked, as the man was also over 100 years old and still alive and kicking ass. Kennedy chuckled. Haha, I think you were misinformed. My great-grandchildren vary from 29 and 9. As for the oldest, he just had a son, my great-great-grandson. And the 9-year-old, well, he's pretty dumb, having trouble in school. Hector gave friendly advice. Get him checked for any medical condition. He could have some sort of learning deficiency, and if it's found early, it can be healed. Don't try to see the world from the eyes of an old man, boy. We may come from an era bygone, but that does not mean we can still use the N-word and other slurs that were common in those days. Kennedy chuckled when he remembered something. I remember Stephen Rogers once mistakenly called a neighborhood the neighborhood of N-words. Fury himself had to tell him it was not 1940s anymore. Hector laughed heartily. Haha, I'm sure he didn't say that to hurt someone. Anyway, let's go. My last physical public speech of this lifetime. Fuck, why you got to make me cry now, old man? I will have to hold my tears in front of the cameras now. Kennedy sobbed, just thinking that soon Hector, his father figure, would be gone. Hector then arrived on the lawn of the White House. It was just 20 minutes until midnight on the last day of 2020. The year was crazy, as a pandemic had started recently, which he had to erase with the help of his stones, as that would have pushed the world back years. But then the war started, and people wondered what would have been worse. In Hector's mind, a plague would have been worse because you can't see the virus, while you can see the soldiers and kill them with bombs and bullets. He slowly stood behind the podium, on his left being Kennedy and right being Fury as the vice president who got elected once again this year for the president. Yes, the elections were held, and Fury won again, but since Hector was the temporary emergency president for the war, Fury remained in the old position. Well, as promised, I was going to remove the pollution from our planet and bring nature back to what it was in the 1700s. What will happen from doing this, some of you may wonder. Well, first of all, trees in Amazon will appear again, and the sand digging done around the world for various construction will be healed. The air will get better too, and the melting ice sheets will once again freeze. Overall, you will be drinking better water, you will breathe better air, and you won't have to fight fires erupting every year in Australia and California, for example. So things will be better, but they are useless if we do not find alternatives. What's the point of me clearing the river if you're going to dump the waste in them again? So, in the new constitution of the planet that I am releasing right now, we will have strict environmental laws. As for how we will live, I have already used various global corporations and governments to set up large energy houses that hold hundreds of fusion reactors made by Stark Industries. These large reactor stations can power multiple countries in one go at the cost of just upkeeping the place. This means we need no coal or geothermal plants, not even dams, as in all but a few cases. They do more harm than good. Anyway, let's wait now. Cough. Hector coughed a few times to make it seem to the world media that he was really sick or just too old. Even his face now shows dark circles under his eyes. It was all part of the ploy to make his death believable. I hope they have learned their lesson. He silently thought. The Earth had already gone through industrialization, so he expected there was no reason to make a mess again. Boom. Once the clock hit 12, the fireworks started around the whole White House. Of course, these were not filled with heavy smoke, but instead, they were specially imported from space. And at that moment, Hector, still donning his bracelet with all the Infinity Stones, snapped his fingers live. Bam. Ladies and gentlemen, the reset has been done. I suggest you look at my YouTube channel. Various scientists will confirm and reveal what has changed. Have a good night and a new year. I need to now head to Eastern Europe to end the war. Hector waved goodbye and, without saying anything, left. Nobody realized that today he also announced the passing of the world's first constitution, applicable everywhere for all people. South Pole. The ice that was melting somehow reappeared. The penguins were very happy with that, however. Hector cared extra for all the animals and ensured they were not trapped or harmed anywhere. World. Suddenly a lot of the people with the problems with asthma or other respiratory issues took a long breath and felt as if they were in the heavens. The difference was day and night. People who were moving in some river suddenly found the water turning extremely clear as if it was never touched by any pollution. Rivers that were filled with garbage that even the water was not visible now suddenly appeared crystal clear. In the oceans, the giant islands of garbage vanished. And above all, the resources on the planet's surface also got refilled, be it oil, gold, diamond, or such. Hector had finally fulfilled his promise, and now it was time to fight one last time. Chapter 286. Beyonders Begone. Tony Stark was a man who usually goofed around, but when the time came to actually worry about a situation, he stressed the most. He would normally overthink the hell out of everything and find a solution to the problems. But this time, he found himself cornered because no matter what he threw at these strange enemies, they would always come out unhurt. By now, they had lost a lot of people, from Hulk to even Natasha and Steve. He was the only one remaining, and honestly, he was scared now because even Hector had not come to help. And after seeing the live stream of the news, he could see how weak the old man had grown, and most likely, if he came here to fight, then he'd die. So, he did what he could and devised a plan to destroy the enemies with their own tools. Thankfully, with the arrival of Odin, they were all able to kill one Beyonder, and he quickly started working on the suit the creatures wore. It turned out to be more advanced than his wildest dreams. With technology not just 100 or 1,000 years more advanced, but he reckoned they were billions of years far more advanced. At last, he could only find one way to end this menace, which was by somehow killing all of them using the suit's internal systems. And for that, someone had to wear that suit too. He was a man of pride, so he was never going to ask someone else to do it. Pepper, you must understand, this is the only way. Even if it's the Odin who wears it, they will die. And honestly, he's a man much more important than a little Tony Stark from Earth. Tony Stark tried his best to talk his wife to be into it. Well, now it seemed she was never going to be his wife. But, he had no regrets as he believed in the fact that this was the right thing to do. To save the world, sacrifices were needed. In the old times, Captain America made them, even Hector made them, so who was he? But, why you? Can't. Pepper tried to argue with him, but deep down, even she knew that this was the only way to go. Tony kissed her and hugged her for one last time as he was already donning the suit of the Beyonders over his normal armor. He was already looking strained and even injuries due to the wounds. The battle had been going on for days with momentary pauses in between. Stark. You need not worry about what comes after. You are a hero, and you shall have Valhalla. Thor tried to comfort the men he saw as a friend, not as close, but still. Tony nodded and spoke into the comms. All teams and soldiers, head back to the bases. I will take care of things from here. Then, for the last time, he again hugged Pepper and flew away to his eventual self-doom. So many strong heroes had died, including Fantastic Four, Doom, and X-Men members. Just Jean was remaining, but even she was having trouble since the Beyonders were just too strong with their extra-dimensional powers. She could likely, eventually, beat them, but by then, nothing would be left. They could easily ignore the laws of this universe and work around them. I guess this is how Tony Stark, the famous narcissistic billionaire, dies. He chuckled in self-deprecating laughter as he flew towards the portal the enemies had created. I wonder if the old man knows about all this and chose to ignore it. He wondered. But he didn't care anymore. He felt Hector deserved some peaceful time to live, as he knew the man was forced to once again become the president. He pulled down the helmet over his head and ensured he was correctly disguised so he could at least cross over to the side of the Beyonders. He did not know what kind of world it was, but since death was inevitable, did it even matter? Soon, he successfully reached the last stretch and felt only one regret. One thing that he wished he could have had before dying. I really want to eat one cheeseburger. Here you go, kid. What the fuck? Tony cursed and tried to fly away in fright as suddenly a voice came from the side. Hector was flying beside him effortlessly with his red coat and beard fluttering with air. In his hand was also a cheeseburger that he ate. Kid, get your suicidal ass back home and pop some babies with your wife-to-be. This world needs an army of super geniuses as we move forward. Tony was resolved, however. Go home, old man. Live your remaining days with your wife. I got this covered, you don't need to strain yourself. This kid, Hector felt touched that the boy was thinking of him. But he didn't need it. You want me to whoop your ass and send you back home? Listen to your elders and head home right now, I shall deal with them myself. Don't worry about the rest. Bruce, Natasha, and the rest are still alive. These Beyonders only took them as prisoners. Hector passed on a burger to Tony as well, then waved his hand as if weaving something in the air. What are you doing? Just preparing a move that will kill the fools. Fine, come along and witness my true power, not this ass Infinity Stones, as said in that video game Peter was playing. Hector flew faster and soon broke through the air barrier. Hector arrived at the portal that connected Earth to the world of Beyonders. They would randomly come out of there and start attacking, then kidnap one of the heroes and take them along. What were they doing? It was unknown. But Hector was not going to tolerate them. He was the master of this universe, and nobody shall interfere. Come out, weaklings. He roared at the portal. Boom. All of a sudden, a blue beam of pure destruction came out of the portal, followed by 3 Beyonders. They all looked like one would imagine an alien back in the 80s. Gray and big-headed with large dark eyes. Hector smirked and snapped his fingers. He didn't use the stones this time but his own powers. The universe was collapsing anyway, so he thought a little more wouldn't hurt. Instantly, the large gate of hell appeared behind the 3 Beyonders, and the doors creaked open slightly. Whoosh! Multiple chains came out and caught the 3 Beyonders. They tried to fight, but in no time, they started burning like paper. They cried in pain and screeched madly, but Universal Hell's Inquisitor was much stronger than they could ever imagine. Whoa! Why are you running? Hector rushed as he saw the portal closing quickly. He just went ahead and stopped it from closing in. How are you holding a rift in space and time? This is impossible. Tony exclaimed in shock. Hector smirked and gave a thumbs up. Let's kill all of them now. Come out, my minions from hell. Raise this world into ashes, leave nothing until every soul passes on to hell. Hector's main fear was that he could not use too much power in the Marvel universe he was in. But in this case, the demons and the warriors from hell will appear in Beyonder's realm itself. Hence, the bloodbath was only going to be their problem. Whoops. Hector jumped away and let the portal slowly close down while a few screams of agony erupted from inside. If you could end this war so fast, then why did you not? Tony asked him. Hector shrugged. If this had not happened, would you have learned how to become selfless? Son, you were about to die for the sake of people you don't even know. That takes a lot of guts and introspection, and if me delaying this end a little brought a good change in you and the rest, then it was worth it. Let's bring everyone back now. They are on the Beyonder prison planet in this universe. Hector snapped his finger with the real stones this time. Boom. Like blinking lights, one after another, the heroes started appearing. They were not harmed at all. Now go and fight the normal war. The war with Russia has still not ended. While I will go and prepare for the things. Hector was once again ready to jump ship. Tony caught him, however. You are not going anywhere. Tell us what's happening and what you're planning. We're honestly tired here and don't even know what we need to focus on. What's the end game? Hector pointed his finger at the sky. The main goal is to head to the sky as one Earth, not the United States or Russia. Don't worry. Natasha will receive the plan to end the war. Just follow that, and we will win the war by default, unconditionally. Where are you going now? Another meeting. Come on, old man, join us at the party tonight. It will be on me. In the name of survival of the heroes of Earth. Tony invited. Hector sighed. I need to meet 2 princes and give them some brains. In an instant, he disappeared, leaving everyone shocked. Tony, with his arms sideways, looked left and right in confusion. Seriously? He ends the war so easily. Natasha chuckled. He is like that sometimes. Steve, who had seen Hector do similar things back in the World War, added. He's known to be the changer of tides. Just his presence was enough to make the Nazis run in fear back in the days. Tony's arms fell in tiredness. You know what, I'm gonna go and eat a cheeseburger, and then make some babies. Steve nodded with a big smile on his face. It is fun sometimes. Natasha scoffed and walked away. John is so much better than you two. Chapter 287. Farewell gifts to Guardians. Done. I am done. This is it. The end has finally come. Hector danced in his office, happily with Diana in his arms, with Mooney and Fenris jumping around left and right. Now, I just need to talk to a few important people, and by then, the war will also be over. With that, I will invite the UGF to make Earth a member and start sharing their technology slowly. I don't think they will need me once I have united the planet. What about the war on the planet? And what about the unification? The people still don't speak the same language, and the poverty gap still exists. How are you going to stop people from crowding rich nations? Diana asked him seriously. Hector smirked. Well, for that, the stones will help me. It's my powers that are causing the crack in the fabric of the universe, not stones. All I need to do is make sure that everyone can speak the same language. I initially created a real system for the world to slowly combine, but it's going to take decades. So, with the illusion that it was achieved by themselves, I will use my powers in secrecy. As for borders, I still have time to create cities around the world. And once space technology starts coming in, things will change. But, Earth needs to find new jobs, mainly for the production of something, and that's where the East Xander Trading Company comes in. It's the largest food and beverage business in the universe right now. I will give it to United Terra. Diana took a cold breath as a realization dawned over her. So, it was all a part of the plan. I don't know what to say. What about the cargo company? Hector shrugged. That's impossible for Earth to control alone. There are too many enemies. So it will be in the hands of the Ravagers, UGF, and United Terra. The profits will be divided into 3 parts. Woof woof. King Stetch. I will give that to Peter. I think he can make something good out of all that crazy technology. Anyway, I need to go now and meet the Guardians first. This will be my farewell to them. Hector picked up a bag that contained some presents and vanished from the spot. Diana looked at the 2 wolves and a pup and called them close to hug her. Let's go and watch a movie. How about Tropical Thunder? I heard it's funny. Space. Every day I wake up, then I start to break up. Lonely is a man without love. Every day I start out, then I cry my heart out. Lonely is a man without love. Z. Peter jumped up angrily. Hey. Why did you STO? Grandpa. What are you doing here? Hector took a seat and looked at the garbage around. This was Peter's little room on his ship as they headed towards Xander for another mission completion report. The Guardians of the Galaxy right now have the same members as the old times, with just one addition. There was Gamera, Nebula, Mantis, Groot, Rocket, and also Yondu. Drax was also a member, but the man was on holiday right now. What? Can't I come here? Now get your ass up and salute me as you should. I am still the Supreme Commander of the United Galactic Federation. Peter clumsily but quickly stood up and saluted. Commander Peter Quill reporting, sir. Reporting my ass, you were listening to music. Nice choice, by the way. Anyway, I came to see how you were doing. So, have you proposed to Gamera yet? I'm sure she's waiting for it. Hector asked. Oh, I don't think she'd be interested in marrying me, old man. She's just passing her time. I think. Bam. Hector facepalmed. Son, I thought I'd never find a man denser than me. You already know she likes you, and you like her back. How many years has it been now? 8. Trust me, she wants you. We men are a strange breed that is prone to not take hints. Tell me, has she ever looked at you for a long time for no reason? Has she ever sighed, standing beside you for no reason? Do you both feel complete when together? Peter closed his eyes and folded his arms as if thinking deeply. Fuck. I'm such a dumbass. Does she really want to fix it with me? Hector chuckled. Kid, if she didn't want to, she'd have already left. Nobody can tolerate you otherwise. Yeah. Wait, that's not a compliment. Hector put his arm on the boy's shoulder and dragged him to the main deck where the rest were, also listening to Earth music and doing something. I'm Groot. Hector patted the good boy tree. Yeah, I know, Groot. I will teach him a lesson, don't worry. Rocket, who had come very close to Hector during his time on Earth, jumped to give the old man a hug. Since Hector was the only person who ever cared for him and treated him with the same respect as any other human. Old man, welcome back. Whose ass are you here to whoop today? Rocket asked. Bonk. But, Rocket got bonked instead. Kid, Groot complained you've become lazy now and just keep watching Netflix and whatnot. Rocket grunted. Ugh. I'm old, you know. And Groot also plays video games all the time. Hector walked to Groot, who was taller than him and still bonked him on the head. Boy, you're no better. Anyway, I came here to have a chat. Peter, the Earth will soon become a member of the UGF, so be sure to watch over your home planet. Since you've been a part of the space civilizations for so long, you are in a good position to provide guidance from time to time. Peter thumped his chest. You can count on me. And Yondu. You are a general at UGF. To think you used to be a crook and now are a good modelman for many across to take guidance from. You have to keep going down this path and help the other commanders with this. Maybe Cull will become the next president of the UGF, or it could be Logan. The main job of the president of the UGF is not to administer or do paperwork, but it's to ensure that the UGF does not fall, that corruption does not take over. Hearing Hector speaking so seriously, they all felt ominous about this. So Yondu asked. Why do you sound like you won't be here for long? Because I won't be. Hector blurted. But he didn't wish to reveal much to them about his other job. Let's just say my time has come, and now I must head to the next frontier. Peter gasped and rushed to check Hector's body by patting his arms. Are you okay? What happened? Is it cancer? Does this kid have PTSD? Hector wondered. No, kid. I have grown too powerful, and to remain in the world any longer will break the fabric of reality. So, I must let my soul leave for the next part and let this universe heal itself. You were there with me to see it, how the reality was breaking apart. Bam. Rocket jumped onto him and stuck on like a lizard. Take me with you then, this world's gonna be shit with you gone. Ha ha ha, don't worry, Rocket. I have placed all the necessary means to ensure that does not happen. You should instead just live your life with fun and, when the time comes, pass away happily. You know, fall in love, have some kids and such things. We can start with Peter and Gamera. Hector conveniently threw the two under the bus. But they didn't even try to argue with him, so all doubts were cleared, and Hector winked at Peter. I will now head back with just a few more words for you all. Remember, whenever there are hardships, you will find strength in one another. I trust you that you will not let my legacy die when I'm gone. Gramps. Peter hugged him hurriedly. Following him, Nebula also came forward, as this may just be the last time they see the legend alive. Yondu soon grunted and joined. At the same time, Mantis was happy to jump on. Hector looked at Nebula from a distance and spoke jokingly. I'm sure I can find space for one more child. Come here now. She scoffed embarrassingly and came forward. Soon, Hector was surrounded by hugs, and since he was a giant man, he had enough space. But then Groot came. I am Groot. He just wrapped his wooden branches around them and hugged everyone tight. Hector, however, bonked on Peter's head. Why did you keep that recorder in your front pocket? It feels like something else. All right, enough hugs. Now I should go and meet the two Asgardian princes. All the best, Guardians. I am leaving my bag behind. It has gifts for all. Open them after I am gone, adios. Hector vanished from the spot suddenly as they watched him in sadness. Peter soon took out gifts, and he only had a little one. So he quickly opened it and found a single music cassette. What's this? The most important. What song is this? Without much wait, Peter put it into the player and listened. But instead of music, a woman's voice came out, a voice that instantly brought tears to Peter's eyes and made him curse. Fuck, that crazy old man. Tape. Peter, it's me, your mom. The president asked me to record this cassette for you in the future. He told me how strong and kind you would be in the future. I hope you're eating well, and just propose to that girl you like, sweetie. I didn't raise you to be so shy. The cassette played as everyone sat silently. Peter just cried with no shame as he listened to his mom. Slowly, everyone felt emotional because soon, the old man would be gone. A new era was finally coming to dawn. Chapter 288. The Asgardian Family. Hector didn't know what Peter's reaction was. All he knew was that he made the kid happy and gave him a better life than the original. Even Yondu had received a nice t-shirt with Hector and his photo, with the words, "Goodest son of all," on it. For Yondu, that was enough to make him cry since Hector was like a father to him. For the day, Hector returned to Earth, as Loki and Thor were there. With their father, they were spending some quality time together, which they rarely got. This is amazing. I never knew Midgard had developed such interesting things. Odin boomed as the father and sons rode on the roller coaster. And these hot dogs that are not made of dogs are so good. Thor was laughing like crazy while also eating a hot dog. Haha, this is great, but not as good as my hammer flight. Loki was, as always, sitting in the second car and frowning. I'd rather spend this time with Jean than waste it with you two. Whoosh. You are turning into her slave at this rate, kid. Hector appeared out of nowhere in the empty seat beside Loki. He also had a whole smoked chicken leg in hand and ate it messy. Learn to enjoy things every now and then, or you might just end up boring Jean. She's immortal, just so you know. My friend. Odin stood up excitedly. Bam. And subsequently got smacked on his head by the ceiling of the tunnel. But, only the tunnel got damaged with a now head-shaped hole in the ceiling. Bwah. Hector laughed. Stay seated, Odin. And why didn't you bring Hela? She's your daughter too, Odin. Let me fix it. Snap. With a snap of his finger, Hela appeared between Hector and Loki. There was enough space since both Loki and Hela combined were as wide as Hector alone. She looked around in confusion and noticed Odin's head. What is the meaning of T? But the moment she noticed she was seated beside Hector, so close that their sides were touching, she stopped complaining and relaxed. I have nothing to complain about, it seems. Hector knew she had eyes on him in ways that would end with Diana trying to kill him if he reciprocated. But, to him, Hela was just a traumatized little princess, not a woman. How are you, Hela? I thought you should join in on the fun here. Hector said. She comfortably shifted in her seat and nodded. I am, thank you for caring, you certainly care more than my father. Odin stole a glance and looked away. Hela, I thought you were busy, and you never agreed to go anywhere with me. Hector saw the tension increasing, so he dropped the bomb. I am dying. Underscore. Hela, Odin, Loki, and Thor looked at him in shock and worry. Odin again stood up and, this time, used magic to stop the roller coaster in the middle, at the top of a fall. What do you mean, my friend? You are a supreme god. How can you die? Hector sighed and folded his arms, making his face look serious. I mean, this physical body is dying. I must transcend to my higher realm, or else this universe shall collapse. How much time do you have? Odin asked. Maybe a year. Thor stood up, too. Old man, what is your last wish? I shall honor anything you say, as long as it's not about leaving Jane. Nothing really. I just hope for peace and freedom to last forever across all of the universes. All planets should be free, justice should be quick, and evil should be quashed. And that's not possible if you all fight and make a mess every time. Hela, even Lady Death, has married and lives happily with her partner, so why do you insist on violence? I recommend you go and meet Lady Death and get your powers back without the bloodlust. I wish for you to not just be the goddess of war, but also justice. He revealed his wishes. And Odin, you need to learn how to become a better father. Frigga is pregnant with another child as of now. I hope you don't turn that into some mess as well. You know, just be normal, come to Earth and live here with your kids, learn some humility from mortals who only live less than 80 years on average. He suggested. And yes, Frigga was pregnant after the last time Hector gave Odin the idea that he should have some fun with her. Neither Hector nor Odin had any regrets, however. More the merrier, after all. Asgard was already in a festive mood with the news. And Loki, son, you have found the perfect life partner. Jean is everything any man can dream of in a lifetime. But, try not to become too obsessed and do something else, something productive. You have a good head above your shoulders. Use it for the good of the universe. He then turned to Thor. As for you, Thor, maybe tone down a bit on jokes, you don't have to add a joke in every single situation, fight or death. Odin sighed in sadness. It was great knowing you, my friend. But even if we're not mortals, it seems we are heavily tied by the laws that are too ahead of us. Hector clasped hands with the Odin, and they nodded together. No hugs. However, they were too old for those. What about Mooney? Can I care for him? Thor asked suddenly. Hector laughed as if he had heard a joke. He's my son, and he goes where I go. He's a higher being anyway. Fenris too. Hela exclaimed all of a sudden. Of course, both of them are lovers, after all. Do you want to separate the two lovers? She shook her head silently and sat back in her seat, relaxing. Probably was thinking that the one man she liked somewhat was now dying or transcending. She had the worst luck, she thought. Beep. Beep. Hector looked at the watch and rushed. All right, time for me to go and meet Yao. Here, take these bags. They have gifts for you. Whoosh. When Hector vanished, they all opened their packages. First was Hela, who found a little ring with a red stone on it. There was also a note in it. This ring will tell you when you're going overboard with your powers, it will curse at you in my voice. She chuckled and put the ring on happily. Then Loki opened his box and found a bracelet. The note said. It will pinch you whenever you come up with an evil scheme. This will help you keep yourself checked. Then finally, Thor opened his box, and there was also a bracelet. The note explained. This is the bullshit detector. If you start acting too dumb, it will make a sound. Thor was happy with it. Ah, so a tool to increase my wisdom. Loki scoffed. No, it's to save you from embarrassment. Odin ignored his kids and opened his box. He, too, found a bracelet and then read the note. For you it's also a dumbness detector, but this one tells you whenever you're being a dumb parent. Hela laughed heartily at that. I suppose you received the best gift, father. Then she stood up and quickly summoned the Bifrost, vanishing. But, for some reason, Odin was standing there in shock, his one eye widened as if he saw the ghost of Hector. He looked at his sons excitedly. My sons, did she just call me father? Kamar Taj. Master Wong, why is the library's whole left section full of books about Mr. President? Where are the other sorcery books? Dr. Strange entered the Camartage library. Now he was the Sorcerer Supreme, however. Wong looked around in annoyance. Master Mooney, he keeps bringing these books to show how great his dad is, and you know the Ancient One, she will never see Master Mooney saddened, so I made some space. Dr. Strange just facepalmed and left. In that case, even my hands are tied. Whoosh. Ah. Didn't I write this book when my plane crashed before the war? Hector appeared behind a book counter, reading. Dr. Strange seemed shocked, however. How did you appear here? I specifically placed spells to ensure I know if someone like you entered here. Wahaha, kid, you're about 1 billion years too early to detect me. Now, get me a nice Camartage-styled tea. Chapter 289. War Without Bullets. Ah. This is pretty nice, the Camartage's tea is the best. I never found out where you buy this tea, Yao. What's the big secret? You don't even put it in the East Xander shops. Hector was seated in the open training grounds of the Camartage and enjoying the mountain breeze while watching the kids train. The first Sorcerer Supreme planted them and harvested them. There is a very limited number of tea leaves left, so it's exclusive, Yao revealed while sipping on her cup. She looked at his face and knew this was not the usual visit. Hector never appeared as calm as he was right now, and her experience dealing with people told her there was something. What calls for this visit? I am retired now, you know. What do you even do when you retire? Hector inquired. She pointed at the kids. Because of you, we've also had many new sorcerers, and some of them went on to have children. So now we have many sorcerers whom I have started to train early so they can exceed the current generation when they grow up. Snap. Hector snapped his finger and created a new table on the side, on which appeared hundreds of cheeseburgers. Let them have some fun then. I'm sure you're being as strict on them as with adults. They need strictness to stay on the right path. She argued. Bwahaha, no, Yao. They are kids, not horses. Morality is not something you teach but show and make them experience. Kids are very impressionable beings. They get inspired by anything. So, instead of being strict, be like a mother who is raising her cubs, who is telling them how to use their fangs but also where to mess and where not to. Let the role of the asshole elder brother fall on Strange's shoulder. I heard that. Just then, a teleportation circle appeared, and Dr. Strange came out of it. Anyway, I'm here to say goodbye. My time has come, and you already know I have no option but to go, or everything will be at risk. Excuse me, are we talking about your death here? I thought you'd outlive the Ancient One. Dr. Strange exclaimed in shock. Hector chuckled and relaxed in his seat. Kid, nothing is certain in the world. When the shite hits the fan, even the gods fall. Anyway, what about you? Did you propose that doctor from your hospital? Don't brood over her later if she gets married. She already did. __. Hector sighed and poured the man a cup of tea. Don't worry. You have someone else in fate. Someone who is also a powerful sorceress and will love you despite your narcissistic, arrogant ass. Haha. I quite like your blunt words, Hector. Yao chuckled. Hector shrugged. I will be gone in a few days. Why should I pull back my words? Anyway, I have decided to hide the Infinity Stones in undisclosed locations around the universe. Nobody shall ever learn of their locations, no matter what. Why not destroy them? Dr. Strange asked. Because they are a piece of this universe, it's the origin. To destroy them is to erase an aspect of this universe. They may be dangerous tools but are also useful in many ways. Don't worry, not even being such as Infinity or Living Tribunal can find them. Hector had thought about destroying the stones long ago. But he just didn't feel it right to do it when he was not even supposed to be a part of this universe. Plus, they may just come in handy if some sort of an endgame-like threat appears in the universe. Well, I should head out now. I have a date with my daughters. Yao, and Strange, good luck with your future, keep this planet safe, and if you do a good deed, then we shall meet in hell. Here, take these gifts. Hector left them 2 packages and blinked away to meet the girls. Dr. Strange opened his package first and found a book inside. It was named, How to Keep Arrogance in Check. I'm not that arrogant. Doctor said. But he noticed Yao was being silent. What did he give you, Ancient One? She chuckled and showed a bottle. A miracle oil to grow hair. He even put a special letter, telling me to go out and date. Well, since you are retired, you should try it. When was the last time you went on a date? Dr. Strange asked. After thinking for a while, Yao replied. I think it was back in the Renaissance time. It was a man named Leonardo, but he was perhaps more interested in his gadgets than me, so we ended it and moved our own ways. Is he the man I think he is? Hector arrived at a nice little restaurant in Germany. Since the girls were busy due to the war, this was the closest place they could all meet. Hector was walking around Berlin and remembering the old days. The architecture had not changed much since the war, so it all felt like a déjà vu to him. "Hey, Grandpa." Jean flew down from the sky beside him. "There is my strong girl. How are you? I thought you'd be somewhere ordering Loki around. Wait, he's with Odin, right?" She gave him a hearty hug and changed her clothes to something normal. But again, being beside Hector was anything but a normal experience. He wanted some personal bonding time. "What about you? How did you find time for me?" "Us too." Yelena and Natasha arrived as they landed with jetpacks that Hector's company made through space technology. They were still in the prototype phase, however. "Yes, all my girls and the old men will have a good dinner date. Just like the old times. I've booked the whole restaurant, so there won't be any disturbance." Jean held his arm on the right, and Natasha on the left, while Yelena was just skipping in front of them as she used to when small. "I can't believe I came into this world to relax and ended up making so many meaningful connections," he thought to himself. What amazed him was that even though he lived in hell for so long, he never formed such relationships with any demon. It was all just work there. "What's the special occasion?" Yelena asked happily. Hector felt sad about telling them he was leaving, knowing they'd be the most affected by his death. "Let's have dinner first and nice ice cream. After that, I have something serious to talk about with you three. Anyway, Yelena, are you dating someone? You're the only single one among all of us," he asked. Yelena shrugged. "I haven't found any good boy until now, Grandpa. There is just nobody similar to you." "Haha, you want a boy like me? Well, I guess you will remain single forever then." "Puffed." Jean laughed and grabbed Yelena by her shoulder. "Don't worry. We will find a man at least 1% as Grandpa. Even Loki is about 0.001% like Grandpa. Well, John is not even that much like Grandpa. He's very silent but, at the same time, highly reliable. He'd kill every living thing on Earth for me if he must," Natasha added. For that, Hector felt proud. "Then he's a good lad, Natasha. Cherish him and keep him happy." Sigh. "Loki can't even cook," Jean muttered. And before they knew it, their little discussion turned into dissing their boyfriends' talks. Only Hector and Yelena were the spectators, however, because Hector had nothing to say against Diana, while Yelena just enjoyed hearing them. Russia. Hector's plan to win the war without much bloodshed was so successful that the world had even forgotten war was going on. Now, the people of Russia were given an option. The people were allowed to live anywhere around the world they wanted since there were no borders anymore. The first ones to jump the ship were the professionals, doctors, engineers, and scientists who wanted out. Sadly, they were under the scrutiny of the state apparatus, for they were valuable to the nation. At that time, the various mutants and sorcerers in the United Nations Army came forward, made teleportation portals, and secretly took the people. Then once the professionals were taken, the common people were allowed to move. The best part was that they could bring their valuable items, from their television to their car, and they were allowed to keep their wealth. The reason for the mass exodus was not the war. But rather, the reason was high inflation and decreased food production due to colder winter. The population of Russia, which was 114 million originally, started to fall and reached 50 million in the first month alone. Not only that, but since Hector fixed the climate, northern Russia froze again, making the various production plants, oil fields, and military facilities unreachable. Without bullets, the war was being won. And this was a battle that would go down in the history books for years to come because Hector won with his mind, not arms alone. Chapter 290. Bright future ahead. Grandpa, I want candy ice cream. Yelena requested as they finished having dinner and now awaited some dessert. Hector also prepared to drop the cold news as the cold ice cream arrived. He would have taken all these girls with him if he could, but since they also had lives, friends, and families here, he couldn't do that. Now that we have ended our little dinner, let's get to the main point. Girls, I will be leaving this universe in a few days and will likely never be able to return. As you all know, I am not a normal man. I am a higher dimensional being that is just on vacation here. But, know this, you are my family, and I love you all. However, if I stay, the universe will collapse. Ice cream fell from Yelena's hands as she stared at his face. You're leaving us. I'm not leaving you, but I must go. However, do not worry, as I won't be dying. I will just return to the higher dimension. I will still be watching over you all and waiting for you when you come to the heavens eventually, he clarified. Yelena jumped over. Take me along then. I got nothing here. Even Natasha has a boyfriend now. I don't want to leave Mooney either. Hector thought about it and nodded. Indeed, Yelena didn't have much left in the world. She was just living her life and trying to pass some time by keeping herself occupied. She was just 5 when Hector took her in, and he'd been a part of her life since then. So, it made sense in her case. Jean spoke just then. "Is there nothing we can do to stop you?" "I'm afraid there isn't," he replied. "Even the power of the Phoenix is nothing when compared to the scale of the Omniverse. It's vast, and the beings living there are many times stronger than the Phoenix. Even I am like that, one of the reasons why I can't stay here." "Is there no way to talk to you again?" Natasha calmly asked him. "Of course there is. I am not dying, my lovely girls. I am just moving homes, that's it. I can still use some means to talk to you, so do not worry." "What about the world? Without you, it will all collapse." Jean asked him. Hector couldn't care less about that. "I have done my part and have set the plans in motion that should result in a positive outcome. But if the people still somehow mess things up, there was no point in saving them. The world will feel a bit empty without you now, with you constantly taking over the news everywhere, being the talk of every little group party, every bar, and every school." Natasha blurted as she remembered her childhood, where she read about Hector King Washington and what a great man he was. The only reason the books showed him great in the Soviet Union was that the world had thought he was dead. But, she couldn't help but remember when she saw him, landing with that spaceship in the cold snow. How she only had to ask once, and he changed her entire life. She couldn't help but feel emotional and try to stop those tears from jumping out. It was clear from one look what she was going through, despite her attempts to be subtle. Hector snapped his finger and made the table disappear, then sat beside her and hugged her. "No need to be sad now. Or I will get sad too. I only wish for you to live your life happily here, enjoy whatever you like. I will always be waiting for you up there. Grandpa." Jean also jumped and hugged him and strangled his neck. While Yelena was happy because she was going along, though that didn't mean she wouldn't jump to hug them all. Hector laughed heartily and just straight up accepted that he loved the hell out of this life and opportunity. He got to make a family he never had, and even if it was time to go, he would always have them by his side up there. "I want to sleep with you," Yelena shouted suddenly. Underscore. Hector looked left and right quickly and then at the girl's face. Cough. "Dear, that's not appropriate to say after you're this old." She scoffed. "You said you're billions of years old. That makes you older than this whole planet." But instead of holding Yelena back, Jean jumped up. "Grandpa. I want to sleep with Dash." Hector quickly slapped his palm on her mouth and shut her up. "Damn it, girls. You're trying to ruin your grandpa's century of reputation in one day." Cough. Natasha gracefully coughed then and looked at Hector as he covered Yelena and Jean's mouths. "Don't." Natasha smirked evilly. "Grandpa. For God's sake." Hector just snapped his finger and teleported to his home instead, on the couch where Diana was lying in her nightgown, watching Netflix with Mooney, Fenris, and Mishu. Some sort of a cartoon was running where a boy kept shouting Sasuke. Bam. They all fell on the sofa as well. Hector beside Diana, Yelena beside Mooney, Natasha beside Fenris, and Jean appeared underneath the little Shiba puppy, Mishu. Diana chuckled as she cupped her arm around her husband's shoulder. "I believe the evening was great." Hector grunted. "Indeed, our little girls nearly got me cancelled on the internet." "I just said I want to sleep with Grandpa," Yelena complained. At that, Diana opened her other arm wide for the girl to jump over and snuggle beside the hottest and the oldest woman in the world. But despite looking so young, she had the supreme mom energy. While others were just happy with the wolves, Jean just jumped over and snuggled with her favorite Professor Mooney, the being who helped her when she was little. In an instant, Mount Vernon felt much warmer that night. And when Hector saw that, he had a great idea in his wholesome head that went totally against his Hell's Inquisitor title. But it sure would likely immortalize his name in the annals of the history of the planet. The very next day, Hector arrived at the White House and called a few reporters to come at his office and interview him. With the cameras focused on him and his live stream turned on, he signed a new bill passed in the UN on the same day. I know many of you must be thinking, what is this old man doing now? Well, for starters, it's something that will help billions as we go on. So, watch me as I sign this. He said as he really signed a document on the table. From this moment on, I officially become the default guardian of every single orphan child in the world. Not just this, but every single child orphaned in the coming future will be my child. I shall be everyone's grandpa until the end of time. Now, let me also warn those who think they can run and leave their child, thinking I will grow them to adulthood so they can one day come back and take them. From now on, if you let go of your child, it's permanent unless genuine circumstances are at play. Now let's talk about financing. Well, as you know, I am extremely rich, not just on Earth but in space as well, and I will keep on making money for eternity. Hence, from now on, Hector Foundation will oversee all of this. If any orphan is watching me right now. Child, you are not alone, you will never be alone. I may not stand beside you physically, but my support shall remain with you forever. You shall never sleep hungry, never be hurt, and never be forced to work. From now. You have a very strong grandpa. And at that moment, millions of young and old children across orphanages, forced labor factories and foster homes worldwide cried for some reason. Most only knew Hector's name, yet his legend was akin to a god. What he says is what he does, so the hope for a better tomorrow was never this bright, and finally, it was now in sight. Chapter 291. Ugh. President. Hector was a madman. This was a common belief around the world at this point. He took millions of kids under his wing just like that. Not only those that were orphans right now but also those who will be orphans in the future. According to the plan, all kids shall get free education until college, and free housing for the first 3 years after they complete 18 years of age. Food stamps until the age of 25 so they can worry less about money. Other than this, all kids shall have free medical care until the age of 25. They would even get counseling when looking for jobs. Not only that, in their early phase, their food requirements will be taken care of, clothes, toys, and all kinds of technology studies will be provided. Politics would be strictly kept away, however. Hector was just finalizing a few of his plans. First, the world needed to be divided into small regions, a total of 500, and these would become districts. Each district will have an elected governor who will represent the people in the World Senate. However, he was not going to use the American federal style this time. In the US, everything has an election, from a sheriff to a prosecutor. This would be changed now because of how many civil servants will be needed. Now, the civil servants just need to pass an exam and join their duties. They will, however, be posted anywhere worldwide, regardless of their background. They will be directly under the World Senate Council, and they could get fired instantly if they do something wrong, if proven guilty. If a region's people are so angered at a civil servant or even a governor, then the people can launch a vote against them for their removal. This would ensure that the people have the power to make someone and also break them. As for propaganda and underhanded means, they will be monitored with AI. Anyone trying something shady will be banned from ever running for election or giving any government exams. Old man, Kennedy walked into his office with a stack of files. Look at these documents. The migration from Russia is nearly over. They will now use nukes to the fullest, as far as I know. They have nobody left to fight anymore, even the soldiers who appear at the front line instantly surrender since their families have been secured already. Hector bellowed in laughter. Wahaha, this was a good fight, I must say. Both sides only lost crooks. Good, let him use nukes, in fact, I will make all nations in the world use nukes. Then I will detonate them in space, finally ending the long-drawn nuclear era. From then on, no single faction shall hold weapons of mass destruction. Only the United Terra government shall hold them. But all the nukes will be destroyed. Hector smirked evilly. Space nukes, my boy. I have already called the survey office of the United Galactic Federation to see if Earth can be included in the Federation. We have successfully reached Mars, after all. Even hold a sizable colony of 1,000 there now. Knock knock. Steve Rogers entered, but not in a military suit or superhero uniform, but in a normal gentleman working suit. Press, the representatives of the United Terra are here. They want to talk to you about forming the first government. Hector nodded and finished signing on the last 2 papers. One was the homeless policy. According to it, all homeless people will be given free food and housing, but there was a catch. The food will only be enough to keep them alive, not well fed. This meant the hunger would forever be there and drive them to work. As for housing, they need to prove they are giving job interviews and the reason for their rejection if they want to live in free houses until they get a job. The second signed policy was the launch of a special education program for superheroes who want to finish their college degrees. According to it, superheroes will be allowed to stay away from classes as long as they pass the written exams. This would help many superheroes in their hectic life. Then he moved out to meet the guests in another room. The United Terra was slowly building up its whole administrative body before the first elections were held, as until then, the national governments could not be dissolved. At the moment, a few famous thinkers and good politicians were heading the department. Hector had given them a constitution, and they just needed to implement it. So, what's the problem this time? I thought you only had to hire the right people now. He asked as he entered the room with a walking cane, reminding everyone that his days were numbered. Mr. President, we need a president for the United Terra. The elections are still 5 months away, so we can't leave the top office empty until the council is elected. You're the only one we can trust with supreme authority. A Wakandan politician spoke. Then Cynthia Von Doom started. We lack a signing authority in the United Terra right now. Also, we need someone who can unanimously be made the president and someone who'd willingly resign when needed. Fine, give me the documents I need to sign. Once the election is done, I will resign and abolish the position of the president. He grunted annoyedly. This was not his first time having the option of a president. He even felt he was cursed to always get a job position with the president in the title. There, now don't bother me and do your jobs. I won't always be here to hold your hands. Make decisions on your own as well. I'm going to have a drink, meanwhile. Also, get ready to take over Russia and China next. The war is about to come to an end. He got up as he warned them. 10 members of the United Terra administration also stood up in respect and watched him leave. Though each one tried to imagine a world without him, it seemed bleak. The presence of Hector in world history was too much. Hector returned to his office and found Steve waiting for him there. He had a look of concern on his face. Sir, are you okay? You seem a bit weakened lately. Steve asked. Hector passed him a glass as well. I'm fine, son. Do you remember the talk I gave you all about you all needing to stand on your feet because I won't be here always? Well, I believe this body is finally giving up. No need to worry, however, my soul is immortal. You're dying. Technically, yes. Now there was silence in the room. Steve was one of the Avengers who knew Hector for the most part. Since even before he became the Captain of America, he admired Hector as the president and the war hero. Hector was the reason he wanted to do something for the country and the people. Without Hector, there would have been no Captain America. He would have died as a skinny little man on some street of Brooklyn, beaten up on the way back from a factory. I will miss you, Steve said. Me too, son. But, let's cheer for the time we lived. Steve silently sat there and thought about the old days. The time he lost in ice and also the love of his life. I don't think I will ever be able to repay you for all you did. Shut up, kid. I am a man of my own decisions. I do things because I want to. Nobody owes me anything because I did everything for myself. Even adopting all the kids in the world. Steve inquired. Bwahaha, that. Well, that one is for kids and my own peace of mind. You know the feeling of being weak and helpless. Now add confusion and lack of comprehension to your past self, and you will have a child. When a child is harmed by an adult, he does not think about hurting the other first. What he thinks about is why. Why is he being harmed? Because most often, they can't comprehend it. Things in the US may be good because of me, but so many kids in poor regions suffer. I merely wish for their innocence to be protected. Stephen felt utter pride filling up his chest. Yes, this was his role model and still is. They're going to call you the father of Earth at one point because, eventually, these kids will grow up and start families. Slowly, you will be related to every human on Earth. Hector King Washington, the father of Earth, has a nice ring to it. Bam. The door was kicked open, and Kennedy came running. They have surrendered. Old man. The war is over. Chapter 292. Peters. It was a festival around the world. Fireworks launched in celebration as the news of the war's end was announced on live television by Hector, right in front of the new building of the United Terra. The building was not built in any pre-existing country. Instead, it was constructed on a new island that Hector had created. There were two different headquarters of the United Terra, one in the middle of the Pacific and one in the middle of the Atlantic. The islands were made to fend off any kind of storm easily. At the same time, they were connected with underwater Hyperloop version 2. The technology was derived from Xandarian transportation this time. These could travel at Mach 9 speed and easily transport anyone anywhere, along with goods, without affecting those inside. At the same time, a few private companies were starting their space-based world travel. Hector was simply telling the world that he would permanently retire soon. Baxter Building. Is that the president? Ben, can you increase the volume? Susan Storm quickly sat on the couch in the living room where her toddler son and Ben Grimm played together. Guess who scored a date with the hottest actress? Show. Shut up, Johnny. Susan shushed her brother, who had just entered with a pretty woman by his side. Silently, they all watched the old-looking Hector on the television. His skin finally wrinkled, and the walking stick beside him made it clear. In television. Since the war is over, we will soon unite the world. My duty will be over as soon as the Declaration of Unification is signed. Therefore, I will resign from the office of the President of the United States and the President of the United Terra, Earth. This is also my last public appearance as I wish to retire in my home now until I eventually pass away. I'm old. I have seen the turn of the century twice, which brought something terrible and good each time. First, it was the wars, but then came economic prosperity and technology. This time there was an alien invasion, and now we're on the brink of reaching the stars. I'm old, and I've done enough. I held your hand when you were young, taught you what's the best, and guided you when you made a mistake. But now, I shall let go of your hand and let you grow on your own. The world is one. Humanity is one. There is no black, brown, and white, it's all just red underneath. So I leave you with a legacy to build upon, a world to etch out of this start. Now, this world is yours to ruin and yours to grow. Wherever I go next, this world will forever be under my gaze. I can only pray that you won't set it ablaze. Hector stepped back a few steps and waved his hand at the cameras before they all cut off. End television. Mom, why are your eyes sweaty? Is Grandpa not coming on my birthday? Susan Storm hugged her son, Reed Richards. He will, probably. But we can't force him, okay? He's very old now. So he's going to finally rest forever. Well, he did live one hell of a life. Johnny commented. Ben Grimm sighed and switched off the television. Things will get much busier for us when he's gone. Hector didn't return to his office next. Instead, he went to meet the Peters of New York. The infamous Spider-Man and his brother in all but name. So many of them had appeared that the One News channel had its stock price shot through the roof and had to go for a mass expansion. The Daily Bugle was on fire, and it was raking in money. The fact of the matter was that there were still many people who were jealous of superheroes and wanted to be them. But, when they discover that their X gene has no functional ability, they start hating on the existing superheroes. And that's where the Daily Bugle made money from. However, the channel was soon going to make a huge mistake. One that would cost it not just the channel but the whole ire of even its supporters. Because there was one thing universally accepted by the world, be it a superhero hater or lover, Hector was in the hearts of all because he's been a hero even before the heroes existed. Ring. The bells of the Midtown High School rang, and out of the doors of the building, along with ordinary kids, came out one boy in a spider suit and instantly slung away. The scene had become so common that nobody even looked at it anymore. And after slinging away, the boy headed to the top of the Empire State Building to have a meeting with the other Peters. As soon as he reached, he securely put his backpack on a wall and met with his brothers. Most were older than him, but that didn't change much. I can't believe your world is so forward with all this. Your president allowed superheroes to go to school without releasing their identity. I would have done anything for this. The tall Spider-Man who lost Gwen to an accident said. Peter Prime smirked with pride. He had learned that Hector was a rare case and only existed in his universe from what he knew. And honestly, that was something that made him proud. Whoosh. How is everything, lads? Hector just flew down and landed beside them. I think it's time to head home. The Peters were shocked upon hearing that. The oldest Peter asked. How did you find a way to travel the multiverse? I didn't. I just took some technology and learned how to. I also technically now watch over the multiverse timelines from secret, but that's for another day. The good news is that I can take you to your respective universes. So, who wishes to go first? Hector asked them. I'm from here. Hector chuckled. I know that, Miles. Don't worry, I won't drop you into a different universe. But I also have a gift for you later, so you might want to stick around. Anyway, since you all are being so hesitant, here, pick any stick. One by one, they took one stick out from his hand with a number written on it. Pa. Hector slapped Peter Prime's hand away. What are you picking for? You are from this universe. Ah. Sorry, I just felt like including myself and... I will shut up now. Soon, all Peters from other universes had their sticks. And number one appeared to be the tallest among them. Andrew Garfield won. He quickly hugged his fellow Spiderman and said goodbye. He had some words of wisdom as well, after all, he had been through a lot. So when he hugged Peter Prime, he told him one great lesson. Don't always just be about being a hero. Give time to your loved ones too, lest you may only cry when they're gone forever. Hector boomed. All right, this will be a hard ride, tall Peter. Also, don't react to what you are about to watch, I got everything covered. What do you dash? Before Peter could ask, a strange cubicle block appeared on their heads, swallowing them whole. After that, all Peter remembered was feeling like he was standing in pitch darkness. Ting. Ting. And the moment he saw things again, his heart nearly burst into pieces. The love of his life was falling down as the clock mechanism broke apart. His eyes were full of dread as he knew what was to come. So, he just jumped for her. But he couldn't move faster than before. The outcome was already known to him no matter what. Gwen. He cried aloud and threw as many spiderwebs as he could. But from just traveling the multiverse and the shock of the moment, he couldn't coordinate perfectly, and most of the webs just touched the scraps of the clock that were falling alongside. No. Peter. The fear-filled and hopeful voice of Gwen echoed. He knew they were the last words he'd ever hear from her. He felt helpless, hopeless and angered. If only he could do something, he'd do anything for one more chance. Thud. Chapter 293. Time and space is my bit. Thud. Gwen had thought she was going to die now, and there was nothing that could save her. So she just waited for the pain to register and for her life to leave her body. However, when she finally touched something underneath herself, it was nothing like the ground or the pain, it was soft as if someone's arms. She looked to the side and noticed a long white beard and hair, and an old face. Whoops. Easy there, little girl. You nearly died there. Thud. Gwen. Are you okay? Peter finally reached the ground and checked Gwen's head carefully. She was fine and definitely alive. How? This happened 3 years ago. Hector laughed loudly. Bwahaha. Well, as my boss once says, time and space is my bitch. At least in this multiverse for now. Who are you? How can you break the laws of reality so easily? Ugh, it's very complex, let's just say I am a god. Evil god? No. I'm a good old boy. Just God is fine. Hector didn't sound sure of it, though. Cough. Can you release me, sir? Gwen asked, being formal as she noticed the 6 stars on the red coat. He did so. Sure, live your life. Bam. However, the moment he released her, Peter jumped to hug him so tight it felt as if he tried to use all his strength. And on top of that, he cried like a little girl. With tears, sounds and sniffles. Thank you, you had no reason to do this, and yet you. Thank you. Hector patted the boy's back while shrugging toward the concerned Gwen behind, confused why her boyfriend was being so emotional. It's okay, kid. They say everyone deserves a second chance. If even villains deserve it, then I'd say kids like you deserve 5 more chances. Be careful now, however. Keep your girl safe, not that she needs to worry anymore. He calmed him down. What's going on here? Gwen asked confusedly. Peter quickly explained to her, but first, he hugged and kissed her. We're from the future, Gwen. I'm from 2 years in the future. This man is a god that can travel the multiverse. You were supposed to die here. I was supposed to fail at saving you. I was supposed to be alone. What? Hector raised his right hand and made a little sun appear on it. Yes, this is a sun. Yes, what he said is correct. I am from somewhere outside this universe, and you were supposed to die. Why else do you think a random old man would appear precisely where you were supposed to fall and save you? But then Hector looked at his watch and stepped back. Anyway, it's time for me to head back. It was nice seeing you 2 kids. Eat healthily and stay safe. Take care. Whoosh. Hector vanished just like he appeared. But this time, he left behind an everlasting memory in 2 minds. Gwen walked closer to Peter and hugged him. You must have been so. He nodded. I missed you, Gwen. I missed you a lot. Scrrr. Ah. Just as Gwen released him from her tight hug, for no reason, her hand got stuck on Peter's spider suit and tore it apart with ease. She frowned and tried to take it off. But if she pulled it from the other hand, then it would get stuck on it. What's happening? Peter felt déjà vu with that scene. So he helped her and took the cloth off, and then looked at Gwen's palm closely. In an instant, he recognized the invisible short spikes. Is this what he meant? I won't have to worry about your safety again. He wondered. Peter, what are you saying? What's happening to me? He smiled and caressed her face. I guess you're now my Spider-Gwen. We should start the training soon. What? Hector's Marvel Universe. All right, which one of you will come next? He appeared back on the Empire State Building. Whoa. You were gone not even a second ago. Miles exclaimed. Hector smirked. As I told the other Peter, time and space is my bitch. To you, no time has passed. But I spent a good 30 minutes with that Peter. Anyway, the next one is, the old Spider-Man. Toby. Old Spider-Man was the wisest, to say the least. So he gave some words of advice to both Peter Prime and Miles. I will just tell you to believe in yourself. You will make mistakes in your lives. Yes, the world expects you to be perfect, but you know best that you are also a human, and we are prone to make mistakes. What we can do is learn from them. I also made a grave mistake in my greed after getting my powers. I regret it to this day. Old Peter said before turning towards the fat Spider-Man from another universe. You just need to lose weight and get laid with someone, or get better and patch up with Mary Jane. The fat Spider-Man was still eating a burger with half mask up. Ugh, yeah, dude. I will definitely do it. Fat Spider-Man from Into the Spider-Verse. Let's go then. Hector snapped his finger and vanished along with old Peter. Old Peter's universe. Hector appeared in a car parked on the side of the road. The younger Peter Parker and Uncle Ben were sharing a chat inside, but this was not Peter from the future. He was yet to arrive. Remember, with great power comes great responsibility. Are you afraid I'm gonna turn into some kind of a criminal? Quit worrying about me, okay? Something is different. I'll figure it out. Uncle Ben embarrassingly and a bit nervously looked at him. I don't mean to lecture you, and I don't mean to preach. And I know I'm not your father dash. Then St dash. All of a sudden, Peter stopped speaking and started to look around left and right. He looked at his hand and touched his face. Uncle Ben felt worried. Are you okay, Peter? You're much more than a father. Uncle Ben was confused by the sudden change of aura. He touched Peter's forehead. Maybe we should get you checked at the clinic. I'm fine, Uncle Ben. And I would like to apologize for acting so brash and annoying to you. I don't know what came into me. I was about to go and try to win money in an illegal fight just now. Uncle Ben had his jaw hung open. What? But why? So I could buy a car to impress a girl. A car. Peter, you just needed to ask. You could have taken this car. Peter just looked at Uncle Ben lovingly. Old me would have said this looks too old. But I'd say, I like it. Damn right. Hector blurted. What's this? Oldsmobile 88. Pretty nice car, I must say. All right, let's do this, Ben. Why don't you take us to a nice bar where we can have a drink? Who are you? I'm a good friend of your little nephew. I gave him some good counseling, and now he's a fine, hard-working boy. Let's go now, old boy. Hit the paddle. So they moved to a nearby old people's bar where the crowd was just equally old ladies. Hector pitied this Peter, but he reckoned this Peter was now a changed man. But, he still had some things to talk to him about. So he took him to the side and gave him some advice. All right. I know you're short on money, so worry not. I have invested $1 million in Oscorp under your name. Just don't be greedy and live happily with the dividends. Now, about your love life, son, you're obsessed with this Mary Jane. You're probably the most cheated on Spider-Man in the multiverse. You need to think from the head and find a really good partner. She's not at all trustworthy. Who in their right mind would date Flash, honestly? Just think about it. At first, she cheated on your friend Harry, whom she was dating, by kissing you. Then she got mad at you for not showing up at her play while knowing she was getting married and you still loved her. The third time, she straight up ran away from her marriage to cheat on her fiancé because she learned you're Spider-Man. That woman does not know what she wants in life, son. She chases the first thing that shines in front of her eyes. You deserve better, not this, but the end decision is yours. I just gave you a second chance, now it's yours to make or ruin. Of course, Hector knew that his advice was likely going to be ignored. This universe's Peter was meant to be obsessed with Mary Jane. While he could see the woman was a manipulative toxic woman, for Peter, she was the perfect goddess with a pretty face and average tits. Still, Peter gave him a hug. I understand what you are saying, sir. I will try to live my life better now, and I am grateful for what you did, my Uncle Ben. Ah, don't mention it. Now take care, I need to return. More Peters to return home. Whoosh. Peter walked back to his uncle and shared a drink, although he was underage. But Uncle Ben didn't stop him as he felt something had changed today. Peter had grown up. Uncle, I've decided. I will follow in Mom and Dad's footsteps and become a scientist. These girls, cars, and stuff aren't for me. I just want to be happy. Chapter 294. Inheritance. Hector returned to his universe and sent the other Spider-Men to their universes as well. He didn't spend too much time on them, however, as he was not as connected to them or knew about their lives. Only the fat Spider-Man was cursed a little to always keep running until he gets to a good weight. And until he patches things up with his wife and makes something out of his life. After that, it was just Miles, but he didn't need to be sent anywhere. However, Hector still made his wish come true. He made it so that Gwen became part of this world as well. It was a complex thing to do but nothing too big for the Time Variance Authority. Then, at last, it was just him and Peter left, the little kid he saved from a truck years ago. He was older and wiser now, soon to start his college life. But Hector had something serious to talk about with him, so he took him to his office in the White House and ordered an excellent pizza and some good old Coke without the cocaine. So, how is life treating you? He asked. Peter relaxed without his mask and looked around the office. I'm good, Grandpa. I'm still amazed whenever I come into this office. So much history lives here. He chuckled and put a slice of pizza on his plate. Why? You want to one day run for the president? Peter embarrassingly shook his head. I don't think I have it in me to become that. I stutter a lot and can't really give speeches. Bwahaha, that can be fixed, lad. But your stuttering is proof that you are a smart kid. Your brain thinks faster than your mouth can move. So anyway, I have decided to do something. I reckon that Spider-Man can't ever get a real job for himself. So, why can't he be the creator of jobs? What do you mean, Grandpa? Peter asked. Hector took out a few papers from his drawer and handed them to the boy. You're 18 already. You're also very smart, not to mention I have a very professional team to manage things. Peter silently read the whole document, and it didn't take him long to find out what it was. His face paled at the thought of inheriting such a legacy. Sir, why me? Why not you? You're a genius on par with Tony, but at the same time, you're not a whoring warmonger that he used to be. You're humble and kind, but not to the point that you'd bankrupt the company. At the same time, using this company, you can help the world by making better gadgets for your work. So, sign it and get Kingstech Industries will be yours. Peter put down the papers. It's a company worth $600 billion. I don't think I can manage something this big. Peter replied. Hector shrugged. Don't worry, lad. The company has top talents that are loyal to me and who will train you and help you. Moreover, the company will be expanding into space soon, so it's all fine. Why can't you keep managing it? Hector picked up his cane and placed it at the side of his chair. As you can see, I am getting old, and I'm afraid my time has come. I am passing the baton to you now. While the legacy of this office will end with me, the company shall survive through you. Peter was just saddened to hear that, however. He took Hector's existence for granted, he realized. Memories of his lifetime flashed through his eyes, and he sighed. The world will be colorless without you. I will miss you. I'm glad I could hold enough value in your heart to deserve that. Now, stop crying and sign that paper. From now on, you will be Chairman Peter Parker. Peter's hands shook as he lifted the pen to sign it. He kept looking at Hector alternatively, trying to see if there was something more to it. Was it a test? But Hector just kept smiling and urging him to sign it. Then, at last, he wrote down his name on it, and with that, Hector let go of the second last remaining property of his. All that was left was Mount Vernon and all the land he owned. But he had something in mind for it too. So, now what? Peter asked. Now you go home and have a nice little party with your aunt and friends. Also, remember to pay a visit to the company and get your name fixed in a few other places. The company will take care of keeping your identity a secret. Hector got busy again as he had another place to visit. The final destination, and after that, his journey will be over. But as Hector finalized his journey, the journey of Earth was being completed as well. With the surrender of Russia in the war, the county was smoothly taken by the United Terra. The current administration was eradicated, and those who needed to be were thrown into jail. As for China, they had no choice but to agree because they were the only ones left. And they were blackmailed by the economic boycott, as the world was one now. They didn't need another nation to produce goods for them. If China didn't agree to join and demolish their governments, then the world market would ignore them, as the new universal currency, credit, won't be accepted there. What do the people want? They want a good life. And when their government actively tries to stop them from living a good life, the government gets replaced. What happens when it can't be replaced? Revolution. So, Chinese Revolution 2.0 happened. It was pretty calm and non-violent. People just surrounded the party members in crowds. Then, the crowd tied the feet of the party member on a pole. The people then sang and cheered together. In contrast, the party members were kept without food and water. Eventually, they all would sign the letter of resignation and accept to demolish the current governance system in favor of United Terra. Hector won't deny that his information warfare techniques had no play in them. They actually played a significant role. With that, the last bastion of anti-United Terra fell apart, and the last country joined the group. Google Maps celebrated the event by removing all world borders on their services, while Reddit rejoiced with memes depicting that boys will finally be able to get an alien big-titted girlfriend. Soon enough, on a well-televised broadcast, the envoy from UGF arrived on Earth to finalize the addition of Earth into the United Galactic Federation. The laws were made clear, the protection, the contribution and everything were publicized. In a month, the final declaration would be signed. But Hector was busy taking sips of fine wine with a narcissistic billionaire, a man wolf, and a man whose head should have been shot open years ago. Bam. Tony slammed the glass on the counter. God damn. You're leaving us without teaching us how to run one big planet. Bam. Hector knocked on Tony's head. You're old enough. And I have left behind a nice encyclopedia about the universe. All the species and the political scenario. Not to mention, the UGF has a lot of my loyalists in it. The new president is General Cull. Ugh. Logan grunted. This feels weird. Kennedy was crying like a little bitch at the same time, slamming his glass on the table and pouring more and more. Goddamn, why can't it be me before you? I don't want to cry at your funeral. Hector chuckled. I will make sure to watch you weep, son. I will record it so when you come up there to me, I can make fun of you among the pretty ladies. There are ladies in hell. Tony blew out a mouthful of scotch. Haha, of course. There are all kinds of women. Cute ones, MILF ones, goth ones, and even demon-like chicks. Though most of them would torture you. But they are also available in heaven if you reach there. Which I'm sure most of you will. I can't wait. Tony cheered. I said most, not all, Hector added. Degree. Tony's jaw fell for a second. But then he drank again and smiled. I guess I should train for some pain then. Now Hector's jaw fell. Oh. I'm already used to it. Logan blurted as well. Hector downed another glass. God bless this planet. Damn. Chapter 295. President out. Having said goodbye to everyone, it was time to return to his everyday life. The world was in place, the Constitution was in place, the elections were going on, and soon the first batch of representatives of each region would appear. He sat in his office, looking at all that was around him. Not far from his seat, Mooney was playing with a toy. There was a little bit more silence in the office today for some reason. He was to sign the Declaration of Unification and resign from his office as the President of the United States and the United Terra. But, at that moment, Steven Spielberg sat in front of him as they talked about part 2 of the movie that was based on his life. Steven had said that he wanted to make 2 parts. And the second part cannot be made since Hector keeps making more history. So, you can start working on the final part. As for the funding, don't worry. Future Tech has set aside $400 million. Hector revealed. That raised the man's brows. What? So much money? I don't think we can spend that much. Haha, kid, it seems you don't understand the scope of this movie. Have you ever wondered what I was doing in space from the year 1984 to 2009? I was fighting a war in space, a war to defeat 3 galactic empires and establish the universal democracy, which is now the United Galactic Federation. Yes, I was its commander-in-chief and the first ever president. Degree. As expected, Steven's jaw was left hanging for a good 5 minutes. He would occasionally raise his finger to ask something but then stop and think about something else. Why yes, if that's the case, then it would understand why we need that much money. Actually, I'm afraid we will need even more money. Hector nodded and showed the men a business card. Take this. It's an entertainment agency based on the Xander planet of Andromeda Galaxy. It's the largest and richest entertainment company in the universe, and I hold some stake in it. Take its help to launch your first movie across the universe. All sentient species across the universe know my name, and a good majority have benefited from my introduction of democracy. I'm sure many want to know about their old men. Steven took the card with care, knowing its worth was more than any movie or contract in the world. Sir. What if you do something more historical in a few months? I won't be able to end the movie correctly. Hector chuckled. This is the end of the line for me, Steven. One of the benefits of being so powerful is that you know exactly when your end has come. What? As always, no matter who, the reaction is the same. Shock and sadness. But, you're dying. I would rather say I'm dead already. Anyway, take these files as well. They have some of my ideas and thoughts about life and the universe, how the world should be, and how the people should be. Try to incorporate them subtly so the movie can also act as inspiration for people in power not to go corrupt and young ones to be inspired to rise and do good. Yes, sir. Steven stood up and saluted as if he was in the military. Then he silently left, seeing there was nothing else to talk about. Once free, Hector looked towards the hidden door on the left. When did you arrive here? Diana appeared with her luggage. All packed and ready, Hector. Just tell me when we're leaving. You've said your goodbye to the ladies. I'm sure Jean and Natasha will miss you a lot. As for Yelena, she's coming along. Whoa. Mooney barked. Dad, Fenris and Mishu as well. Yes, boy. They are also coming. But I need to head back before you, so I can set things right. So, until then, you need to go to Xander and spend some relaxing time there. Hector planned. He could not allow his family to be seen after he's gone, or else the media would never let them be alone, asking stupid questions. I will finish things up here and leave. You two head out first. Diana nodded and called Mooney along. But first, the good pretty boy jumped to Hector to get some hugs. See you at home, Dad. Haha, indeed. Home. Hector saw them leave by using Mooney's portal. With that, once again, the room returned to silence, but that was disturbed when Kennedy entered. Old man, the others have come. The elections were held, and the first Senate of 500 has been determined, along with the Council of 10. Hector looked at the two papers. Declaration of Unification and his resignation from the office of President of the United Terra. He took out his pen. Kennedy. It was fun working with you. See you on the other side later. Kennedy narrowed his gaze and nodded. His heart told him that today was the day, the final time he was seeing Hector. For the past few days, he knew Hector had been going around and meeting various people close to him. For me. It was an honor, sir. Kennedy saluted like in the old days in the army. He remembered how he was just a lieutenant during the World War, and the moment he met Hector, everything changed. He was the most famous and successful Kennedy in his family history due to Hector. Not to mention, Hector even helped lift off the Kennedy curse put on his family by a demon to whom his ancestor sold his soul. Kennedy left again and, in fact, stopped anyone from entering the room as he told the chief of staff to clear the schedule. Inside, Hector first put the papers aside and instead flipped out a camera in front of him across the table. The video was being put on YouTube, and the moment his heart stops, it will be published. This is my last message as a living bag of meat and bones. Damn, it was a long ride. But, like a nice bar of chocolate, everything good must come to an end eventually. I may be a superhuman grandpa, but I am still old and prone to dying. Today, I am signing the last few documents that will allow the planet to become one. I hope you all don't fight anymore, don't discriminate anymore, because honestly, there is so much more out there to explore, see, and live for. Why be an asshole to another person when you can literally explore planets? It's a very bad comparison, but trust me, exploring is really fun. As for this planet, I have already erased extreme and high poverty. A little bit of it remains and forever will, as some people just don't wish to work, and nothing can be done about them. As for the rest of you, my advice is to have fun every once in a while. Especially you, East Asians. I know about the Karoshi culture, overworking to death. Go out, date, have fun, and drink. Things will be better now, however. Inflation will be negligible, and market volatility will not command the flow of money. There will be peace and stability in life, and salaries will be fixed at a minimum wage level that is genuinely sustainable. This United Terra is a precious child to me, and I hope it grows to become something good. Because not just me but a lot of people, heroes and folks from space worked hard for it. By the way, I am turning my entire land into a rehabilitation and care center for dogs, cats, and other animals from around the world. It will be run by artificial intelligence and people combined. I wish that no poor good boy or girl is abandoned and forced to live in fear and hunger. Anyway, when this video ends, you will likely never hear from me again. But as I said years ago, all Americans are my brothers, sisters, and children. Today I say all humans are my family. So be good and get along, or I will come down to spank you, haha. Well, take care, President out. Hector turned off the camera and signed the Declaration of Unification and his resignation as the President of the United Terra and the United States. After that, he looked up. All right, Satan. Time to do it. Whoosh. A light fell from the ceiling in the room, red in color and basked Hector in it. In an instant, the body, the contained that kept Hector's soul became empty, as the gray eyes turned into more gray, lifeless, in fact. The clock in the room stopped working the moment he left due to spatial disturbance. The electrical appliances also got fried internally. The only thing left was absolute silence, as the body of Hector remained seated by the table, looking forward with eyes held low. The long journey full of laughs and badassery had finally come to an end. But still, now, it shall forever live as a memory, a name, an eternal part of the universe's history, Hector King Washington, in all his love and glory. Chapter 296. I'd rather die. Move. We can't get any electrical readings from the president's office. The Secret Service tried to run into the Oval Office to see what was happening. But they found Kennedy standing in front of the door and blocking the way. He looked at them seriously and shook his head. Don't make noise. I will go and check. So, he turned around and opened the door. The first thing he noticed was the darkness in the room, with only the large panel of windows letting the sunlight enter. Then his eyes fell on Hector's large body, sitting as if he was preparing for a meeting. His hair fluttered from the breeze coming from outside while the stars on his shoulder shone as bright as ever. But a look in the eyes made it clear he was no more. Fuck you, old man. I prepared myself, but you're still making this old boy cry. He felt emotions develop, and his heart beat fast. He felt suffocated, knowing he needed to announce it. But first, he walked over and noticed the documents. There were a few, the first being the 3 documents he signed, letters in the name of a few people such as Logan, Steve, Tony, Peter, Natasha, Jean, Fury, and Peter Quill, and the last was the long letter for the world he wrote, titled The Last Speech. Kennedy breathed in a sigh and looked back. Logan had also arrived with Steve Rogers as they worked for Hector. The various Secret Service men and the White House also gathered. He just nodded toward Logan and Steve and announced, "Call the White House photographer. Mr. President has passed away, in peace." Thud. The faint-hearted female staff stumbled back and fell. Especially August Wick, his chief of staff, cried and was escorted to the back by others. "Don't let anyone enter this premise. Put the White House on lockdown. The news should not be announced by any third-party media." He ordered the Secret Service. Logan and Steve walked forward and saw the calm face of Hector's cold body. This time, it was no bluff. He was truly gone. "He still looks so intimidating," Steve muttered. Logan went forward and put a cigar on the table. "Have fun on the other side, old man. We'll see you there someday." Logan knew that Hector was not dying or going to any after-death realm. His wife, Lady Death, had told him that she had no knowledge or control over his soul, so that meant he could be anywhere. Kennedy took the documents from the table and put them in a different briefcase. "Well, I know my end game is also close. So, I will wait for you two there with this old man." Soon, the photographer entered and clicked the final picture of Hector. After that, under the strict supervision of the Secret Service, his body was taken to a different room and put in a coffin. His uniform was not removed as it was not necessary since he had many others he wore every day. "Let's announce it," Kennedy decided. He was the last decision-maker left in the White House as the office of the president was now abolished. Soon, the flag on the White House was lowered to half-mast, and within an hour, American flags around the world on all office buildings were lowered. As per protocol, the leaders of all United Terra districts were also notified. Eventually, no matter where, all flags flew below the horizon that day. It didn't go unnoticed by the media, so the announcement was made before any rumors could rise. It is with heavy hearts that we announce the passing of ex-President Hector King Washington. He was a light in this world, and now we need to continue shining his light by carrying it within us in our own lives. I leave the world in your hands. Yours to ruin and yours to raise. Hector King Washington. The tweet was made with the last image of Hector in it to ensure no speculations arise. In a matter of seconds after the official White House handles on social media posted the photo, the internet blew up with questions, confusion, and total pandemonium. It reached a point that, in seconds, people started dismissing it as something impossible, and it was a joke from Hector. But then Kennedy had to speak about it on television openly. By then, everyone had found the newly posted video on Hector's channel with 1 billion subscribers. It became clear as day that the news was real. Hector was gone. Soon after, his body was taken to the Capitol to be placed in state for those who wished to come and pay respect. Even the general public was allowed. No doubt, it was a sad day for the world as only this news was visible everywhere, on every chat, and on every page. His face was, everywhere. Every single social media handle changed its profile picture to something from Hector. There were no memes, but only people paying respect. Of course, there were a great many tears as he was popular everywhere. The men behind unified Korea, the men behind modern Japan, the men behind a happy Vietnam. The men behind the death of many dictators, the men behind the peaceful world. He had done so much that it was hard to count in one go, no matter who. And this was just about his deeds on Earth. But then another shocking news came as Diana's letter was read by a media spokesperson, which revealed that she was leaving everything behind. As the time of Hector was gone, she had no wish to keep reminding the world of him. The world needed to learn to live without its guardian angel, one way or another. Unknown void. What happens after one dies? Of course, Hector didn't have to ask that question as he had already gone through it once. But, for some reason, he found himself standing in an endless void of darkness. There was nothing, no hell or a hell lord, to greet him. Where am I? He wondered. I'm sorry, Hector, my brother. Satan's voice came. Hector looked left and right in his translucent form. Satan. What's going on? I thought I was going to return to work. Did I do something wrong that I'm being damned or something? No, no. Never, my brother. You did a great job. In fact, I was honestly hoping you'd become a shitbag, but it seems I was wrong. But, I ask for forgiveness, for I never revealed to you why you went on this vacation. It was not just for fun, Hector. It was also a test for you, and you have passed all stages except the final one. Test. Hector scowled. Test to see if you can remain in the higher dimensions or not. Test to see which side you serve. But, the last one remains, and if you are to pass it, you shall have an audience with the big old man, who shall decide your fate. I'm sorry, Hector, I can't help you with this. Satan apologized. Hector didn't mind, however. It's okay, bud. To be honest, I am happy to give everything up as long as I get to be with my family. For the first time, I feel whole again, and I'd hate to lose that. Satan, after a moment of silence, spoke. Then, you must fight this being and win by slaying it. Failure to do so shall deem you unworthy and banish you to lower realms. Good luck. Hector silently awaited for this challenge to appear. Who is it going to be? An angel or a demon? Or maybe someone else? Interesting. Woof. Hector's ears rang with bark so recognizable. He happily turned around and found Mooney, now appearing to be a giant like an elephant. My boy. What are you doing here? Whoosh. However, a long sword appeared in Mooney's jaws all of a sudden, and his fangs made themselves visible. What are you doing, Mooney? Come here and stand by me. We're meant to fight a monster. Hector called him. Growling. But Mooney only showed aggression. Hector frowned as a realization dawned over his mind. Aye, am I supposed to fight you? Bam. Mooney jumped and swung his head with the sword at Hector. Clash. Hector stopped it using his palm easily. Mooney. Wake up, we're not supposed to fight. But, the good boy didn't stop and kept attacking again and again. Hector was careful to only block and not hurt his son. Mooney was indeed like a son, a lifelong companion to him, one whom he spoiled and shared a million joys with. He'd rather kill himself than harm Mooney. Clash. He pushed Mooney away and jumped back a reasonable distance. His and Mooney's eyes came in contact for a few seconds. Thud. Hector sat down instantly, crossing his legs and his arms. Then he closed his eyes as if surrendering himself. I love you, my son. I will not bring myself to harm you, no matter what. If this will get me banished to the lower realms, so be it, as long as you're happy and safe, I will do anything. Growling. Woof. Mooney leapt over him, sword aimed at his head. He had no intentions of stopping, but even then, Hector didn't move and stayed still with his eyes closed, in total surrender to his fate. Harm my son? No, I'd rather die. He boomed and expected the strike to kill him. Chapter 297. What happened after? Hector did not attack Mooney. He couldn't bring himself to do so. So he was gladly ready to accept death if that's what the test's failure meant. He just hoped that wherever he was thrown off, he could keep Diana, Mooney, Yelena, Fenris and Misha with him. Is he going to do a normal 9-to-5 job? Not really. He has so much experience that he can become a defense expert, a private militia trainer, or perhaps a real politician since he has an abundance of experience in that too. Whatever happens, as long as my family is with me, I shall remain happy. He felt. He let himself go and let fate decide his future. I hope I can still meet Satan. I'd hate to lose a good friend just like this. Bonk. Woof. Dad. Wake up. Hector opened his eyes and looked forward. Mooney stood before his face, his big nose looking like a black dot. Then a tongue came out and licked his face happily. You won't hit me? He asked. Woo-woo-woo-wuff bow. Old Grandpa just wanted to test you. I would never hurt my dad, dearest. What? What happens now? He was just confused because a moment ago, Mooney looked bloodthirsty. And now he looked so handsome and cute while wagging his tail. This happens now. Hector looked back, and there was Satan in the same suit he appeared before him on the day he mistakenly summoned him. Holy shit. You're a goat. Damn yes, I'm the goat. Satan replied. A moment of silence took over as they looked at each other's faces. Then, after a few more seconds, they burst into laughter at the same time. This was how they spoke to each other the first time they had met. Did I pass or fail? Hector asked him. What do you think? Hector honestly had no idea. He didn't even know what the test was about or what the test even was. Because it was common knowledge that he loved Mooney to the death, and would never harm him. I don't know, my friend. I think I failed if the test was to defeat this fluffy boy. Snap. Satan snapped his fingers and instantly made a nice couch and a big TV screen appear. Come, sit here. Don't you want to see what happened after you passed away? And don't worry, I've brought your pretty wife along too. Snap. Once again, Satan snapped his finger, and instantly, Diana appeared, ready to fight and alert. But the moment she saw Hector, she lunged at him to hug him. You took your time, it seems. What do you mean? How much time did pass over there? He asked, frowning. More than a year has passed, Hector. I was so worried that something had happened to you. But then I got words from the sky, and Satan told me you were getting some things cleared up. I missed you. He patted her back and let her calm down in his arms. Then he sat down on the couch with his arm holding her close by. Mooney also jumped beside her and hugged her. Let's watch it then. Satan sat on the other side of Hector and turned the scene on. In the Marvel Universe, the United Terra had announced 10 days of mourning, and the world was sad about Hector's death. And he was not laid to rest for the coming 3 days as people poured in from around the world to pay their respects to the legend. Then, after 3 days, his body was to be taken from Capitol to Mount Vernon, Hector's ancestral land, where he'd be buried not far from George Washington's grave. The distance from the Capitol to Mount Vernon was 17 miles, and it was to take 20 minutes to reach there. But, because there were so many people on both sides of the road, crowded to see the old man, the long convoy of vehicles had to slow down and let the people pay respect. But what the people didn't know was that trillions of beings in space mourned his death too. He was, after all, the reason behind the change of lives for so many people. In the past Kree Empire, there were too many slaves, and even the Kree themselves had various levels of nobility and pure-blood racism. Now, there was no such thing. In Shi'ar Empire, slavery was widespread, and the main battle force, as well as a workforce, was made of them. All of those slaves were freed. The same was the case with Skrull Empire, which was slowly broken into pieces and combined into the United Galactic Federation. With that, a lot of planets got freedom. Hector had done more for the universe than anyone can ever imagine, and his exploits and deeds will slowly be explored and exposed over the coming centuries. Above all, these discoveries will keep Earth always reminded of the old men that used to live among them. After Hector's burial, most things went to normal as Hector had left a few things behind that ensured that nothing destructive took place for a while. The superheroes felt their work increasing, and they realized how much Hector was actually doing to keep things peaceful. But thankfully, with the help of AI surveillance of public places, crimes were avoided before they even happened, thanks to a unique mechanism that could read human behavior online and predict if they were going to shoot at the ranch or a school. But, there was one man who was heavily devastated by Hector's death, and he started to feel out of place in this new world, out of the era. It was Kennedy, who now locked himself in his home and only rarely came out to get his hair done and get the groceries. He didn't live in any big mansion with servants. Instead, he lived in a small, old, run-down apartment that was still preserved since the 1930s. It was the only place he felt at home. Every few days, the Shield would send someone to check up on him, or Logan and Steve would drop by to have a drink with him. But it was evident that with Hector gone, the special effects of the super soldier serum were fading away. After all, he had long overlived even with that serum. So, a few months after Hector's death, on November 22nd, in his little apartment with little to no furniture, he sat beside his work table where he wrote his little journal. Today, he felt especially heavy in his lungs, and breathing was becoming a hassle. He felt like just going to sleep and not waking up at all. So, he wrote one entry in his journal. I feel worthless now, with no purpose at all. I see the world changing so fast, the spaceships coming from the sky and the other species. I knew they existed for a long time, but to see them arrive, it's strange. I reckon many more oldies feel the same, feel left out as we can't catch up to the rapidly changing world as fast as the young ones. My great-great-grandson sent me a holographic device that lets me see entertainment content from across the universe, all translated. It's maddening that such great technologies have arrived so fast. I guess Apple needs to get their game together now. Anyway, I think this is the end for me. I have nothing to say to the world, as he has already said it all. But I do have some advice. Don't fuck up. Then, he signed his name and date at the end of the page and wrote one last line. Old man, you lied, you bastard. The world is too boring without you. And, with that, he slowly felt his body going limp, and the pen fell from his hand. The moment it touched the ground, Kennedy's heart also slowed down and soon stopped beating. There was no violent twitching, there was no cry for help, just silent sleep and a smiling face. His body was found a few hours later when Steve came to share a drink with the old man. And once again, mourning resumed as slowly the world realized that they had lost history in the same year. However, instead of Kennedy's family grounds, he was laid to rest not far from Hector's grave. This was something Hector had wished for as he knew his property was going to be preserved for eternity. Wait. Kennedy is out now. Where is he? Hell of heaven. Hector asked his friend. Satan smirked and snapped his finger. Well, let's just say he met a certain god and got sent on a mission to earn some karma so he can be among us. He got reincarnated. Transmigrated. Hector nodded with a chuckle. I can already see him enjoying his time. Though I hope he can keep his pants on for the most part and not end up turning the entire world's population into Kennedys. That's one of his quests. To overcome lust. It's going to be hard, but I know he can do it, as I tutored him a little. I think as long as he remembers what's at stake, he won't mess up. Satan revealed. Hector was happy with this and had one less thing to worry about. But his own fate was unknown. What happens to me now? Well, you'll be leaving this place soon. You, my old friend, get a meeting with the Big G. Chapter 298. Meeting with God. Hector didn't even get time to react as he simply vanished from the couch, from Diana's arms, and appeared inside a huge hall with white mist everywhere. Everything was white, except the big golden throne of the god, on which the god was also sitting, appearing like a giant. On God's arms, he could also see 9 cute little beasts, the famed little angels of the Hall of Judgment. Hector had met the Big G once before, although he never got to talk to the men. So he respectfully greeted him. I pay respect to the Supreme God. Bwahaha, raise your head, child. What's this? A Scientia world. I am no R***pissed sect master. Be at ease, lad, you're not like the other visitor of this hall. Most of the visitors are horny bastards wishing to be reborn in a fictional world with a cock that attracts all the women. Hector nodded as he realized something. So this is why hell was seeing so many new clients with chopped cocks. Indeed, that's the punishment for showing horny in front of me, God replied while smoking the mega cigar that was as big as Hector himself. G-chan. He looks like you. One of the cute little fox-like beasts with 9 tails spoke. God bellowed in laughter. Bwahaha. Indeed, he stole my style. Hector felt offended. I just believe that beards make one look manly and graceful. I had not even seen you before I grew a beard. God's eyes shined, despite his big black badass glasses. Oh ho. I'm liking you more and more, my boy. So, which department do you want to go to now? Tell me fast, the line for possible incarnators is growing by 10 million per second. But Hector was just as confused as he was before. What choice? Satan didn't tell you. Nope. __. That son of a bitch. Well, in short, the little adventure you had in Marvel World was a part of the bigger examination I was conducting to see if you're worth elevating to my realm. What do you mean by your realm? I am already an omniversal being. Hector asked. You're an angel, Hector. At least I want to make you one. You have passed the test with flying colors. Now I am going to give you one department that you will work at. We have all kinds of departments. From the Department of Exorcism, Blessings, Love, and Natural Calamity to negate the sin value of a region, we have everything you can imagine. Select any one. Hector fell into thinking. He was shocked to know the test was about him ascending to being an angel. But, he needed to hurry as the god seemed impatient. Can't decide. God started. No problem. Return to your seat and think about it. When you're done, tell me the decision. Until then, try exploring your new powers. Hector felt nothing change, however. What power? I'm an angel already. Indeed. Where are my white wings? Bwahaha, that's only in fairy tales, son. Wings exist on a specific few angels. Most others don't have them and are still stronger than those with wings. Go now. I have work to do, a lot of it. Whoosh. Hector vanished from the spot, and soon, a new clueless man took his place. This one appeared to be a tall man with a fine muscular body and a chiseled jawline. Ah, so they call you the Giga Chad. Hector appeared back on his couch. He looked at his hands in confusion and excitement as the realization slowly hit him. He was finally a real, strong, godly omniversal creature who could do anything as per his wish. Welcome to the higher power levels, Hector. Let's have a drink to celebrate. Satan happily snapped a few glasses and some hell brand of drinks into existence. Not now. Diana, do you want to see your universe one last time? He offered her the first thing when he realized now he could travel the multiverse since angels usually are able to do it. This was a promise he had made her a long time ago, and now it was time to fulfill it. He was going to show her the universe she came from. But, he had to warn her. But, Diana, you must know that it can't be the world you came from. It will be a variation of it, where you can meet the past yourself and maybe depart some knowledge. Diana seemed conflicted. She wanted to take a look once, but at the same time, she felt content with this new life with Hector. She knew her own universe was long gone. Everyone she had a connection with was dead. If she went to one of the alternate universes, then she'd be an imposter. I don't think I should, but I would like to meet another Diana and speak to her. Maybe tell Batman that his ways are wrong. But I do not wish to spend too much time over there. She responded. Hector nodded and stood up. Let's go then, dear. Mooney, you, Where are Fenris and Mishu? They're in the dog heaven, getting registered. As for that Yelena kid, she's still on Earth. You need to take her soul along first. Satan blurted. To bring Yelena or any other normal person was hard, as their soul was bound to that multiverse. They are supposed to go to multiversal hell/heaven, not omnivorals. In Omniverse, a selected few come. Hector nodded. If he was going to have to bring her himself, then he'd do it later on. For now, he held Diana's hand. Her story had to come to a conclusion as well. Should we go? Yes. Mooney, come. She eyed the big cute cloud. Whoa. Mooney barked. I go to heaven and play with Fenris. Mom and Dad, go have fun. Hector knew that the boy was trying to give him and Diana some alone time to sort out some issues. He went ahead and pecked on his fluffy head. Good boy. Go now, I will join you in a few hours. And Satan, let's talk about which department I should go to after returning. You got it, pal. Hector then held Diana's hand and closed his eyes. He felt God's divinity flowing through his body. It was overwhelming even though he knew this was not even 1% of what the big G could do. What a madman he is. Then, a beam of light appeared from the sky, like a tube. It was golden in color, and as it fell on Hector and Diana, it took them away. They felt like they were being transported through an extremely thin tube, and their bodies had turned into slime. They saw the various galaxies and universes pass by in the darkness around them. It was pretty but terrifying at the same time. All they could see for as far as they could, it was made and controlled by God. How much power and mental calculations does it need to keep the Omniverse running? That was something not just Hector, but everyone else thought about. Whoosh. They appeared in a dark alley between buildings. It was nighttime from the looks of it. But, where they were, Hector had no idea. Gotham. Diana blurted. I can never forget the scent and the depressing aura of the city. Boom. Just then, a loud explosion resounded in the distance. With that, Hector agreed with her. It certainly is Gotham. The city of crime, where criminals get a pat on the back so the hero bat can stay employed. Underscore. Diana looked at him, hurt. What do you mean by that? Bruce does try his best, albeit a bit flawed are his ways. Puffed, come on, Diana. You know better than any. I was alone able to bring peace to the whole planet because I was ready to make the sacrifices needed to do it. In the recent war, I only allowed petty criminals to die. Here, in Gotham, all criminals, no matter how bad, are sent to prison or Arkham Asylum, only for them to bust out and repeat the whole process. There is a thing called painless death, just so you know. Boom. He. Batman. Diana and Hector came out on the street and saw Batman chasing an ice cream truck on his motorbike. The ice cream truck had jet engines connected to it somehow. See, this is what I'm talking about. Batman is just a rich spoiled brat wanting to have fun and roleplay as a superhero. Diana sighed as she knew Hector was not completely wrong. Chapter 299. Good old Batman. Let's go and meet Bruce then. She said and flew up in the air. Hector also flew behind her. Diana does not wear a Wonder Woman suit most of the time now. She instead prefers to wear comfortable jeans, high boots and a good white shirt with a sweater above. She was likely preparing herself for the coming life. So it was hard to recognize her at one glance for most heroes in this world. They soon followed the trail of Batman. The big bat was standing beside the pier while looking ahead in silence. He likely lost Joker once again. Thud. Diana landed beside Batman. Bruce. Batman, still going through an adrenaline rush, looked back. His strange gun was already in hand, and he took a position to flee if needed. But, when the woman called him by his real name, he calmed down. Diana. You look different, or you're not the Diana I know. Bruce quickly came to a conclusion, since the woman in front of him appeared similar but older and more mature. Then his eyes fell on Hector. Instantly, his guards went up as his identity was important to him. Who is he? Hector snapped his finger, and in an instant, the motorbike and all the weapons on Batman's body vanished. I am what you may call a god. Many have said the same before being pulled and slapped onto the ground, Batman said, coldly. Bwahaha. I don't blame you for thinking I'm one of those gods. Well, I will not even try to explain. This little trip is not about me. Hector said and let Diana take the wheel. Bruce, I come from a different universe, where everything gets destroyed, the entire fabric of the universe gets devoured by the thing called the Undoing. A shadowy cosmic force that takes the form of a swarm of silhouette dragons with tentacles. It erases everything, Bruce, until nothing is left. But I survived and defeated it, but I was too late. And you have come to warn us? Bruce asked back. But it was obvious that he was not fully trusting Diana yet. It was understandable, even more so for a paranoid man like Batman. Diana sighed and looked around. Not really. I do not know how this world is different from mine. So what I'm telling you here may not be helpful. Hector interjected just then. You should start killing the likes of Joker, that I must say. Bruce scowled. I am not the decider of fate. I only bring criminals to justice. If I start killing, there will be no difference between them and me. Clap. Hector clapped and whistled. Bravo, here we have the Dark Knight who'd rather see Joker kill 100 people every month than kill the Joker. How many times has he escaped from prison now? Why does the Gotham City judiciary not put him in the gas chamber? Maybe they are also corrupt and in cahoots with the Joker. You think I should kill Joker? You should unless you're in love with him or something. The best way to kill cancer is to obliterate it. You don't leave tidbits behind so that it may spread once again. Where did you find this lunatic? Bruce looked at Diana. Now, this annoyed her more. The lunatic you call is my husband and a being from Omniverse. You can't fathom it, so just leave it. Where is this world's version of Diana? I wish to meet her here. I don't know, Bruce replied while narrowing his eyes. He wished to first do some digging before acting chums with them. Hector shrugged and walked away. Let's just go to Themyscira, Diana. I'm sure the people there have a way to call Wonder Woman of this world home. Let's go then. She flew behind Hector, not even saying goodbye to Bruce. There was no point in talking to him as she knew how hard it was to get Bruce to change his mind about something. Not to mention, she didn't feel as connected to this universe since she had already seen the Bruce of her world die. Batman was not someone who would sit quietly after seeing invaders from a different universe and, in their own words, outside the multiverse. He called the Justice League quickly to discuss what they should do. Most of the heroes could fly really fast, and those who could not, had the Zeta tubes to use. So, within half an hour, everyone arrived at the Justice League base on Earth, since the one in orbit was still in the works. What's the emergency, Batman? Superman asked as he stood around the meeting table, arms folded and looking mighty. Look at this. Batman tapped on a control panel near his seat, and soon a screen got projected in the middle of the table, exposing the whole exchange between him and the two visitors. Everyone in the room silently listened to it until the two figures flew away. How? This feels so strange to see me this old. Wonder Woman of this world was there too, frowning. I must say, you became prettier with time, Flash spoke. Aquaman also started at that point, taking a jibe at Batman. That old man was not wrong. You should kill Joker. How many people has he killed by now? 1,000. We're not here to discuss the Joker. Batman ignored all the taunts and focused on the men on the holographic screen. The older Wonder Woman said this man here is an omniversal being, a god. Do any of you know exactly what that means? Thanks to Flash, we know about the multiverse, but Omniverse is new. Maybe I can help. Wonder Woman spoke, although sounding unsure. The only time I've met Zeus, he told me that he's not the only Zeus, and he made sure to clarify that he was not talking about Zeus from another universe. He said there is one Zeus above all that lives beyond the Great Wall that separates our entire bubble of multiverse, in which all possible realities of our universe exist. What's in the Omniverse? Batman questioned. Wonder Woman shook her head. This I don't know. Even Zeus didn't seem to know this part. But all I know is that if that man is a god from Omniverse, then he should be able to erase our world with a snap if he wishes to do so. Hearing that proclamation, all the heroes moved in their places uncomfortably. This was not a level of power any of them could imagine, let alone fight it. Batman remained calm, however. Then we need to find his weakness. Which is? We already have it. Batman moved the video to a different scene and paused at the old Wonder Woman. She's his wife. Batman. Don't. This is going too far. Superman erupted instantly. Are you suggesting we harm Wonder Woman? She's not from our world. Batman insisted. And this is the worst-case scenario. Boys. Wonder Woman exclaimed all of a sudden while her eyes remained fixated on the screen. Let's be gentle this time. We don't want to anger the being, and if he's truly my, future alternate me's husband, then he must be in love with me and understand me. I should try talking to him and understand why they are here. Let's first find out if they are even a threat. He's not your husband. We can't risk you going close to him. Batman warned her. Wonder Woman scoffed and walked away. He still fell in love with a version of me, and from that same video. I can see his feelings for her. Superman, will you join me? Superman quickly followed her to provide backup. He knew Batman was a brooding schemer, and he was not against it as it often comes in handy. But, even he knows that you don't scheme against a being of supreme strength. After all, no scheme could save you from a punch that could shatter the universe. I'm coming too. I always wanted to see a real god. Flash chased. Me too. Shazam followed up too. Can he swim faster than me? Haha, only one way to find. The same was the case with Aquaman. Themyscira. This is where I used to play as a child, and that's where I learned to swim. Diana showed Hector her home, just a replica of them. She dragged him around with her arm wrapped around his. Hector silently heard her tell the stories and relive the memories. He walked where she took him, and saw what she showed. He just felt happy to see her smile so happily. Thud. Who are you? All of a sudden, a few women arrived on their horses. At the front was a tall, buffed black-haired woman with a crown on her head. She pointed at Hector specifically. What is this man doing here? Diana. Mother. Diana, instead, ran towards the woman and hugged her. That's not me, Mother. Another voice came. The black-haired woman looked at Diana in her arms and the one who had just landed. Utterly confused, she kept looking at them one by one because both were real. She could feel it. What's happening? Chapter 300. Mr. President, the END. A/N, brothers, and pretty ladies. It was a fun and tiring ride. Near the 200th chapter, I was feeling I might end up dropping this FIC as I didn't like the plot and the direction I went. But we pulled through. However, I humbly suggest not deleting this FIC from your library just yet. I will post another update soon, a short epilogue, along with the announcement for the upload of my new FIC, One Piece, The Philosopher. Also, if you have not tried it already, check out my original book too. I tried to participate in WSA with it, though I'm likely not even winning a nomination at this stage. Its name is, I Became the Pope, Now What? Finally, this gorilla wishes you a very happy Christmas and a New Year in advance, as I don't know if all of you will read my next project or not. I love writing fics, and honestly, my life has changed because of it. I have many more plans for the future too. After One Piece, The Philosopher, the FIC to come will be Spider-Man, A Mile Apart. Based around Miles Morales, he's half MC, it's set in MCU+. She's a Diana from a different universe in a different time. Hippolyta looked at the woman in her arms and sighed. But she never let her go. Then that makes her my daughter too, does it not? And I believe she needed this one hug. Of course, if not a mother, then who would know her daughter the best? Even if this Diana was from a different universe, her heart was likely the same. Whoosh. You're a god. Out of nowhere, a streak of light appeared, and then a man popped up right in front of Hector. Do you also like red? I like red too. We're so similar. Hector was in a relaxed mood. He was too high for any multiversal being to harm him. Even in the omniversal heaven, he was pretty high already. More like an angel, but for these lower realms, I am a god. Can you create ice cream out of thin air? Shazam asked him. Hector looked at the man, buffed and handsome. But he could see the child behind it. Of course. Which flavor do you like the most? Bubblegum. Pop. A big cone of bubblegum ice cream appeared in Shazam's hand. The man appeared so shocked by that little trick that he started worshipping Hector. Yep, he's God. Folks, I'm not Christian anymore. I follow whatever this man is. Can I have a super calorie-filled burger? Flash asked him. Hector again nodded, and with a snap, the burger appeared in Flash's hand. It was a special one, as it could fill the man alone. Flash had an extremely high metabolism rate, so it usually takes him a whole buffet to feel full. Hector then looked at the younger Wonder Woman. Come here, I know you like ice cream as well. Young Wonder Woman saw the cone of ice cream in his hand. She was amazed that he knew so well, but on another thought, it made sense. She walked close to him and checked him out from head to toe. What did the other me see in you? That's hurtful, young woman. Are you calling me ugly and old, that your shocked a version of you would fall in love with me? Hector asked while folding his arms. The young Wonder Woman stepped back and clarified in an adorable panicked accent. No, no. You're very handsome. More than most other men, I must say. And you ooze supreme strength. But I was just wondering what you are as a man. Back off. Older Diana walked over and stood in front of Hector. This one's taken. Find yourself another one. Hector bellowed in laughter and stepped forward to wrap his arm around his Diana's waist. Don't worry, my dear wife. She may look the same as you, but she's definitely not you, the one I like. With a blush, she hummed in agreement and looked at younger Diana. Your face still shows so much nativity. It took me millions of years to realize how to appreciate life properly. And millions. Young Diana exclaimed in shock. You're so old. Of course. After my universe was eaten by the Undoing, I had no other choice but to wait in the void of darkness with nothing but my thoughts alone. I think I fell into suspended animation after some time and remained that way for millions of years, until he found me, and the rest is history. She held Hector's hand that rested on her waist. Superman got serious and asked her for more information. How did you defeat it? What is it exactly? Old Diana looked at the young version of herself strongly in the eyes. Listen to me carefully. Not much is known about undoing. It's just a shadowy cosmic force that takes the form of a swarm of silhouettes of dragons with tentacles. It doesn't just kill, it erases everything from existence. Darkseid, before his demise, said the undoing was a form of the anti-life equation that undoes reality. You can defeat it, Diana. I was able to. I don't know how, but I did. Just believe in yourself and ensure that your light shines bright in your hour of need. If it ever comes here, maybe you will not have the same fate as me. The young Wonder Woman nodded thoughtfully. Where will you be going now? Hector spoke. To my realm, of course. I am going to start a family now. She wanted this for so long. The young Wonder Woman blushed, understanding he was talking about having babies. Then I wish you the very best, and bless that your children are sound and healthy. Shall we head back now, dear? If I overstay, then this universe will start to break apart too. Hector asked his wife. Old Diana nodded. She was hoping to feel emotional about this universe. But she could not. She had already lost hers and had cried enough in its memory. This was a different world with different people, none of them knew her. Good luck, you all. Be well and also. Old Diana spoke. Sometimes it's better to end the danger by finishing it, not letting it remain to spread again. I learned this lesson the hard way on many occasions. Hector looked at the sky and made the same beam of golden light fall on himself. However, when it started to appear, all the other Amazonians who had come suddenly began to kneel for some reason. Boom. The beam of light fell, and Hector vanished with Diana. Why did you kneel? The young Wonder Woman asked her mother. We don't know, but that light, it felt too divine, like nothing else ever before. Hector returned to Omnivisal Hell and showed Diana his house. It was a small 2-story house with 5 rooms and a big lawn all around it, surrounded by high walls for privacy. The only unsavory thing was the sky, which was always red in hell. This will be our bedroom where the magic is going to happen in a few days. Hector teased her around. She chuckled and moved to Mooney's bedroom. There was not much furniture as Hector used to live there alone. Now he was going to need many more decorations, toys, and beds. This one. Yelena can take it. And the remaining are for our kids. Diana nodded while looking around. But she had a different worry. What will I be doing? I don't think I can live for eternity doing nothing. Hector rubbed his chin and thought about it. I will ask the big G to do something. He can surely assign you to something good. You are, after all, a kind lady from the heart. Now, how about we give these new mattresses a try? I was waiting for you to say that. She smiled seductively and pushed him towards the bed. Whoosh. But, as Hector was falling on the bed, his body vanished. Diana was just left perplexed. I hope this won't be a common occurrence. I should go and get Mooney. Hector again found himself in the Hall of Judgment, right in front of the badass god, who was still smoking a cigar. Have you decided what you wish to be? God asked. Hector shook his head. I have not decided what I wish to be personally. But I want you to assign my wife, Diana, as a caretaker of the animals. She can help all the cute dogs and cats, and the new arriving souls of animals. Whoosh. God's black sunglasses shinned for a split second. Done. Now, tell me what you want to do to yourself. Which department? Be quick. The line of possible reincarnating souls is increasing. Hector had no idea what to do, sadly. I don't know what each job even means. How can I choose one of them to be my permanent? God rubbed his big beard in silence and thought about it. Son, you are an angel, so you must be the overseer of at least one aspect of heaven. If you don't make a decision, then I will be forced to choose one. Are you sure you wish to leave it to me? Well, you'll be leaving this place soon. Satan's words echoed in Hector's mind all of a sudden. And it suddenly hit him, the realization of what a grave mistake he was about to make. I've decided. He exclaimed. Speak your wish then. I don't care if I'm an angel. I still wish to work in hell. Satan is my best friend, and he has been one since long ago when I was a mortal and wished to end myself. I wish to work alongside Satan more. He made up his mind quickly. As an angel, you wish to work in hell? God asked, appearing amused by the absurdity. Hector nodded. You can take my divinity if you want to. But I'd rather work in hell. Besides, I already know the work and have done a good job, much better than the top boss you have assigned. Big G frowned. Indeed, that buffoon. He has been missing for so long, going around and messing with other gods. Fine, I shall fire him. From now on, Satan is the top lord of hell, and you shall take over as the second in command of hell. Hector sighed in relief. He was worried that the god would disagree. After all, Lucifer didn't turn out that well. He didn't know the life of God before he became a god, he didn't know what kind of attitude he had. So he had reservations before. But now he was slowly realizing what a chill being Big G was. Thank you, God. I will forever be thankful for this. Hector respectfully said. Bwahahaha. Don't, you're going to have to work much harder. But, do make some cute babies with your wife and bring them to meet me. My wife would love to see them too, also my kids. He has a family. Hector wondered in shock. Yes. I do have a family. Of course, nothing remains hidden from the one above all. I was not always a god, son. Before me, there was another. I was once a mortal who rose through the ranks and defeated the evil that wished to take the previous god's place. I, too, have a son, wife, grandsons, and trillions of friends. In fact, I am going to have tea with Jesus and Buddha next. We are going to try and make the omniversal zoo stop assaulting the animals in lower words. Is he? Hector stuttered. He is. God replied with sorrow. Oh. Hector shook his head in disappointment. No matter which world, Zeus is always Zeus. I hope you can mend his ways. Jesus did come up with a great plan. We are going to try it. Buddha had already failed to make that old pervert meditate. If everything fails, I will just castrate him. Big G muttered, seriously thinking about it from the looks of it. I should remember not to anger this old man. Hector thought. You should not. God again knew what was in Hector's mind. Anyway, I should give you your designation and promotion in hell. Whoosh. Hector's body shined in bright red light for a split second. In an instant, he started to feel more powerful than he did as an angel. Now, for your designation. Here, read this holy proclamation. God made a little piece of paper appear in Hector's hand. This is the proof that you are second in command of hell. And your official designation title will be. Oh, hell no. Not again. Hector cried suddenly. Ha. God enjoyed. President of Omniversal Hell. Please. Anything but the president. Hector fell to his knees, having grown bored with this title. Bwahahaha. Enjoy your time. President Hector King, Washington. God snapped his fingers and sent him back to his home. On the bed Diana threw him on. She was still standing there when he appeared again. And oh. You don't want babies. Diana exclaimed, hearing his cries. Hector opened his eyes and looked at his beautiful wife. I do. But. I just became the president of hell. She seductively got on top of his lap after pushing him back on the bed. Well then, we should make a few little princelings and princesses, my dear Mr. President. Not you too, Hector stopped as he felt Diana's soft lips rest on his. He let all the grievances go after that and, with a wave of his hand, shut the room's door close. He then turned around and pinned Diana under himself. If I'm the president, then you're the first lady of hell. Ugh. I hate that designation. She scowled. Hector chuckled and started to unwrap her. Welcome to the new life. Madam First Lady. She did the same with his coat and shirt. Okay. A new rule, we shall never call each other by our designation. Okay. Hector felt energized again and snapped his finger to make all their clothes go away. Agreed, so shall we start? Shoo. No more talking. Diana put her finger on his lips and slowly slid her hand around his head, and pulled him closer. Let's go all out. Soon, many demons and devils around hell wondered why and how an earthquake could strike their realm. They initially panicked, but then the earthquake lasted for 3 days, and they just got used to it. Happy times were awaiting the new president and first lady of hell, as laughter and cries of young ones will soon be resounding all around. Making hearts of sinners feel some warmth, only to later feel the effects of pain increase. The devils and demons will play with the younglings and treat them like royalties. Meanwhile, Satan would happily accept his role as the funny uncle. After all, the goat was the goat. And that's how the tale of Hector, a president who never wished to be one, ends. It started with just him but ended with many who came along the way. He changed the lives of countless, while in return, he received the warmth of family that was boundless. That was the life of Hector King. Washington. The N. A whoa. Woof woof bow bow. And what about me? Why don't you write about me, Gorilla-chan? You don't love me anymore? I go complain to Grandpa God. Are you courting death? Do you want spanks? Once again, the quill moved, and one big, handsome, sexy, cute, mighty, rich, chick magnet, gorilla with tired eyes and dark circles under them moved his hands on the long parchment, for he was the record keeper, unpaid slave, of the divine journeys in the universal heaven. Additional text. Mooney, the handsome, cute, big, strong, and lovable boy, returned to heaven of dogs. But, he only went there to play with his friends, Monty, Bobby, Tim, Ted and many other. Julie, the German shepherd as well. After playing in heaven, where his mum Diana also worked, he returns home to play with his dad, Yelena and Mishu. As for his wife, Fenris, she had taken a job to scare bad kids who come to hell. Additional text end. Woof bow wow. Write about Kennedy as well, Gorilla-chan. I will keep standing behind you if you don't write. Kennedy is a very nice friend. Additional text. Kennedy, the dumbass he was, died 10 years into his reincarnation mission. But since he died while trying to save a planet from a boy named Aaron, who turned into a monster, he received a pass for hell. President Heck dash. Additional text end. Whoa 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 whoa. Dad don't like being called president, remove that. Additional text. Hector welcomed Kennedy to hell and made him his own second in command. Yet another man cried in misery as he was designated the vice president of hell. With that, the story finally came to an end. Additional text end. Bow bow. Write about what happened to that world after we returned home. Are you okay, Gorilla-chan? Why are you becoming so slow and dumb? I will ask Mum to invite you to dinner, right now. Gorilla, however, protested and put his quill away. He just stood up from his chair and went to his bed beside the table, and fell asleep. In a moment, he started snoring. Grrrrrrr, bad monkey. Bam. Oh whoa. Out of nowhere, Lady Diana appeared and knocked on Mooney's head and started dragging him away by the ear. Bad Mooney. Don't harass the Lord Record Keeper. Now let's go, it's time for your physics class. Oh whoa whoa. Mooney kicked around his legs, but against his mom, he was nothing, for she knew the spot on his belly that turned his brain off. Bam. The gorilla's eyes shot open suddenly, and he quickly wrote the last words on the long parchment, the record of Hector King Washington. The end.